slaps the ball. Fox goes to the backcourt to get it. He's not in a hurry. Dribbles it up. They're going to try to get the ball out of his hands. Fox dribbles at the logo. Spins on, runs into Draymond. Pass over to Barnes. Barnes for three. No good. Buzzer sound. The Warriors escape with a win. Final score, Golden State 126, Sacramento 125.
Oh, baby! We got a tied series in the first round. Best of 7 Western Conference between the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors. What a finish. What a game. I needed it. I was completely exhausted by 7 o'clock yesterday watching that basketball game. Now, I know a lot of people were watching the Giants and the Mets, but I think they watched the Giants and the Mets to kind of decompress from yesterday, game number 4. What a wild one. The Warriors almost blow it. The dynasty flashed before their very eyes, and it could have ended at the hands of Harrison Barnes, but he clanks the 3. Warriors are escaping. We've got a whole new series. We're going to discuss it all. We're going to peel this onion, baby. Draymond Green coming off the bench. The one big lineup, although the 2 big lineup playing well in the third quarter. We're going to break that down. Stephen Curry being special. How about De'Aaron Fox? Keegan Murray waking up. There's so much storyline, so much going on in this series. So good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody, strippers, baby daddies, baby mamas, teachers, students, everybody, Spadoni, Lubman, and you, Joe Shasky. What a thriller yesterday at Chase Center. And I know I'm hearing calls talking about the Chase Center vibe. I'll get to that in just a second because there's a lot being made of that. Now I'm going to debunk some of the narratives that are out there about Chase Center.
Yeah, I'll allow you to do it. It just feels very straw man argument to me. Like, I don't think it holds water, but whatever. You're taking away from what I thought was one of the games that took a decade off my life. I mean, the final 7 minutes, I felt like the Warriors had opportunities to put them away and put them away and put them away. I mean, like, I was going over it. The JP, like, okay, they clear I forget what happened, but they get a stop. JP's got the ball, and the whole bench is like, let's go, someone's open. And JP's like, okay, and he's going 100 miles an hour, and he throws it ahead to Klay Thompson, and Malik Monk jumps in front of it like Ed Reed in his prime, and I'm like, no, this is a huge possession. And then the Steph Curry, they're up 5, and I'm thinking, where's the trailer? Where's the inbounder? Where's their inbounder? In those break situations, Monte, there's got to be a guy, because once you inbound it, usually they go to trap. You can at least always leak it back out to the safety net. That guy's not there. Where's the guy on the baseline? Where's the guy on the sideline? Where's the guy in the middle of the court? Keep pivoting. And he pulls a Chris Webber, and we're all thinking, well, okay, they get the free throw. They got to get the side, but do not give up a 3. Do not give up a 3. Bang, 3. And you're thinking, you got to be kidding me. And then the Steph Curry shot, I'm thinking, I can live, even though the shot clock, I hear it.
It was a little early, but I get it. It was a good shot.
It
was a good shot.
It was a great shot. And it was like a push shot free throw, and he misses it, and I'm thinking, we're really going to lose this game? My heart sank. Did yours?
I was just, with this basketball team and a roller coaster year that it's been, final 10 seconds, I said, look, man, I'm not nervous coming down to one possession. You want the dynasty to live on? You figure out a way to get a stop. If not, this baby's over Wednesday night. That was my mindset.
All I kept thinking was, Fox cannot shoot this.
Well, and
he's
it was great.
Everything.
And you know what? They ran the play that I've seen from the Memphis Grizzlies. And Mike Brown,
what's that?
You got to remember, Mike Brown was on the sideline with the Warriors last season. And he saw this live and direct. Game 1 against the Memphis Grizzlies last year in the second round. Taylor Jenkins had John Morant go to the backcourt so he could get a running start against Gary Payton II.
Yes.
Remember, he went in for the layup, but Klay Thompson stepped up, made it a tough layup. It hits off the front of the rim. Warriors escaped, and they go up 1-0 in that best of 7 series. Well, the Kings, knowing that Fox is quick as hell, goes in the backcourt, gets a running start. Now, they tried to get the switch because Mike Brown said after the game, we'll play this out. He wanted Fox to go one-on-one and take the last shot. But Harrison Barnes stepped up and set a screen to try to get the switch on Steph Curry. Steph Curry prevents Fox from going right. And that mishandle on the basketball helped the Warriors out just a little bit because Malik Monk was on the other side. Now, if Fox handles the ball correctly, doesn't mishandle it, Does he go to Monk or does he go to Barnes or does he go and try to take that shot? But he mishandles it, gets it to Barnes, and Draymond and Steph Curry, the two-man defense right there was exceptional. You have to give Curry credit for recovering on Harrison Barnes and closing out the way he did. Now, Barnes, that's a shot that they had to live with. It's a great look at that situation. Buzzer beater. You're Harrison Barnes. You're the former Golden State Warrior. We basically have turned on you as a fan base. You had the 2016 finals going 5-32 the last 3 games. You had a chance to end the dynasty right there. So I thought it was good defense there. But I take it back to the Steve Kerr challenge on the screen. You have to know that you have one timeout left. Save the timeout. Don't challenge right there.
But okay. I don't know. I think it was an illegal screen. I do. Because he's kind of moving a little. Like, I get that. Can I get one on Sabonis for the grip and rip and then the hook through? Because he does that on every single screen. Like, to me, yes, it was a foul. But I also believe, in terms of the Looney one, they could have called at least 5 or 6 offensive fouls on Sabonis.
Yeah, but
it really drives me crazy.
But you know what, man? The referees, I thought the Warriors got a really good whistle for a long time.
I'm not complaining about
the
but
2
it's
home
just the
games.
Consistency on those calls.
But the refs are inconsistent. How many times we got to talk about the referees?
I know, you're right.
It was a bad
challenge, I guess is your point. And you're right.
My whole point is it's a bad challenge. You got to keep the timeout. You have to keep the timeout. Now, if that shot goes in by Harrison Barnes,
did that ball feel like it was in the air forever?
The tenor of this show is completely different.
I almost dropped
the narrative.
My knees.
The narrative with Steph and Curry. I'm out there in Thrive City watching, and I just put the phone up. I'm watching on the video board with the live reaction because it's either going to be a bunch of jubilation or it's going to be like, oh no, this series is over.
Yeah,
I honestly,
the margin of error has been so razor thin. Wiggs had a chance to, even though there was more time on the clock.
In game 1,
he had a chance to win game 1. It doesn't go down.
So it evens up in a way.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the margins of error are so thin.
It's appropriate that the series is 2-2.
Yeah.
And now we have a best of 3. And we get 2 days to recover because yesterday, I just want to talk about the game itself. It started off fast. And right away, when the Kings went into that first timeout up 15-14, I said, damn, Sacramento ain't going out like no punks. They're not going out like that. De'Aaron Fox is, they say...
Keegan Murray had a great game.
They say Foxes are not aggressive or dangerous. Well, this one is different. De'Aaron's different. He is dangerous.
Who says
He's
Foxes
aggressive.
aren't?
That's the definition of a Fox in the dictionary, Western.
Really?
Yeah.
Because whenever I think of foxes as sly, and very dangerous.
Well, they say earlier. The definition. Hey, they're not aggressive and dangerous.
Really?
I've been reading all these fox books.
Well, so like when I play at Monarch, which is a golf course, they've got all these little foxes all over the place. They'll come right up into your golf cart and they'll take all your food.
Yeah, but they won't bother you though, right?
They scare the crap out of me.
Well, yeah. You're a scary guy.
I'm not stingy. I'm not here in the wildlife, dog.
Spinoni, get in here.
They're more scavengers than hunters, if you will.
There you go.
Okay, I didn't
know that.
There you go.
Well, this guy's a hunter. De'Aaron.
This man
De'Aaron's dangerous. He'll take your food and your lunch money and bite the hell out of you.
Can I just bet a shot? Because maybe I'm just unaware. And dude, his shot is so fluid. I'm talking about from all 3 levels. Obviously, his floater and the degree of difficulty on those floaters that he hits are unbelievable. But like his 3-point shot is so silky.
He's only a 33% 3-point shooter.
If you
took
told me
11
he's a
yesterday.
55% shooter from 3-point land, I'd believe you.
Well, he was 4 of 11 yesterday. The Warriors made him a volume scorer, but they got help from Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray finally woke up. He scored 10 points in the first 3 games combined. Yesterday, dropped 23 and 5 threes.
Yep.
I also wondered, what if that was Keegan Murray on the floor? Because I think Sabonis was out there, right? I gotta recall. I can't recall that final possession, so it's so hairy to me. But I know Barnes, Buck, Fox. Maybe Keegan was out there with Sabonis because Herter was awful yesterday. Red Velvet was just MIA for them, for the Sacramento Kings. But I just want to talk about the game itself for a second. That was just a classic Western Conference playoff game.
Back and forth.
It was clean. There was only 21 combined turnovers. The shot making was just incredible from both teams. The runs. Sacramento's going up 9. The Warriors rally with the 9-0 run. They go back up 9. The Warriors rally again. The Warriors go into the fourth quarter up 10. Sacramento without De'Aaron Fox on the bench. He was on the bench. They go on the 15-4 run to start the fourth quarter. You had shot making. You had block. You had great rebounding. You had great team defense. You had great fast breaks. You had great threes.
You had a Draymond three.
You had a Draymond. I mean, Draymond Green was incredible off the bench. I mean, maybe we're burying the lead here, but Draymond Green, and this is something all week long before the series, that 6-day break, how much can Kerr go to the too big lineup? Can he go to the too big lineup for big stretches? Or does he have to go one big? And then we saw Thursday, the one big lineup where they blow away the Sacramento Kings and win a wire-to-wire game. In the conversation that Friday, does Draymond Green come off the bench? Does Draymond Green come off the bench? Does Draymond Green come off the bench? What do you know? Game 4, Draymond Green comes off the bench. But he still gets his 31 minutes. I think we're so hell-bent on who starts and who doesn't. He still got his 31 minutes.
But don't you think you got to – okay, like – yes, I agree. He did. The way that they did the quote-unquote rotations, well, I thought was much better. But isn't it? There is something to the Jordan Poole plays better in the starting lineup.
There is.
There is something to him feeling good early in the game.
Yep.
It feels like you get a better Jordan Poole version throughout. Because there were times I thought in the late third quarter, Kings are trying to make a big wave, and JP, he steadied the ship. He answered back in the same way that I felt that De'Aaron Fox answered back during Warrior runs in Game 1.
Yep.
I thought Jordan Poole did the same thing.
No, Jordan Poole's I thought he's been special these last 2 games. Now, you're saying he wasn't efficient in game number 3. I know, but 4-13 and 1-7. Game number 4 yesterday, 8 of 15, 2 of 6, and he drove to the cup.
Yeah.
He attacked that rim, and you need that 22 points. And look, everybody wants to talk about Jordan Poole's contract. But what is he making right now? What is he making right now? $3.5 million?
Yeah, it's not a lot.
I mean, think about the value you're getting from him. He's making this season alone, career earnings here. This season alone, he's making $3.9 million.
Wow.
You got a 20-point per game scorer making $3.9 million.
At 23 years old.
So next year when the money kicks in, we can have a different conversation. Sure, he has to be better.
Yeah.
But for this year, Jordan Poole's making $3.9 million. You're getting 22 points from him, 4 assists, getting to the free throw line 5 times, 13 free throws in the last 2 games. That's great value from Jordan Poole.
Well, and I also think that he opens the floor up for others because it felt like yesterday I think there's a coincidence here. No coincidence here. Clay has a good game. JP has a good game. Steph has a good game. All together, the offense was flowing yesterday.
Yep.
And when you get all of these guys feeling good, I feel like you get a more balanced attack offensively, and it helps their defense.
It does. And then you look at the 5 spot with Kevon Looney and Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Let's put those numbers together here.
Give it to me.
From the 5 spot, from Draymond Green to Kevon Looney, you get 20 points. You get 24 rebounds. You get 13 assists.
Wow. From the center spot, basically. That's pretty damn good.
Looney was special.
Pretty good.
Draymond was special. And the humility. We're going to get into the sound in a little bit here. 888-957-9570. It's your show, Roasters. Warriors tied a series at 2 games apiece. 2 games apiece. Draymond Green, okay, he comes off the bench. He shoots 3 of 14, smokes a lot of layups. But I love the aggressiveness from Draymond. But the 12 points, the 10 rebounds, the 7 assists. And the thing that changed the game is when he said, let me get Fox in the second half. Now, Fox is going to get his. He's going to get his. But Fox was 5 of 15. And it took him a while to figure out, man, Draymond Green. That was vintage Draymond Green said, I want De'Aaron Fox. Let me turn the faucet off because Wiggins at times looked tired yesterday.
Well, you blame him?
No,
Fox
you're running
is
around
so fast.
Dude,
he's so fast. I thought Wiggins contested a lot of shots. Like, I'm with you. He was exhausted. They threw so many different things at De'Aaron Fox. They went box and one. They got mad at I think they got mad at Kuminga, who was at the top. I call it the bulldog position in the box and one.
Right.
And was basically, like, he got screened. They just had like a top screen, and I think he went under the screen instead of over the screen, and everybody was pissed, and they abandoned that. Then the Kings went box and one. I mean, they threw a variety of things at him. How about Wiggins diving on the floor and then coming through with the loose ball and then passing it forward, and they got a big-time bucket after that.
Big-time bucket.
I mean, I know Wiggins didn't have his greatest game, but I thought I saw a ton of effort from him.
Wiggins was fine. Also, Sacramento.
I love Wiggs, man. I do. I just love Wiggs.
Also, I love when Jordan Poole gets into the open floor. There's a possession there. The second half, Sabonis hits an elbow jumper. He's wide open. By the way, the Warriors have Sabonis in their back pocket. You want to talk about empty calories? Sabonis is rattled right now. Absolutely rattled. So he hits an elbow jumper. Inbound. Jordan Poole beats 3 dudes to the lane. 3 dudes down the floor, hits 4 layups. So the spacing with the one big lineup, it allows Jordan Poole to attack the rim. It allows Klay Thompson to be wide open. It allows Stephen Curry to get going here. So the one big lineup, something we highlighted before the series, during the series. Now, they did have the 2 big lineup to start the third quarter, which I didn't agree with the decision. I said, why tinker with the starting lineup? They got off to a great start against the Sacramento Kings, but I get what Kerr was trying to do. He was trying to turn off the faucet for De'Aaron Fox and slow that joker down. And Draymond did that. Even though he got his money. Fox got his money in the second half. He was able to slow him down and make him a volume scorer as opposed to an efficient scorer. So, look, Kerr went down, and we had this argument a couple months ago. What's going on with the season? I said, man, it's coming down to the dudes. When it's all said and done, it's coming down to the dudes. Who's your dudes?
Yeah.
Steph, Klay, Dre, Looney, Wiggins, and Jordan Poole. The foundational 6. And you look at the foundational 6, each of these guys played over 30 minutes, except with the exception of Jordan Poole, who played 26.
Don't you think that if they want to win Game 5, and we're going to do a lot, I mean, it's Wednesday, so we've got a long way to go. They're going to need more from a GP2, a DiVincenzo, Moody, Kuminga. Like, they're going to need 2 of those guys, those random guys that are coming off the bench. They're going to need 2 of those guys to have impact games, to me. They cannot have the same level of game that they had in Game 4. That's the only little nitpicking that I have. I mean, you win a game in the playoffs, you survive and you move on, you take a deep breath. It was a huge one. But B, like, when the end of the third quarter hit and Klay hit that 3 and the ball was hopping and everything, I'm thinking, you've got to put the Kings away. Yeah. And they didn't. And I got to give credit, not to the Warriors, to the Kings. The Kings kept battling back. And I was thinking, the way that quarter ended, with that crowd going crazy, and for the Kings to fight back the way that they did, I was ready to pull my hair out.
Well, and they kept Curry in to start the fourth quarter.
Yes.
Which told me that Steve Kerr was thinking the same thing.
Same thing I was thinking.
Everybody's thinking it. Put these dudes away.
Yes.
Put these dudes away. You're up 10, crowd's hopping, and this whole thing about Chase Center being I was down there in a tunnel multiple times. The crowd's been fine. The crowd's been loud. It's just as loud as Oracle during the 2018 and 19 seasons when Oracle Arena became a corporate crowd. The difference is with the We Believe crowds, you got to think about it. We hadn't been in the playoffs for 14 years. The difference with the Sacramento Kings crowd, they hadn't been to the playoffs for 17 years. The LA Lakers crowd Saturday night, they were loud. But when's the last time they had a home playoff game? All right, they had the Phoenix Suns series with fans, though.
Full fans.
That was half fans for the Phoenix Suns series.
There you go.
COVID, right?
There you go.
Yeah, that's
there
what
you
I
go.
thought.
So, of course, they're going to be a little more jacked up. It's been a while since they see playoff basketball. For us, it's like this is the Warrior Invitational.
Yeah.
We've become entitled to having playoff games. However, the crowd was fine. There's this thing where since the stadium or since the arena is in San Francisco, we've got this, I don't know, this jealousy towards this city for some reason. It's really strange. It is really strange to me how people, oh man, Chase Center needs to get rocking. It was a 5-4-12-30 game. And there weren't many empty seats to start that game yesterday, Sunday afternoon at Chase Center. So I don't want to hear that today about the crowd being lackadaisical. The crowd was fine.
So after the game, I'd flip over to you guys, and the crowd behind you is going absolutely crazy in Thrive City. And then E40 comes on, and he is sweating like no other. And I'm thinking to myself, I feel the same way, 40 Water. Right. I'm out of breath watching that game.
Did you see Festus sweating too?
Oh,
he was exhausted.
You were the calmest guy on set. And then Mully's got the paper, and he's going through it with E40.
Right.
And E40 is just dripping.
Dude, E40 had a workout. yesterday. He was exhausted.
The same way.
Oh, I know. It was exhausting.
We were exhausted.
But you know what, man?
Survive in advance.
But you know what, though, man? The reason why I was calm, it's because I love games like that.
No, they were great.
I love that.
But
this is what we grew up. See, here's the deal. When you grew up watching these games,
anxiety, playoff level anxiety, the good anxiety, not family drama anxiety.
I understand it all. I saw a video. I saw Rocco and his wife posted it on Instagram.
Tell me you love that,
Rocco. I love it. But you know what? For me, the kid in me, I go back to my childhood of watching these triple headers on NBC, and you're watching these great Suns Rockets games, Rockets Sonics Game 7 to advance to the Western Conference Finals, Phoenix Bulls, all this stuff. The kid in me is smiling from ear to ear saying, I am so lucky to experience this and to watch this game, watch the Golden State Warriors in an absolute classic. That was an absolute classic playoff game. We're going to be talking about that for years, especially if the Warriors pull this out. Sacramento, the Bay Area, game number 4 at Chase Center. wow, Harrison Barnes had a chance to end the dynasty. So for me, I love games like that. I love back and forth, 125, 126, threes are jumping in. You got Curry calling the Weber timeout.
Dude,
you almost blew the game in the last 42
the amount
seconds.
Of memes that would have been around had they lost that game. Like, I'm thinking to myself, oh, God, everything Curry's done, that there is going to be a segment of haters that are going to just rip that moment.
But they will, but they won't this morning.
No, I know.
They
but
won't
you know
this
what I'm
morning.
saying? Like, in your mind, that's all you're thinking. And the way De'Aaron Fox hits that three, you're thinking, you've got to be kidding me.
The Sacramento Kings team, they're close.
Of course.
They're coming.
But they've got the hollow man, Sleepy Hollow.
Sabonis.
Yeah, I mean, he's the Euro, slightly more quote-unquote skilled when it comes to passing because he hands the ball off like freaking Brock Purdy. Sabonis is the most hollow double-double guy next to Andre Drummond. I mean, they're like same player except one guy's Euro and hands the ball off on DHOs a little more. I'm so sick of it. Head down, elbow into the chest. I'm going to go up. I have not one post move. I don't even have a pivot move.
Well, the Kings
not even a drop step.
The Kings are going to kick themselves. They had 3 fast break opportunities in the fourth quarter. Draymond gets a strip. Draymond gets a block. He yells at Sabonis' face. Malik Monk misses a layup. They blew 3 fast break opportunities that could have gave them a lead late in the fourth quarter. They were just not able to get over that hump. The Warriors survived, and what was it? Just an exhilarating, just a sensational basketball game yesterday at Chase Center. I can't believe it. I'm still exhausted from it. I went to bed super early watching the game back. I just wow. Warriors even up the series against the Sacramento Kings. We'll get to the lines. Love it. I know the break. Fine. Just love it. This is going to be the easiest show of your life, Sam Lovin. Trust me on that one. 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Go to Save, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToSaveLumber.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. We're going to get assistant coach Jamba Malalela on at 8 o'clock. Jamba Malalela. Yep. You want to say that, Shasky? You want to get at a shot?
No. Jamba Malalela.
There you go.
Did I do it?
Yeah, Dips won't even do it. E40 920 as well.
Jamba Malalela.
We'll see. E40 was like, I'll call you in the morning, Bonte. He was exhausted.
I saw Sam Lubman in your IG story.
Yeah, I mean, I look
Sport
over.
coat and white coat.
I look
Are you
over,
working now for NBC?
Dude, I look over and Lubman's just all of a sudden in the gatehouse. It's cheesing ear to ear. It's like, I don't want to see you until tomorrow. Leave me alone. If you have IRS and state tax problems, don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 188-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop?
goes to the backcourt to get it. He's not in a hurry. Dribbles it up. They're going to try to get the ball out of his hands. Fox dribbles at the logo. Spins on. Runs into Draymond. Pass over to Barnes. Barnes for three. No good. Buzzer sound. The Warriors escape with a win.
Wide open. Process was good. Fox obviously trusted me to take that shot and back rim it. So, on to the next, but I feel confident where we are and where we're going. After you learn to put yourself together after 2016, I think, one shot is not going to necessarily phase you. So, for me, it's all about trusting the process. Like I said, we got a good look. We missed it. But at the end of the day, I think the way that we're playing, the way that we're in the series right now, we just have to continue to just do that and get better.
That was Tim Roy on the call on 95.7 The Game, and then Harrison Barnes discussing that final sequence there at the end of game number 4 where he had a chance to end the dynasty. He had a chance to end the dynasty, folks. Harrison Barnes, after being run out of town, now obviously he didn't accept the contract early on in the season in 2016. Signs for $90+ million with the Dallas Mavericks after the Warriors decided, hey, we're moving out to Kevin Durant. You can do what you want to do. You think about the way that 2016 finals ended for Harrison Barnes, 5 of 32, scoreless in Game 6, clanking shot after shot after shot after shot. And it takes me back to when we were talking about Kitty Caraway. You mentioned how Fox has the most to gain because a casual fan doesn't really know Fox. Well, Fox is a superstar. I think everybody across the nation realized he's a bad dude. He's a bad dude. He's going to be an all-star for multiple seasons. He's going to make all NBA teams. He won the NBA's most clutch award. Fox is that dude. But I mentioned Harrison Barnes, what this series could do for his legacy, for his resume, because he's just been walking through the desert. He's been lost, hasn't been back to the playoffs since that 2016 NBA Finals.
That's kind of crazy.
And this is a big series for him. And I thought, for the most part, he's played solid basketball.
He has.
Yesterday, he's 1 of 6 from the three-point line, 3 of 11 from the floor. He scores at 9 points, 3 rebounds. Wasn't really a factor. Didn't finish at the rim. And he had a chance. He had a chance to put a wrench, to just send the Warriors on the ropes. Down 3-1 going back up to Sacramento Wednesday night after giving everything you had in game number 4. And if they would have lost that to Golden State Warriors, that is, in that fashion, Harrison Barnes would have had, think about what this would have done for his career, the way we remembered him. And so, in that soundbite, Shasky, he mentioned how he had to pick up the pieces after 2016. I didn't know it was that bad for him.
Well, why wouldn't it be? Your emotional wreck. You got to think about it. Number one, there's a on-court performance aspect, and then the number 2 part is, you're replaced by Kevin Durant. Come on. And that's the team that you came up with. You're still a very, very young man. We've talked a lot about Andrew Wiggins and his psyche going through the LeBron James saga where he doesn't even get a chance to play basketball with LeBron and he's immediately traded away. I just know how I would be. I would be in a kind of a mess, too. You're always trying to prove yourself, and you're trying to stack yourself up against Kevin Durant. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, that's how people are going to perceive it. And so you also feel like you're the weak link in the equation, and you're the reason why they didn't get it done. That's tough. That's really tough to swallow.
Tough. And he had a chance. He had a chance to end all this. He had a chance to send us one game closer to all-season basketball talk. Think about that shot if it goes down.
I know.
Think about the last 2 minutes of change for the Golden State Warriors.
I don't really want to think about it, but you're right.
It was right there, flash before it, and that ball was up there a lot. You're right.
How angry were you when they got the ball with 10 seconds? Like, they go to the timeout, and I was stomping around. They're going to lose this game. They're going to lose. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that they were going to be in a position to lose that game. They were up 5 and had multiple opportunities to have a 7 or more point lead.
So there's Radio Bonte, TV Bonte, and Businessman Bonte.
Okay.
Radio Bonte would have been pissed.
So where are you watching at this moment?
I was in the gatehouse.
So you're
at the
gatehouse. So are you watching on a TV?
No, so the video board was ahead. That was the live feed.
So
the
you're
video
talking about
board.
the
main video board
so that's where you're
on
watching.
The scoreboard.
Okay.
I'm in the gatehouse because obviously as soon as the game is over, we're on air.
Okay. What time did you get over there?
I got over there.
Middle of the 4th?
Well, they had called a timeout, and we ran out of our secret room and straight to the gatehouse.
Secret
so we wouldn't.
room.
We got the secret room there.
Keep going.
Not many people know about the secret room. Hopefully, nobody busts us out. So we got the secret room. So I get there. I don't know. It was 1:21, 1:17 by the time I got to the gatehouse.
Okay.
So whatever time that was. So we're watching the gatehouse. We're watching on the video board. I put the camera out. So I go, Radio Bonte is going to be pissed if the Kings win this game. TV Bonte is going to have to stay composed.
Hi, I'm Bonte Hill. We're down 3-1.
Businessman.
What do you think?
Businessman Bonte was like, you know what? Either way, this is good. Because if they lose, 888-957-9570, we're going to have one hell of a radio show. If they win, we're going to have one hell of a radio show. So business will be booming regardless.
How many missed layups would we have gone back and been screaming to the high heavens about?
My God.
Because, look, they contested him, so the Kings get a ton of credit for that. Draymond missed so many layups. I'm like, can one of them go down? Can one of them go down? JP missed some layups.
He smoked a lot. He smoked a lot. So
God.
So that shot goes down. I mean, they go through the sequence. If Fox gets a running start, and look, he mishandles the ball. I'm like, oh, and he gets it to Barnes. And I'm like, out of all the dudes to end the dynasty,
I know.
It's going to be Harrison Barnes. And a lot of us would have been eating crow.
I just thought it was a great look. Forget the person who's taking it.
It's a great
I thought
look.
It was a great look. And that ball was in the air. I swear to God.
It was in the air for a long time.
If you would have told me it was in the air for a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, I would have believed you.
Everybody held their breath.
Of course.
Everybody held their breath. It was online. I was like, oh, my God. And it goes off the back rim. I turn right around, turn the mic on. All right, let's go, Sack. How are we doing this?
Bonte, you start becoming like so crazy and delusional. I'm thinking to myself, okay, 10 seconds left. I mean, maybe you just intentionally foul, give him the free throw so you can get the ball back. Like, I'm thinking of all the worst case scenarios. I'm thinking of all the different ways that this could play out.
I just thought.
I know you don't have a foul to give. What do you do?
In a game where there wasn't a lot of defense played, you had to get a stop. All right, let's take him to school here. Taking him to school brought to you by the San Leandro Unified School District, embracing diversity, empowering excellence, and now hiring, offering rewarding career opportunities for teachers in the Bay Area. You belong in SLUSD. Go to www.slusd.us to learn more and apply today. The ball movement at the end of the third quarter where the Warriors outscored the Kings 37-23. Klay Thompson finishes off a great possession for the Dubs.
Poole dribbles in, skipped it over to DiVincenzo. Fakes, drives in, toss out to Poole. Corner, Thompson, 3-ball. Got it at the buzzer. Klay backs up on one leg, hopping back to the bench. 7-point quarter for Klay, 19 for the game. And the Warriors have the first double-digit lead of the affair.
All right, Tim Roy in the call there. Go ahead.
You know, it's going to get lost. Klay hit like 2 or 3 mid-range. Sick. I'm talking sick, big-time buckets.
At the right time.
In the half court with guys draped on him. One of them was like he threw it up in the air, like almost flat-footed.
Yep.
Oh, Klay hit some huge shots in this game.
Klay was phenomenal.
Huge shots.
Klay was phenomenal.
He was better than whatever point total he had.
The shot making was incredible. By the way, pardon me, the caption on our YouTube. I need to play that. On YouTube, our caption is 95-70 game live stream. Barnes bricks it again.
I don't like
that.
With that. Yeah.
How about we just go Warriors win a game 4 thriller?
Yeah.
That's not right.
Yeah, let's change that.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I'm with you on that. I like Harrison too much.
Love being a little too aggressive there. Too aggressive. On the other side, we get the McMahon and Tyler and the rest of your phone calls. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls coming up. X factors in the game. Your thoughts, the key moments in this basketball game. What a thriller, game number 4. I'm still exhausted, folks. Still exhausted. We got a 2-2 series. We got a best of 3 with Sacramento getting a home game Wednesday night at the G1C. Going to be a lot of fun. We'll talk all about it here on The Roast.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California.
Jimmy calls a he calls a timeout. He doesn't realize that's Michigan's too many, and so it'll be a technical foul. North Carolina shooting and the ball.
Curry in the backcourt. Called timeout. He called timeout. It's a technical foul. He didn't know they were out of timeouts. Can this game get any crazier?
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Oh, Steph Curry. Oh.
In the words of Angels in the Outfield, thank you, God.
Yeah, we better think. Well, it was Sunday. It was Sunday yesterday, right?
Thank you, God.
It was Sunday. It was the Lord's Day. Oh, my gosh. I'm exhausted. Segment sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. John Mamala is going to join us at 8 o'clock, E40 at 9:20. Of course, John was the assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors. He'll break down what went down in the last 42 seconds. I mean, I'm honestly, I thought I was going to be so fired up today. I'm just relieved.
I know.
I'm exhausted. And I'm thinking to myself, boy, we got a classic on our heads. Wednesday night at the G1C. We got all week to talk about that
what?
one Tuesday. G1C.
Oh, is that
Go
what
to
they call
One
it?
Center.
Oh, I didn't know I had an
Got to
acronym
abbreviate
like
it.
that.
Yeah,
I didn't
you
know
got to
that.
abbreviate. You like that?
No,
the
I like
G1C
it.
and a 916.
I'm indoctrinated. I didn't know.
Yeah, the G1C. Pate, can we get a little English accent for what? Why do you want an English accent?
We're going to the G1C.
You're walking into the G1C.
No, that was not it.
That G1C. Let's see. Let's get to the calls first. We'll get to the lines. I want to go to Milkman. He's been on hold all show long. Milkman in the city. Milkman, what's happening?
I didn't know those existed.
How are you guys today?
What's up?
What's up, Milkman?
Listen, commission the statue now for Steph Curry. Put a bucket on the side of the arena. Put him out there. You got to put some tiles down for where the 3-point line is, where the logo is. Put the statue right in between those two. You have a bunch of tiles there to say how many 3-point shots he's made from different areas. However, he hits all those shots down the stretch. Reminds me of John Havlicek. I know we're going back a little bit here.
That's fine.
Havlicek would
I love
not shoot
Hondo.
a
Rest
great
in peace.
percentage, but he would hit the shots at the end of the game, the leaners and all that. And also Steph Curry and John Havlicek, limitless energy, always running around. That was Hondo, and I love that. Not a Dubs fan, but meet me in the finals and meet me in Boston.
That call came with dust. It was so old.
Well, respect John Havlicek, though. One of the greatest six fans of all time.
What are you, Mad Dog?
No, I love Hondo.
Havlicek!
Hondo's one of Willie's favorite players.
But come on.
Put some respect on the legends, man. You want to talk about Frankie Albert all the damn time. Put some
and you
respect
laugh
on
at me.
Hondo. No, I don't. I'm just like, okay. Because this is what you do towards me when I bring up old players.
I didn't know where he was going with the tile on the floor and the statue.
Whatever. But Steph Curry, 7 of 14, 19 points in the second half. 3 of 7, but the last 42 seconds.
The milk was sour, milk.
Oh, man. I don't meet them in the finals. Hey, you know what? I do think Boston's going back to the finals. I really do.
I
really do.
Come on, of course. They're an excellent team.
I think Philadelphia with the Embiid injury, Milwaukee without Giannis do not look good. I think they got a Boston problem anyway.
Dylan Brooks not getting suspended?
Oh,
interesting. As a guy who has a track record of wild shenanigans on the floor,
honestly,
and we're not looking at that.
Honestly, he shouldn't be suspended. He got ejected from the game for a questionable ejection.
Yeah, and I guess he didn't do the theatrics that Draymond did. But you can understand where, as an observer, it'd be like, okay.
No, Dylan Brooks doesn't have the track record as a Draymond Green. And I thought he got kicked out. I thought it was a weak ejection, to be honest with you. LeBron flopped around for 5 minutes. He flopped around for 5 minutes.
He did get him right in there.
I mean, he was reaching for the ball, but whatever. LeBron's going to get the call. They were done anyway. Let Dylan. And by the way, the Lakers are probably praying, since we're on this praying hype, they're probably praying that Dylan Brooks plays in Game 4. So I know when the Warriors play Dylan Brooks, they're praying that Dylan Brooks stays on the floor. He destroys the Grizzlies.
Yes!
It destroys them. He was awful.
I caught the fourth quarter of that game. Ja was trying to wheel them back into it.
The game was over.
I know.
The game was over at 6-2.
I had
The game was over at 6-2.
I didn't watch it. I was in the middle of a
early
tournament.
that game. I said, "Yo, this is going to be a blowout, dog."
Bonte said it when it was 6-2, Lakers winning. This is going to be a blowout. I was like, "What?"
You could just see the way they were attacking the Memphis Grizzlies.
He's like the crowd's
defensively,
into it.
offensively. Crypto.com was on. They were on fire there. They were on fire on a Saturday night. I said, "This game's over. This game is over."
Then Ja turned in like the Terminator the last 5 minutes, but the game was still. It's like I never really sweated it that much.
Yeah, did they ever cut it to 10?
Not to 10, and then it was just after that. It was not.
I thought it was a 10 or a 12.
Yeah, they were not coming back.
He did. What did he score? 14 straight?
22 straight points.
Was it that many? Wow.
Right.
I was watching on silent at a brewery in Martinez, California. Shout out whatever that brewery is.
No, that was all bad. I mean, what was worse, that game or the Tank
sorry,
Davis
I don't
fight?
remember it.
Let's go to Tyler, SF. Tyler, what's happening?
Tyler.
Fam, my voice is so gone. It was so lit this weekend. Bro, y'all brand is brolic. Everyone saw me in the hoodie.
Yes,
man, where'd you get that sweatshirt from, man? I love the morning roast. Shout out to all the roasters, everybody in the chat. I just want to really shout out Draymond Green today. Came back off the bench like a real one. Almost dropped a triple-double. I know everyone wants to try and bark on the layup, but he was out there guarding Sabonis. And in the end, when it counted, he was out there guarding De'Aaron Fox. We got to give Draymond Green his credit, and Draymond Green needs to be a lifer. Also, everybody in the chat, where are the Queen fans? The Queen fans have been up as soon as the show started at 5 o'clock. Where are the Queen fans? Steph better, Warriors in 6.
Tyler.
Bonte, you know what it is.
You know what it is.
Warriors!
Hey, Tyler, don't go away. Tyler,
Tyler,
don't
hello.
go. Are you a backwoods guy? Are you a swisher guy? Are you a
Nobody
zigzags
smokes
guy?
swishers no more.
I'm just asking.
Tyler?
He's gone.
He's gone, just like that. He walked it off.
I do know a couple people that still smoke swishers.
Yeah, they gotta step their game up. Listen. Oh, he's smoking papers. Tyler's smoking papers.
Yeah, that's
better
what I
for the
thought.
lungs.
Okay.
Better for the lungs.
Yeah.
He had that Warrior. He
In
had
the
that
words
Morning
of my
Roast
dad,
hoodie.
you could taste it.
He had that. He had that Morning Roast hoodie on, looking fly. It was hot yesterday, chasing it. It was I thought it was a really good crowd for a 12:30 start. It was buzzing. You got the vibe before the game. I mean, it was unbelievable. Just unbelievable theater yesterday. And Draymond Green. By the way, real quick, since he brought up the King fans.
What's that?
I'm not going to disrespect them and call them Queens, but you know what? KC talked about the dental office, coming to the dental office. And I told him what was going to go down. You're getting teeth pulled. You're going to need Novocaine. You're going to have to get your root canal, and you're not winning a game inside a Chase Center. It just is what it is. They're 13-1 now, all time in Chase Center. All right? And the one loss was catastrophic anyway. You should have beat the Celtics in 5, but you didn't. It's all good.
That was one of the worst fourth quarters they've had in the last couple of years.
Until last night.
Hey, they won. They won. They didn't win that one. They won this one.
Last night, man. Draymond Green. Oh, man. Let's hear from Day-Day.
Hey,
Let's hear from Day-Day.
Is he the headliner coming out of that game?
It feels like it.
Because I got the notification on my phone. I was so sore I could barely move in the morning.
Were you shocked when you got the alert
I did.
that
The Shams Charania, hey, he's going to come off the bench. And I'm thinking to myself, all right. The Warriors, they're trying to get JP going here. Like, I was excited.
Well, Draymond was asked after the game whether or not it was hard to come off the bench.
No. When I watch basketball, I'm studying, and I studied the game. I saw what was working, and we won, so I'm a firm believer in if something isn't broke, you don't fix it. Our offense was rolling. We played good defensively, really good defensively. So I didn't want to come back and just shake things up because I'm back. That's not right. Jordan went out there. He played well. We played well. He earned it. Our team earned that. There's a lot of guys who, 11 years in, you start to feel a sense of entitlement. That spot's yours and starting is yours. And I never want to reach that point in my career where I feel entitled to something. Those guys don't fare well in the end. So just wanted to do what I thought was best for this team, and it was good for us.
And then he asked, here's another clip of when Steve Kerr called him to ask him how you feel coming off the bench.
Yeah, he called me Saturday, and we were just talking about it, and he was asking me, yo, what are your thoughts? This is why we wouldn't do it, X, Y, and Z. I'm like, yeah, this is why we should do it, X, Y, and Z. One of his words was but how are you going to feel coming off the bench? You have not come off the bench in 9 years in the playoffs. How are you going to feel? Who fucking cares? Who cares how I feel? If I must answer the question for you, I'm fine. I'll be ready to go when it's time for me to go in, but it doesn't matter how I feel. I think the right thing to do would be to start the game the exact way we started game 3. Don't matter how I feel. I can appreciate that, the courtesy, the respect, but who cares? It's about winning basketball games at this time of year. Whether you come off the bench, whether you start, whether you play 2 minutes or 40, winning the game is the most important thing. So those were some of the conversations we had, but I was definitely all for it.
I'm really happy that he's accepting this particular role. And obviously, you're telling me that his minute allocation, in terms of the overall minutes, not the way that they're spread out, but the overall minutes is going to be about what it is normal game, right?
Yeah. He played 31 minutes yesterday.
And is that about what he's been averaging?
Maybe about 33, 34, maybe a little bit more.
I thought he was more fresh down the stretch, though.
He was.
You saw the defense, whether it was out on the perimeter, whether it was at the rim. You saw a better, and he had a couple of really nice pocket passes as well in the key to Kevon Looney, especially in that third quarter. You got a better version of JP. I felt like you got a better down the stretch defensive version of Draymond Green. Right. I like it. I think you stick with it for the time being. And maybe a game, 2 games from now, it doesn't, hold serve. But for right now, stick with it.
It's not so much about Draymond coming off the bench for me. It's more so about just having one big out there.
Yeah, I
because
agree.
Sacramento's playing with one big.
But Looney's also playing really well right now.
He's playing well. Exactly. He is playing well. But it's just the one big. And I don't care if it's Draymond or Looney starting. I really don't give a damn, to be honest with you. Full disclosure, I don't care who starts. More so just about having one big. Because, yes, you can play the 2 bigs together, and they did that to start the third quarter. I thought they got off to a good start in the third quarter.
I feel like you got to pick and choose that.
You can't play it for long stretches. You can't do it for 10 to 15 minutes. I thought the one big lineup, when you consider what Sacramento's doing with Sabonis and Barnes and Keegan and Monk, and sometimes they got the 3-guard lineup with Davion Mitchell, Malik Monk, and De'Aaron Fox, which has been deadly for the Sacramento Kings. So Davion Mitchell, look, I apologize. He's playing his ass off.
He's hitting threes. He had a sick layup.
I mean,
I think a lot of people were losing their minds because he got the and one on Curry, and then Curry came down, and to me it was identical contact, and Curry doesn't get the and one.
No doubt. No, he doesn't. But, I'm going to pull my Mike Snow here. Raider debater.
What's that?
Davion was a minus 15, so I think Curry's starting to figure him out defensively. He's starting to run him racket, Davion Mitchell.
I still think he's doing a pretty noble job on Curry.
He's doing a good job.
I mean, I don't know what the minus, plus, minus to me when I watch him. I feel like he's a dog out there. He's a stud.
He's a dog.
I like him.
Curry still shot 50% yesterday, made 5 threes.
But he's Curry.
He 32-5.
I mean, the all-time greats.
32-5-4. I mean,
I know.
He's figured him out. So the whole Curry stopper, he's got Curry locked up. The memes about Davion Mitchell being the daddy of Steph Curry, you could rip those memes up. Can we stop doing
that?
We could rip those memes up.
But can we stop doing that in general? The daddy things like that.
We're not going to do that.
I don't know.
We're not going to do that.
I get uncomfortable with all that stuff.
We're not going to do that. Some of the other categories that I love, we'll continue with Draymond Green as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Point to the paint was even yesterday, 50-50. Second chance points, the Kings won that by 7. Fast break points, Warriors were +2. And then you look at the offensive rebounding. Kings were +4 yesterday, but the threes were even. Field goal attempts, Kings were +12. They got 12 more shots up than the Golden State Warriors. Points off turnovers, the Warriors were -3. But the great equalizer, the free throw line. The Warriors were able to defend without fouling yesterday. And the turnovers are down, 12 turnovers. You take that all day long. You're talking about a team that averages over 16 turnovers a game and is the worst in the NBA.
Keep it real. After the Clay handoff turnover in the first quarter, like minutes into the game, everyone was like, what are we doing?
It was a little hairy.
Little
hairy to start 4 turnovers in the first quarter.
Woo! I'm sorry. It was frustrating. It was very frustrating. And I'm identifying the Clay one because it was just so bad.
Right. But +7 from the free throw line.
Yes.
And that made a huge difference.
I thought JP attacking the hoop kind of set the tone.
No, he did. Curry attacked the hoop.
Yes, Curry did.
Even Clay hit some layups yesterday. So
Draymond hit free throws too yesterday.
Draymond was 6 of 6.
I know.
6 of 6. You needed all 6. And
Wiggins' think about free throws are always.
Yeah.
What was he? 1 of 2?
No, he's 3 of 4.
3 of 4. Okay.
The Warriors overall was 22 and 24.
Oh, not bad.
22 and 24. Not bad. That's great.
Not bad.
That's great. 91.7% from the free throw line yesterday. So a +7 from the charity stripe. And look, they outscored the Kings 37-23 in the third quarter, which is the turning point for me because you go into the fourth quarter with a 10-point lead, and you needed all 10 of those points because the Kings outscored the Warriors 33-24 in the fourth quarter. So that 1 point there, that 3 by Klay Thompson at the end of the third was huge because Sacramento, man, look, they deserve a lot of credit yesterday. The lights were not too bright for them in game number 4 on ABC.
No.
They came ready to roll.
Well, they could have easily gotten knocked out in this game multiple times, and the fact that they were resilient, they kept fighting back and fighting back and fighting back. Look, this team's a problem. There's no other way to put it. Like, the Kings aren't going down away, and to think that they're just going to roll over them in game 5 and the margin of error for both teams is so razor thin. They're much closer than anyone wants to admit that on either side. I can see either team winning this in 2 or winning this in 3.
Right.
I could go either way in all these games.
One thing to monitor once we get to game 5. This will be the last stretch where both teams get 2 days off. After game 5, there's a day off between games. Game 5 to game 6, you get the one Thursday off, and then boom, you got to play Friday night. If it goes 7, you get Saturday off, and then you get a game 7 on Sunday. Now, thankfully, the travel schedule is going to be cool, right? It's just a bus ride for both teams. You probably got the CHP escorts coming down I-80. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine in that sense, but you got to get on the bus. So, anyway, 888-957-9570. What's your big takeaways? Draymond Green comes off the bench. He plays a great game. But what about the timeout? What about the timeout late in the game? Here's what Curry had to say about that final timeout that the Warriors didn't have.
I knew we challenged, but I didn't realize when we lost the challenge that we didn't have any timeouts left. I know Coach mentioned he took the blame for it. I ain't gonna lie, I thought it was the smartest play in the world. When I got the ball, turned around, saw a trap. There was no real outlets. Instead of turning it over, it's kind of the heady play, but it turned out not to be. I looked over at the bench and everybody was shaking their head. So it was an unfortunate situation in that respect, but good learning lesson. Thankfully, we came away with the win, but good learning lesson on how important all those details are. We know it, but knowing timeouts, knowing the situation, it was just an unfortunate sequence right there.
Unfortunate sequence.
Do you remember when, and it was different, it was a different scenario altogether, but do you remember when the Ty Lue situation happened? Or I think it was Ty Lue was coaching, and my guy, the shooting guard for the Cavaliers, caught the rebound, and LeBron didn't know.
J.R. Smith.
J.R. Smith, thank you. And even LeBron didn't call timeout, and then he got mad at him, and I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. And I remember doing that postgame show and saying, because they called a timeout in between the 2 free throws. And in those situations, you have staff members that are there. All their job is to, as you're walking walking back onto the court, is to say, guys, here's the situation. We get a rebound, we're immediately calling timeout. We're going to do X, Y, and Z. On ball stoppage plays, there's somebody on the court has to tell everyone, hey guys, we don't have a timeout. If you're getting trapped, keep pivoting, we'll come to the ball or whatever it is. And a team with as much experience as the Warriors have, you would believe that they would have hit those check marks.
Right.
And they didn't.
They didn't. It happens to the best of them.
It does.
The championship teams. And almost, look, could the Warriors come back from a 3-1 deficit against Sacramento? Sure, they can. It'll be extremely difficult, but they can. I wouldn't put anything past this bunch. I swear to God I wouldn't. But
But
it would
that
have
would
been
have been
extremely difficult. And after that
psychologically
game,
crazy.
to lose that game. Now, they did lose 2 home games against the Toronto Raptors, went back up there north of the border in Game 5 and sent it back to 6 here at Oracle Arena. They did that. I didn't think they could win Game 5, especially after Kawhi Leonard went crazy there to give the Raptors a 6-point lead. And then it was Steph, Clay, Steph, boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, you're coming back for a Game 6. That play yesterday with Curry pulled it, and I was just like, oh, he's going to get trapped. First of all, he fell into the trap. All right, you got the time. Oh, wait, no, you don't got the timeout. Well, it all started with the Looney movie screen. And even then, in that fourth quarter.
I wouldn't have challenged that.
It wouldn't have challenged it at all, but it felt like the entire fourth quarter when the Warriors started with the 102-92 lead. Kings scored 4 straight right away. Yeah. Boom, boom, 102-96. And I'm like, damn, they missed their opportunity to put these jokers away. It felt like the Warriors were holding on for dear life in that fourth quarter. Because
100%
Sacramento blew 3 fast breaks in that fourth. Blew 3 of them. Now, Draymond Green made a great play on Domantas Sabonis, stripping him in the lane. But Domantas Sabonis, dumbass, putting his shoulder into Kevon Looney for the charge. I mean, he just made some boneheaded plays. Malik Monk smokes a layup there late. They had 3 transitional plays there in the fourth quarter that would have given them a lead. And so the Warriors were able to bounce back, hit some big shots. Curry's big 3 to make it 121-117.
Humongous.
Huge. The Warriors have felt like we're hanging on for dear life in that fourth. And to see that happen now, Steve Kerr said he's going to take the blame for Steph Curry's miscue.
We took the challenge, and when the challenge was unsuccessful as we were exiting the huddle, that's on me. I've got to remind the guys we're out of timeout. So I didn't say that, and so Steph wasn't aware. So that's on me for not making that clear. And then on that play, we had all 4 of the other guys running to the other end, and they hit Steph in the backcourt. We didn't have a trail man, so we got to handle the pressure better. Late game, take care of the ball. But the timeout is 100% on me.
And they were able to escape yesterday because Fox came in. You get the technical free throw. Malik Monk's a great free throw shooter. He nails it. Fox hits a step back 3 over Draymond Green. And all of a sudden, you got a 1-point game. Curry misses a floater in the lane. Sacramento has the ball with 10 seconds left. So here's Curry on the final defensive stop of the game.
I think it's just about being one step ahead. Based on where I was, they were going to try to bring me into the pick and roll. All you want to do is just try to keep a body in front of Fox. You know that down 1, they're in the bonus. You can't foul, and they're probably going to get a shot off. It's just you want to make it as tough as possible. So he came off, was able to kind of make him change directions. He bobbed the ball a little bit, and then I felt Draymond on my right side, and he was right there in the right position. And then right there is just a read of knowing he picked the ball up. Draymond's got him squared up. I'm not doing anything at that point, so go chase HB off the line. He got a clean look, but it was a late contest that I tried to get up there and bother it as much as possible, make or mislead, and you just want to just think as much as possible through that 10 seconds before the shot gets up because we just needed one stop.
Just needed one stop, and they got that stop. Barely.
I like the way that they were finally hedging on a lot of the screens and at least staying in front to allow that other defender who would get blocked off to come back into the play. Let's continue talking about it. I thought they threw the kitchen sink at De'Aaron, and the guy still gets points. I'm so impressed with him.
Special
he's
player.
unbelievable.
38 points, 9 rebounds,
Can't
5
have more
assists.
respect for him.
Look, we're exhausted, man. What a game. It was a 12:30 start. Felt like the game ended at 10:30. I mean, how long did it take you to recover from that basketball game? Were you there? Were you not there? 888-957-9570. I want to hear from Dub Nation. Also want to see Kings fans on the chat. The Chatty House, they did the chat this morning. Kings fans are down and out. They know. It's Dubs and 6.
I'd like to talk about Sabonis, too.
Sabonis. Oh, Sabonis. Do we have to talk about Sabonis?
Yeah, about how Kevon Looney's got him locked up in Alcatraz.
Well, where's Matt George at? Let's get Matt George on the line. He said Looney was food. All right. That's what's coming up on the game presented by the Golden State Warriors. Dub Nation, they are gold-blooded. 2023 playoffs presented by Kaiser Permanente are happening now. Single game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW Hoop representatives standing by.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable.
Hands off to Thompson. Thompson flips it over to Draymond. He's going to attack. Goes in. Finds Looney. Looney for the dunk.
Spending so much time on the perimeter guys. Looney and Draymond are doing a little work right now.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
Loon dog. Oh, man. Loon the goon. Kevon Windex Looney because all he does is clear up the glass? Or is it because he's locking up Domantas Sabonis? Shout out Akon. 14 rebounds, 6 assists, 8 points. And Sabonis is just quiet. He's got Sabonis in his back pocket. He's got him in Alcatraz. That's what it is. So I want to know, King fans, is Looney still food for Sabonis? Is he going to get backhanded?
The matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as the 6th seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
Well, there was a sequence. There's about 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Harrison Barnes is driving to the lane. Draymond plays him straight up. Harrison misses the shot after just a great contest by Draymond, getting vertical, not fouling. Sabonis goes to go right back up with the offensive rebound and put back, and Draymond blocks him. Boom, right at the rim. They come on down. I believe it's kind of like a pick and roll with him, Draymond Green and Steph Curry, and then Draymond gets into the lane, does a little shovel pass to Wiggins. Boom, he hits it. They go back up 5. And that's kind of a lost sequence.
It is.
It's a lost sequence right there, but, I thought Sabonis is too big. I thought he's going to eat.
Yep.
I thought he was going to have his way with him. And I'm looking at his stats throughout this series. Bonte, game 1, he scores 12 points. Okay, obviously gets limited.
He was unplayable at times in game 1.
Agreed.
He was playing for the Warriors in game 1.
And like people are going to say, oh, he had 16 rebounds. He only had 2 assists.
Right.
This whole thing of him as a playmaker, like, Bogut was a better passer than Sabonis. Sabonis does a lot of the handoff, a lot of the, what I call, it's like RPOs in football. A lot of DHOs, dribble drive handoffs, where he gets the ball, here comes a guy off of him, and he's handling it, and he's going to try to set a ball screen. They've taken all of that away, and they've sagged off of him so hard. So when you don't have that guy coming all the way up on him, those DHOs go away completely. Doubt. And he hit 1 mid-range, and they were ready to throw a parade for him yesterday. So in game 1, he scores 12.
He was wide open. Hold on, the mid-range. Yeah. They're giving him the mid-range. It should be a layup. It should be a layup for Sabonis.
They're treating him like Andre Drummond. That's what they're doing.
Yep.
And people don't want to. That's disrespectful. Is it?
And he's so robotic in his moves, especially when it comes to driving to the paint. He's so robotic.
Head down, he has to, elbow out.
He has the stiffest Euro step I've ever seen.
He doesn't have he has no little like baby hook. He doesn't have a drop step.
No touch.
Nope. I thought he could finish with both hands.
Clay has done a good job on him defending him in the paint.
I agree with you. And so you look at game 1, 12 points. Game 2, he was great, 24 points. Game 3, 15. Yeah, he had 16 rebounds. I would argue, okay, great. Hollow.
Empty calories.
And then, exactly. And then game 4, yesterday, 14 points, 7 rebounds. He had 8 assists. Didn't feel like it.
Empty calories.
De'Aaron Fox is clearly the number 1.
Right.
The question is, are you going to be able to contain Malik Monk, Keegan Murray? Those are the guys I fear much more than Sabonis, at least through these 4 games.
And Kevin Huerter's 3 for 21 from the 3-point line.
You got to think he wakes
Red
up,
Velvet.
right?
Yeah, well, Keegan,
1 game, at least.
Keegan was 1 of 8 in the first 2 games, didn't hit a 3. And then Kevin Huerter's 3 of 20 coming into last night. He did not make a three. Kevin Huerter was awful yesterday. 1 of 4 from the floor, 2 points. Could not stick around Clay or Steph or Jordan Poole. Just his worst game of the season.
He's had a lot of foul trouble, too.
Yeah, foul trouble is killing Kevin Huerter. So they go to Malik Monk. It's all good. Malik Monk, look, he needed 14 shots to score 16 points. He does get to the rack. You got to keep him off the free throw line. I like Malik Monk a lot. He's off and on. Davion Mitchell's played some good minutes for them. But
how about Alex Len?
Steph is starting to wear him down. But you know what?
Alex Len's giving him good minutes.
It's giving him good minutes, but at the same time, I'll take Alex Len on the floor. He's a big Steph. You know what I'm saying? His touch around the rim, he'll go out there and hack it. He did give him some good minutes, though. He did.
like Alex
early
Len.
On, he gave some good minutes. Now, do I want Alex Len on my basketball team?
He's a 7th or 8th man. I mean, we're not talking about someone who's an impact.
Maybe a 9th or 10th man.
You're probably more.
Right,
You know what? You're probably right. I'm just saying I like him. I don't think he's that bad.
He's all right. He's all right. He's a good backup big. Let's go to Horace in Texas. But no, Sabonis. The Sabonis argument is he's got to hit the mid-range jumper. They're giving him the mid-range jumper. You got to hit the mid-range jumper. Instead, he holds the ball. He's looking around. He clanks it, and then Mike Brown yesterday basically went up to the podium and said, "Hey, we got to stop driving in 3 guys and looking around looking for fouls."
Well, that's him. That's
his
game.
This is where Mike Brown is a genius. He knows that Sabonis is doing that. But he made it a team thing, saying, hey, we have to stop complaining at the referees. We got to stop whining to them and looking for every call because that's what Sabonis is doing. He's looking around, hey, you're 7 feet. You're the biggest man on the floor.
And he left hand,
the elbow.
Head down, right elbow out.
Elbow
right into your
long.
chest every time.
But Looney said it before the
series. Trying to bully ball.
Looney
I
said
thought
it
he
before
traveled on another play on one end that they didn't call.
They miss a lot of calls. The referees, Gucci Man, and Josh Tiven, they all miss calls. It is what it is. Forget the rest. The players are going to determine this series moving forward. Who's going to make shots? Who's going to get key stops? And yesterday, the Warriors made some key stops there. But Sabonis, the whining, and Mike Brown said it yesterday after the game. We got to stop whining, dude. We got to stop looking for calls. We got to take this series. We got to do what we need to do instead of looking for some help from the Zebras. So 888-957-9570. Sabonis, the Warriors have done a good job on him. I think throughout the series, it's Fox who's been the problem. Fox is just, oh my gosh, he is so good. He's so good.
He gets this little knifing, little dribble drive penetration, then stops, elevates.
Stops on a dime.
And by the time you've even left your feet, the ball's already out of his hand. And his touch is so feathery.
Yeah.
And then obviously
he's got the float game. He gets to the rack.
He's a 3-level
He's got
scorer.
the mid-range jumper. Now he's hitting the 3. He's hitting the step
He's
back.
incredible.
And he's talking back and forth to Draymond Green.
What'd you think of that?
Oh, I loved it. Well, Draymond, I knew exactly what Draymond was doing. Draymond wanted to make an impact right away. So he already is talking to Sabonis. And Fox is like, nah, dude, you ain't doing it. And Draymond's no, I'm here.
And they both got the text. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't want Draymond to get kicked out.
But you take the trade-off.
Of course. And I think Draymond himself said it in the podcast. Like, I don't want to get kicked out, but if we were both going to go, so be it. It's a bigger loss for them than me.
Now, keep in mind, Draymond Green is 2 points away from being suspended. for flagrant.
Knowing Draymond,
we're not even out the first round yet, folks.
Somehow he'll say he did that on purpose, and it's to motivate his teammates.
We're not even out the first round of the playoffs, and he's 2 points away.
So one flagrant 2, and
he's suspended for a game. Horace in Texas. Horace, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yes, sir. What's going on, guys?
What's up, Horace?
Y'all feeling good?
A lot better.
Oh, I mean, listen. I said they were going to win game 3, Dubs in 6, but I'd be lying if I say I wasn't exhausted right now.
Let me tell you something, brothers. You know, sometimes, especially in the playoffs, you're gonna have to win an ugly game, and it got ugly in the fourth quarter. But you know what? I've been saying it for 8 years, and I'm going to keep on saying it. We took care of it.
All right, slowing us down there, Horace. Slowing us down. Let's go to Drew Scottsdale. Drew, what's happening? You're on the roast. Drew.
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's
How
up,
we doing?
Drew? We're good, man. What's going on?
Yo, I'm out here in Scottsdale, Arizona. The sun stands out here a week. I'm a Bay boy living in the desert. I got to say, Draymond proved his worth last night. I mean, coming in the third quarter, holding De'Aaron Fox.
All right. You know, I hope Lucas Alexander and Matt Nahigan are listening to this. Our PD and APD. All right. They always come. They don't come at me. They come at other people on the show.
What's that?
About guests. You guys don't need a guest after a show. You can just take the calls. You don't need a guest after the show. I'm saying, dude, we're doing 4 hours. I want 2 guests a show. Full disclosure. Taking everybody behind the curtain. I want 4 hours is a lot. 4 hours is a lot to talk. Ron Adams, I caught up with him yesterday. He goes, you know, outside of participating in athletics, talking for a living is physically taxing.
Absolutely.
And so
mentally draining.
Yeah, mentally draining.
But
so
no one's crying a river for us.
But nobody's crying a river. Now, I don't want them to. However, this is a message to Matt Nahigan and Lucas Alexander. You guys don't need guests. We just want to hear you. And, you know, you take the calls are going to be let up. You hear those last 2 calls drown out? You hear them drown out? This is why we need 2 guests a show. So let us do what we do, which is dominate the mornings, and you guys worry about the other stuff. Seriously, I swear to God. May Money, Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast. And I love you, Matt Nahigan, you know that. But Lucas, pipe down a little bit. Pipe down. Seriously. What's up, May Money?
What's up, y'all?
What's going on?
What's up?
Oh, well, top of the morning. Unfortunate for those other calls, but, you know, hopefully I can stay on for a few seconds.
Absolutely. I saw the sign yesterday, May Money. You're looking good.
Indeed. All right. So I got 2 things. I met 2 Karen fans yesterday. One was acutely aware that they don't exist, and the other one was an assholeian. Secondly, we're loading Klay Thompson up. I could feel it. We're gonna get one of those games from him because yesterday, like, he really starting to show where he comes in handy, and so I really feel like Klay's about to really do some stuff. So I'm excited for that. And I need my Bayer aspirin for this morning because I almost had a heart attack. And Nate said, "What's up?" So that's it. That's all.
What's up, Money? Nate? We love it. Nate. We love it, May Money and Nate. Nate, I saw them yesterday with the sign. May Money's always in the building. I did need Bayer aspirin. I did. I was trying to be calm as hell for the post-game show. I was trying, man. I got to the car. I sat down, and I went to go pick up baby Ches, and I got on that couch, and I said, damn, I'm tired. That was a lot.
I bet the baby wasn't.
Oh, she was ready to roll.
Yeah, she was ready to go.
Fun basketball game. She was watching. She was locked in. She was. We don't need
I do believe Klay having a good. I thought he had a really good game. Better than the numbers indicate. He needed that offensively, and I hope that he can build on that because if they want to win 2 out of these next 3, they are going to need another signature Klay Thompson performance.
Well, I love Klay at the end of Game 3. The end of Game 3, Klay found his rhythm there, and that was. You know, we were discussing Steph and the new lineup and the one big lineup and what to do with Draymond Green. Klay quietly in that 4th quarter of game number 3 got himself going, and I think he bottled that up. He took that into game 4, and I thought he had a very solid game. Now, he lost Keegan Murray a couple times. Keegan Murray's going to be a damn good player, and his brother plays just like him, his twin brother. I asked Will, I said, where they got Keegan Murray's brother projected at? First round, 20s. Well, the Warriors hold the 19th overall pick. Can the Warriors, draft his brother? 19 overall? I'll take that all day long. All day long. All right, let's get some energy here, man. Let's go. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, where the hell are you at? The Warriors just won that game for the even the series. And, I mean, just the classic, absolute bonanza of a basketball game. They're down 9 in the second quarter. They come back and go on a 9-0 run. They're down 9 in the third quarter. They come back and go on a run and take control of the basketball game. They hold on for dear life in the 4th quarter. You guys saw how the last 42 seconds went. You saw how crazy that was. Where the hell are you at, Dub Nation? You tied the Sacramento Kings up. You're down 0-2 with your backs against the wall. Backs against the wall. And I told you guys, the pressure was on Sac to win game number 3 because you gave this team life. Now the Warriors have a lot of life, and they get 2 days off before going back up to the G1C to steal Game 5. Because that's what's happening, Kings fans. Know your role in this series. You're here to get the Warriors ready for the L.A. Lakers. Verducci, what's happening?
Dude.
You're on the roach. You're on the road, excuse me.
Yeah, what's going on, fellas? Where the hell is Dub Nation? Come on, baby. We just came back from a 2-0. We're tied 2-2. I just played 6 a.m. basketball in El Dorado Hills. I came, to listen to the 95.7 The Game, and this is what I get to just calls that basically deflate my energy. But you know what? I thought I'd call in and just talk about the resilient part of the champion. And that's what I said. I went to church. My drip game was on point yesterday at church, sporting my Warriors gear. And I told everybody, you know what? You could talk about the beam. You can talk about up 2-1, but it's the differences you haven't been here. And when the game is on the line, your young guys aren't going to know what to do, and that's what happened with 40 seconds left. Who the hell wants Harrison Barnes taking that shot? That should have been, Fox taking that shot. So for me, I said it. They're going to go ahead, win the series in 6 games. They're going to go ahead, take the beam out, baby, a golden one, and they're going to come back and win it at Chase Center. And fellas, I'll see you in the second round. Let's go, Dub Nation. Wake the hell up.
What did you think of that last shot for them in terms of the way it was designed? Because I did see some criticism of
De'Aaron
Mike
Fox.
Brown, and I thought Mike Brown, De'Aaron, whoever you want to criticize, I thought it was unfair. That's a great look.
It's a great play. It's a great play design.
I mean, maybe
and I
you
think,
want another guy. If De'Aaron's not going to take it, maybe you want Malik Monk to take it or whatever. But that's about as good of a look as you can get.
I think Mike Brown. I don't know if the Memphis Grizzlies were the first to do that, but I thought instantly in my mind, I said, "Oh, that's the Memphis Grizzlies play from Game 1 last year against the Golden State Warriors when John Morant opened up in the backcourt." And he got that running start against Gary Payton II, was able to get a screen and go straight to the rack. Now, I think Sacramento was looking for Fox to do the same thing. But remember, with about 4 to 5 seconds left, he mishandled the ball. And it kind of threw the whole play out of whack.
Came up on his right hip, I guess. His right hip.
Yep, right hip, and he took that away. Took that away from him. And then he sees Harrison Barnes to the left. Steph was able to recover in time on Harrison Barnes to give him a little bit of a contest, have a flying hand out there. Now, is it going to affect Harrison Barnes? He's 6'8". Probably not. He had a good look at it. But I thought Fox mishandling the basketball. What if he does go right? What if he does see Malik Monk to his right? But the play design, having him start in the backcourt with his speed and getting a running start, I said, oh, boy, Mike Brown took that from Memphis from last year and Taylor Jenkins.
I was thinking that maybe they, Kings fans were wanting some sort of a 5-out offense, and then you get more of an ISO play so you can go downhill because you're up 1. You only need a 2.
Yep.
So at that point, you can open up the entire floor.
Yep.
You didn't need to, quote-unquote, settle for a three-pointer. That being said, again, I thought it's about as good of a look as you're going to get. I mean, you got tiny Steph Curry with Harrison Barnes, who's hit some shots in this series. Yeah, maybe you want Malik Monk, but, I mean, I don't know. I thought that's about as good of a look as you're going to get.
Here's Mike Brown on that look before we get back into the lines.
I think HB just went to set the pick and roll. We just wanted to flatten the defense out and say, hey, we're going to live with Fox shooting the ball. HB decided to go set a pick and roll with Fox to get the switch. We got the switch, and we got a wide open 3, and that was just as much on us as it was anything else because we got a great look from one of our veterans, and we just ended up missing the shot.
I figured that when Fox got the running start, he wanted to 5 out.
That's
let Fox cook. But he mishandled that ball, and Barnes just said, you know what, I'm going to give him some help and screen.
It didn't sound like that's what they like.
No, Mike Brown basically told you he wanted Fox to go one-on-one and take the last shot.
Yeah,
that was Fox's game.
When I think of flattened out, it's either you're down on the baselines to give him all that room to work out,
You
got out on the perimeter.
You got 2 guys in the corner, each corner. You got 2 guys on the wing, and you just let them operate one-on-one in the space. It makes sense because Fox was the most clutch player in the NBA.
Well, and
how many game winners has he hit this season?
And just think about this series. Forget this season. This series. He's gotten anywhere he wants on the floor, and he's been able to get his shot off. And it feels like every one of them is going in. Like every Fox miss feels like thank God, doesn't it?
And Barnes sets a screen.
Wow.
Barnes sets a screen.
Interesting.
And
he's probably got, what do you think, the most playoff experience on that team?
You would, yes, he's got the championship.
I'm just thinking off the top of my head if there's anyone else.
I mean, Matthew Dellavedova, but he doesn't play.
It's got a huge cast on. Or I don't know what that thing is.
He doesn't play. Wow. Wow.
I know.
Wow.
Hearing Mike Brown say, because I had not heard that.
Oh, yeah,
sound.
no, I heard it yesterday.
Yeah,
and I was
had
like,
not heard that.
It made sense because when he got the running start, I said, they're going to let Fox go one-on-one.
Yeah.
I thought out of timeout, you let Fox go one-on-one.
Yeah, we all
then
did.
Barnes set the screen. I said, they got Barnes screening. Okay, he's going to pick and pop, but you're not going to pick and pop with Harrison Barnes. You'd rather pick and pop with Keegan. You'd rather pick and pop with Malik Monk. You'd rather pick and pop with Red Velvet. I mean, not yesterday, but in general. Barnes is like the fifth option on the pick and pop to me. Fourth or fifth. Wow. Here's Harrison Barnes on the last shot.
Wide open. Process was good. Fox obviously trusted me to take that shot and back run it. So on to the next, but I feel confident where we are and where we're going. After you learn to put yourself together after 2016, I think, one shot is not going to necessarily phase you. So, for me, it's all about trusting the process. I mean, like I said, we got a good look. We missed it. But at the end of the day, I think the way that we're playing, the way that we're in the series right now, we just have to continue to just do that and get better.
That may be the first time I've heard Harrison Barnes acknowledge.
I was just going to say.
2016. I don't think I've ever heard him say, I had to pick up the pieces after game number 4. I don't recall that.
Yeah, I don't. Wow. I'm not acutely aware of all of his press conferences or all the times that he's had mics in his mouth or in his face, excuse me. And that's surprising that he would go directly to that.
Well, that's the thing with Warrior fans.
Well, I thought that's unfair.
Warrior fans will find receipts all day long.
Yeah, but
if Harrison Barnes would have said that before, now I'm looking here. All right, so Keegan's on the floor. They had Sabonis on the floor as well. Malik Monk grabs the ball, spikes it high. I guess you couldn't play Herter because Herter was awful. Well, you had to have Barnes out there.
You only need a 2-point. Technically, you only
bucket.
needed one bucket, right? So, to me, I understand why you would have Sabonis out there. Maybe I would like to get a better shot quicker because then I have the opportunity for a putback.
And then with the whistles, the way the whistles were going, maybe you get a foul if you drive to the lane. Settling for 3.
A great point. It's a great point.
Man, Vincent.
And considering how good, at least throughout the series, you've been on the offensive glass.
Right, you have. Man.
I know.
Warriors stole one in the last minute. Well, should have been that close,
that's
but
the problem. Their own execution.
Right. Oh, man, they hang off for dear life and survive. Vincent, Walnut Creek. Vincent, what's happening? You're on the roast.
How's it going, Bonte? Bonte, you're just the best. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for all you do.
What about me?
Shasky's good, too.
What about me?
You're great, too. Everybody's great.
Thank you.
Warriors are winning. Everybody's great.
Am I the mashed potatoes and he's the steak? Like, what's
no,
going
I'm not
on
the
here?
steak, man. I'm probably more mashed potatoes.
I'm teasing.
I just wanted to say that game got me, as Cam Newton would say, so butt tight. I was very concerned about us losing. But I think that test, the way that the Kings have absolutely tested us in every way, has made me feel more confident about the Warriors against the field in the West. I just don't think the Lakers are looking like an elite juggernaut. The Nuggets threw away a game last night. I just feel that the way that we've been tested by the Kings has made me more confident that the Warriors can go on a run here.
Oh, interesting. That's an interesting perspective. I will think about a quote-unquote run if they can, finish this series off. Like right now, they're in a death blow, blow by blow with the Kings.
Yeah, the Kings are throwing haymakers.
Yeah.
On it. I mean, it is blow
This is
for
a prize
blow.
fight.
Blow for blow. Let's go to a Kings fan, John in Richmond.
Hi, John.
John, what's happening? You're on a roast. John, going once? Going twice? He gone. JR, San Jose. JR, what's happening?
Hey.
What's up, baby?
Hey, Zasky, how you guys doing this morning?
Good, I'm doing great.
I'm good. How you guys doing this morning?
Great.
Yes, I just want to throw some love out there to Day Day, man. Everyone was going back on Day Day last week, hating on him, telling him he needs to be out the game, everything. That boy came in and did his thing. He got the energy back. And Steph, I just want to give Steph his flowers because that last timeout mess up, he came back and put shackles on De'Aaron Fox for that last 10 seconds and made Harrison Barnes shoot instead of De'Aaron Fox. I got to give them both their flowers. I think Dubs and Six, and I'm trying to bring that energy, man. You got to, all these fans, every time something goes wrong, they're, oh, they're done, they're cooked. Nah, man, you got to believe. You got to believe in the team, man. You know what I'm saying?
Got to believe.
Dubs and Six, and I'm ready, baby. Let's go.
If you're not going to believe in Steph Curry, then who are you going to believe in? That's what it comes down to me as a fan. If you're not going to believe in Steph, who's helped you win 4 championships, if you're not going to believe in Day-Day, who comes through time and time again, not going to believe in Clay, and now you got Andrew Wiggins, then what the hell are you going to believe in with the with your team? Like, seriously.
Fonte Shakur, who do you believe in? I put my faith in Steph. That's who I believe in.
Yeah, you got to believe. You got to believe.
I feel you, though. But look, there's belief, and then there's also, like, the fear of God, which is what was put into my head when De'Aaron Fox hits that three-pointer, and they're only up 1 point, and then they come back down, and then they get that shot off. And, like, I think there is a conversation. It's a great look from Steph Curry, but there is a conversation to be had, like, maybe you drain a little more time off the clock there.
Well, maybe.
What was it, 2-3 second difference?
Yeah. And that was actually surprised Sacramento didn't take the foul. Turned out to be the right decision.
It did end up
I
being
thought
the right
they would
decision.
foul earlier, and then it said wait for the Warriors to miss and maybe have 4 seconds left, and then boom, you're in a scramble situation if they don't make it. That would have been interesting, but they elect not to foul. Curry front rims it. Sacramento hustles for the rebound, gain rebound, calls the timeout, and I'm thinking, oh my God, what a...
Every possession was going to be scrutinized. Like that Jordan Poole pass to Klay Thompson, we would have been talking about that forever.
You know, can I admit something full admission?
What's that?
126-121.
Oh, boy.
We're up 5.
Up 5.
And this is the point in the game where we're all thinking, one more bucket and it's over.
Or one more stop.
Yeah, or one more stop, yes.
I had a tweet drafted up the tweet.
Okay.
2-2 series.
Oh, you had another one of those Twitter conversations with yourself? You huddled up with yourself?
Twitter resolve, blah, blah, blah. Almost hit send.
Why do you draft? You draft tweets?
No, I don't draft tweets. I was typing it up.
Oh, you were typing it up. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going through the mind of Vontae.
I'm typing it up. Yes, it is draft week in the NFL. Draft week in the NFL. Niners hold no first or second round picks. Will they trade Trey Lance? Maybe we'll get to the draft at some point, but it is draft week. John Lynch will speak later on today.
There's a nose guard I like in the 4th round.
Hey, John Lynch, baby, let's go. I'm typing up this tweet, and I would have hit send. But somebody said, hey, we need you to grab your mic. Sacky's trying to talk to you. And I forgot about it. And then when I get back to my phone, I see the tweet up, and the Kings had made the three.
So it did not age well.
Let me delete this now. Thank God I just sent that out to the universe.
You didn't pay for Twitter Blue so you could edit it?
Yeah, by the way.
Like LeBron?
It is a little confusing with that check marks. I don't know who's real or not.
Oh.
So, like, when an athlete tweets, I'm like, is that a fake LeBron?
Oh, like
the
Scott Foster account?
Yeah.
Have you seen that one?
Yeah, I have seen that one.
Can't wait for the game tonight.
Yeah,
and it's a fake Scott Foster parody account. It's so good.
The whole checkmark thing. Now, people are buying check marks. Who cares? I never made a big deal about the check mark. Never made me rich. Never put no money in my pocket.
You felt the validation.
No, I didn't. I feel validated now. I know I'm credible with or without the check mark.
Now with your 40,000 followers?
No, with 1,000 followers. I knew I was credible. Some people are insecure about things. I could care less about the check mark.
Never got it. The part of me that wishes I had it. I admit it.
Really?
Yeah, just a little part.
No, for what?
But the other part, it feels like, I could continue being Robin Hood, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor.
The check mark does nothing. Nothing. Mr. D, San Francisco.
The only checks Bonte cares about are the ones he's cashing.
Exactly. Now, that's a fact, Jack. That's a fact. Every Friday or every other Friday, every other Wednesday. Mr. D, San Francisco, what's happening?
Yes, sir.
Sex in the City.
Hey, listen, guys. Now, I'm not going to say I wasn't having a heart attack, but I have to tell you, when I seen Harrison Barnes get that ball, I had a sense of relief. Because, listen, if he'd have been able to hit that shot, he'd have been playing for the Warriors, not against them. So I knew he couldn't hit that shot. But I want to say that that's going to be a big shot because I think he's going to go and hide now. I don't think he's going to lose confidence behind that because it's the same old Harrison Barnes. So, yeah, that was a big shot because if he'd have made it, he'd have been a problem. But he missed it. And so, Warriors in 6, baby. Let's go, Dubs!
I like that call. Dubs in 6. Dubs in 6. We're going to talk to Warriors assistant coach Jama Malalela. Jama Malalela coming up at 8 o'clock. Assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors. Oh, man.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. Was it Mr. D? Was his name?
Mr. D.
Okay. I did not go, this game is over when Harrison Barnes touched the ball. I said, dear God, he's wide open. And I was thinking, that ball was in the air, and it was like slow motion. No! All I kept thinking about was, God, Steph Curry really is going to back-to-back blow this game with the calling of the timeout like he's Chris Webber and then smoking a free throw. Basically, that shot that he got at the end was what felt like a free throw.
I just thought the dynasty was going to quote to an end. I said, Harrison Barnes wide open, and that's how it's going to end. Black Falcon after those 2016 NBA Finals.
Is that irony?
Is going to come back and end the dynasty. That guy for the upstart Sacramento Kings. They're going to light the beam up. They're going to light the beam like that. No. The beam won't be lit into the California Classic. So they'll be saving a lot of electricity up there in Sacramento for that beam that you could see from outer space or whatnot.
I think a lot of people are fooling themselves. Yeah. When they had that possession, you were all thinking the same thing I was thinking. Dear God, please something positive happen. We all were thinking the same thing.
I wasn't thinking
fumble
negative.
This bag.
I was not thinking negatively.
You know what it was? I felt like in The Departed when my guy Leonardo DiCaprio finally apprehends dude, and he's about to go through, and you're at the elevator, and boom, he gets popped right there. Walking right out of the elevator. That's what it felt like. Warriors were in control, and all of a sudden, boom, you're getting popped coming out the elevator.
You know what, though?
It's a great movie, by the way.
It is a great movie. Really good movie. Jack Nicholson was really good.
Oh, and the rat at the end. And then when Mark Wahlberg finally gets his revenge. So sad.
That was one of the most satisfying endings to a movie.
Yeah, it was.
Dude, Matt Damon was such a punk in that one.
Snowfall, not so much.
Hey, I'm telling you right now, I rewatched back the last 40 minutes of that.
Snowfall? Oh, it's an amazing.
It's brilliant.
Amazing
brilliant
into that
acting.
series. Amazing into
brilliant
that series.
Acting.
Oh, man, if you didn't shed a tear over Franklin Saint. Anyway, I don't want to ruin it.
I think everybody's got a friend in their life that's kind of devolved the way Franklin has.
Well, that's real life stuff. That's why it hits home.
Yeah.
It does hit home. Let's go to Cola. SF, what's happening? You're on a roast.
Hey, Vontae and Cheska, I'm so excited to talk to y'all. How you doing today?
I'm doing Cola.
I love it.
I'm doing
Positive
Cola. I'm
energy.
excited.
Let's
You're
go.
excited.
I want to tell you, you guys bring me so much joy. I'm a doula. I work nights. I get off at 6 a.m., and I drive across the bay, and I have you on. I get to get all your energy, and then I come home, get ready, and I got to go to my next job, and I'm sitting here listening, and I'm a big sports fan. I played basketball in high school, a little bit in college, and I'm from LA, but I've been here for 10 years, and I love my Warriors.
Nice.
And just the energy they bring when I go to every game, it's just so much fun, and just listening to you guys talk, being able to watch the games, all the playoffs are great, but the Warriors, Kings, this is just epic shit stuff.
Cola, you're all good, man.
What
You're
a
a
call.
hustler.
Call us
you're a
anytime.
hustler, Cola. To go from one job to the other, working a graveyard shift, you're a hustling. And yes, the Warriors, that game yesterday was, that's all I keep thinking about. It's tough for me to even slander the Kings this morning. I don't want to disrespect them. They didn't go out like punks. Now, trust me, I've kept all the receipts. When this series is over,
where do you keep them?
Oh, in my mind.
Oh, I thought maybe you had like a manila folder
No,
for taxes where I keep all of the invoices.
Well, that's just for taxes. But Twitter and all the trash talk and everything like that, I keep them in my dome.
Huh.
Matt George, you're in my dome. I got all the receipts. All the receipts. D-Lo Casey, woo. In the Chatty House, Manuel Rodriguez on YouTube, woo. I got the receipts. Receipt after receipt.
So what are you going to do then with all these receipts?
I don't know.
Find the right tax consultant and deduct all of them?
Well, I have that one. I have the right tax consultant, even though she took a lot of money from me this year.
They got to get paid too. Got to take your cut.
But the trash talk for today, I just, when it comes to the trash talk, I feel a little subdued. Like I told them they were coming down to the dental office and getting root canals. I told y'all was coming down to Chase Center and we're going to get humbled.
How do you think they feel? How do you think Kings
they're
fans feel
depressed.
this morning?
I think Kings fans, they got fake bravado like, hey, we there. We played a great game. We should have won the game. We got the shot we wanted. Mm-hmm. That's a devastating loss, Sacramento. That's another devastating loss for you.
An opportunity to steal a game.
At Chase.
Yes. Man, and you'd have got 3-1.
Dude, it would have felt like without Fox.
The Warriors would be in the casket, and you'd be starting the hammering down of the nail process.
So Kings fans, they saw Barnes miss that last shot. They saw Sabonis smoke layup after layup. You saw Malik Monk smoke layups. You saw them in transition not be able to finish on fast breaks late in the game. That's a devastating loss for the Sacramento Kings. And right now, you can hear a pin drop in the 916. Right now, Sacramento fans are waking up this morning depressed, saying we should be up 3-1 with the chance to end this baby on Wednesday. But now, you face it Game 5. And you think the lights were bright yesterday. You think the lights were bright last Thursday. Sacramento Kings fans, it's been 17 years. You ain't seen nothing yet. What? Game 5 is the biggest game outside of Game 7 against the LA Lakers, I think, in Sacramento Kings history. They have to win Game 5.
Yeah, you would have a better feel for that.
Game 5.
This feels like the biggest road game for the Warriors since the Game 4 last year in Boston, where their backs were against the wall down 2-1.
Huge Game 5. I love Game 5. Oh, man, NBA playoffs are full swing. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Rich in San Jose. Rich.
What's up, Rich?
Gentlemen, how you doing this morning? I have to say I have a point about Dylan Brooks and Draymond and their professionalism, which I'll get to. But Mr. D stole my second point, which was every Warrior fan outside of Shasky, apparently, saw the Black Falcon get that ball and thought, we good. But,
Go ahead.
And Mr. D made a great point. He made a great point. He'd be playing for the Warriors if he could hit that shot. But anyways, I wanted to bring up that I wasn't happy with Draymond for what he did and how he got suspended for the stomp, but there's a professionalism to him that is understated because Dylan Brooks goes out there and absolutely clubs GP2, gets knocked out, and then he goes and he does a low blow, a straight up WWE style low blow to LeBron 10 seconds into the second half to fire up his team to do whatever he's got to do, while Draymond comes in and how long was that? A minute, maybe? And he gets into it with the Kings' best player, the guy who is just eviscerating the Warriors' defense, and gets him teed up with him and says, if I got to go and he's got to go, I can do that for he can lay on the barbed wire for his team. And I had a lot of respect for Draymond, how he started to get in Fox's head. Whether it works or not, it remains to be seen, but I'll listen to your guys' answer off there.
No doubt, it's a good point. He made up for being suspended, Draymond Green. He made up for it. For whatever happened in Game 2, he more than made up for it. That was a vintage Draymond Green game. Forget everything else.
Well, the defense was incredible. And I thought that also his offense, he missed layups, but just scoring and taking certain shots.
Just being aggressive.
Yes.
Be aggressive.
It's a game changer. It balances the floor, and then it allows him to hit some of these. He threw an alley-oop. Oh, by the way, Wiggins almost tried to yam on Sabonis. I don't know if he missed time to jump. The ball was coming out before he even started to elevate. I wanted him to rip that so bad.
He's going to get his, Sabonis.
You think so?
Me. He's going to get his. But Draymond Green, 3 of 14.
On the head.
Missed a lot of, watch your head. Draymond Green missed a lot of layups, no doubt about it, but that was a vintage Draymond Green. For him to guard Fox in that second half and say, I got this.
Yeah.
I got this. Dynasty on the line. Folks, I don't think we even wrapped our heads around this. You're down 3-1 to Sacramento. I believe in Steph Curry. They could come back from 3-1. They can.
Yeah, but it
would have been really difficult. Really difficult. Dynasty was basically on the line there.
Yeah,
the last
100%,
two games.
100%.
And Draymond, JP, Clay, Steph, Looney, and Andrew Wiggins kept this bad boy alive. It was about the 6 yesterday, the foundational 6. It was about the dudes. It was. And they showed up and even up this series. 888-957-9570. I'm so hyped up, man. Now, playoff basketball. Let's get to the injury report. Wow, this just in. Our injury report was about Giannis Antetokounmpo. He was questionable. He didn't play in Game 3 as the Bucks got blown out 121-99. However, some breaking news here. Giannis will play today for the Milwaukee Bucks as their backs are against the wall. They're down 2-1 in this series against the Miami Heat. He was able to do some individual work on the court over the weekend, and he will play tonight down in South Beach, Miami. The Bucks, they got to have it tonight. Folks, the Bucks got to have it.
Antetokounmpo.
Yes, sir. He's playing for the Bucks as they try to even up their best-of-7 series at 2 games apiece. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, more of your phone calls. But up next, Warriors assistant coach Jama Malalela. He's going to break down game number 4 for us here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
My French toast sticks are back in 3 or 6 pieces and available all day. So don't worry if you sleep in past 11. And to all those fast food places that stop serving breakfast at 11.
baby. That's all I got right now after yesterday. Game 4, what a classic at Chase Center. Warriors survived 126 to 125. What the heck happened over the last minute of the game? But incredible shot making by both teams. Just a clean basketball game. Only 21 combined turnovers. Both teams hit threes. Warriors are able to get to the charity stripe. Draymond selfless, coming off the bench. He almost drops a triple-double. Looney doing what Looney does, grabbing 14 rebounds. Just a great, great basketball game in the playoffs. And now we have a 2-2 series heading up to Sacramento Wednesday night at the Golden One Center, which is going to be a very pivotal game in this series. It'll be the last game where both teams have 2 days off. So after game number 5, both teams get 1 day off before playing the game. So between game 5 and 6, you only get that Thursday off, so whoever wins that game 5, because both these teams are running up and down, the pace is insane. It's going to be a quick turnaround. And who does that favor? Does it favor the younger Kings or the older Golden State Warriors? Who knows? But let's talk to Jama Malalela, Warriors assistant coach here. And, of course, he was part of that championship team last season, coming over from Toronto, of course, helping them win a championship, of course, in 2019 over the Golden State Warriors. Jama, have you caught your breath yet, man? Good morning.
Good morning, man. How you doing? Man, it took a while. I said the first 2 hours after that game, I don't think I took a moment to breathe. It was a crazy finish, and I think it took a while for us as a staff to process the end of that thing. But, man, a win is a win, and that was a special win, I think, for this franchise and for our team. And I think in this playoff run, you need some special moments, and I think that one was one for us as a team. And I think we can now go into Game 5, just like you said, with a huge pivotal game, but we've got it even, right? We were in trouble there for a bit, and now we're ready to rock.
No doubt. We'll get to Game 5. We'll get to Draymond coming off the bench, Steph Curry's performance the last 42 seconds. But what was done in those first 2 hours after the game with the coaches? Did you just crack a brew? Did you sit around in a cubicle? Kind of take us through there. It's like, did you even put on the film? Did you watch the last shot? Take us through those 2 hours.
Yeah, I think obviously, after a big game like that, everyone kind of you kind of mull around. We had the weight room right down under by the in the arena. Everyone's just kind of talking and sort of just catching up and sort of going through the scenarios and everything that happened and everything that didn't happen. And I think we're all just kind of talking. The players are doing the same thing, and everyone kind of just slowly eases their way to their offices, and then some side conversations, and eventually everyone leaves the arena. But it's a lot of just discussion, and I think we definitely did not hit the film. We'll save that for today. Really dive into that today. But I think it was unique, and I thought I think the whole arena probably saw with Harrison getting that last shot. There was a storyline that was going the other direction at one point, but we're all super thankful that thing missed, and we're still rolling.
Jama, walk me through some of these, some of the schematics, maybe some of the conversations that are being had on the bench. You guys are up 5 points, and you have multiple opportunities to kind of it feels like put the game away, or at least put yourself in a much better, more comfortable situation. There's the Curry trap play, right? You got to have some sort of a trailer on that play. There's got to be somebody cutting either to the center of the court or to the sideline to give him an outlet. Maybe he pivots more. What were you guys thinking when Curry's getting trapped there?
Yeah, I think we just got caught between two sort of scenarios. One was to really push the ball and try and get a quick score. I think we had a layup ahead of the play. So one was to sort of get 2 quick points on the board, and then the second one was to slow down, and then no one was supporting them. So we kind of got caught in between. And then obviously with the timeout, and I know Coach took the bullet yesterday for sort of not having the players super prepped and primed, that we didn't have the timeouts left. But that's on the entire staff, myself included. We got to do a better job to make sure those game details are always managed, right? That's part of the gig.
Yeah, and then obviously Steph Curry comes down. You guys are up 1 point. There's about 35 seconds or so left in the game, give or take, and he takes a shot at the free throw line. I thought it's a good look, but some people say it might be a little too early in the shot clock given the situation. I believe there was about a 3-second difference. What were your thoughts on that possession?
Yeah, listen, Steph Curry taking a shot is always a good thing, right? I mean, that thing can go in at every single time. Sure, if we could have milked a few more seconds, that probably would have been ideal, but Steph making a shot is always a good idea. So I think for us, you're trying to find best available and manage it with the clock. It's always time and score. So we obviously, we have to come back and play defense, but we trust our defense as well.
Yeah. So then there's a timeout. They bring the ball up the floor. They have that, as Bronte called out, kind of like the running start play from De'Aaron Fox. Ball felt like it was in the air forever, but I thought they'd spread it out a little more and let him go one-on-one. What did you guys expect coming out of that timeout?
Yeah, I mean, we knew De'Aaron is such a good sort of clutch end-of-game player, right? We sort of obviously he's been recognized for that, and we knew that was coming. And we basically wanted to get out of his hands. I think that was one of our key things with that last possession. Say, hey, let's at least have someone else try and shoot the ball. And I thought we did a good job of getting it out of his hands and then scrambling and rotating and getting contests on a good shooter as well. But I thought it was a good play by them. I thought they did a really good job to get space and trade an open shot. It's kind of similar to us in game one with getting Wiggs an open shot. Sometimes it comes down to it.
Jama, that play, that final sequence where Fox gets the ball in the backcourt and gets the running started, reminded me of game one last year against Memphis when John Morant, they gave him the ball in the backcourt. He got the running start against GP2. GP2 gets screened, but Klay Thompson comes over to help alongside Steph Curry, and they get the missed layup, and you guys steal game one. That's a new wrinkle in the NBA. I don't recall seeing that a lot. What about you?
Yeah, I think you're right. There are definitely similarities. There's also similarities, I think, big picture to sort of like in a playoff series, you need some moments that kind of go your way to be successful. And I thought, the Memphis one you're referencing was one for us last season on the way to a championship. And I think this may be one this year in terms of like a special moment that mobilizes us and energizes us. But you're right. I think that like a player like that with that much skill, it's a full 5-team job to try and stop him. And I thought we all did scramble pretty well.
No doubt. Jama Malalela here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors doing a great job. All right, let's get to the headline because a lot was made of Draymond Green coming off the bench. He still got his 31 minutes yesterday and almost drops a triple-double. I thought it was just fantastic yesterday, an all-around great floor game. And like you said, he's going to make some of those layups there. But Thursday, after seeing the one big lineup in the series and the one big with all the spacing and Jordan Poole's rolling in the starting lineup, that decision, did you guys discuss this right after Game 3 Thursday night saying, we may have to tweak things here, or did that conversation just happen organically over the weekend?
Well, here's what's special, and I think people need to really appreciate how great Draymond Green is. So that game finishes Game 3, which he was sort of suspended for. He comes back to the arena after the game. So he watched the thing at home. He's not allowed to be in the arena. He comes back to the arena once the game finishes to sort of be with his teammates and to be with us. That's special. Most people will not do that. So it starts there, him coming back and him analyzing the game himself and looking and saying, man, oh man, that was special. Like, we found something there. And that's, the smaller lineup, and Loon was incredible. And I'm pretty sure he went to coach and said, you know what, like that worked. Let's try and do that again. Like I'm good to fit in wherever I can and help the team win. But that was good. And Draymond's such a student of the game. He's so sort of aware of everything that's happening. He understands every coverage and every sequence. And I think he saw something good in Game 3, and he wanted us to continue that. So the credit goes to him for saying, hey, let me come off the bench and keep the thing rolling.
He had said in his podcast that dropped Friday, this is about Game 3, which was the night before on Thursday, that he was texting you on the bench. Now I got to know.
No, he was texting another assistant, and Jama was asking. Yeah, he wasn't texting you, was he, Jama?
So not me on the front, but we had some lines of communication going to get me information as I needed it.
How many texts?
After, which is so it's so great. So I actually joked through the game. I said, "Man, how many times has Draymond texted?" I thought it'd be every about 2 minutes. But in fact, and to his credit, he said things were rolling, like it was all going. So he put his phone away and he just kind of started enjoying the game down the stretch there. So I didn't have too many coverage adjustments from Draymond in the game.
I love that.
No doubt.
Is he an emoji texter, or is he all caps, or like what kind of a texter is he? Now I need to know.
No, just not many emojis, just regular text.
Draymond's from Saginaw, Michigan, man. There's no emojis happening. Jama Malalela here in the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. So Draymond comes off the bench. And then, look, the starting unit got off to another good start. But the Kings, they brought it yesterday. They came in. They were ready to roll in that first quarter and start with Fox. And Keegan Murray woke up there. But I thought a pivotal point happened in the third quarter yesterday where Draymond started defending De'Aaron Fox. Because Wiggins has done a great job about that. He a really outstanding job. But Fox is such a special player. He's so fast that you wonder, man, does Wiggins have enough legs to get through the second half? So when did Draymond Green come up to the guys and say, hey, maybe I should guard Fox, or was that a coach's decision to maybe have Draymond guard De'Aaron Fox? Because we haven't seen that in the last couple of years where Draymond has guarded more perimeter players. Did it a lot earlier in his career, but recently just haven't seen Draymond on the wings like that. When did that decision happen? Was that a discussion at halftime yesterday?
Yeah, first the credit goes to De'Aaron. This guy is a really phenomenal basketball player, and I think you can see that really starting to take shape during the course of this season, obviously, and now in this series. And I think Wiggs has given his all, and I think it's one of those days where he just didn't quite have the exact same amount of juice. I thought he was incredible in Game 3. I thought he completely was dominant in Game 3 and really gave Fox some fits. But in this game, we just needed something different. I think as a staff, we just started discussing what might be a better look, and we obviously trust Draymond and everything he can do, obviously on any player, big or small. And we said, hey, let's take a look at that. It allows us to switch some pick and rolls as well, and kind of take away some of Fox's downhill momentum, because if you get the switch, you can kind of stop him right at the point of the screen. So we went with that. Draymond could switch onto Sabonis if needed, and I thought that did give us a bit of a boost. It was a good little shift for us.
Talking about De'Aaron Fox, we've all been so impressed with him, like 3-level scorer. I mean, we knew he was fast, but God, he just gets to any spot he wants on the floor. He's tougher than you think. What's the thing that you've been most impressed with through 4 games with De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah, I mean, his speed is what he's always been known for, but it is his strength. That's the difference right now. I think over the course of this year, he's just growing. Like, he's just so much stronger, can body people, and sort of, create the space he needs to create for a shot. And then I think defensively, he's really good. He works. He's got long arms and length. Him and Mitchell are giving Steph a lot to deal with as well. So I think he's playing a two-way player, and he's good.
What about the growth of Kevon Looney? 9 assists Thursday night in game number 3. He had 6 assists yesterday alongside the 14 rebounds, the 8 points. And then you guys are so comfortable with playing him one-on-one against Domantas Sabonis, and he's neutralized Sabonis, especially over these last 2 games. Looney is just becoming a special player and a special member of this organization.
Man, he is Mr. Consistent. I mean, he still doesn't get enough credit, right? Like, he is an absolute key to our success. I mean, the things he does that are so unseen, the non-box score stuff in terms of where he's at, his positioning, his communication, I think that often gets neglected as well. Like, he is the backline of our defense, and he is getting all of our wings in the right positions, calling coverages out. I mean, sometimes you look at our on-ball stuff with Wiggs or Gary Payton or J.K., but it's Loon behind the play that's getting them going the right direction. So, I mean, he is just a really, really critical part of what we do. And I think in the locker room, too, he's such a stabilizing force. He's so steady, so calm, such a regular sort of just brings the same force every day, and I think that really, really matters for us, especially in a playoff run.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Clay and Jordan Poole, they were so much better than whatever their overall numbers were in this game. Clay hit some big contested half-court shots, some mid-range shots that were huge. I thought Jordan Poole really kind of held the Kings at serve, trying to stop their momentum. How do you balance Curry, Poole, Klay Thompson, making sure that each of these guys gets the appropriate looks on the floor? Because it sounds easy to say, and I think it's even harder once you get into these games, because it turns into your turn, my turn, but not yesterday. They really balanced it well.
Yeah, I mean, it starts with Steph. I mean, he's so selfless, so he never gets into that sort of like, I need my shot scenario. And so if your best player is not in that headspace, I think it makes it easier for the other players to follow suit. But I definitely want to recognize Clay. I think both in Game 3 and Game 4, he may not have had sort of the blockbuster offensive output, that some people recognize him for, but he was solid. I mean, he was penetrating and finding the next pass and moving our offense along and making big shots when he needed to. And I thought the same was true last game. And Jordan as well. Like, Jordan can get downhill better than anyone on our team. And I think his ability to get to the rim and score some easy layups really made a huge difference and really opened the game up for us. It created some of that spacing that we needed. Yeah,
and getting to the free throw line as well. Jordan Poole with the 8 attempts Thursday, 5 attempts yesterday. You guys go 22 of 24 from the free throw line. Even Draymond Green goes 6 of 6 for the free throw line. So you guys get to the stripe. And I think more importantly, for especially Jordan Poole, when he's rolling, he's not turning the ball over. Only 3 turnovers there. 2 turnovers yesterday, 1 turnover in Game 3. I think that's more important just for the team and Jordan Poole himself. The turnovers are down. So how do you guys approach them when you guys are throwing the ball around and it's going all over the place and everybody's going crazy, including Steve Kerr? Is that just one thing you say, hey, guys, let's just take better care of the ball? Because how do you coach that up? Turnovers.
Yeah. I mean, we've tried a bunch of different ways to obviously get the message across. And I mean, I think you just got to rely that they're really talented players and they're going to kind of get the job done eventually here. And I think it's just slowing down that one count. That's really what it comes down to. We're so lethal when we're pushing really quickly in transition. We're so deadly. It can turn games around, but we also can take one more count, one more second, let things slow down just that one pace. And that puts us in the best, I think, position to not turn the thing over.
So you got a little decompression here in between now and Wednesday. I mean, we wish we could play tonight.
We're worn out, Jabba.
Yeah, and I'm exhausted.
You should have saw E40 yesterday at the Gay House. He was out of breath. It was like he played a 48-minute game.
Man, but like on that note, like how do you guys gear yourself up here? You obviously want to win both of these games coming up, Game 5, Game 6, but how do you set yourself up to kind of monitor the balance between getting ready for the game and not trying to overexert yourself? Because you got some older legs on this team.
Yeah, that's where experience, I think, really pays dividends. I mean, I think we know what these playoff games look like. We know the sequence of games will change after this next one. We'll take advantage of today as a sort of off and rest day, and we'll come in tomorrow and sort of really get a good game plan, head up to Sac, and then execute that next game. I mean, it's a one game at a time thing. That's the only way you can play them.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to really prepare for Game 5 and prepare ourselves and put the best plan together, rotations, adjustments, blah, 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 and see where that takes us. So that's all you can do. I mean, that's what the playoffs comes down to. It's actually very simple in a way. You don't get caught up in everything that's ahead of it.
Yeah. No doubt about that. Jama, get some rest, man. I know
Yeah,
you got to
thank
crush
you
some
for coming
film.
on.
Get ready for their game number 5. Of course, an off day today and off day tomorrow. Then Wednesday night up in Sacramento at the Gona One Center, game number 5 in the series that's tied at 2-2. Harrison Barnes misses a shot. Boy, the conversation would have been completely different if that shot goes down. But I'm glad we're talking to you and not hoping that we're going to get a guest on today. Java, good stuff, man. Really good stuff, man. You're great on there. You're great on the radio, man. And, hey, we'll be watching Game 5.
Appreciate you guys. All the best.
Anytime. Jama Malalela here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Does a great job as an assistant coach with the Golden State Warriors. Just detailing all the game plans, basically, with Draymond Green coming to the arena Thursday night, talking to the players after that win.
Does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't. Not Draymond. Draymond's invested.
You think?
The thing is, it's unfortunate that some of the things happen with Draymond Green. You have to discuss that or whatnot, and you can't ignore it. But what we also have ignored over the years, unfortunately, is the winning.
Yes.
The guy's a winner. The guy plays winning basketball.
Absolutely.
The guy is, at the end of the day, he wants to stack rings.
Well, his fingerprints were all over that victory defensively yesterday,
All over it.
and with some key offensive passes to Wiggins in particular to put him up 5.
I mean, his
with a
number's
minute
going to be in
30
the
to go.
banner, Shasky.
I know.
He's a banner guy. He's a Hall of Famer. He's an All-Star. He's a DPOY. And he showed you everything yesterday. The chirping to Sabonis, the chirping to De'Aaron Fox, the defensive rebounding, pushing the ball up the floor, playing defense, switching out on Fox, guarding Sabonis, you name it. He did it all yesterday. That game, not only Draymond Green, because he's going to get all the headlines today, but Steph being a magician that he is.
Mm-hmm.
Klay Thompson doing Klay Thompson type of things.
Yes.
Scoring 26 points. And scoring got to have the baskets.
And he had a couple big rebounds,
right?
too.
It's like they're up 8 to Sacramento Kings, and Klay Thompson hits a baseline fadeaway jumper. He got to have it buckets.
Yeah.
At critical moments. Andrew Wiggins just being a two-way star. 18 at 8. Just solid. We
got the chat here. Somebody,
Spent $10.
Yeah, poking Keegan in the eye, too.
Well, whatever.
That was inadvertent.
You act like Sabonis ain't dirty. Sabonis is just as dirty.
It's the playoffs.
It's the playoff. Sack up, Sacramento. I know you ain't been here in 17 years. Sack up. This is how the playoffs are played. All right? I know you're not used to it. I know it's new to you. And by the way, since we're here, and I told you I was a little subdued when it came to the trash talk.
Okay.
You know I was on that timeline yesterday.
Okay.
I was lurking.
What was going on that timeline?
Kings fans at the game, too, was telling us, you guys are crying too much about the referees.
Okay.
Well, I saw that timeline.
Every team in the league's whining about the referees because it sucks.
Well, but Sacramento, when they say, hey, we just play basketball, all we do is talk basketball, we don't complain about the refs. There's a lot of whining yesterday on the timeline about the referees. A lot of whining. A lot of bitching about the calls.
Of my timeline.
So, Sacramento, I see you.
It's a guru drop for
I see you. Bonte, we don't claim Matt George, bruh. Well, Matt George and the rest of you was crying.
So when you're seeing these things,
crying. Trista Crick been a Sacramento fan for 6 hours. And she's out there crying about the calls.
But when you see these things on the timeline, do you have the monocle? What do you have binoculars, a microscope?
I'm just
two eyeballs.
Two eyeballs.
Eyeball
I still got
emojis?
that 2010 vision. 2010 better than 2020. You know what I'm saying? I could see like an eagle.
Is 2010 better than 2020?
Well, that's what Dr. Craig Bendy told me. He said, you got 2010 in this eye and 2020 in the other, man. You got great eyesight.
Oh, wow.
You must have ate your carrots when you were a kid. I didn't, but, I was blessed.
Is it that simple, just eating carrots?
Absolutely. I said I didn't eat carrots, so I don't think it was that simple because I didn't eat them. I didn't eat carrots growing up. I don't like carrots. I'm not a big carrot guy. But my eyesight, baby, I was blessed by the great Becky Tyndall. Shout out, Mama. See you in a little bit.
Do you eat carrot cake?
Not really.
The frosting's excellent.
I'm not a big dessert guy. But you know what? A lot of Sacramento fans crying about the referees yesterday. So as you asked me how I'm looking through the timeline, as I'm pumping gas, I'm leaning back in my car. I'm just, that's interesting.
Yeah.
How the tide had turned.
Yeah, the only thing that you're counting when it comes to carats are the amount of carats on your watch and on your chain.
Don't wear a watch, Yasky, if you noticed. Not a big watch guy, but the bling bling, baby. Get with it. Hey, get with it, baby. 2 chains up in this bad boy. You know what time it is.
Out one time.
Look at it, bring the D&Gs. You know what the D&Gs are? Dolce and Gabbana.
Gucci.
Oh,
Daniel.
I didn't know that.
Daniel, Belmar, what's happening? Daniel.
So I got so mad yesterday because of Steph Curry. All I did is didn't do my homework just to watch the game. And, there was 10 seconds left on the clock, and Steph Curry called a timeout. And they didn't have no timeouts left, and it was a violation. So the Kings shot, a shot, and they made it. Then they made a layup. Now it was 100.
Daniel, hold on. Daniel, because you sound like a young Joe Shasky. Daniel, you're a Warrior fan?
What?
Are you a Warrior fan?
Yes.
How the hell are you pissed off? They got the win. They survived.
And then the clock, and then the Warriors playing such hard defense, the Kings didn't get a shot off, and the game was over. The Warriors win 126-125.
Hey, Daniel, you sound like Joe Shasky complaining after a victory. Come on, Daniel. You got the win.
Yeah. At least, yeah.
What grade are you in? What grade are you in?
He's 8 years old. He's got to be third grade.
He's 8. He's in
third grade, Daniel?
Now I gotta go.
Now you got to go.
There goes the Daniel show.
Come on, Daniel.
Damn
I love
man.
you, kid.
That might be a Doobie Award right there.
It's got to be a Doobie Award.
Now I gotta go.
He's
Save
pissed
that.
off and they won.
I'm pissed off for greatness.
He's pissed. Kid's pissed.
Daniel has really high expectations. Honestly, I'm on board with Daniel's vibe right
You
now.
want to win 149 to 100?
I mean, if he's 8 years old, then that means to me he's got 4 championships in 8 years. He's used to one every other year.
Spoiled.
I wonder how he feels about Farhan.
Boy, when the dark ages comes for the Golden State
This
Warriors.
has nothing to do with Farhan. Why would he care about Farhan?
Why would
I don't
anybody
think
care
he
about
cares
Farhan?
at all. I mean, he's mad at Steph after a win, so...
What a
Daniel
split. What a split this past
Why would
weekend.
anybody care about Farhan Zaidi? That was the Giants are such a lifeless baseball. Friday night was so depressing. They better have won Saturday and Sunday. They needed to win Saturday and Sunday.
Wasn't Brock Purdy there Friday night? Got a standing O.
Huge standing
He's
O.
getting
By the way,
MVP
Brock
chance.
Purdy saying on the Travis Kelce podcast that Trey Lance and George Kittle were the most influential for him, the most helpful for his run with the 49ers. So there's that for all you Trey haters. Damn, Daniel. Calm down. I guarantee you Daniel's getting sent home from school today. He's getting sent home from school. He's pissed off he didn't do his homework either. Damn, what did you do? Stew for the next 7 hours after the game? Daniel, do your homework. Get it done in a timely fashion, Daniel.
The morning roast so good. It's got kids ditching school from the 510.
It is so good.
Like that Wu-Tang album back in the day. Don't go to summer school. Get you a Wu-Tang album. That's how you educate yourself.
You know what?
Was that
They
Wu
were right.
forever?
They were right. School didn't teach me a damn thing. What's coming up in the game sponsored by 7-Eleven. Your phone calls 888-957-9570. Daniel pissed off. Who's pissed off about the win? I'm happy. I'm exhausted. But boy, we got a whole new series. We got a best of 3 between the Kings and the Golden State Warriors. So a couple things here. It's simple. 888-957-9570. What was the key to the game? What's your thoughts on Draymond coming off the bench? Because that's a big storyline here. Draymond elected to come off the bench for the first time since April 24th of 2014 against the LA Clippers. Kevon Looney's game. Stephen Curry's blunders. What are your thoughts on a legendary Game 4 between the Kings and the Golden State Warriors? We're taking your calls coming up and reading your texts on YouTube and the Comcast Business Text line. That's all coming up, brought to you by 7-Eleven.
At 7-Eleven, our hot coffee is fresh or it's free.
Wiggins got it. Wow. Curry with a Warriors still lead 124-121. Curry bounce past Draymond. He attacks. Hands off to Wiggins. Shovels it up with the right hand. Good! Golden State leads by 5.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Tim, we're on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. What a day at Chase Center. Warriors survived game number 4, 126-125. 42 seconds of that game. The final 42 seconds of that game could not have gone any worse for Stephen Curry. However, he had one of the best closeouts he's ever had on Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes' three is long, and the Warriors win to even up the series at 2 games apiece. Game 5 Wednesday night up at Sacramento. But before we start the segment, I want to shout out our radio brother, Alan Stiles, his wife, Kayla Stiles. Man, they welcomed in Ella Razzie Stiles into the world. Alan is a new father, but Kayla did all the legwork. Kayla Stiles, Ella. Kayla looks like she's in good spirits. Big time stuff there for Alan Stiles, Kayla Stiles, and young baby Ella. Looks like a beautiful baby girl. So shout out to the Stiles family for having a nice delivery there for Ella on a game day.
Congratulations.
Yeah, no doubt.
Congratulations. They're very happy for Alan. That's awesome. And, while we're doing, some shout outs, B, I told you I had a big tournament on Saturday for the O Club.
Goo.
Oh, I didn't expect that one. Out at Martinez, California, the Joe DiMaggio Fields at Waterfront Park. I think I'm saying that properly. First off, they said it was 80, 85 degrees on Saturday in Martinez. It felt 120 for this boy from the city. I needed the fog so bad. We were out there all day from 9 till 9. There was 2 different tournaments going on simultaneously for softball. It was an incredible atmosphere. I met so many roasters from Brentwood, from Pinole, from San Leandro, from East Oakland, South San Francisco. It was a who's who. Everyone wanted to know, why isn't Bonte umpiring this tournament?
Why? Because it's a Saturday. Why? No, first of all, you guys are asking questions on why Bonte is an umpire. I never got a text from anybody saying, hey, come ump this game. That's number one. So that's why nobody ever invited me.
When the Warriors season's over, I'm going to have you come umpire a scrimmage game.
Maybe. How much money's involved, number one.
What about donating your time for kids?
Oh, I do it all the time. I went to SF State Friday night, talked to the class for over an hour and a half. I do a lot for the kids. I also do a lot for my kid. So Saturday, what did I do Saturday? Oh, I had to help my mom do something.
Nice.
Man, moving around. So I was with mom.
Nice.
Most
Hope
of the
mom's
day,
okay.
Oh, she's great. She's in great.
Well, we made it to the championship round B. You'd have been proud of us. And
did you win the championship?
No, we lost. The other team, not proud of they deserved it. You know, a lot of guys that I actually play with in the Masters division or play against in the Masters division here in the city. And so Adolfo and a bunch of those guys. We lost.
Did you get fruit snacks afterwards?
No, we went and got amazing cheeseburgers at this spot. There's some brewery which is right down the street from Waterfront Park in Martinez. Amazing.
I saw your team photo and everybody was smiling.
Because we were happy to be off the field because all of us are too old to be playing 6 games in one day.
You guys are smiling.
We barely made it through.
You guys are smiling after losing a championship game. What about the girls Kobe Bryant coach? Remember that photo? Those girls was ticked off for not winning the championship.
When they're our age,
you know what?
And they've been out in that kind of heat, you're just happy to get through it with only one injury.
I don't need to
Hope Carm's hamstring's good.
I don't need to I need to manage you guys and get that smirk off your face when
you got to talk to Dan Vincenzi. He had a couple balls. Your boy Crow, 2 moonshot homers. Moonshots.
Sounds like it wasn't enough. Maybe I needed 3 moonshot homers or 4.
I think we lost 7, 6.
Did you get your Reggie Jackson on or Pablo Sandoval?
Yeah.
It's not good enough.
The fields are sweet though. They got fences and everything. Honest to God, like that Waterfront Park at Martinez, it is sick. I legitimately had a great time for that tournament. So thank you to everybody out there.
Yeah, that sounds like a great time. And shout out to everybody listening. There's been over 1,000 on the chat since about 6:30 in the morning. I mean, the chat has been buzzing right now because people are fired up about Game 4, and we got a whole new series, folks. We're going to see if the Warriors can win 4-5 and 4-6 against the Sacramento Kings. Will it go 7? Is this series over now? The Kings done? Oh, let's go to Joseph, Menlo Park. Joseph, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas? Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
What a game. Are we not entertained?
Oh, incredible.
Man. You know what? Shout out to the Sacramento Kings real quick.
Yeah.
Aaron Fox is an absolute monster, man. That mid-range game is insane. He can shoot the 3 ball well, which is weird because all season, he's like a 30% shooter from the 3, and he's just on one. And it's insane to watch this matchup of point guards take place with him and Steph, the old and the new. What a game. I called in earlier in the week about when the Warriors lost and they were down 0-2, and I think the biggest thing was that there was a team to come back from an 0-2 deficit. It's the Warriors, and just watching them come back in the fire that they have. Number one, in Game 3 without Draymond getting it done, and then to be able to get it done last night, insane. Draymond coming off the bench was a beautiful thing. I mean, there's so many storylines you could look at for this game, but to be able to see them get it done, it was insane. And just wanted to call and just share my thoughts on it. But it was a beautiful thing to see, and I think we're going to take the next one in Sacramento. It's a good chance that we are. And if we do, I think this season's over. Or this series over. But appreciate you guys. Keep doing what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joseph. Good call.
On the Fox versus Curry thing, there is a feel. It's got a lot of that, like, remember when Mahomes and Brady faced off in that AFC Championship game?
Yep.
And it was like, yeah, Brady might have, beat him. And I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here, but I'm saying Brady beat him in that one. But everyone's like, oh,
Mahomes
the next 10 years is Mahomes.
Yeah, he's coming.
Right? And so, like, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, Man, I know there are some great players. I know there's a huge contingent of Luka lovers. People love him. I'd rather play with De'Aaron Fox.
You know, that's interesting because, sorry to cut you off. I am. I really am. But I was thinking about Ja Morant, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, man, I'd rather have De'Aaron Fox over Ja
I would
all day
too.
long. My buddies were watching the Tank Davis fight.
I would too. I
Saturday
don't think
night.
it's even a question.
Yeah, we're watching the Tank Davis fight. We all got together, all the guys.
Oh, nice.
And we were having that debate. And now Ja has all the highlights. And, of course, he drops 45.
Yeah.
But I was just thinking, from my organization, from a leadership standpoint, and a guy I know who has a better jumper, give me De'Aaron Fox. Now, you brought up Luka there.
Yeah, I'm aiming higher than Ja because I think Luka is, if we were going to say guys under 25, like point guards of the future, or I guess of the now or whatever, like after Curry, wouldn't Luka be on a short list?
Yeah, he would be. And you know what? I'd probably rather have Fox and Luka.
That's what I'm saying. And it sounds absurd. And I know there's a lot of people that are going to say, like, you're just saying that because it's the prisoner of the moment. No, I actually think De'Aaron plays better defense. I think that he plays a more team-friendly game of basketball, and he doesn't cry all game. And I know his conditioning is through the roof.
He doesn't.
If I'm betting on futures, I'm leaning De'Aaron Fox.
I will say Luka.
Luka's awesome.
I will give him another year because the humbling that he's receiving right now, not being in this playoffs, I think is going to help him be a better player. He's got to get in better shape.
Yeah.
He's got to be a better teammate. He's got to be able to defer. He's got to go down on the block.
Mm-hmm.
He can't take bad shots. Can't be selfish. He's got to play some type of defense. So I think I will wait on that. But Fox and Lucas should be the conversation, and maybe not Fox and Ja.
That's what
Although
I'm saying.
Ja still spent those three guys.
Well,
are
they're
special.
great. They're all great.
players,
And I'm
but
sure people have their own personal preferences for a variety of reasons. I mean, you can't go wrong with any of them. But I do feel this sense of, not that the torch is being passed presently, but you can see where this is going over the next couple of years.
Kings will have some decisions to make, though. Malik Monk, will they re-sign him?
Oh, I meant more just
Harrison
Fox
Barnes.
being that
because,
kind of a guy.
Because if Fox
an
is going to be the
organizational
dude,
game changer.
but you still need assets around
I agree.
you.
They need a guy to run with him.
Right. Keegan Murray is a great prospect. Domantas Sabonis, that's going to be an interesting conversation about him in the future. What do you do with him? Is he the big that you need up in Sacramento to go alongside De'Aaron Fox?
Well, and then how desirable does Sacramento become as you move forward?
Right.
We've always heard, they can't get free agents. Like,
they can't.
Okay, but maybe now people want to go play with someone. Like, I would be watching De'Aaron Fox if I'm around the league, and I'd be saying to myself, man, that's a guy I'd love to play with.
Right. But
You
do
know?
you want to live in Sac?
Well,
that's the other thing. You underrate
that's a
that
good
with
point.
these
I didn't
NBA
think of
players.
that.
I mean, Napa Valley is, about an hour and a half away. The Bay Area is right here.
You're
Maybe you take
45 minutes to Tahoe.
Right. You take your private jet from Sacramento to the Bay Area at night if you want to. You're an NBA player. You got money.
Private
like that.
jet. Didn't think of that.
NBA players go to Sac Airport. Boom. I bet you don't think with the Memphis Grizzlies, they're 45 minutes away from Atlanta via air. You don't think Josh hopping on that PJ, getting the hell out of Memphis, going to hang out in Atlanta,
Well,
and then coming back down Memphis in the morning? You know what I'm saying? Or any other player. That's how I think with these NBA players. Want to have some fun.
I didn't think of that, but yeah, it's interesting that you present it that way. I hadn't considered it.
That's how. Hey, let me go play with Fox. Hey, Sacramento's a little dry. We got a couple days off. I'm gonna take the PJ. I know we got practice. I just come back up in the morning.
They don't own their own private jet. It's like you use the NetJet servicing, right? Where you're like, there's like a string of. It's like Uber, if you will, for airplanes, right? Isn't that how it works?
I guess. I mean, I'm
figured
not on that level.
I figured the king would know.
I'm not on that level. Sorry, Your Highness.
I took the PJ from San Bruno all the way up to the game. Are you guys going to go up to Sacramento?
We are not. Let's go to Big Earn, Petaluma. Big Earn. What's happening?
Big Earn.
Hey, good morning, fellas. First-time caller, long-time listener, Morning Shasky, and Mr. Ponte.
Thank you for the message.
Good morning.
I'm still recovering. Man, my pulse rate finally went down. I almost passed out at the end, but rest assured, our field general was on the court with our captain Curry. That's why we win it. It was unity. The whole team came together. But man, that last-minute shot, that's one of the reasons why we got rid of Mr. Barnes. The clank, and that was a wrap. Going to go to Sacktown. Going to take it all from here, fellas.
Yeah, no doubt. Listen, man, the Harrison Barnes thing is so fascinating. Oh, my gosh. You imagine if he hits that shot. You cannot tell me how personally satisfying that would have been for him. All the money he's made, the championship and all that stuff. That moment right there, to stick it to the Warriors. The team who drafted him number 7 overall.
It would have been everything for him.
It would have been everything. And it came down to him. He had the dynasty in his hands. And he's like this, closely just about to squash it and clink. And now the Warriors have life again. Just like that. It was wild, man.
Well, and not only that, you would have had probably one of the outside, like if we're talking about when Steph loses, don't you think the only time that there's like an image of him losing is him not being able to shake Kevin Love out on the perimeter?
Yep.
Like that's a lot of people's image, or him going behind the back out of bounds.
I mean, every news outlet would have showed Steph Curry calling a timeout.
That's what I'm saying.
Chris Webber.
That's what I'm saying.
Every news, and then they would have showed the missed jumper, and it would be like, "Oh my gosh!"
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Kings are up 3-1, and the other headline is De'Aaron Fox is outplaying Stephen Curry.
Yes, you're so right. Which there's an argument to be made.
De'Aaron Fox at times does look like the best player on the floor.
Yeah, like there's an argument.
But
and
at the same time, Curry gets rolling, and then it's like, oh, that's the chef.
Well, they're both incredible.
They're
both incredible, and it's been an unbelievable matchup. I mean, you're getting the best out of both guys, and that's what we love to see. That's why we watch sports.
Any concern about Keegan Murray waking up? He
Yes.
scored 10 combined points in the first 3 games, 23 last night.
So you brought up Klay Thompson having a nice little like resurgence toward the end of Game 3,
right?
And hitting shots. Keegan hit a 3 late in Game 3, and they kept him out there with a bunch of the other guys. And I did not that it carried over, but I think he felt good enough, and you started to see him roll a little yesterday. He wasn't in foul trouble early on. And then I think him hitting shots actually boosted his confidence level on defense.
Remember, he got a couple easy layups there, or some fast breaks, some dunks, and let him feel good about himself. And that is a point. Like, remember earlier in the year?
Huge shot down the stretch, too.
Huge shot.
I mean, he had a big clutch three-point. He's got to feel really good about himself.
5 of 7 from the three-point line. That's a guy you better alert. Get on Keegan Murray. What's going on? Early in the season, the Warriors are getting blown out in Phoenix. I forget it was the second game, I think, in Phoenix. They're getting blown out. I mean, it may have been a 20-point loss or something. But Klay stayed out there with some of the backups. And he hit a couple jumpers, and he was out there playing defense just to try to find some rhythm, to try to find it. And Keegan, to your point, doing that in Game 3 got him going for Game 4. Now, Klay Thompson, after that Phoenix game early in the season, was able to get going in the regular season. Also, Game 3, Klay's struggling. 6 points going into the fourth quarter. Like, damn, they're up double digits. Klay only has 6, but he got going in the fourth quarter, and you could see the carryover where he was able to get to his spots, feel comfortable. His shot discernment yesterday I thought was incredible. He wasn't ball hogging. There's a couple times he gets left with the ball in ISO situations. You're like, where are you going, Klay? Where are you going?
The turnover where he put it on the floor and then tried to pass it back out to the wing. I mean, that was just a bad play. I mean, that was one of those possessions where they had opportunities to increase their lead, and boom, you give it away. And you're like, no. Felt backbreaking.
Yep. So I am with you with Keegan. That's something to concern. Now he's entered the series.
Yeah.
Now he's involved in the series.
And then you have to assume their other role players will play better at home. Trey Lyles being one of them, and the other one is Malik Monk. Like, maybe he won't be Superman version of Malik Monk, but I think the difference in the games away and at home for those two teams, Jordan Poole at home has played better. On the road, he wasn't as good. He had the first half in Game 1. That was about it. Malik Monk has outplayed him when he was up in Sacramento. And the reverse is true when they came here to chase.
Now, Game 4, it was more so about the foundational 6. It was Draymond, Steph, Poole, Kevon Looney, Wiggins, and Klay. Klay played 39 minutes. Steph played 42 minutes and 42 seconds.
Wow.
Draymond played 31 minutes. Kevon Looney played 32. Andrew Wiggins played 37-31. Jordan Poole played 26-08. Outside of that, you got 16 minutes from DiVincenzo. He wasn't as effective as he was in Game 3. Booty only played 5 minutes to change. Kuminga played 2 minutes to change. Got under 3 minutes. He was not happy. You see Iguodala had to console him. And then GP2 only played 7 minutes in that game yesterday. It was about the top 6.
Yeah.
So which of these role players in DiVincenzo, Moody, Kuminga, GP2 are going to step up for Game 5? Because I don't know if you could win a Game 5 like this.
I was thinking that you need to get one of those guys playing better, and I think it's DiVincenzo for me if I'm gonna pick. But I'll take Moody or Kuminga at this point. I don't think beggars can be choosers. GP2 feels like, not that he's an afterthought, but I think maybe I overrated his importance in this series. Now that I've seen this series kind of play itself out, I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm lessening his role as the games go on.
Well, you may need him.
I mean, he had a couple of wide open threes that he could have taken. I think he only took one of them. And it feels like they're like, hey, we're going to sag off you and we're going to dare you to give you anything from the perimeter. We're not going to let you get to the rim. And I don't know if he's getting relegated, but now he could pop through.
He could. More on Game 5 a little bit later in the week. Of course, we got all day tomorrow. We have all day Wednesday to break that down. Let's recap a wild Game 4, man. Unbelievable. I'm still trying to catch my breath. 40 is, too. He's going to join us at 9:20. Hopefully 40's up and ready to roll, man, because he was struggling. Yeah, my man was tired. My man was tired after that one, no doubt. Doug at Berkeley, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning.
Hey, listen, wow. I was out at the Cooperage in Walnut Creek yesterday watching the game with a full house. Emotions went back and forth. The end of that game, there was a collective scream of happiness and relief, a combination of both. I mean, it was, the atmosphere was great.
It was great.
Two things I want to say. One, something you said earlier prompted me. Ja Morant, he's one of those top three, up and coming
guards, point
guards. He's got to trim down his game. He's not going to last.
I know.
No, he's
not going to last playing like this. As thin as he is, I hope he rounds out his game because he goes inside and takes some punishment.
Right.
The thing about yesterday's game that concerns me, and Sacto they are going to play better in Sacto. Steph did not make the cross court behind the back pass into the stands like he usually does in the fourth quarter, or as we have seen him do. He did not make the behind the back pass to nobody as we have seen him do. But he did two other things that a champion. Wow. I hope they watch film. I've said this before. Don't take Sacramento lightly. They're going to play tough in Game 5. But this was metal. This was metal when we survived, and I'm more optimistic now about the end.
There you go. Don't take Sacramento for granted. I don't think they are. That's done. Sacramento, they're no punks. I saw right away when they go up 15-14 before the first time out and the shots that they were hitting. I said, "Oh, Sacramento's here to play. Sacramento wants it." They took their lumps in game number 3 in a wire-to-wire win for the Golden State Warriors, but Sacramento's here. They're not going out like chumps.
And we were talking about like late game execution. They did get bailed out on a play. I don't know if Harrison Barnes and Sabonis, I didn't even know who he was throwing to, but the two of them were both.
Yes, they threw it out of bounds. Fox.
He threw it right out of bounds. I mean, they got very lucky in that situation where he gives up the ball, and I don't know who it was going to, but both guys were like, ooh, and it went right through the two of them and right out of bounds.
No doubt.
That was a huge play.
Huge play. They had 3 fast breaks. Sabonis smoked a layup. Barnes smoked a layup. Monk smoked a layup. Draymond had a strip of Sabonis in the paint. They smoked 3 fast breaks that would have given them the lead.
Yeah.
It would have given them the lead.
I
Who
know.
knows? Here's Steph Curry's mindset going into Game 5.
Keegan got off first time all series, and we need to figure out how to slow that down because he changes the dynamic of how they play when he's a threat from 3. But for the most part, we've done a really good job of just trying to make them work for those type of looks. Sticking to our game plan. So I think obviously the way that they shot the ball, kept them in it, kept the momentum, or they gained momentum at certain points of the game because they got hot from 3s. And we know in their building, if that happens, their crowd gets into it. So we have to, try to figure out what that third quarter really looked like and try to do it for all 4 in Game 5.
No doubt about that. Let's go to our man, BPA Brian in Palo Alto. Oh, boy, you got to be feeling good, Brian, right? After a win like that, you got to be feeling positive, right?
Hey, dude, it's yesterday's news. Hey, the present, the future. I want to win Game 5. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to win Game 5. I'm not a player, but to me, the Kings are going to be attacking the rim relentlessly in Game 5.
Whoa. BPA, hold on. Not tomorrow, Wednesday, to break down Game 5. I want your Game 4 thoughts. Game 4 thoughts. That's what we're doing. We'll get to Game 5.
Bonte, nice to have an appearance from Clay. That's exciting. Poole, I thought Poole, to me, Poole was just, I loved how Poole played in games 3 and 4.
I do, too.
There's a lot of people saying ripping Poole, but I mean, man, I'll take that.
Why?
BPA.
Who's ripping Poole?
BPA. People are idiots. They just have this love affair about the starting lineup, and Jordan Poole played fine. He played fine.
Someday, some of the people that have achieved some sort of mythical status on Twitter as experts on the Warriors, but I thought Poole played great. And
Me too.
Sorry to look ahead, but if we get any version of that of Poole in Sacramento, we're going to win the series.
I agree.
No doubt. No doubt.
And Kuminga, man, what on earth? I cannot figure that guy out for the life of me. He came out yesterday, no effort of any kind. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Hey, Brian, you know what? Brian, I don't mean to cut you off. Didn't it feel like he didn't understand what he was supposed to do on the box and one? He got high screened by Sabonis, and he kind of just got wiped out. And everyone was looking at him like, what are you doing? And I don't know. It was just, he felt like he was a fish out of water. I would agree with you there. And I'm the biggest Kuminga supporter.
Yeah, you saw the play where Wiggins took that shot.
Yes.
The wing, and no one was even, he had a dunk, and he just stood there, right? You can see behind him, you look at the Warriors bench and Kenny Atkinson just being like, are you kidding me?
All right. Well, give me some positive. Give me some positive about Game 4,
Loon
Brian.
Dog's been
Give
amazing.
me some positive before I hang up on you, Brian.
I think I was super positive. Jordan Poole.
All right.
Loved what he saw. Glad that Clay showed up. Exciting.
It was exciting. Hey, when Barnes took the shot,
you're doing great.
Hey, Brian. When Barnes took the shot,
yes,
your heart sank because mine did. He was wide open.
Yeah, obviously it's it's not a legacy altering ending, but man, and to me, I don't want to, that's anyone that's ever coached. That's your coaching staff has to be hammering that home in the huddle that you don't have timeouts, hammering it.
Yeah, no doubt.
And to say nothing, it's like, wow, just hey, Anyways, attack the basket. That's my Game 5 thoughts.
Totally agree.
I want your Game 5 thoughts Wednesday or Tuesday, Brian. I need a day off.
Have a good one, buddy.
I need a day off from BPA. He's
The chat is saying that he's a really fun guy at parties.
I'm done.
BPA?
Yeah.
I love the sarcasm there. Really fun guy.
Did you see?
Draymond's got nothing left.
Just a brief aside. The biggest news of the day.
Did he say that? Draymond's got nothing left?
Is that what he said?
Or last year's playoff run.
Who hasn't said that once or twice about Draymond?
Had a lot left yesterday.
Hey, by the way, had we gone to air the day after the Draymond Green Game 3 podcast breakdown, I love Dre and also hate him simultaneously at times because he drives you absolutely nuts, but you need him. You absolutely need him, right? You love the guy. It's a total love to hate type of a player. Can't live with him, can't live without him. Whatever cliche you want to throw in. He was maybe the most narcissistic I've ever heard him ever during Game 3's pod. It was unbelievable.
I'm going to go to Robin in San Francisco. Robin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hi, Bonte. Hey, Shasky.
How you doing, Robin?
Hey, sugar.
You know my friend Van Banks got you all over Facebook. This guy say he's a sportscaster. I say he is, Van. Okay?
Wait, who's got me all over Facebook?
Van Banks.
Who's Dan Banks?
Money Banks. We call him Money Banks.
Oh, Money Banks. Yeah. Money Banks.
He say, is this guy really a sportscaster? Is he really? I said, we all say, yes, he is.
No, Robin, next time you tell him I'm faking to be a sportscaster. Tell him I'm a fake TV anchor and a fake radio host. I'm faking it all. And I'm stealing with the Brinks truck. Thanks, Matt Nahegan. I'm a ski mask Hall of Famer. Go ahead, Robin.
Listen, I want to also tip my hat to you because I agree with you, what you said about Dylan Brooks. I may not like him. I may not like some of the things he do and his behavior, whatever. But you know what? That was a messed up call. He didn't mean to kick him
where he kicked him. I don't believe that.
It's
Just like I don't
LeBron
believe
James.
Ray did that.
It's LeBron James and the theatrics. It's the theatrics
Yeah,
of LeBron
yeah,
James that got him out of there.
Yeah, LeBron. Yeah, and he should have knew that. He should have knew that was coming. And so anyway, this is what I want to say. I called in because I actually agree with Brian for a change. It's essential. If you look at Sacramento, they have at least one player that comes off that bench and contribute in a big-time way. And we focus on De'Aaron Fox and all of that, but if you look at the contribution from that one bench player, we need that. So we need that in Jordan Poole. We do. Because even though it was the responsibility of the stars to step up in a crucial game like this, Jordan Poole made a difference. And we need that. We need that in order to have the edge to stay up with them. That's just my feeling on that. Even though he's a liability on defense, we definitely need that. And so I'm nervous about the next game, but I just wanted to put that out there and see, what you guys think about that, because and don't play Kuminga. I don't know what your love affair is with Kuminga, but now is the time not to play Kuminga. He gets lost on defense and he fouls too much, and now ain't the time. It's just not the time. Bye, you guys.
All right. Bye-bye, Robin. Bye-bye. 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 40 coming up in 19 minutes. Ryan Idris and Coach Hall. Coming up next, as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game, and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. We are reacting to game number 4. Reacting because this almost happened. This almost happened to Steph Curry.
Weber brings it into the front court. They have no timeouts remaining.
He causes too many timeouts. That's a technical foul.
He called a timeout. Michigan doesn't have any.
He got by with a walk, and Jimmy calls a he calls a timeout. He doesn't realize that's Michigan's too many, and so it'll be a technical foul. North Carolina shooting and the ball.
Wow, Jim Nance and Billy Packer back in the 90s, 93 national championship
He called
game.
timeout. He wasn't around to call timeout.
81-77 win for North Carolina.
Why does it feel like that sounds like it's from the 60s?
Hey, sounds great to me.
No, I know, but I'm saying
it does
the
sound
way
like
he comes in,
right.
I don't think he has a timeout.
Dude, that's 30 years ago. I can't believe that's 30 years ago, man.
Yeah, it is.
That is insane. Well, the time is flying. And then immediately after Steph Curry calls a timeout, Malik Monk hits the free throw, and then De'Aaron Fox does this.
Two-hand toss, cross-court to Fox. Running start on Draymond. Takes a three off the dribble. It's up and good! It's a one-point game!
Oh, boy, it's a one-point game. And then the final call. Here you go. Tim Roy, take it away.
What a finish to this game. Win or lose, it'll be talked about for a long time. Barnes will throw it in. Slaps the ball. Fox goes to the backcourt to get it. He's not in a hurry. Dribbles it up. They're going to try to get the ball out of his hands. Fox dribbles at the logo. Spins on. Runs into Draymond. Pass over to Barnes. Barnes for three. No good. Buzzer sounds. The Warriors escape with a win. Final score. Golden State 126. Sacramento 125.
I want to isolate, if we can, at some point, just where the shot goes up and just listen to how dead quiet the arena gets before that miss. And then you hear back iron. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man, that's wild.
Oh, my stomach drops. Woo!
Here's Harrison Barnes on the last shot.
Wide open. Process was good. Fox obviously trusted me to take that shot and back rim it. So, on to the next, but I feel confident where we are and where we're going. After you learn to put yourself together after 2016, I think, one shot is not going to necessarily phase you. So, for me, it's all about trusting the process. I mean, like I said, we got a good look. We missed it. But at the end of the day, I think the way that we're playing, the way that we're in the series right now, we just have to continue to just do that and get better.
Just get better, Harrison Barnes. All right, let's get to Papa Shasky. Didn't hear from Papa Shasky when he was down 0-2. I got on his line on Friday. I did. I had to call out Papa Shasky. He was fired up. Now he's calling back on the hotline. It's good to hear from you, Papa Shasky.
And yes, you did call me out on Friday, and I appreciate that you did that. So
So there's one thing that there was a pivotal point in the game to me. I had to. My wife and I were watching a game, and it got to about the second quarter, and I had to turn Doris Burke off. I just got so frustrated. I just could not listen to those two clowns the whole time. They're just talking about the Kings. I go,
Mark Jones is a friend, Papa Shasky. Mark Jones is a friend.
I don't care. I don't like either one of them. I'm just saying. That's me personally. So there was a pivotal point in the game. It was 74-74, and to me, this was the most pivotal point. I think this got the crowd is when Draymond faked the handoff and went to the dunk. I think that was a really key point in the game that I think that energized, that galvanized the team and galvanized the crowd. And said, yes, we can do this.
Yep,
I'm with you on that one. You're scaring me on this one, though, dude.
Where are you going, Papa?
You're tight-roping.
The tightrope.
What did you think of the end?
I had to call in because I had to get in the rotation. I hear all the regulars calling in this morning, so I figured I got to get in the rotation. You guys a jingle.
Where'd you watch the game at? Did you watch it in the attic, or you were with Noreen the whole time?
Well, I prefer watching it by myself because she's screaming at the TV on every play. She comes unglued. But we watched it together, which was a nice afternoon, and then got a chance to watch the Giants come back yesterday afternoon, which was fantastic.
Hey Papa Shasky, let me tell you something right now. We could not care less about the Giants today. They better. Hey, Papa Shasky, after Friday night and the lack of buzz in that stadium with the New York Mets in town, that was rock bottom for me. That was such a lackluster performance. All right, didn't get to split. Good for them. Let's see what they do this week. But the Giants. Good Lord.
How about Harrison Barnes? That shot. Come on.
So back to the W. So they got to go up in 2 nights. They got to play defense like they did the third game.
Yes,
they got to play team defense, and that's going to win them. And the turnovers, they're doing so much better in turnovers. And you believe it's one of those things you got to believe.
Yeah. Hey, what did you think about Draymond coming off the bench?
You know what? I liked it when he said that he's a team player. That is so important because that's what it's all about. It's a team game, right? So if he comes off the bench, and somebody mentioned earlier, it might have been you, Joe, that he had fresher legs down the end. He doesn't make that block against the bonus in the fourth quarter if he doesn't have those fresh.
I'm kind of with you on that one.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point.
The timeout, though. I mean, come on, we were all losing our mind on that point.
Well, and then somebody mentioned earlier, and right away I texted on last night that how come Kerr took the blame on it. You've got 12 guys there, coach. Screaming and yelling, we got no timeout. Everybody helped to bring the ball up the court. Everybody's going up the court. They should have known if we got no timeouts, they're going to try to trap Curry. We need to help them. And they're all running up the court like they were oblivious to the situation.
I love it.
No doubt.
All right, Pop, we got to hit a
how's the series?
Delivery.
How's the series? All right, you two. Let's get a quick call in. Must be trouble. How come half the people that called into the morning roast are just friends or the hosts? Well, the callers who have become friends. See, what you don't get must be trouble.
We're a community.
You know, you're from Sacramento. I get it. You guys are not used to this. This is new to you. Our roasters and our callers become friends. That's how it works in radio.
We talk with you, not at you.
Exactly. The other station, we don't even know what they look like. They don't come out and shake your hand. 95.7 The Game, we do the complete opposite. We're with the people. We're men of the people. So get that right, must be trouble. They become friends. Our roasters are. Matter of fact, they don't become friends. But they don't become friends. They become family. Our roasters are family now. Got some knuckleheads in the family, no doubt. We got some roasters who are knuckleheads. Got some listeners and callers who are knuckleheads, but they're family.
It's like the Fast and the Furious here.
That is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Fast and the Furious.
Who's Toretto? Is that Bonte? Vin Diesel?
Yeah, he is the diva that's difficult to work with. You're right. That makes me the Rock, right?
I'm like the easiest host. You had a sign-up sheet about who would you like to work with. Everybody puts me at the top of the list. They know it's going to be a fun day at the office. You're going to get your shots. Because I'm like Steve Nash, Jason Kidd, man. I'm just dropping dimes here, dropping dimes there.
Ooh, is it Bonte or is it Guru whoever wants to work with daily? Which one is it?
Might be me.
888-957.
It's Guru for sure. It's Guru for sure. Because I know some people,
I know, Bonte.
they get a little intimidated around your boy. Because your boy be spitting up the facts.
But the highlights.
It's delivery of the game time.
Yeah, is it time for that? All right, it's time for that. Go ahead, Shaq.
Delivery of the game. It's brought to you by Kirby. They're your driveway mechanic. You can check them out at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. It's like a food delivery app. Instead of delivering food to you, they actually deliver a mechanic to either work on your car, fix your car, do whatever you need for your car. Here we go. The Warriors needed every single bucket that they could get yesterday. And in a 1-point win, it was Draymond Green who delivered clutch defense, a clutch block down the stretch to help seal the Dubs' victory.
Sabonis in the front court. Bounce pass to Barnes. Drives in. Bad shot over Draymond. No good. Rebound Sabonis. Blocked by Draymond. Blocked away. Wiggins got it. Wow. Curry with a Warriors still lead 124-121. Curry bounce past Draymond. He attacks. Hands off to Wiggins. Shovels it up with the right hand. Good. Golden State leads by 5.
The delivery of the game brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check it out, Bonte, at Kirby.com, CURBEE.com.
Love them. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. More of your phone calls. I see the lines lit up here. We'll get to everybody, I promise you. Just be patient with us. But up next, Uncle Earl E40 will join the morning roast. We'll see if he caught his breath after yesterday's game number 4 where the Warriors evened up the series at 2 games apiece. Curry with the timeout that he didn't have. Fox hits a step back 3 after the Monk free throw. Sacramento has a chance to win it. They don't. Barnes clanks it, and the Warriors were able to survive and avoid a 3-1 deficit. More on that coming up on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Who doesn't love shopping for 877-9570. Did you lose 10 years of your life watching the final 5 minutes of that game?
Did you?
What do you think? Yep. What little bit of hair I have left on my head was slowly starting to be ripped out by myself.
Because you and Guru are cut from the same cloth in terms of fandom.
Did you see the video that I put out of Rocco?
No, I saw it on his wife's Instagram.
Yeah, well,
you put it out on Twitter? You put his business out there like that?
I said, bro, this video, I sent it to him because I screen capped it. He goes, oh, make it go viral. I was like, all right.
Oh,
so I put it out there.
So he wants that clout now.
Hey.
Rocco. Don't disappoint. I saw his wife posted on Instagram.
It's the best thing that he does.
It is great. I will never, ever watch a game with him ever again, though.
Why?
Well, not a basketball game. He's too crazy. That's too nuts. It's insane.
I've watched football games with you. You're the exact same way.
No. I pick my spots. You guys go crazy on every single play, every single possession.
I'm calm, cool, and collective.
Look.
Who's mad? Who's mad?
Well, no, you guys, the worst thing is, hey, why are you frustrated? I'm not frustrated. Why you're frustrated? Now I'm frustrated because you're telling me I'm frustrated. That's
why are you frustrated? Because my team's freaking losing, all right? That's why. There you go.
No, I pick my spots.
Fan police.
I don't care how you guys fan. I'm just telling you how I fan and how I'm going to watch my game. I'm not watching games.
I am the worst. I'm sorry. I think 5-0 lead. I think it's over.
Spinoni, what did I say when it was 6-2, though?
You said it was a blowout. Lakers are going to win in a blowout.
Right.
And it was.
You could just see it. You could just smell it. Some games you just smell it. And I smelled like the Grizzlies were overwhelmed
at
Crypto.com Arena. I did not bet because your boy took a bruising on Friday night. So I had this whole process of betting team totals against the Oakland A's. And that's hitting.
The one time.
Friday night, the Rangers scored 4 runs in the first inning. I had the over 4.5. 4 runs first inning, 3 runs shot. I'm watching. I watched the entire A's game on a Friday night. Can you believe it? An Oakland A's game I watched.
That is disgusting.
Disgusting. And I kept that bad boy on. And the Rangers did not score the rest of the way.
That is a disgusting act.
They got shut off over the final 8 innings. So I said, okay, fine, I lose that bet. So then I bet a couple Jamal Murray player props. Points and assists, points, rebounds, and assists. I lost both those bets by a hook.
And you're doing this online?
Online. Yes, I don't do the bookie thing.
No, I was just asking.
I'm not about to get my fingers broken because they're looking for me.
Throwing it into a brown bag.
Well, I shouldn't even be telling you how I'm betting because now the government's listening, and I shouldn't be.
They don't honestly, they don't care.
Oh, they care. It's illegal what I'm technically doing, but anyway,
it should be legal everywhere.
It should. But then again, it shouldn't be legal because there's some irresponsible gamblers out there.
Well, you
could gamble your house away.
Yeah, but alcohol's legal, okay? And there are tons of alcoholics out there,
and
right?
You see what happens. Does it make it right?
No, but like people are going to do what people want to do, right? So might as well make a buck off of it and help our public school system, help our roadways. Like people are going to do it, man. Like they do it in Europe, all over. You gamble everywhere in Europe. It doesn't mean it's the end of civilization. You know what I mean? Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale. Exactly. Well, I mean, everybody. So okay. I can only gamble on these particular plots of land that were once owned by displaced peoples.
Listen, and
that's okay. But if I take 2 steps to the right, can't bet.
You're taking it somewhere.
And I'm not even a better.
No, you're taking it somewhere else. I'm thinking long term about people who gamble, and I know a lot of people who gamble and gamble their money away, and it's not cool because you got to pay your bills, you got to pay your rent. Now you're late on rent because you made a bet on somebody else and you're chasing money. Alcohol, I feel like I can rectify the situation when it comes to that. It doesn't make it right, but I'm happy the gambling law didn't pass in California because there's too many irresponsible gamblers.
1-800-GAMBLER.
You start chasing, man. It's just a problem.
But there are people that abuse cigarettes. There are people that abuse weed. We abuse everything. People that abuse food.
Right.
Food. Are we banning
I guess
food?
the worst of the worst to me is obviously alcohol, obviously drugs, but gambling's right there. Gambling's right there.
They're all vices.
So
sugar can kill you too. High fructose sugar can have the same kind of effects on the body as some of these other drugs. So I'm not here to pick and choose. I'm not turning it into a buffet card.
I'm not
just
trying
saying,
to pick and choose either. I'm just telling you personally, I'm happy that the gambling law didn't pass because I see a lot of people who are irresponsible gamblers as much as irresponsible alcoholics. I get all that, but gambling is a different beast, buddy. It's a different beast. So. Anyway, I lost Jamal Murray prop by a hook. He goes in and out on a free throw, and he goes in and out on a three. And I said, well, that's how my day's going. I'm going to take a couple weeks off. Anyway, 40 we're efforting. He might not even be up. 40 might be asleep, and that's okay. If 40 can't make it today, I'm not tripping. He was gassed yesterday, and he pulled a doubleheader at his age, the day he had. It's all good.
Now I gotta go.
And I'm going to go to Ryan in Los Gatos. Ryan in Los Gatos. What's happening? What's happening?
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Just wanted to call in. I called in Friday real quick, talking about how Draymond's going to have a big game, and he probably had the loudest 12 points that you could have. You could see early on there was priority to get him involved when he first got in, taking threes, taking dribble handoffs to the basket. And so I think his role coming off the bench, solidifying the second unit, is going to be big because Warriors have the luxury of having 6 starters, and just depends on how Steve Kerr wants to play it. But I think that Draymond's selflessness coming off the bench, and you guys touched on it earlier, but the Kings are going to have role players just play better at home. That's how the playoffs work, and so you have to expect that. And so I think 2 things. One, you're going to need a big game out of either Moody or Kuminga. One of the young guns is going to have a good game. And 2, it has the feeling of a Clay game where he's played extremely well this series and very consistent, but he hasn't had that kind of breakout game, and I think he's going to have that because the Kings are going to be fired up at Golden One, and it's on a guy like one of the core 6, like you're talking about, to kind of come out and quiet the crowd, because the last thing you want to do is let the Kings get out early and playing catch up the whole game like they did the first 2. You got to come out and silence them earlier and match their effort. And the perfect guy for that is Clay with his demeanor. So I'll call back later this week. We can talk more Game 5 prep, but I think Draymond had his fingerprints all over the game last night, offensively, defensively, and the notion that they're a better team without him is just downright silly, because he does so many things that, I mean, Looney wouldn't be who he is without Draymond. So,
good call, Ryan. Good call. We got to run here. We got full lines. It's a good point. I do wonder, though, Game 5, just looking ahead, and we're going to get back to Game 4 and get back to the calls.
And I wonder.
I do wonder. Kanye West, one of his best songs.
It's a Willy Wonka song.
That, and Kanye sampled it.
Yes. Let's give, come on, Gene, what's his name?
Gene Wilder.
Thank you.
The GOAT. R.I.P.
At least know the name if you're going to come down my road.
And I wonder. Such a great song.
How are the Kings going to respond? How are the young Kings going to respond? They haven't been in this position before. How would they respond? They gave everything they had to get back in that game. 15-4 run to start the fourth quarter. Blew fast break after fast break. They looked like a team that just hadn't been there before. How will Mike Brown get these boys ready to roll in game number 5? That's going to be, would the crowd be nervous? What would the energy be?
Oh, I think it's going to be raucous.
They're going to be raucous, but what if the Warriors come out and hit it first? Because in that crowd, one thing about playoff game, and one thing I want to shout out Dub Nation for yesterday, when the Warriors fell behind by 9 a couple times, the crowd didn't get nervous. What they did was start standing cheer. All right, Dubs, let's go. Let's go. It's time to pick it up here. What would that crowd do up in Sacramento if they fall behind by 9?
Well,
they've been through a lot.
Game 1, it was dead silent. And then all of a sudden, they went on a little mini run, and boom, place went absolutely bonkers. So I expect a similar reaction. I mean, this Warriors team's won so many huge road games over the years. This one's going to be as tough as a lot of those. I mean, outside of a finals game, this feels like as tough of a matchup in a Game 5, in terms of the atmosphere that they've faced yet. I know Oklahoma City is going to be on line 1, but this one feels really, really, really big. This guy's got to play well. That guy's got to play well. They need Steph Curry to play well. I know that sounds absurd. We just assume he will play well. They need Steph Curry to play great.
Right.
They absolutely need Steph Curry to play great.
No doubt.
Your superstars must show up on the road.
DW, Livermore, what's happening? You're on the roast. DW, Livermore, what's happening? All right, he's not
I'm
ready
more
to
of a
go.
WD-40 guy.
Idris Hayward, Idris, what's happening? You're on the
It
roast.
was a 0.
I know, even
Good
if you look for the
morning,
validation.
gentlemen. I'm going to get straight to it. Draymond off the bench was sensational.
Yes.
In the first 2 quarters, it seemed like we missed so many layups.
Yeah.
And you got to shout out the Kings. I've never seen a team make us pay after every mistake we make. Like, they let us, like, you cannot slip up against them. And then, Draymond gets into it with Fox. I'm a little nervous. They let them play. And in the third quarter, they put Draymond on Fox. And I was thinking this guy's going to go for 60. And Draymond slowed him down in that third quarter. That was a big, big turning point. But I'm going to talk about the elephant. No, I'm going to talk about the rat in the room with the elephant acting crazy. Y'all keep talking about Steph Curry messing up. Steve Kerr, why are you have one last timeout, and I know you had to burn him because it was a crazy game. You have one last timeout, and you use that goofy challenge.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Screen that Draymond tells him, don't challenge it. He's moving. But you call that screen, and now we have no timeouts in the game and that close. And if you look at the play, it shows that everybody wasn't even thinking of, hey, we don't have any timeouts. Curry would have messed around and threw that ball, and it would have been a fast break the other way. We're having a different conversation. But other than that, we snuck it out. The Warriors got to try to steal this next one.
No
I
doubt.
think forget 7. Let's let them go.
Yeah.
Good job, fellas. God bless y'all.
No doubt, no doubt. Good call, Idris. Yeah, Game 5's a must-win, I think, for the Golden State Warriors. We'll get into that tomorrow on Wednesday. But I think
Absolutely
they need to.
must win.
Hell, both teams need to win.
Yeah,
Sacramento
it's a
don't
must
win.
win for both
They're done,
teams,
I
yeah.
believe. But the Warriors, if they don't win Game 5 and that quick turnaround in Game 6, that concerns me a bit. That does concern me.
On the screen that Looney was setting,
Movie screen.
it felt like, yes, his feet were moving, so I think it was a foul. But also, like Fox does a good job. They're selling it big time, man. And anytime Fox lifts his head, he does the head thing where he you move my head back, and he gets the call every single time. I do feel like the big issue with the referees right now, and you called this, anticipating a foul before the foul has actually happened.
Yep.
Really bugs me.
I'm trying to not get too involved because the refs are.
No, this is both ways. I'm talking about both ways.
Yeah, I saw a lot of Warrior fans crying about the fouls. I say, dude, the Warriors got a great whistle yesterday.
They got two great whistles back to back.
In my opinion, I was like, man, they're getting some good calls here. Getting like Malik Monk got hacked one time, didn't get a foul call. I was like, damn, they're not calling anything. Gucci Man, James Williams. It's like, you gonna blow your whistle? I feel like if anybody should be complaining about the refs, it should be Sacramento.
Why is he Gucci Man?
Because he looks like Gucci. He looks dead on Gucci. Google James Williams and look at Gucci.
Okay.
Here's Steve Kerr. Had a funny back and forth with the reporter asking if Draymond Green will come off the bench in game number 5.
You said you were thinking about taking Draymond off the bench even before this game. Is that something that you want to continue to do as the series unfolds, or are you taking it still game by game?
I'm not telling you that.
Why not?
Why would I just come here and tell you my strategy?
I thought we
we're tight.
I thought we was cool. I thought you.
You're cool.
Just let me know.
You're really cool, but I'm not telling you.
All right, for sure.
Nice Vans.
That's, of course, the one and only, the great, the legend, Berkeley High's finest, Logan Murdoch of The Ringer. Look at Logan getting in there. He looked like he was from East L.A. yesterday, by the way. Logan had that Dickies jacket on with the hat. I'm like, Logan, dude, you from L.A. or Oakland? Tell me which one it is.
So I'm looking at Gucci Man right now, the rapper Gucci Man, and now that he's got the beard, they look a little different. But pre-beard, the resemblance is uncanny.
Yeah.
Uncanny. Also, Gucci Man, I'm seeing a lot of photos with his shirt off. I didn't know he was this chiseled.
Oh, you didn't, dude, for like 4 years now.
Didn't know that.
Gucci Man lost all the body fat.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Dude, Gucci Man's just shaky.
He looks incredible. Busta Rhymes, look out.
Gucci's living his life. Gucci Man was out in Boston during the finals. The old Gucci, James Williams talks about it. Say, they called me Gucci on the court. You're not picking up on I've been yelling Gucci for 3 years.
I just
shows you.
But his hairline isn't as good.
Who, Gucci? James Williams?
Yeah.
No, it's crispy.
I mean, he looks older, so that's why Gucci's got a lot of good hair, good hairline. How about? But you didn't see Jalen Rose? He was painting. It was like a lot of paint.
Painting for 10 years. You're just late to the party.
No, it was so painted.
Dude, you
yesterday.
are so late to the party.
It looked like they should put wet paint on his face.
Jalen Rose looks like that every game, every episode on ESPN, every podcast for the last 15 years.
Have you ever done that?
No. I may start doing it if my, soft spots become a little softer. Boy, I have to. I'm not going to do the whole hair.
So do you, the person does that, or does the barber do that for you?
No, Anna has some stuff.
And then, like, what did you put, like a stencil up and like spray, or is it painted on?
No, it's like a little pencil or something like that.
And what is it? Like, really?
I don't know. I've never done it. She has it. She's like, oh, I could do this. I'm like, I'm not ready for that.
I'm 100% sure.
A barber can do it too.
What?
A barber can do it. They have the stuff to do it, but I'm like,
yeah,
nah,
but
I'm
what
good.
does it wash off? I guess.
Yeah, you check out the chick shower to get it off.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
gotcha.
So, it's you maybe should invest in it.
Who, me?
If it gets to that point,
I might be going Mr.
Just
Clean.
don't go full Carlos Boozer.
Yeah,
you never go full
that's
Boozer.
the key. You can't go Carlos.
Well, Doc Rivers has been there for a long time,
but he could see his is balding. Like it's done. He needs to go home.
CP3 too, sneakily. Just shave it all off. What are we doing,
LeBron, Durant.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys. Well, Durant doesn't care. Durant doesn't
you're probably right.
He doesn't. I carry around a brush. And it does have it, Tyler. I didn't lie. I haven't done it. And it's like, oh, I got this thing, and I'm like, no, I'm good. But she has it. She's shown me how it's worked. But
What is
I've
it
never
called?
done it.
What is it?
I don't know what it's called.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know. And if you're listening, which is highly doubtful, let me know what it is. Adam in San Francisco, what's happening? You're under host.
Hey guys, good morning. I wanted to quickly dive into just like the atmosphere at Chase yesterday.
What happened? He got held? All right, hold on.
What's up?
Adam, go ahead. Finish up. I'm not sure what happened there. Adam, go ahead. Start
All
from
right,
the top.
No worries. No, the vibes at Chase yesterday were just awesome. The weather was great. We're finally out of that rainy spell in the Bay Area, and you could kind of feel it at Chase End yesterday, especially after the game. Steve Kerr wasn't going to say it in his presser, but that's why I called in, is I wanted to ask you guys what you think of this one big lineup. Bringing Draymond off the bench, I think it worked really well yesterday. He had his best game of the series. The offense just has been looking better ever since we came home, and I don't know if it just has in part due to the one big lineup, but I feel like that's been working. So why get away from it?
No doubt. Hey, the one big lineup, man. The one big lineup. Something when we previewed the series, said they're going to have to go to the one big lineup. I don't know how much they can go to Looney and Draymond together in this series because Mike Brown knows his team so well. They know, and Mr. Fab said it Friday, the offense is predictable when Draymond is in there because he's going to look to pass. Now, he was a lot more aggressive yesterday. He got to the lane. He got to the cup. Just missed. He smoked layup after layup after layup. Hopefully those drop up in Sacramento. But it was apparent that, to me at least, going one big, balancing, spacing the floor, creating more lanes for Jordan Poole to get to the lane, creating more lanes for Klay Thompson, and more space for Klay Thompson to get off open jumpers, allowing Andrew Wiggins to go one-on-one in the mid-block and get that fadeaway off. So it's obvious that in this series you got to go one big.
This morning when I was coming in, Spadoni was fielding calls about the atmosphere at Chase Center. I thought it was pretty loud through the television. There was some banter going back and forth the last couple of games about Chase Center in the crowd. I feel like it's a straw man argument. Meaning there's no validity to it.
I really don't even want to waste time on it because I sit there at every game. I check the vibe. Chase Center's fine. Chase Center is one of the more raucous home courts out there. But everybody's like, look at Madison Square Garden. Well, the Knicks ain't done nothing. The Knicks have done nothing for 30 years.
Jalen Brunson, 29 points.
Right. Good for them. They've got a loud crowd at Madison Square Garden, but they're desperate for wins. They haven't had a lot of winning there. It's the first round. But this whole narrative that, Oracle was so much louder. Oracle in 2017, 18, 19 became a corporate crowd. There were so many fans midway through the third quarter would just jet to the exits. Mass exodus. This whole thing that Chase Center was not loud enough. And, this isn't college where everybody's going to be standing up the whole damn game. It's pro sports. People want to settle in and enjoy a show. It's almost like theater, right?
Yeah.
Like watching a movie.
Well, they do have sweet theater seats up top.
They do.
That section I was unaware of until I did the Chase Center visit.
That is sick.
That is really cool.
That is sick. So corporate crowd, Chase Center. Well, it became a corporate crowd the last few years at Oracle, too.
And then all you hear is like, Steph Curry told them to get hyped. I thought it was more him just like, get fired up. I didn't think it was like come on, guys, get loud. You're not loud enough.
People at the game, I see them all the time. Hey, obviously, going to Chase Center every home game. Dude, it's lively. It's a vibe, man. It's a vibe. The hell are people talking about? We just complain just to complain in this world these days. Even after a win. Yeah, 8-year-old Daniel complaining about a win. You're 8 years old, not doing your homework, mad at the world. Warriors won. People are losing their minds. It's a great game 4. You want them to blow out everybody? It's not going to happen. Not at this stage in their careers. Not with Core getting so much older. Let's go to DW again in Livermore. DW. What's up?
Hey, how you guys?
What's up?
First time caller for this show, long time listener. I just want to say, we have Curry, we have Clay, and we have Green, and that's kind of the reason we're just going to win. The rest is just drama. So it's very entertaining to watch, but in the end, the Kings are going to get just wiped away, and then we just move on. And I just see the Suns being their biggest problem that we have to face.
All right, Malik in Oakland. Malik, what's happening? Malik, what's happening? We're not going to end the show.
Good morning, guys.
Malik.
Good morning, guys. I want to say this, man. Warriors is getting a little bit of rest. That's number one. In these games that the Warriors need to swing the whole momentum back home so they can get it over with, we've been winning these games for the last, 7 years? So you know that Steph, Clay, Draymond, Poole, Looney, they going in this game focused. They not fit to turn the ball over 20 times because that's why Sac won the first 2 games. Everybody not really paying attention. We lost some games because of the turnovers. If Wiggins would have hit that 3 on the side, then we'd be up 3-1.
Wow.
Warriors ain't been getting beat up in sack. We've been losing the game over the turnovers and missed shots. So when we go back up there Wednesday, that's a W. We're not gonna make those same mistakes. Steph and Clay and Dre and all the guys know this is the game we need. We gotta go get this game. We're gonna figure this one out. We finally finna get this road game. Come back home. The series over.
Well,
come on, man.
So
We've been doing this for a long time, man.
I know. The only thing I'm going to take umbrage with, it's a 2-2 series, and it should be because the Warriors had opportunities in Game 1. They didn't cash in. Sacramento won the game. The Kings had opportunities in Game 4 to win that game. They didn't cash in those opportunities, and the Warriors won. So we can go either direction. I'm happy it's 2-2 because, it could have been 3-1 Kings. Yeah, would I have liked it to be 3-1 Warriors? Of course, but we can play that game till we're blue in the face. I mean, so we are where we are. We're 2-2. It's a 3-game series.
It's appropriate.
And I felt like it's been a great matchup.
It's been an awesome matchup. Very awesome. That's why I had the Warriors at 6. I got a lot of respect for Sacramento, that team. Now the fans, we could talk that trash all day long. You ain't lighting no beams up the rest of the season. Put that thing on ice. Take the axe, shatter that bad boy. Save some power. That's done.
Like
that little cute little beam thing, the little flashlight.
Superman 3?
That's done. Like my boy B.R. Greg out there. B.R. Greg was laughing after Game 3. He had his little flashlight, beam, threw the flashlight on the ground, said, man, F that beam. That weak-ass beam.
You don't know the Superman 3 reference, do you? When he fights the supercomputer and they've got a beam and he's standing in front of it?
No. Didn't watch Superman 3. Superman.
Richard Pryor has to say.
What are you talking about?
Superman is a little overrated to me.
Completely agree, Bonte.
I mean,
are you guys kidding me?
No, Superman.
I am not allowing Christopher Reed slander.
No, we're not saying the actor. We're saying the superhero himself.
The superhero himself is a little overrated. Superman.
Super wanted. Okay, first off, when he fights Zod, I will contend Zod might be the greatest villain in the 1980s.
I like the Michael Shannon version too. I think it's underrated.
Which one's that?
The most recent one, Man of Steel.
Man of Steel. I love Man of Steel.
SF drummer.
Love Man
Look at how many people. SF drummer. Superman sucks. Drew now. Superman's overrated. Pinoy. Batman over Superman all day long.
I'm taking
because Spider-Man over Superman.
Superman's just so stale. The character's just indestructible.
Stiff. He just flies with the cape. He shows his face.
Well, for a guy who's supposed to be invincible, he kind of gets beaten up a lot.
He gets his ass kicked a lot.
A lot of time on his back.
It's called kryptonite.
No, Superman.
Not even kryptonite. It's just the dude's an immortal alien, supposed to be indestructible. Yet, dude just gets knocked around a lot. A little too much for a dude who's that strong.
Exactly. Scars on his face. I thought you were super.
You don't see Iron Man getting knocked around like Superman does.
Iron Man died too.
Literally.
Spoilers.
Hello? Have you watched?
Yeah, I did
No.
watch. He died saving the entire universe.
So did Superman to Doomsday. He was the only one who could kill him.
No, I'm about to say, like, Superman could come back to life. That's different. But I mean, like, Superman, I'm just saying, for what he is, takes a little too many punches for my liking.
Yeah, he ain't super.
Well, that's fine.
He's a little overrated. Kind of like the Memphis Grizzlies. Let's go to Jacob in San Rafael. Jacob, what's happening?
What's your superpower, Batman? I'm rich. That's what he says.
Oh, don't steal that from me. You stole that from me. Give the guys
Where?
credit
Where?
on YouTube who said that.
Where does it say that?
You stole
That's
that
the
from
line
YouTube.
that Ben Affleck says
man.
in
No,
the
we
Justice
don't count
League.
we don't count the Ben Affleck
What are you talking
Batman.
about? It's one of the great lines.
Christian
Everyone, the Flash
Bale.
goes, well, what's your super?
Christian Bale was the best Batman so
No,
far.
I know,
and then
but
the
that's
new
what
guy.
Ben Affleck says in Justice League.
Man. Well, that's why I don't care about Ben
I'm even
Affleck.
taking Robert Pattinson, the newest one, over Ben Affleck.
It was really good. I like that one a lot. The Batman or whatever it was called. I really like that one too. I like Batman as well. I just love Superman.
Nobody cares.
That was the first.
Who's the Batman and Superman in this series? Who's the Batman? Is it Steph? Steph's Batman?
Oh, that's a good
Oh,
question.
yeah, no doubt. No doubt he's Batman. No doubt.
Sleepy Floyd is Superman.
He was Batman. He was that day. Didn't know where it's got
Man.
the next day. Jacob, what's
Great
up?
Warriors dub last night, though. Great Warriors dub. We got to see Kerr make some changes quicker, though. There were some things last night. I think Mike Brown's starting to figure us out. He was trying to bait us into playing our two bigs, and that we cannot let that happen. They were playing. Mike Brown was playing. I think it was Len and Lyles at the same time, and Lyles hit a three from the corner. Can't spread out like that. Mike Brown was trying to get us to play two bigs. You said it earlier. We need to play one big. It needs to be interchangeable. Draymond, Looney. Draymond, Looney. And we need to be selective with all players that we're playing at the same time, because I hate to say it, but Clay sometimes be looking lost when Draymond's on the floor. Clay is great when Looney's on the floor. And vice versa. Poole is great with Draymond's play style, because Poole take it to the rack. Clay should not be playing iso ball. He'll take you to the rack, but he needs to pass the rock unless he's shooting it. Mike Brown's starting to figure it out, though. It's critical. We need one big on the floor at all times, and we need four scorers. Dante needs more minutes, because Dante is great. That dude almost had a triple-double game 3.
No doubt.
So is Mike Brown Brainiac?
Might be.
Lex Luthor at the ball.
You know what?
Ooh, good call.
You know what? Jacob makes some great points, though, about the spacing with Klay Thompson. I think he does benefit the most
from
the one big lineup. One big lineup with the spacing there. JP benefits from it as well, and JP benefits from playing with the Splash Brothers. So it creates so many lanes for him. He can go one-on-one, and he's a great one-on-one player. But with Draymond Green and Looney, it does become a little compromised. And I think Klay benefits so much because you don't want Klay dribbling around. You want him catch and shoot, catch and shoot, catch and shoot. And with that one big lineup, he can do a lot more of the catch and shoot or the one dribble pull up or whatnot. So I do. Jacob makes a great point out there in San Rafael about Klay Thompson benefiting from the space.
So if you could be one superhero, now I want to ask you, because it sounds like you're going to go into the B. You'd be Batman?
Sure, why not?
That would be your guy?
I don't, why you want to talk superheroes? We're coming off of Game 4. You want to talk about Superman, Batman?
Place is going crazy.
I'm Batman. Man, who cares? We're talking about Game 4. So I don't care. Make me Thanos. I don't know. Thanos or whatever the hell his name is. I don't care. Make me whatever. You name me the superhero. You know? Like, I don't care.
Instead of, what is it? Thanos says, I am inevitable. This is Vontaze.
Oh, hey there.
There you go.
There you go. There you go. And then I go in for the kill. I soften you up and then I go in for the kill.
Yeah.
Let's go. Man.
Hi, Batman.
I'm the
It's
worst
Bane.
because I don't want to play this game. Man, I'm just being real. Game 4. Warriors survive. It's a 2-2 series. They're going to Game 5. The champs are on the roast. Like, I don't think sometimes some people out here, this dynasty is almost over. And I don't think we've appreciated enough of what they've done over the last 9 years, 8 years, 10 years, whatever the hell it is. And y'all want to talk superheroes? We'll talk superheroes.
Did
then.
you see
Damn it, I'm talking about a classic playoff game at Chase Center yesterday with the dynasty on the line. Y'all worried about what villain I am? I don't care. I don't give a damn.
They got to get Game 5, Bonte. They absolutely do. The big thing that I'm going to keep coming back to, they need anyone They need to let De'Aaron Fox do whatever he wants. They can't allow the others to contribute. It feels like when the others are contributing, that to me is when I feel like they're going to overtake us. Trey Lyles cannot hit shots. They can't allow Keegan Murray to get comfortable with himself or Malik Monk. They can let one of these guys go off. They can't have multiple guys. When that happens, then it's too balanced of a floor. And then De'Aaron can kill you either distributing the ball or doing it himself.
Yep. Nah, you're right.
It's like a slot machine, dude. People are going crazy.
They're going crazy over anything. Vontae's pain. Man. Well, I hear just off the rails. Because we're talking about overrated ass Superman. Because nobody got a Superman reference. Nobody cares about Superman.
I do think
Superman. You want to talk about? Hold on, real
that?
quick, since we're here,
Yeah.
we'll play this
No,
game
let's
now.
do it.
We're here.
Okay.
You make references
I
about
like all the
Hondo, right?
superheroes.
No, but you make references about Hondos. Man, it just feels so 1950s. That's how Superman feels as a character.
Yeah, he's 1978.
He's so 1950s.
Yeah.
Like, nobody cares about Superman anymore. Nobody. He's such a old, overrated character who gets his ass kicked all the time. Nobody cares about Superman. Nobody. He's so yesterday. If there, you know what I'm saying? He's so overrated. So like Superman, I'm 40, don't care about Superman. Oh, you think the 10-year-old Daniel or 8-year-old Daniel cares about Superman? You think he's happy?
No, they're all about the Avengers.
Spider-Man is the dude now.
Yeah, Spider-Man,
everywhere.
the Avengers.
Yeah.
I heard Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles making a comeback.
Oh, dude, the trailer. Oh, yeah. I took Young Benjamin last week to see the Super
What did you
Mario
think?
movie. Super Mario was sick, by
Was
the
it
way.
good?
It's really
I want to go
fun.
check it out.
Really fun.
Okay. And they had
You
a
know
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie.
Oh, yeah, in the previews.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard that's coming back. And then I think Mighty Morphin Power Rangers coming back too. Yeah, was that your jam?
Don't know that. Yeah,
That's
it was.
my brother's.
Yeah,
My brother
late
was
90s.
obsessed.
Ivan News.
It's like wrestling. I grew out of this stuff at a very young age.
It always comes back around.
Always a kid at heart, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You never truly grew out of some of this
That's
stuff.
why I enjoyed the game yesterday, because as a kid, I enjoyed big-time playoff games. As a kid, I wasn't worried about
What
Superman.
big time playoff games were you watching as Warrior fans as a kid?
I was watching the NBA, son. Not like you casuals who only watch the Warriors. I was watching the league every Sunday and
Well, yeah,
Saturday.
we had to. We
with
couldn't
triple
watch the
headers.
Warriors in the playoffs back then.
Well, that's the whole damn point, Sam Lubman.
It's Fast Five time.
Damn. Steve SF, what you got?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good. Quickly, it's Fast Five.
Okay, so I wanted to say what I've been seeing is the Warriors look real tired. I didn't really trip until yesterday at the end of the game, but that was an exhaustion technical yesterday. You don't get that if you won 4 championships. They're tired. I think that what they need to do is they need to, get ready for the end of the season. They're going to get rid of Draymond in the draft, get a real good defensive player, and reboot for the next season.
Anthony Highway 24. Anthony, what's happening?
Oh, so anyway, I don't know what these callers are talking about. First and foremost, I love that De'Aaron Fox didn't back down from Draymond.
Agreed.
I love that. I'm loving that chippiness. De'Aaron Fox is here. He
He's
is
a
a
stud.
player, and I appreciate that. But I want to talk about Jonathan Kuminga and what he does not do when he is on the court. He ran around. He stand in the corner. He didn't get a rebound. He don't box out. He don't try to get no steals. He don't try to get no blocks. Like, that's why he don't get no minutes in these crucial times, because he's not doing the little things with the limited minutes that he does have. But you guys have a great day.
Yeah.
I love the show.
There was a spot where he had an opportunity from the corner to cut baseline and get a dunk, and he was just standing there, and then somebody shot a three, and they missed it, and he comes over like the last minute to try to rebound. I'm with him. JK's got to play better.
That's somebody. TV Bonte's a superhero. Radio Bonte's a villain.
I kind of like that.
Bonte Dent. Harvey Hill.
Harvey Dent. He's Two-Face. Whoa.
Anybody got a coin I could flip?
I was
that'd be
just
pretty
going to
sick with the
say.
coat.
It's heads or tails. I can kill you off right now, Shasky. And I hope it lands on heads for starting this whole damn conversation. Flips on the right side. That white hoodie won't be white anymore. Damn it, I like that. I do like that. It's the best thing you said all day. We win game 4. Y'all want to talk superheroes.
It was for a second.
Damn
a split
superheroes. Superheroes.
Superman that.
You know what?
Superman.
Filmo Mike, I need some cookies, Filmo. What's up, Filmo?
Hey, Philmo Mike.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, swear to God, you right, Bonte. And you know what? Even though you like Batman more, you should have said Black Panther is who I'm going for. You should have looked at Shasky and said, he's your king? Superman? What?
That's a good one.
That is good.
Bonte struck a nerve. Bonte, I swear you struck a nerve when you said, y'all want to talk superheroes, bruh. I can remember a time when the favorite part of the Warriors offseason was probably go down next week on a random Sunday during the Eastern Conference halftime was what? The lottery.
The lottery.
We up here playing in June, man. Y'all better get it together, man. I remember being hella happy to get the number 6.
Right.
Oh, man, we got 4.3 chances to get number 1.
Seriously. I want to talk superheroes. One of the most iconic wins in Warriors franchise history. Huge win to even up the series at 2-2. We spent the last 10 minutes talking superheroes. What the hell are we doing?
I'm Batman.
What the hell is going on around these parts?
Speaking of draft,
NFL draft coming up this week.
you think the Niners find a way to get into the first or second round?
I don't know. We shall find out. John Lynch will
Okay,
speak
we
a
need to
little
go
bit
by.
later.
All right, bye.
Oh, wow. Loveman's getting in? After those little $2 jokes? Hey, when you weren't watching Warriors playoff basketball, yeah, I know. I watched the NBA, son. Ain't just the Warriors. House Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. Future starts now. Warriors win, baby. That's how we ended this show. Warriors win. F that beam.
You could not live with your own failure.
Thought a lot about how I'm coming out today. And I can't believe it, but I'm going to steal. I'm going to steal from BPA, Brian in Palo Alto. That game was this close to being a legacy-altering game. Can you imagine if Barnes makes that shot? If Harrison Barnes makes that shot, one of the most disliked Warrior players during their dynasty.
Ran him out of town.
Who couldn't make a shot in the 16 finals. People still think about that to this day. Harrison Barnes had a chance to maybe not literally end the dynasty, but figuratively possibly end the dynasty. And then that's only half of it.
Oh, man.
The other half would have been Steph Curry committing 2 monster blunders in the last 30 seconds. All right, that's it.
All right, Lee, get it out.
He didn't make the shot.
All right.
The Warriors are 2-2.
Yep.
It was a great game.
Best of 3.
But, boy, that thing is – think about it, man. 3-1 to 2-2. Unbelievable. Go ahead, Goo.
No, I'm stepping on your monologue. You can step on mine. I'm just telling you, Stoney. I mean, you set it up. But first, before I get into it, I got to give you credit, and I got to give Draymond Green credit. I should have told Evan. We know why I didn't, because I just got here. I should have told Evan to have the sound ready of the changeover Friday, because I told the nation, I told the Bay that Draymond Green was about Dre in the sense that he wouldn't do what Curry has done, what Wiggins has done, and what other great Warriors have done. Klay Thompson come off the bench.
Klay Thompson's never come off the bench. Don't put him in there. Go ahead.
When he came back from the first game against Cleveland, didn't he come off the bench? Well, that's neither here nor there. Okay, don't let facts get in the way of a good story. But I'm just telling you, Draymond Green, I owe you an apology. You were phenomenal yesterday, and it was like DiVincenzo in Game 3. You don't have to look at the box score because you missed some bunnies, but you were everywhere. And to say what my partner said about who cares how he feels, that moved me, and it spoke to the Warrior culture, and shame on me for taking that L. And Steiny, I don't have any emotions because they were all used up multiple times yesterday. Happy, sad, mad, just euphoria. But my goodness, had everything you just talked about went the other way and the chef was the reason, why did he shoot the ball that last shot after the timeout gate? Why did he go so early? E40, tell me when to go. That shocked me. So you gave the Kings and the Speedy Gonzalez the ball with 10 seconds. That was a scary moment, and now it's best of 3. And I keep telling everybody, okay, the final exam. Technically, it ain't Wednesday, Steiny, because if you handle business, if you don't win Wednesday, you come back here Friday, then it'll be Game 7 on the road. So the Warriors got 2 cracks at winning on the road, and that's eventually what this is going to come down to. And I'm going to end this monologue. That was a team win yesterday. Wiggins was big. Klay Thompson, I don't hear people giving him his flowers. He hit some shots at crucial times when the Kings were up 9 and you felt like the game was getting away. So with all that said, partner, it's 2-2. This series is already a classic, especially that game. But Draymond and the Warrior culture, Curry included, I was wrong because you did what my partner said you should have done. And I thought your ego was too big for that. So, Steiny, take your victory lap, man. Damn, that was too low. You got to cut me off.
The top 6 players on the Warriors, their most important players, they were all great.
Okay.
Curry, Klay, Poole, Wiggins, Looney, Draymond Green.
Right.
They were all above average.
Okay.
And where's my tweet?
Dude, I'm not getting tweet.
There are second hand. You know what? There are shots within a game that are more important than shots late in a game sometimes.
I love it.
And Klay Thompson made about 4 or 5 shots yesterday where if they don't go in, the Warriors are digging out of a hole. And so I'll tell you what, he was so deliberate.
Man.
He did, it feels like for the last 2 games, Klay is totally out of his own head in terms of just thinking of his own game. It doesn't feel like he's doing that. He's been discerning. He's been solid. Wiggins has been good. Curry's been terrific. But my question to you, Goo, is...
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Because we do this a lot in a series. I thought the Warriors played well yesterday. But they only won by 1 at home. Does that worry you?
It's a natural worry. And yes, because Friday they knocked him out. We got to go back to Friday too. I mean Thursday, Steiny. They put it on him. It wasn't a game. But yes, man. And now if I'm Sacramento, it goes to psychology. You got to feel like you let one get away, but you're going home. You're going home. So we'll see what goes down. But why I got to just stick with Klay Thompson is because I told you, Steiny, at every turn, Evan, Spadoni, I said, Klay's going to win you a game, and he's going to keep you in a game. And, Steiny, you were right. Any one of those misses in the fourth quarter, you talked about the Warriors are digging out of a hole. It would be a bigger hole. It would be a crater. So, with that said, he didn't have the best first 3 games, but he's just ready. He's a marksman. And I like that moving forward. But now, Steiny, let me know when we get to the part where why did Steph Curry not know that the team did not have a Chris Webber? Why was the guy on my shirt, Andre Iguodala, and I hate this, Dre, but I watched the game again, and you were damn near on the court.
You got to stop calling Iguodala Dre. Everybody thinks you mean Draymond Green.
Well, damn, Dibs just broke me a call. Iggy.
That's fine.
How about Andre? Okay, but Steiny.
That's fine.
The whole, that was so real. And then Fox hits a 3 after you make the free throw on it. I could not believe what I was watching. An incredible game, but yet an incredible win. Steiny, they got to go win on Wednesday. They got to.
No, they don't have to.
Well, technically, you're right. But But what about the mental part of you don't want to be playing down 2-3? It was good when you were down 0-2. You know why, Steiny? Because you had 2 games to play with. Now it's like, all right, the winner of Game 5, and Guru, thanks for telling us math, is in control. But damn, I would love the Dubs. Hey, and I don't know if you already know this, but this after Wednesday game, there are no more 2 days rest in between games.
Mm-hmm.
And who do you think that favors? The young guys, who I'm calling the Kings, or the Warriors, who I think benefit from that extra day?
Oh, we got plenty of time to think about it, talk about that. I just feel like, the Warriors. I feel like they deserve to win that game.
It was,
but they would have deserved to lose it too if Barnes makes that shot. Now let me just throw this at you, because and this is to me the quintessential sports thing. Does Barnes miss that shot because he's Harrison Barnes? You know what I mean?
Go ahead.
Like, he had an opportunity to make what would have been the biggest shot of his career. It would have been probably the second biggest dagger that the Warriors ever sustained in their dynasty after Kyrie.
Good call.
But are there fans out there saying, no, he can't make that shot? That's the point.
Boy, that's a
That's the point. He can't make that shot. He won't make that shot, and he didn't make that shot. I'm not that cut and dry, but I do think there's something to be said for, who didn't take the last shot there, De'Aaron Fox.
No, and he slipped with the ball. I didn't like that whole possession from Sacramento, Stoney, because when they called the timeout, I'm like, my God, they're going to score. They're either going to get fouled or get a 2. I know it's the new NBA and it was a 3, but Stoney, Twitter and my phone was blowing up with people that said, Reg B, June, my friends, Frankie, that's why we got rid of him. Like, are you really going there? Are people really doing that? But if I'm Harrison Barnes and I feel some type of way and I feel like I was blamed and I was the black sheep in 16 for that collapse where we didn't score a point in the last 5 minutes, but I'm the poster child for the failure. You couldn't have asked Quentin Tarantino or any great movie writer to come up with a script that would give you Kevin Costner revenge. And it was right there, Steiny. So if Harrison Barnes, I don't know how you slept, but to his credit, I don't know if you heard him post-game, hey, it's just one shot. Nothing will penetrate or bother me like 16. It's 2-2. I like how we're playing. I'm like, that's noble, but Steiny. I just wonder if that was Malik Monk. Anybody else with that ball, it went in.
I don't know. 888-957-9570. is the number. You want to jump in. Warriors, even the series at 2-2. Draymond Green comes off the bench.
Man, oh, man.
And their best players, all terrific. And as for the timeout, here's my feeling on the timeout. I think it got sideways, obviously, after they lost the challenge.
Which was a bad challenge.
On the Looney offensive foul. So they lost their timeout there. That either gave them 0 or gave them 1 less. I think that meant they were out of them. So whose fault is it? Well, it starts with Kerr. It absolutely starts with Kerr. If Kerr wasn't in the previous huddle or wasn't saying, hey, we don't have any timeouts, that's his fault. However,
look at the smile.
It's also, as a point guard, you have to know that.
Oh,
you have to know that as a point guard. You just do. It's
damn, Steiny.
It's part of your job responsibility as a point guard to know time, situation to a better degree than anybody else on the floor. That's that's the point guard's job. Now,
whoa, okay. Go ahead.
Kerr's going to get the blame because he didn't let him know. Yeah. But Kerr's got to know it. Sorry, he does.
Not just know it, you got to convey it. You got to say it. But, Steiny, they've won 4 chips. 2014-15, this thing started. Moving forward, there's no part of you that's worried about in-game management like that. Like, this was a fluke, right?
Well, keep telling yourself that.
What?
The Warriors have not been a good team late in games this year, close games. They haven't. I mean, you can continue to wish upon a star that.
But this would have been a blunder of all. This could have. The dynasty
you mean
would
like
have
when
been
Draymond Green fouls and gets a tee with 1 second? They've had a history of stuff like this. It didn't bite him.
Yeah, you getting some loves, Donnie. Just Curry has to know it.
He does.
I kind of went to bed thinking 97% of it was Kerr.
He has to know.
Damn. So you're saying he's got to ask too? What we got?
Yeah, he should just know.
Yeah,
he should just know.
I could not believe Doris Burke said that, Stoney. They don't have a timeout.
Nope.
I know everything.
Did you hear?
No, I didn't hear.
Play it again.
I know everything.
No, you don't, Steph, because you didn't know they had a T on. I love you, baby.
Here's what
we love you.
Here's what Steph said. I actually haven't heard some of this, so let's take a listen.
I knew we challenged, but I didn't realize when we lost the challenge that we didn't have any timeouts left. I know Coach mentioned he took the blame for it. As I ain't gonna lie, I thought it was the smartest play in the world. When I got the ball, turned around, saw a trap. There was no real outlets. Instead of turning it over, it's kind of the heady play, but it turned out not to be. I looked over at the bench and everybody was shaking their head. So it was an unfortunate situation in that respect, but good learning lesson. Thankfully, we came away with the win, but good learning lesson on how important all those details are. We know it, but knowing timeouts, knowing the situation, it was just an unfortunate sequence right there.
Well, they
got past it. That was real, man.
They got it. Steiny, stop with the regular season comparisons. This is the playoffs. Okay, you didn't handle the last two. You didn't handle the first two games of the series.
Those are facts.
Good down the stretch. Stop it. Lil ran the truth. First two games, they didn't play well down the stretch. Period. They haven't played well down the stretch a lot of times this year.
Yeah, they got to show me, Steiny.
What kind of idiot fights you on that? That the Warriors haven't been great down the stretch of games this year. What kind of idiot would fight you on that?
Not this one, because this idiot over here is the one that told you Dre would never come. I can't get over how that played out. Kudos to Dre. And let me run this stat by you, this nugget by you, Stoney. De'Aaron Fox has been the best player in this series through 4 games. I don't think anybody would argue that.
Mm-hmm.
But the Warriors and Kerr started the 2 big lineup the second half. And in the second half that I speak of, De'Aaron Fox was 5 of 15. Now, I wouldn't dare tell anybody here in the studio at 860 Battery that Draymond shut Fox down, but there's a mental component and just what Draymond brings it, I think, and the talking that him and they got into early, I think Draymond had an effect on guarding Fox. I'm not saying stop because obviously he got hot and almost ended it, but speak to that, Stoney. Dre just trying to stay in front of De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, Fox had 38.
5 of 15 in the second.
38.
But 5 of 15. But so are you telling me Harrison Barnes, had he not came over with Draymond on the last play, Fox would have had room to get busy, right, Lev?
I don't know.
Like, damn, Fox.
I thought that he...
Mike Brown said they tried to run do something different, way different than that.
The problem is with Fox that I see is when Curry guards him, he's got to go by him 20 feet from the basket, if you know what I mean. Like, he can't, once Fox starts to jimmy jack a little bit.
Curry turns into Davion Mitchell a little bit with the lateral movement.
Curry's a lot stronger. A lot stronger than Fox. So Fox is going to beat Curry. It's going to be right off that first dribble and getting into the lane. But
after that.
But once Fox went one direction, Curry kind of hung in there. And now Curry's kind of up on him. Curry doesn't give up space there.
That's good. That's a good call.
So I thought once that happened, that the best Fox was going to do was be able to take like a fadeaway 18, 20-footer on Curry. And then Draymond came over, and I actually thought Fox was not even going to be able to get a pass off and was going to wind up with a ball in his hands and not a shot attempt. But he got it to Barnes, and Barnes missed it.
Wide open.
Let's go to... All right, I'll go to Rod in Vallejo. What's up, Rod? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, great show.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks.
A lot of the people are trying to compare Chase with Oracle, and they don't realize 80% of the Chase crowd are season ticket holders carried over from Oracle. It's the same crowd, and they don't realize that the Warrior crowd, their fan base has a huge Asian following. And most of those people, when they were at Oracle, were coming from Daly City, coming from Sunset and Chinatown. And that's the Warriors marketing people knew this. That's why one of the reasons they moved back over to the West Bay. And if you drive around Oakland, as a matter of fact, when you look at the Oracle crowd, that was not an Oakland crowd. When you drive around Oakland, you see lots of Laker jerseys, as a matter of fact. So I just wanted to bring that across to the fans out there. It's the same crowd that was at Oracle. They've won so many championships. Of course, the enthusiasm has gone down.
Oh, I got you.
Like in the New York Knicks right now, they have done nothing, and their fans, they're going crazy.
Right.
So
I got you.
It's a great show.
Go ahead, Rod. Finish up. Yep.
Yeah, it's a great show you guys are doing. I really love listening to you.
Thank you, Rod. Right. So
I'm hearing
Rod
too
is
much of that, though. Go
So
ahead.
obviously, I guess the Chase crowd's getting criticized a little bit. I mean,
Because of what? Because it's not Sac or New York.
Right.
Like Monte said when he was, they're a star. Ooh, this is the best cracker ever had. Because they ain't been there forever. But I heard Chase Center yesterday. Don't
take it personally. It's okay.
I'm fired up.
It's okay
No,
if
I'm not
Warrior
doing
fans
that,
at
but
Chase
I'm
aren't the
laughing 'cause you
loudest
think I'm-
crowd. It's okay. And you're right. They've made the playoffs 12 straight years or whatever it is. That kind of
But
stuff.
I'm hearing that everywhere. Like I heard Warriors.
Listen, I wasn't there. I watched it on TV. Looked like it was, looked like an NBA playoff crowd. I'm
with you.
No, I mean, the Warriors, it's probably not going to be as loud as Golden One because they haven't been in the playoffs in 16 years.
Now we got to speak on every. Go ahead. You get the call. Two guys that went in and out, animal style, number 2. But Kuminga and Peyton II, Steiny, 10
We don't have to
minutes.
talk about
yeah,
that.
no, but I was looking for him, but
That's another apology you could give to Steve Kerr. Lights are too bright for Kuminga.
I guess I'm poking you because I wanted
You know what's funny? Here's what's
wanted
funny.
to hear that.
I said to Evan,
Dude,
I
what
said
did you
to
say?
Evan, I said, you know what? Thank God Barnes didn't make that shot. And he said, why? Curry and I said, no. Because if Harrison Barnes makes that shot,
okay,
you know what we're talking about for 2 hours today? You got to play Kuminga more than 2 minutes, even though he's struggling.
Yeah.
You've got to let the kid play. You've got to get him on the court. Thank God Barnes' shot didn't go in.
Well, yeah, this game wasn't their number, but every game is its own entity. I love myself for that, Stoney. And Wednesday will, reveal itself, and who knows whose number is going to be called. But, I mean, my goodness, man, this game had everything. And now the Warriors are 2-2, man. And they're not out of the woods. Like, there's no parade for protecting home court. But you got to somehow, you don't want to play it to where you're coming back to here to the Bay down 2-3. That's when the ball gets heavy. The rim looks higher to me. I don't want no part of that.
Even for champions.
Yeah, champions on their.
Ooh.
Well,
so the Warriors are down 3-2. They're coming back to chase, and they're going to be tight.
Well,
Steph Curry's going to be tight.
Again, it's 24. It's only one game rest. So I think that'll have something to do with it. Yeah. I ain't saying they'll be tight. It'll just, it's 90 tight.
Okay.
Friday night,
I
too.
didn't say it. Yeah, big game Friday. If the Warriors are down 3-2, they're going to be tight. Draymond off the bench. Danny wants to talk about it. You know what? I haven't taken enough of it.
And I'm shocked. I think you're waiting.
I got time.
You're waiting in the weeds.
Danny, what's up, buddy? All right.
Danny.
Sayonara.
Yeah.
In case you're wondering, I just felt, okay, so the Warriors win on Thursday without Draymond, and now there's talk about, well, maybe he should come off the bench, maybe he shouldn't. And all I said was, if the coaching staff thinks that's the best thing to do, if they really think that's the best thing to do, they have to do it. And apparently Draymond was okay with it. He was in on it. And that's the other thing. I refuse to believe, even though we all know Draymond Green, I refuse to believe beforehand that it would be catastrophic to move him to the bench. Wow,
Steiny.
We can discuss how much of a team player he is
No
or isn't,
doubt.
but I just think he's smarter than that. And all we're really talking about is starting the game without Draymond starting. What did he play? He played how many minutes?
30. Draymond Green.
32.
Yep.
30.
31.
Yeah,
3 or 4. I mean, miss a bunch. It's not just that you called it. Did you hear him on his podcast? He used your same verbiage. It was like, who cares how he feels? And then you said, this is why you need to take the lap. You said, Draymond, I was selling him short that he probably was watching the game. And for him to echo everything you said, man, that's the epitome of a victory lap. I know you'll probably put on your running shoes here later, but damn, you called it. And Dre, I mean, you balled out, man. What more can I say? I'm not even talking about your 3 for 14. You did all the other stuff, man.
Let me make sure I make a point to do this before the first break. Sabonis stinks. He stinks.
He was eating a little bit in the first quarter, Sonny. He was throwing that shoulder in the loon, dog.
He stinks. All right.
Yeah.
Never mind. I mean, he doesn't stink. I know he doesn't stink.
Yes, he does.
He's killing them.
But
he's killing the. What about at the end of the game? There were 3 sequences. He was right there, and then boom.
He didn't make one play the last 5 minutes.
Oh, fumble dumble. Like, dude. And then Dre blind. How about a pump fake, dog? You got 2 on you. Sabonis.
Yeah, he
more like Sanunis.
That's a none.
That
might be
a
my
penalty. No, that's good. What?
That might be the worst one since the scoring.
We got to get Dibley in here because I don't know what a 0 is or below a 0.
Not even. Oh, my boy. Whoa. I'm gonna take a play off.
Time to break.
See, again, I guarantee you, I dare anybody try to get a hold of his dad for an interview. His dad ain't giving any interviews.
I think you're going too far with
his dad ain't giving any interviews.
He's in the league, man.
He's ashamed of his son.
See,
Arvidas is ashamed of his son.
He's an all-star star.
Oh, you look great bringing that ball up the court, getting nothing. All right, I'm done. Okay, I'm done on Sabonis. I'm exaggerating, but he stinks. All right, hey, it's Steiny and Guru, and we are giving away a chance of a lifetime. On Wednesday, one of our great listeners is going to win a pair of tickets to Game 6. That's Friday. All you have to do is listen Wednesday between 1 and 1:30 when Bob Myers is on. And you could be going to Game 6. That's Wednesday between 1 and 1:30. As always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com. The only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 6 brought to you by Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity, 888-957-9570. Best of 3 starts Wednesday in SAC. He stinks.
got trying to get the ball out of his hands. Fox dribbles at the logo, spins on, runs into Draymond, pass over to Barnes. Barnes for three, no good. Buzzer sound. The Warriors escape with a win.
This is Tim and Guru at
Golden State
95.7 The Game.
All right. Harrison Barnes had a shot.
More like Harrison can't hit the side of a barn. Yeah, baby, I'm
Where
back.
did you steal that one?
Well, Evan gave it to me.
Okay.
Pretty damn clever.
I think he still got to go with he couldn't hit the broadside of the barns. I think you got to keep it plural.
That's how he originally said it. Yeah.
But
I'm still on Sonanis.
Right.
That was one of the worst ones of the season.
no more today for me.
Warriors 2-2. Game 3 Wednesday. Best of 3. The good news, they did what they had to do. They still got to get a road win. They got to get a road win. Can they do it? We got plenty of time to talk about it.
And something glaring at us, and I'll save it for tomorrow on Wednesday, Snotty, but the Warriors are 2-0 with Poole starting and 0-2 with Dre in the starting lineup. So that's something obviously we'll watch, but you got any feel on anything that you saw yesterday that wouldn't stay the same?
No clue.
Yeah.
No clue. If there's one thing that we now know for sure about the Warriors, how many different starting lineups have they used in the playoffs over the course of 10, 12 years? They have never been afraid, Steve Kerr, that is, has never been afraid to make any kind of move. He's brought Curry off the bench. He brought Wiggins off the bench. He put, Bogut on Tony Allen.
Yep.
He took Bogut off the floor if he need. He'll do anything. He didn't start Draymond. So that's the one. When it comes to Game 5, in a way, hey, you think Draymond will start or come off the in a way, that's one of those. Yeah, I don't really care.
But they talked about it though, Steiny.
Who did?
Draymond, Kerr.
Because Draymond's smart.
Yeah, and
Draymond knows the too big issue. He knows that when they play he and Looney together, they're missing a scoring punch. He knows.
And yet he was out there at the end of the game making plays, Draymond.
Trey and Vallejo. What's up, Trey? How you doing, man?
Man, what's going on with you guys?
2-2, baby.
Yeah, you know, Guru, you know how it is. Hey, I just want to touch on something on that last caller who said about the Warriors fans in Frisco being the same. You know what? He's totally wrong, and I hate to disagree with him like that, but I got to disagree with him like that. First of all, we all know the heart and soul of Bay Area fans this is called for what it is, was like on the East Bay. Raider fans, Warrior fans, and A's fans. Because we see what goes on at those games. When you get a live band at your stadium, people beating drums, it's just a whole other vibe. And that's no knock on Frisco, but it's just a whole other vibe on the east side of the Bay. And that's it. I just want to touch on that. And there's no comparison. That's the We Believe fans over there. You can't touch that. But getting to like the game, when Harrison Barnes shot it, I knew it was off because that's Harrison Barnes. He was with the Warriors. He's never been a big shot guy. And right as soon as he released it, Warriors game. Thanks for playing. See you in SAC on Wednesday, and I'll take your opinions off air. Peace.
Warrior fans, if you
it looked good.
If Game
too.
7 comes down to that exact same play,
you want him shooting it?
I don't know. I mean, do you?
Well, we're not talking. I want to tell Warrior fans, be careful what you wish for now, because we're not talking about Harrison Barnes putting a season together from behind the arc. It's one shot. And Steiny, I don't know about you, but I think you told me you felt like you didn't think it was going in, but everything was there. Format. I mean, he said, what did he say?
I don't know.
Harrison Barnes. Mechanically, everything was there.
Yeah, it was.
It felt
flawless,
good.
yeah. Harrison Barnes is he's impossible to dislike. He's a great guy.
Yep.
Absolutely great guy. 888-957-9570. We're talking about the Warriors. Comcast business text line also, 888-957-9570. If you want to take a look at one of the ugliest shirts that I've seen in a long time, feel free to jump on the YouTube channel.
Our guy made this for us.
95.7 The Game. Just search for 95.7 The Game, and you'll see Daryl the Guru Johnson with, it's kind of hideous, I think. Who's our guy?
A man-made that came to our listener party at the old ship.
No. That was different, wasn't it?
No, and he drew this himself with his hand.
What's his
Our
name?
boy, I want to say Elias.
Oh.
I'm butchering his name, but I'll get the right name. Yeah, look at this, Stein. This is incredible. And it was 3 years ago, and it still kind of fits, so that's why I'm rocking it,
I'll
too.
be there when I be
But,
there.
Iggy, I saw you calling the
Thank
timeout.
you.
You got away with one. We love Dre. Iggy. Andre.
Yeah, he had a timeout. Is that what you're saying? I didn't see it. You
No,
said,
he was telling Steph to call timeout. We was halfway on the court.
Gotcha.
Steph is sticking up for somebody. Somebody said something. I believe Weber is sticking up for somebody. All them dudes up there, nobody know you don't got a timeout. Come on now. This is the Warriors.
876 right now on YouTube. Let's see if we can get that up to 1,000.
Yeah.
To take
Boys
a look
had
at
it at 1,000.
Take a look at my main man shirt.
Yeah.
Drive attack, the rim, high stop, hit Steph cutting to the hoop.
Yeah.
Kick out to Clay on the wing. What's on the back, buddy?
Here we go.
And then the back has phrases: NBA Finals MVP, Andre with an exclamation point. 5:45 a.m. tea time. Interesting. What's Strip Master? Can you? Strip Master. Okay. Hampton's 5, 6th man of the century. That must be a new award. Corner 3, the lob. Shrewd. What's the date?
I can't see because I'm looking at the guys.
Okay. All right. I got most of it.
Okay.
All right.
Look at that's pretty good bid by you. Freestyle.
Yeah. Justin, South City. What's up, Justin? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well, guys. Guru, don't listen to Steiny when it comes to your fashion, man.
Hey.
He still has that Rock Carew shirt. Ronnie Cycle, telling him he's been in the weight room.
Right, I got you.
Damn, that's old.
Yeah,
that's old knowledge right
this
there.
This a P1.
I mean, that is
Yeah.
trivia.
Steiny, I wanted to give you your flowers, man, because you're being modest. You didn't just say that Draymond should come off the bench. You called it. You said that he would go to the coaches and probably be the one to tell them that he should come off the bench. So, flowers for you, because when you said it, I was like, yeah. I practiced that. But, dude, you called it. So, Steiny, doing a great job.
I appreciate it, Justin.
Like we're all having difficulty. We were talking amongst ourselves, the fellas. Like you're being modest, but it's not just you said, "Goo, it can happen." You walked us through the conversation. And Draymond, I don't know if you saw, Stein, he did a podcast saying, to hell with how I feel. Looney just had 20 rebounds. What do I look like coming back after missing a game? Like, I was getting goosebumps. Like, damn, Dre. But it took me back to the Blue City, the Blue City legend, the dinner they had in Memphis down 2-1. Who was it? Dre, Curry, I'm missing one. David Lee, and Fetzes. And they talked about some stuff that needed to be, voiced or whatnot. So they talked about it. Kerr agreed, and the rest is history.
Let's go to Ricardo. Ricardo, hey man, how you doing?
All right, how are y'all doing?
Doing well.
Awesome. Hey, I just had a question. I think it's like a legitimate question. Like, what is a big guy like Looney supposed to do when like Sabonis dips his shoulder and basically shoves him out of the way, right, to get a little 1 foot like jump hook shot? And then like I want to say it was like a back-to-back sequence. Like that happened, and the next time down, Looney held his ground and didn't get shoved, and then he got called for a blocking foul. And it's kind of like, well, what are you supposed to do as a big guy? Like get manhandled and get shoved around, or you stand in your ground and you get charged or you get called for a block? And I just don't get it. And I get the fact that he's supposed to take a charge, but you can't take a charge all the time, right? So, like, what is a big man supposed to do in those situations? Or is that like a bat on the ref? Because it seems like Sabonis seems to be like dipping that shoulder big time and clearing a path. And like, I don't know. That just seems like it's, I don't know. I just don't know what Looney's supposed to do in that situation.
I mean, I know the play you're referring to.
It was plays because it happened back to back almost.
But like honestly, if I'm a Warrior fan, I don't care. He ain't hurting us. Sabonis ain't hurting us. Okay, he gets away with a lower of a shoulder here and there. He ain't hurting us.
And I'll tell you what, to the caller's point,
He make a play in the last 5 minutes of the game.
And no, he messed up plays that were there to be had. That's not just not making a play. It's bungling the play. But Draymond Green, to me, Steiny, is the best at just putting his finesse and his IQ and smarts. He has his hands straight up like the cops are saying, put your hands up. And that way, but he's still using his body and like his lower extremities starting to kind of throw you off your spot to make it uncomfortable. Not that Looney didn't do that, but that's all you can do. But I tell you what, caller, the Kings couldn't go to that in money time because your boy just gets lemon booty, Steiny. He is killing the Sacramento Kings, but hey, keep going to him.
Oh, he stinks. Oh, boy.
What happened?
My buddy Harry.
I love this.
My buddy Harry emailed me.
Okay.
He's down on you.
Tell me why.
Guru says you can't have Green come off the bench. Green will be mad. Green's feelings will be hurt. Green will sulk. Green will be insulted. Well, Green suggested it.
So Harry missed the first block. Harry.
Oh, no.
I gave Draymond and Steiny an apology.
That didn't
I said
just
I was
come
wrong.
in. That came
okay.
in before the show.
All
I was
right,
just saying.
Okay, gotcha.
I was just saying.
Harry's a tough crowd.
He is.
But I'm blown away
He's
that
tough.
Dre. Why am I shocked that Dre did it?
I don't know.
Well, I said
I don't know.
I thought he was worried about what it would look like when that was the last thing on his mind, man.
I mean, if you want to,
that's shame on me.
If you want to look
and
at
the word that pissed you off real quick, Steiny, that you brought up in the changeover Friday was I had the nerve to say brand, that he was worried about his brand.
Well,
please, that's an L for
it might not have all been altruistic.
Well,
if Draymond Green is asked to come off the bench and he does these things, he'll be mad, he'll sulk, he'll be insulted, he'll
all
give
that
up.
I said.
He's in a contract year.
See,
he can't do that.
Hey, well, you know what? Okay,
Like,
but still,
you can put it that way.
I ain't gonna rob him of what he did, and I'm curious to see how it plays out moving forward.
Oh, rob him.
Yeah, no, I won't rob him of.
say.
Yeah, because you're making sense. But 31 minutes,
talking heads,
great defense. Now, how many rebounds do you think? Well, you study the box score. He had 10.
Who?
Looney had 14. Draymond Green.
I actually didn't study this box score
Okay.
like. I've said that before. When you watch a game without a box score, it's always fun then
It's
to look at the
amazing.
box score after the game. But when you're at the game or you're in the media, you know exactly the stats because you're looking at them while you're watching the game. Mike's in Hayward. What's up, Mike?
It's Mike from Hayward.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got a couple things. I think that the Kings have a great team. That they've done a really good job this year. I want to say that they're more than a worthy opponent, but they seem to be losing a little bit of confidence because when you got a team down 2-0 and you can't put them away in game 3, then you got a confidence. You got something going on with your confidence. And I could see in that last game that Kings were looking for a whole bunch of calls they weren't getting, right? And so they're relying on getting calls to win the games now. That's not too good of a sign for them, right? They didn't start out doing that. So I think Mike Brown knows that some stuff is catching up with him with the Warriors, and he's a little bit worried about it.
Yeah.
That might be a little strong, though, right, Snotty? They had the ball.
I'd still rather be in the Kings' position.
Oh, no doubt, going home.
And that's where, look, the
You don't think the Kings got any, if you believe in this, because you talked about no momentum game to game, but to the caller's point, I love it, but there was a lot of bravado in that. I'm just saying, psychologically, Stoney, if I'm the Kings, you got to feel like, okay, we battled, we put a scare in them. We're going home. We're undefeated against this team. It should start and stop there.
I mean, if you think Sacramento is going to be like scared dog at home, I mean, I think
fans
you're crazy.
won't let them.
We're just going to have to earn a victory on the road. They're going to have to play better than they've played. They might have to play their best road game of the season.
The final
either
exam.
Wednesday or Sunday.
Yes, no doubt.
They still got to win on the road. Fred in San Francisco. Hey, Fred, how you doing?
Oh, hi. Thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the most frustrating for me this whole season is in watching Jordan Poole play defense. I mean, his offense is necessary, getting to the basket, the foul, but his defense is awful, and I don't understand why he goes through the whole season making the same mistakes man on man. I'm talking about not so much team defense. And I wonder why the coaching staff somehow, he has good footwork, he's quick, he's not small. I don't know how they can't get him to play better man-on-man defense.
I mean, some guys just don't like to play defense.
Well, let's put it right on the table, Stoney.
Yeah.
He's got to go through his Steph Curry transformation. He's got to go put some muscle on. He's got to want to do it specifically just for that reason and also improve his balance. But right now, Stoney, he's flailing because he's not strong.
He played great yesterday.
I loved him.
Jordan Poole was great yesterday. The top 6 players were all very good yesterday.
Poole, obviously 2 of 6 from 3 from Jordan Poole, but 8 of 15 total, 4 or 5 from the line, 22 points. I'm not mad at him.
You can't be mad. In fact, you should be ecstatic. Without any one of those 6 guys, I think they lose this game. One of those 6 guys just doesn't play well. They might.
So
not
you're
win
saying
that game.
play well?
Poole was terrific.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about
Curry
all
was
6.
terrific.
Yeah.
Clay was great. Clay was solid, steady. Draymond was.
And they only had 11 turnovers collectively.
Yeah. Steven's in San Jose. Hey, Steven, what's going on, man?
Hey, how's it going? I haven't heard too much. I've heard a lot about the Warriors being lucky to be where they are, but not enough about how the Warriors did almost snag a couple away wins. Before Draymond got thrown out, extremely close game. Game 1, extremely close game. I agree. I'd rather be where the Kings are, but I just want to know your thoughts on that, on them also being pretty fortunate of their situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the way a series goes. I really do. If the Kings, to me, if the Kings were a 3 and the Warriors were a 6, I mean, nobody really thinks it's a 3 and a 6. Okay. It just happened to work out that way.
And it's a 4-game difference only.
If the Kings were a better 3 and the Warriors were a normal 6, I think it would be 3-1 Kings. I think the Kings would have won that game yesterday. But the Warriors aren't a 6, really. We know that.
Yep.
And they're certainly not a 6 at home this year, where they were 33-8. So we'll see what happens Wednesday.
What will you give me for this? And I want a grade, Stoney, for real. You can be like, good, that was an F, and I won't be mad. But I got to be honest, through 4 games, I feel like the Kings haven't had to adjust at all, and the Warriors have figured out, okay, you young fellas have made us determine that the 2 big lineup can get us exposed, or we feel that we can get exposed to the point to where we got to make a change. We made one yesterday and yet won by 1 point. So in totality, Stoney, I'm feeling like Sack is like, now they might not be saying, we ain't got to change nothing. We got you, Jimmy Jackin. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of second guessing. I'm just, and styles make fights and you got to make adjustments. But I feel like the Kings are looking at it like, we ain't got to make an adjustment. We just got to make shots, where the Warriors are in the lab like, you know what?
I got to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think it was that big a deal moving Draymond to the bench.
Well, after the game was all done, I thought the same thing.
No, but I think we all missed it. We all missed it. It's the issue wasn't Draymond Green. The issue was Looney and Draymond Green. So what did the Warriors do? Let's see if we can split those guys up a little bit more than we have.
Because
when's the best time to do it?
Yeah.
I mean, first quarter.
Yeah.
First 6 minutes.
Came in at the 6-minute mark.
So
just a thought I had.
If they sat Draymond, they would have won by double digits. Okay. The team all plays so much better without his negative vibe. Well, I wouldn't say that about yesterday.
Yeah.
What was that?
That was Spadoni.
What's he doing?
Taking calls.
Oh.
No, I was going to say, though, they finished with the same 5. I mean, Kevon and Draymond were on the floor to finish the game, so it's not like, all right, one doesn't start and the other doesn't play towards the end.
Exactly.
And that's why I think they're going to go back to, I'm going KFC, the original recipe come Wednesday.
Yeah, and again,
it don't matter is what you're saying.
I mean,
Poole gets to get off early, though. That's the one part I like for him.
True. Yeah. True. I mean, look, Poole plays better when he starts. I think we all agree on that, right? Logan in Vacaville. What's up, Logan? How you doing, man?
Hey, buddies. How you doing this morning?
Dynamite.
Hey, I'm just going to say it like this. I'm not really convinced that the Warriors have the heart to go all the way, and it kills me to say that, but I'm just sort of like looking at the facts. It's true that the Warriors have taken the Kings' best punches and withstood it, but they've been lucky. Look at Curry on that blunder. had that gone the wrong way, he would have joined the ranks of MVP player J.R. Smith in Game 1 in 2018. Remember when he was dribbling the ball and they were low on time, and LeBron was out there just like, "What are you doing?" Total drama. And then on Stymie, hey man, I want to commend you on something that you said, because I don't hear this talked a lot about on some of the other stations. That Chase crowd is a corporate crowd. It's not. That's what happens when you have a successful team. I was a season ticket holder for the 49ers from the late 70s up to the mid 90s, and when the Niners were owning the decade, we didn't see the same people that we used to see, and it just became different. Of course, the prices went up, but that's the same thing that happened with the Chase crowd. So, kudos to you, my friend.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm accepting kudos today.
Stop it.
Yeah.
The crowd to me is a. It's a secondary story. I kind of feel like there's nothing to see here. I mean, remember the 49ers? Remember the wine and cheese crowd?
Yeah. But
the Giants fans, they came alive for a decade, and now where are they?
Yeah, I'm going to say this to you.
You know what happens.
When I say Matthew Steinmetz, I don't know your middle name.
Michael.
Damn, Eminem.
Matthew Michael Steinmetz.
When you hear We Believe, it's more than just basketball to me.
Nothing will touch We Believe.
But the fans are almost bigger than the product.
Nothing will touch We Believe.
But because of what? The fans, though.
Exactly.
So
nothing will touch We Believe.
When you say it's not anything, it's something, but I just feel like maybe I need a Q-tip. I'm hearing the crowd. But if you're judging
I know you're afraid. You'd be afraid to criticize fans.
Oh, no, I got something to criticize.
Oh, go ahead.
Tell me when I can fire.
Right now.
Listen, I love material. I love Dibs, the inventor. I feel like a material. I love Mark Jones, the announcer. But you know what he did? Larry Krueger, I almost called him yesterday because I've been saying this for 3 games, and I see Krueger's tweet, and I'm like, good darn it, that's an A+. But Steiny, he's doing the game with Doris Burke, but it's like Fitz doing the Warriors game on the net. Like, there's a reason you don't do that. And Mark, if you're listening, I love you. But he took his cornbread when the Kings get a steal. But when the Warriors get a steal, still going the other way. But I'm just like, I can feel his kingdom. And I'm like, give me somebody neutral, Steiny. That's all I guess. Larry, you got it right, buddy.
Well,
be better at your job.
I think he's good. I think
he's one of the best.
I think he did. He used the line yesterday, though, that I hated.
I'm getting ready to. I'm laughing already.
As a young boy who once did have complexion problems, I didn't like his. He was in his face like acne. I didn't like that one. 4. I did not like that one.
Hey, the wife and I laughed at that.
As a guy who, got his tetracycline prescriptions in high school.
I have black hands.
I didn't like that.
Your trauma is showing.
That really hit home with me.
Your little pizza face, Steiny.
That's one of the reasons I never ever say anything bad about anybody's look.
His face like that.
It's like great. Yeah, hey, that's Lois Lucente. That's why she said it. Hey, Steiny, you're
the other one, he's like, he took his cornbread.
He's ugly. See? That's why I'm. That's why
we hit a nerve.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today.
Weber brings it into the front court. They have no timeouts remaining.
Oh, he calls too many timeouts. That's a technical foul.
He called a timeout. Michigan doesn't have any.
He got by with a walk, and Jimmy calls a he calls a timeout. He doesn't realize that's Michigan's too many, and so it'll be a technical foul. North Carolina shooting and the ball.
Curry in the backcourt. Called timeout. He called timeout. It's a technical foul. He didn't know they were out of timeouts. Can this game get any crazier?
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Scoring situation, Steph. Scoring situation. It's all right. It's all right.
But at the end of the day,
I like this. Warrior fan. This is class.
It don't mean anything.
Great Warrior fan response here from somebody on the YouTube chat. You know, and I said, yes, it's Kerr's fault, but man, the point guard's got to know. My guy on the text line goes, he's actually a shooting guard. He is a shooting guard when he loses track of the timeouts.
But at the end of the day, they were saved.
By the way, as long as I'm taking victory laps, how about this one?
Who's your favorite player?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow, the high flyer.
Yeah, he's going to have trouble getting off the bench this series, kid.
What up, Mateo?
Poor Mateo. Poor Mateo. Kuminga can't. Kuminga.
Man, they
kind of looks lost.
Yeah. Wow, Steiny, I don't know how you can get lost in 3 minutes, but it was in and out. Yeah. Kerr ain't playing. You gotta be ready. He saw something or he felt something. And Gary Payton II. Now, I know he's been ill, Steiny, but you got 2 days before Wednesday. 4 days, he'll be fine. But I was looking at him like, man, only 7 minutes. But like you said, the top 6, they got it done.
Who cares about the role players?
The others, as Shaq O'Neal would say.
Who cares? It's about the big boys. And the big boys came through. Big boys were money last night. Man. Klay Thompson.
Did he hit one off the side of the glass?
He does that every third game.
Dude, what? I said, how did that ball do that? Man. 2-2, Steiny.
Let's go to Anthony on 880. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
Good morning. I'm on 24 now. But, first of all, Guru, you don't know Draymond Green. We don't know him, man. Yeah. We just know him as a basketball player. But to think that he wasn't ready to come off the bench because he's a winner, and at the end of the day, he wants to win. So I wasn't surprised at that. But it's okay. We all make our mistakes. Jonathan Kuminga, he stinks. Shout out to Steiny. He was on the court for 3 minutes and didn't do a darn thing. Not an attempted block, not a rebound, not a steal. I mean, if you're going to get, even if it is 3 minutes, you got to show some effort. And I was telling my wife, when you have God-gifted talent when it comes to, like, jumping out the gym and stuff, that's easy. The hard part is doing the dirty work. And that's why JK isn't getting any run. But also just wanted to take the time, if I can, ask Guru, how's your little mama doing down there at college? How's she adjusting to college life and everything? And how are you doing with her not being home anymore? Because I know you're a lover, not a fighter, and I know how you feel about your kids. So I just wanted to end my call with that question.
Well, Anthony, I was just telling Steph Curry, you really got to know the time situation and score, and it's not really the time for that after the biggest win of the year. But go ahead, Goo.
I know everything.
But Mark Abide this online one. He hates when we talk about her personal life. But listen, Steiny, I set it up like that. Anthony, she leaves in August, so she has not left yet. We just went to close the deal, so I probably celebrated and talked with Steiny like she was already there, but she leaves this upcoming fall.
Nice. And that's Milan.
Yeah.
MILAN. What a sweetheart. Yeah. What a sweetheart.
You said hello to her on the phone the other day. That went a long way.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. By the way, yes. As for Kuminga, no, it's okay. He's not going to play a lot this series. He might play next series.
No doubt.
He might play next series. He's not that, that's the thing about the playoffs. Somebody may be unplayable that we don't even know about in the next series if they get that far. It's just Kuminga. He's fine. He's fine. He's still so damn young.
Yep.
Really is. 888-957-9570 is the number. And the Golden State Warriors, they hold serve at home. And even the series at 2-2. The bad news is they still have this little road bugaboo problem that they haven't solved. They're going to have to win a game in Sacramento, plain and simple, either Wednesday or Sunday. And this is turning into a great series.
Well,
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what, though. Forget where the locale. The Warriors got to do, outside of Friday, a better job of closing games. Clay hit a three-pointer with 3:24 left in the fourth. Stoney, they didn't score again. A field goal. Like, that's too damn long to have a Wiggins, to have a Steph Curry, to have a Clay. And it liked it got away. So the two games, if anybody wants to call in sack that I told you I was hurt about, because I felt like they should have had him, and that's what that pedigree and championship blood is about. That's when it rears its head on the road. Man, what are we talking about if they could have got one, 3-1 going back to sack. But they didn't. But, damn, that fourth quarter got a little sloppy. And I'm stating the obvious, but I want to see better execution.
I mean, the reality of the situation with the Warriors is, and we talked a little, we haven't really gotten into it, but I do find it fascinating because on the one hand, if you say, are the Warriors smart? Oh, my God, yeah. They're one of the smartest teams. They know how to play. Their offense is complicated. You got to be really a student of the game. Not everybody can play it. Yeah, there's some aspects to the Warriors that are that their basketball IQ is elevated. But there's another side where it's like, you know what? They're not really that smart. Isn't smartness include shot selection? Doesn't smartness include
fouling,
not calling a timeout when you don't have any, all those kind of things. So the Warriors got to win yesterday, and they needed it. Michael's in Reno, Nevada. What's up, Michael?
Hey, Steiny Guru. Love listening to the show. I just want to give a little context because finally somebody on all the morning shows and afternoon shows has brought up Mark Jones's name. I mean, here in Northern Nevada, I'm somebody that's announced play-by-play games on TV, radio. I've done PA announcing for home events, playoff events, all that jazz. And at least in the high school scene, I get rather agitated when you see an announcer that goes on TV and he's supposed to be a national broadcaster when he's sitting behind that table. And it's one thing to be a little bit Homer-esque when you're doing a local regular season game. You're either doing PA announcing, whatever. But Mark Jones is supposed to represent ESPN. He's supposed to represent a national view. And I can't stand it. All I keep hearing is nicknames, and you're hearing him give these nicknames and have that extra inflection in his voice when the Kings are on the court, and he's talking about De'Aaron Fox, and he's talking about Sabonis, and it's like, come on, man, you got to even the playing field if you're going to represent both sides.
Thanks, Michael.
Because I'm a fan, Steiny, but he's right.
Mr. Oblivious, I didn't notice it.
Well, the Acme one you heard.
Well, that one I heard. But I mean, look, he's
great, but you got to know what you can't be purple and gold. Purple and black.
And what I'm saying is, again, maybe I'm oblivious.
Okay,
I didn't sense that.
Like, here we go. Just an example. Barnes for 3, but you can tell it with that for 3, he had a key.
What about Mike Breen?
That's when you're just.
He's a Knicks announcer.
Yeah, but
Mike Breen. Thank you.
Well, he ain't been put in that situation in umpteen years to call the Knicks, so I wouldn't know. But hey, I'm telling you, I got love for Mark Jones, especially black play-by-play man. I'm all in. I would just tell him. Yes, it sounded a little one-sided. That's all.
408. I think the Kings have been lucky too. Wiggins missed that 3. Yeah, Wiggins missed the 3. They win that game. Barnes makes a 3. The Kings win that game. That's the way it goes. They both miss big shots. One guy makes it, the other guy doesn't. The series changes.
What about Keegan Murray, Steiny? They were getting something from him yesterday. I remember I told you he's unplayable.
Well, I've been nothing but
consistent
praising Klay Thompson. I mean, he was absolutely terrific on offense. He was the guy guarding Murray.
He's something else.
Here and there.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Klay Thompson was really, really good.
Man.
He really was.
I told you, Steiny.
What'd you tell me?
Going into these playoffs, where he was at shooting-wise, there's no shot he won't take.
Well, that's true, and that's true for 12 years.
And dude, he looks for the moment, and he answered the bell yesterday. Dude, I got to give Kerr credit.
Why?
Calling the time. They were down 9, and a timeout's a timeout. But Stoney, he called the timeout, and right after that timeout, they went on a run. I was like, Kerr, way to have your pulse on this game, because at the end, we hadn't talked about it. Sack kind of smoked off 4 possessions of like fast break possessions, but they're young. They hadn't been on this stage. Malik Monk, 1 on 4. Sabonis 2 or 3 times. What are you doing? Can I bring this up?
It's a young team.
Can I bring this up to you? And I know we're not doing sack radio.
Do whatever you want.
Is it fair that maybe Mike Brown shouldn't have called the timeout when they got that rebound? I was driving in traffic thinking, like, what if he would have let Speedy Gonzalez just get it and the Warriors couldn't set up? Then there's none of that. You know what I mean? It's just we've seen it before. I was just like, because I would have been the same dude saying, Mike, you should have called timeout, or any coach. But when you got that speed, I was like, Donnie, he was about to be a track meet to the bucket. Didn't cross your mind?
Not really. Yeah. Not really. Steiny, are you guys going to change your tone about Klay Thompson?
It ain't us. It's
we've been right on the money with the Klay Thompson analysis.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson, obviously a Hall of Famer, still a great player. Lost something defensively. I think we all can acknowledge that. But he's really figured out. He's figured out how to not hurt the team if he's not making shots.
And here's Steve Kerr, vintage two-way Klay yesterday.
Man, wow. Oh, whoa,
vintage
Steve
Steiner.
Kerr,
and that's what coaches do. That's what coaches do. I'm not going to do this. And stop trying to bait me.
No, but we talked about it before the show. You thought that he was good yesterday. He hit the shots that he needed to.
Oh, he
was smart. Like he didn't have many Klay plays. I'm shooting it no matter what. I'm shooting it no matter what. I'm shooting it no matter what.
And when he did, Stoney, they needed those bad boys.
He made the biggest shots of the game.
No doubt. And that one off the glass where the shot clock was on the however he banked it in from the side, and the Kings were on a run. You missed that, and they get possession, slow it up, and bring it down. Who knows, man? But this is it. And I keep going to that because it's 2 out of 3 in 2 of the games on the road. So the Warriors are going to have to face their ultimate litmus test of this whole season. 11 wins on the road. You got 0, nada, zilch in the playoffs in 2 tries. So if somehow they could get on the bus and go down there and kick the Kings' ass Wednesday, it would be Friday pandemonium here in the Yay.
888-957-9570 is the number, and the Golden State Warriors have evened it up. Yes, they have. 2 games to 2. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno.
Our guy.
What's up, Rob? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas?
Talk to us.
First off, yesterday was a great basketball game. That was one hell of a game. But I'm going to say this, though. Warriors played their best game. I mean, they got a few calls yesterday, too. Warrior fans not crying about calls today. They got a lot of touchy calls yesterday. I thought Draymond offense was more important than his defense. He scored 12 points yesterday. And people may say, oh, that's number 12 points. If he scored 8, they lose that game. So, and I'm going by the numbers. I doubt he scored 12 points again. I got the Kings in 6. Remember, the Warriors played their best game. They played their best game, I thought, of the year last year in terms of everybody, the big players, contributing and doing their thing. I got the Kings in 6. The Kings still there. They had a couple bad possessions. The biggest possession was that one where Fox came down the court and he threw it to Barnes, and Barnes.
Oh, man.
I thought that was a big possession. So the Kings still young, but I just feel like if the Kings get game 6, can't nobody stop Fox.
Hey, Rob, let me ask you this. I just asked Stoney, if you were Mike Brown on that last rebound when Steph shot it short, would you call timeout or let him go?
Well, I'd have called. It's a big possession, but I thought they started the pick and roll. They should have had a pick and roll with the center, and then because they was going to trap Fox off top, and then you'd have gave another opportunity instead of just throwing up a 3. You could have had bonus with a 15-footer or Barnes going to the hoop instead of him settling for that three, which he ain't hit all day. So they're a young team. They'll figure it out. But watching that game yesterday, the Warriors got if Kings had a veteran, the player that can score, that game would have been over already. But like I said, the Warriors played a great game yesterday. Props to them. But I still got the Kings in 6.
Thanks for the call.
Warriors down 4 at
San
half,
Bruno,
quietly,
Rob.
Stoney.
What's that?
If I had called you or we had talked or watched it together, they were down 4 at half.
Warriors?
Yeah. Were you surprised?
Did you think it was up?
No.
This is where you and me.
Yeah. But
this is where we love each other.
If I went,
what do you mean? Was I surprised it was a 4-point game? Why?
They were down 4 because they stepped on their neck in Thursday's game at Golden State. So I just couldn't believe the Kings had got past. Like, I felt like, to me, the TV was oozing with the Kings where I had a bravado of, like, just their uniform where it said, Kings, we're coming here to, y'all beat us Thursday. We're going back to the house up 3-1. And that's what was scaring me until they went on the run in the third quarter, man. I wanted to see Friday, Thursday all over again where the Warriors kicked their ass. I wanted to see that. And I'm like, what's going on here? Yeah, Murray hitting threes. Hey, you know who else stinks? Sabonis ain't just by himself. Your boy Herter. He's hurting them.
Plus 14. That's hey.
Somebody do a 30 for 30 on that.
I'm just telling you.
Look at you. You had that quick.
7:07.
Yeah.
Hey, Steiny, you and JD talk about Kuminga like he's a dummy.
Ooh.
Nah, I usually use words like
I don't.
He's struggling to pick up the system. But you praise Poole, who has made a ton of dumb decisions. Please be fair. Please read on air. I'm watching. You know what? The reason Kuminga doesn't have the leash that Poole has is because Kuminga can't go out and get you 20.
Nope.
And Jordan Poole can get you 20.
In a millisecond.
Jordan, you don't win that game without Jordan Poole. Sorry.
There's
That's
not a
why you
Dub
have
fan
to
walking
tolerate.
around.
You have to tolerate Poole's.
Nope, no doubt.
You have to tolerate Poole's miscues
and his ability to get to the free throw line, Steiny.
Exactly. 1, 2, 2.
That's still that should be a shirt. What's it mean? Zone.
When they go ahead. 1, 2, 2. Khaled's in Clayton.
Our guy.
What's up, Khaled?
What's up? Happy Monday, gentlemen.
Yeah.
It is.
Were you there, buddy?
It is so. Can you tell from the voice? It's actually recovered a little bit.
Okay.
Thursday and yesterday.
Sure.
The wife and I got treated to a semi blowout. I call it a semi blowout on Thursday because it was tight until later into the fourth quarter. The Warriors pulled away, and then just an absolute nail biter yesterday. And this is what I'll say. I think any mix of these games, however you want to cut them, it was destined to go 2-2. Whether we lost one at home and won one over at SAC, this game has been fairly well balanced where one possession could have changed any one of those games. And I don't think the Draymond suspension or the Draymond ejection really factors into that equation much because everyone will say if Draymond stayed in the game, we would have won. No, we wouldn't have. They actually started playing a little bit better when Draymond went out, and they actually looked pretty damn good when Draymond wasn't in there in Game 3. And you guys know how much I love Dre. But this series, for whatever reason, sets up better for Dre coming off the bench or Dre not getting as many minutes to be able to kind of control things. The one thing that really stands out to me in this series is the coaching gamesmanship, and not in a bad way, but the strategies that both Mike Brown and both Steve Kerr are employing against each other have been brilliant. And you know that it has been brilliant because both fan bases are complaining about each other's coaches, for whatever reason. Oh, they should have done this, they should have done that, but they're not looking at the reasons why certain things are happening. So let's use JK as an example. All the fans that just want to see JK's athleticism are missing the fact that JK, and I'll use one play because this is the one that stood out to me because it was right in front of us, where Wiggins was in the corner, and Wiggins shoots a three, and the entire defense collapsed in towards Wiggins. And JK stayed outside the three-point line, where the rebound came in his direction, and he made a half attempt
I saw that.
to go towards the ball. But had he come in, it would have been a wide-open dunk or at least an offensive rebound where we would have kept that possession. He was in the game for 3 minutes and was a -8 in a game that we won by 1. And, contrast that with Clay, where you see fans on Twitter saying, oh, Clay should, lose some of the minutes to JK. Clay was a +22 yesterday in a game that we only won by 1. There's reasons why these guys are out there, and I'm not a huge plus-minus guy, but the plus-minus does tell a part of the story. So what I say to the fans is these coaches know what they're doing, both of them. So both the SAC fans and the Warriors fans need to pump the brakes when they're going after these coaches because, in my opinion, they've been masterful.
Appreciate it.
Great call.
Appreciate it, Clay. What were we going to say?
No, I was going to ask just more about you. Him, and I have broken bread at Oracle. I was just going to ask him about he was in the building. Khaled's a real one, and he would say what's real, Stoney. But again, I was just going to the crowd. I hear him through my TV, and I wanted to ask him that. But did you know what play he was talking about where JK kind of stayed in the corner? Doris pointed it out, Mark. Like, you got to go get that ball. But if you had done what you were supposed to do before it was even, you know what I mean? It's little things like that. But I'm going to tell you this. I hope you don't think, Steiny, and you're not the dude gloating, and the stuff about you and JD not liking Kuminga, that's getting out of hand, like personally. But
what do
like he might be the hero next game. You know what I mean? You just said it. My point being, he wasn't the reason they won this game only by 1. He was sitting on the bench like a bump on a pickle, and yet it took the Warriors all that and some to just win a game that, Stoney, I thought they'd given away.
888-957-9570 is the number. 408. If Curry doesn't call that timeout, then the Warriors. Yeah, you're right. I mean, if Curry doesn't call that timeout, Warriors probably win by 5 or 6.
But even then, it was still a close game, though, Steiny.
Well, it's going to be.
Sacramento messed up in the crucial moments, though.
The Warriors are a 6 seed.
Yeah. Well,
they ain't sweeping anybody anymore, the Warriors.
Well, you said earlier, though, and I agree with you, the Warriors are not your prototypical 6 seed.
They're not, but they're beatable.
Oh, we saw that yesterday.
I'll tell you one thing that's happened. One thing that's happened I think is interesting, and I don't even know if you can go anywhere with it, but it felt like for 82 games, how many times did we get into, I don't think they can win it. No, I think they can win it if they turn it on. I just don't think they can win it. I think they can win it. I don't think they can win it. We're not even talking about that anymore. It's almost like we're all just kind of enjoying how far they might go. Like, I don't.
Well, they're in a fight. That's why. And they were down 0-2.
Right. But so why aren't we saying right now, boy, they better win the series because they got to win the series to win it all. You still think they can win it all?
I do. Yeah, I do.
Can you get that drop? Because that didn't sound very confident.
You threw me off.
I guess what I'm saying is I feel like finally
we're focused on the task.
A lot of us are watching this team now just saying, how far can they go? How far can they go?
And enjoying the ride.
Exactly. It's not the time to do it, but it's, if they don't win it, but it happens, some things happen on the way there. I don't necessarily think not winning it all would be a failure.
I know we're up against it. If I told you I would take, and Ja was incredible Saturday night, but I mean this, Donnie, recency bias. If I told you these playoffs through 4 games, De'Aaron Fox has taken an escalator to the top of point guards for me, I would prefer him over Ja. Would you throw hot coffee on me?
No, I would never do so.
So has he graduated on your rankings from what you've seen of him?
See what happens the rest of the series. I don't like to,
but you don't do stuff.
I like to make big pronouncements after games.
He's balling, Steiny.
Yes, he is. He's a good player. Real good player. Okay. It's Steiny and Guru, and we're giving away a chance of a lifetime. One of our great listeners is going to win a pair of tickets to Game 6. All you have to do is listen Wednesday between 1 and 1:30 when we have Bob Myers on, and you could be going to Game 6. That's Wednesday in between 1 and 1:30. As always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com. The only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed, not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 6 is brought to you by the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts Now, I got a shout out on the other side. I tell you what, there's a team out there right now in the playoffs that I absolutely love. I'm going to tell you who it is on the other side. You still think they can win it all?
Drives in, bad shot over Draymond. No good. Rebound Sabonis. Blocked by Draymond. Blocked away. Wiggins got it. Wow. Curry with a Warriors still lead 124-121. Curry bounce past Draymond. He attacks. Hands off to Wiggins. Shovels it up with the right hand. Good! Golden State leads by 5.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
You don't even know my name. Yeah, that's what mood I'm in, Steiny. Yeah.
Please.
Gotta love it.
This guy.
That's a beat. Phil.
By the way, shout out Atlanta Hawks. Now, I don't do this often, dude. I don't do this often.
They lost.
That's right. That's right, they did. I don't do this often, Goo, but I have been making a bet or two during the postseason. Legal bet.
Okay, yeah.
Legal bet. In fact, I'll acknowledge I lost the bet yesterday on the Warrior game.
You shared it with us on the line?
I had the under.
Ooh, I would have told you 9.
Well, and I wouldn't have listened because...
Well, I just hit 11-teamer, but go ahead.
I was going to say, can we talk about that? What if your wife finds out?
Yeah, but she ain't listening.
Okay.
I have a wife.
Well, here I'll be honest with you. Here's why I thought we could have under. It's 2-1.
Yep.
I was thinking this. I thought the refs let him play in Game 3. They're going to let him play in Game 4. Might be a little bit. I thought it'd be some tension, maybe a little tightness.
Yeah.
I thought the 12:30 start, maybe each team gets off to a slow start. I thought about Draymond Green coming in as a sub, establishing a defensive presence after the game has started. But, man, everybody just kept making shots.
63 points in the first had to have you worried.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Then 73 in the second. That's a lot.
You know what? It's one of those bets. It's one of those bets where I was almost
a heat check.
It was just no.
Oh, because you've been hot.
That's how I bet. See what I'm saying? Like, I've been more efficient than Klay Thompson yesterday.
Whoa, that's what you still can be hot, though.
So, anyway, I lost a couple there.
Yeah.
But then, as they always do, I'm thinking, what can I do here? What can I do? And
Quinn
I thought,
Snyder.
well, you know what? You can always rely on the Atlanta Hawks.
Who won the other night, Friday.
I didn't bet on them Friday.
Oh, okay.
You know why? Because I know how gutless they are. I knew they were going to win Game 3 because that's the game the Hawks win. That's the game they win, Coach.
And that they did.
So I'm coming off the Warriors' loss, and I'm like, you know what? Let's bet twice as much as I just lost.
Wow, look at you.
On the Boston Celtics to cover. 7.5.
Yeah.
They won by 8.
The get-right game.
Oh, boy. I needed it.
That's amazing.
And then I almost was ready to put some more money on my Finchies in Minnesota, but I decided to.
Yeah, your boy Ant-Man went off. What about, speak real quick, last thing about the Hawks. I know we got a couple hours. I hate punks. I don't like bullies and punks.
Me neither.
D. Murray, you had all 48 minutes to kick the Celtics' ass, but when it's over, you want to go bump the ref. That was weak. I hope he gets suspended. You see him bump him?
Yeah.
What if that was your pops?
Well, my pops would have knocked him out.
Oh, you would have. Yeah. No, I'm just saying that looked weak, man.
Yeah.
Let's go out there and take the Celtics' ass.
Wow. Let's go to Coach Jim. Coach Jim's in the city. Hey, Coach Jim, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys? Just get back from lunch?
Nice. Hey, it's only 11:40. You eat early, huh? Are you a construction guy?
All those commercials, I was hanging on for so long.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm an old school San Franciscan, and I did a lot of coaching, umpiring, and refereeing. Last Thursday night, we played a great game, and we dominated SAC. Now, we played our youngsters against their youngsters, which makes a lot of sense. I don't know why we're not doing that every game, running them early, tiring them out, and then put our mature guys later in the game. Why, if you're doing something that works great, why change it? You know, I don't get it.
Well, I mean, I think things got a little. Thanks for the call, Coach.
So he's
Jim.
lobbying for more Moody Kuminga.
Well, I think things got out of whack once Draymond got suspended. Then they're playing without Draymond in Game 3, so that means some guys are going to have to play. Moody and obviously Poole more, and then Draymond comes back, so then they're going to get squeezed again. Off topic, Steiny, what'd you shoot this week? I did not play golf this week.
That's the first in a
Let
little
me tell
while,
you something.
too. You were locked in. I appreciate it.
No, I made a blunder more than anything. I made a blunder. I was going to go to a soccer game on Saturday, found out my daughter wasn't playing in it, then had no plans Saturday. Sunday, the Warriors played at 12:30.
I'm being nosy.
I know. That's all right.
Where were you yesterday? Did
Danis.
you go? I said finals. I'm coming.
Where'd you
to.
go?
I was in the lab.
In your bedroom?
Long Saturday.
In the bedroom?
Yeah. No, front room. We had some people over.
You have 2 labs?
Well, there's a lab in the front, technically, when nobody's there, but the lab is really in the back. But we were hosting. Had some wings on the grill.
Gotcha.
Well,
by the way, shout out to Dana's buddy Mo in West Oakland.
Did the morning guys does he run a barbecue place? Because I believe the morning guys had him on.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's just a buddy. We went to his house in West Oakland, and he cooked some
Steiny, chicken?
Shrimp.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
What's it called? Like, why can't I think of it? Not a barbecue, but it's like a boil.
Shrimp skewer. What's on the stick?
No. It's not one of those things. Why can't I think of it?
Shrimp.
Wasn't it in a pot? Like, wasn't gumbo?
It wasn't gumbo. It was a lot of fried chicken.
Was it a goulash?
No. It was damn good.
But it had shrimp and
shrimp, chicken.
I think that might be a goulash.
We had it separate.
Potatoes. Oh, separate. Okay.
Yeah.
But you had a good time.
Oh, great time.
Little cocktails.
I was drinking tequila yesterday.
Don Julio?
I don't know. Whatever was in the glass.
That's what
And I want everybody to know.
Well, that's what
I want everybody to know that, yes, I had some drinks yesterday during the Warrior game, and that's why. I left my car at my friend's house.
Responsibility.
Picked it up this morning. My daughter gave me a ride there. Eric in San Ramon. What's up, Eric? Back to Wiggins.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Always great to listen to you.
Thank you.
My comment is that Kerr is making the same mistake as he did in the 2021 season when he only used a 7-man rotation in the last game of the season. And he's tiring up his veterans. I mean, Clay played 39 minutes. Curry played 43 minutes. He needs to start trusting his youngsters to play at least 10 to 15 minutes. And he needs to have at least an 8-man rotation. I mean, even Sacramento, the only players that played over 35 minutes were Fox and Sabonis. And they're both 25 and 26, respectively. What do you think?
Well, I think it's a fine line.
That's a good.
It's a thin line between love and hate. Chrissy Hynde, The Pretender. Mm-hmm.
Mark Lawrence, great movie. Thin line between love and hate.
It was after
with Lynn Whitfield.
It was after
I know.
the song.
Yeah. One of the truest statements ever.
I mean, you can't mess around too much.
But you asked me a few minutes ago, Goo, can they win it? I'm telling you, Steiny, a lot of tread coming off the tire if Curry's going to be playing these many minutes.
Yeah, it was like a crawfish broil. But we didn't.
Maybe that's what it was, a broil.
No, it was like a.
You ate them separately, right?
We did. So he made chicken in the grease. Okay. Then he made shrimp in the grease. And then there was a couple other things, but I left before.
But it didn't all go in one bucket.
Correct.
So maybe you got it right. You had not appetizers, but you had to, you get what I'm saying? There was no name.
Exactly.
All right.
There was no name.
But it sounds good.
Back to Wiggins. Thank you.
My wife can barbecue.
Can she?
Oh, man. I just don't like the smoke. Like,
get it.
No,
propane.
But, when it's hot, and you just.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
To oversee the meat. I'm not into the smoke.
I don't like the grill either.
Yeah, there you go.
It's not that I don't like the grill.
Yeah, I'm a man. I'm 40, but I don't like it.
I'll grill just for a person or two. If we have people over and we're grilling, somebody else grills.
Get out the shower and you got a nice fit on, smoke all on you.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Plus, I don't want to
disappoint.
I don't want to be over a grill when it's apart.
And you got something in your JRU in your glass.
Tell you what, I like this guy, but he's rubbing thin on me.
Uh-oh.
Just this team, when the Warriors lose, this guy absolutely, positively vanishes. But here the Warriors are, biggest win of the year. Let's go talk to Antonio in Oakland.
Look at him.
What's up, eh?
I knew you were talking about me, but I was nervous as ever yesterday. I was watching at a buddy's house, and I had to just go in another room the final few minutes, man, like to calm down. But, man, they got it together, and they put it together somehow, some way. And when Harrison Barnes shot that, I knew he was going to miss because I got flashbacks to the 2016 finals. Couldn't hit anything. I did. That's the fact. So they got the ball to De'Aaron Fox's hands. And De'Aaron Fox, he's the fastest point guard in the league, and he's like the Tyreek Hill point guard. It's like, boom, fastest guy out there. And the Warriors, they double-teamed him. It was like a press corner with the safety help over the top. Draymond was a safety help over the top. So that was a great win. Team win.
How you feeling about the rest of the series, eh?
Oh, Warriors in 6, as I said before the series.
All right.
So they're going to win Wednesday.
It's actually, I still got action with Warriors in 6.
But are you one of those guys really
going
to take a victory lap for a prediction?
If the Warriors win the next 2 games, why wouldn't I?
Do you want a segment on KPIX or KTVU?
First of all, 70% of our staff picked the Warriors in 6, I think, except you. You were among the minority.
That must be a Shatsky. But it's okay. That ship is sailed. It ain't gonna be. Why are you laughing? It's a prediction.
Why? Like,
okay, I got it wrong.
I don't. Yeah, but I wasn't even bringing that up. I just said, yeah, it looks like I got a shot at Warriors in 6 still. And you said, but are you going to take? Why wouldn't I?
Dude, so
Warriors in 6 is Warriors in 6.
But real quick, we're at the barbecue, and I got to tell you, it was almost a fight. It was a verbal fight.
Uh-oh.
My friend June and Silk Basie called me flip-flopper, and it struck a nerve. I said, quit acting like Steiny. What are you talking about? You doubted them on the road all season. I said, yeah, so it's Missouri, and the first 2 games in SAC when I thought I was front and center saying it's going to happen now. It didn't happen. Don't get mad that I'm saying, show me. The Warriors got to show me they're going to win Wednesday. And I said this. Quit trying to do June and Reg B. I said, quit trying to do the Steiny. No, you're flip-flopping. That ain't flip-flopping. No,
they know.
It's called pain.
Even your
pain
friends.
that I gave the Warriors. I thought they were going to do it in game 1 or 2. But listen.
Hey, Silk, keep him honest, buddy. I'll keep him on. I'll keep him honest 10-2. You keep him honest all the other time. Yes, Silk. And Reg Bass.
Well, same person. Yeah. June.
E.
Yeah.
My man. What?
Melo's still mad at you.
Filmo Mike?
Oh, we gotta get him in. Yeah,
I'll get him in when I click the switch. But we're going to talk about him for a second. Yeah. He hits me up on Instagram.
We talk, me and him,
and he says, "Steiny, please explain to me the Derrick Rose love from the Madison Square Garden. I don't get." And just got out of left field, and I said, "True pro, Derrick Rose. I know he's not from New York, but
from the Chi.
But Tom Thibodeau said." Derrick Rose, I got to take it out of the rotation. And he said, do what you got to do. Stayed a great teammate, and he's just been a true professional as his career winds down. What's up, Filmo? Oof.
Hey, Steiny.
Hey.
I love when they do the drop back to Wiggins. That's hella funny. Anyway, man, it's just a trip to see Derrick Rose is like Ja Morant. And then his career is winded up. And, a couple of games last year, I could have swore he damn near won for the Knicks. So I just wanted your perspective, man. It was just super interesting. But, and just to see the love in New York, it's a trip. You ever been in New York? If you get love, when people say you can make it anywhere, you make it in New York, it's a reason why. So it's putting on a different level. Anyway, hey, though, Guru, you owe me some money, though, bro.
For what?
Yeah, the Lakers, man. And you are kind of a flopper. The Lakers came in. They didn't come in 4th place. I got receipts.
No.
You need me to send a screenshot or something?
Mike, I can't.
But it was only for $20.
Get it, Mike.
You can sell that.
Oh, my God. I gave Steiny 20 for that bet.
That ain't my bet, brother. I need another 20.
Did you make 2 losers?
Well, okay, no, I don't remember this bet, Mike. So Ernie Chavez is going to get the audio, and then I'll get back to you.
Fillmore, send him a screenshot.
Yeah.
Yes, it's on Instagram. I'm going to send the screenshot. Go, I got you.
I love you.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Fillmore.
Mike
Appreciate it, man.
We won a party. We hit him. This live
What if
stuff.
I
He
told
keeps you young, man.
Okay, I'm going to be honest. When it comes to Fillmore Mike and his parties, I talk a big game. I'm scared.
What?
I don't want to go to one of his parties.
Dancing?
Get into trouble.
Oh.
There's too much going on. It's just there's too
That's
much.
like Fabby Davis. He's got the after-hour spot. We're invited. What are you? It's mature.
I haven't been up after 2 o'clock in the morning in about, I would say, 23 years.
Hey, Steiny, you may not be ready for my parties, man. There's going to be a lot of booty in your face.
Yeah. He's right. He's right.
Yeah.
He's absolutely right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors even up the series at 2 games apiece. John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game reporter. He's going to join us at 1 o'clock. He's been at all 4 games, obviously. And there's no media member that has seen all 86 games of both Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors, but for John Dickinson.
I respect
Can you help me with this Yoko Doko on YouTube? Says we haven't been giving Dre his credit. Have you listened to the show at all? Do you listen? I've given his character way more love than the game, but I'm stating the obvious, Steiny. They do not win without Draymond Green. And what he did to Sabonis in crunch time, the block Dre got with the left hand, I believe it was the left hand. Sabonis, I ain't going to go there with his pops, but Steiny, he's a liability, it seems like.
How about Draymond picking his pocket on the break?
Oh, my God.
And then poking it free, then with his other hand tipping it to Wiggins.
Oh, Steiny, I forgot that one. I'm stating
Sabonis
the obvious, Steiny. They do not win without Draymond's character.
What's going on?
Huh?
I'm bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say.
Manuel Rodriguez, front runner, good.
Forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, when he picks a bonus and then he hit it to Wiggins.
Yeah.
And then he was on the break. Draymond.
Yeah.
We giving him his love. Day.
Wiggins. Oh. Sabonis, you've heard of this. Sabonis is a day late and $1 short.
I've heard that one.
That's his game.
But what if I said
just a little slow
from the Yoon in the street, Steiny? That equates to soft. He's a poodle down low.
I just think he's just
not
athletic enough. And he's not quick enough.
But he looks scared though, right? And not an old guru. He looks nervous. If this is lemon booty.
No.
Lemon booty is when you fumble, dumble, bumble.
He doesn't. He's not.
And he's fumbling the ball.
I wouldn't say that. I'd say he's limited. I say his limitations are surfacing. It's not lemon booty. He's got no lift. Look, how many times
So he manipulated his way to the All-Star game?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's a regular season game. Go
ahead. How many times?
He's just not. I don't think he's quick enough. I don't think he. How many times have the Warriors taken a big man out of a series during their dynasty?
900 times.
Thousands.
Yeah.
Not really, but a lot.
Yeah.
And so here comes the series. Domantas Sabonis.
The best
all-star.
player. Yeah.
Okay. Can he play in it? He's not. It's hollow numbers.
Man.
The numbers are hollow.
Man.
They're hollow.
Because if he was that guy that we thought he was, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to put it right on the table. Mike Brown calls a timeout and at least thinks about throwing to him on the block.
What's that?
If he was the guy I thought he was, Mike Brown comes out of that timeout with the 10 seconds left, and at least the thought from him or an assistant coach or coaches to give it to Sabonis on the block. Baby hook, bucket, ball game.
Yeah.
He's and he took one shot. He looks like he has no idea what's going on at the top of the key.
I mean,
dude, they have taken his
Sabonis
doesn't
really post up. He'd rather face the basket.
A fractured hand, my ass, Manuel Rodriguez. We're seeing more.
Bernard. How you doing, man?
Yeah, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey, just real quick, I just want a couple of tidbits just from watching these games. Obviously, if the Warriors don't turn the ball over, right, they're going to be in the game. Their defense is a lot better, obviously, when they can get set. And I looked at the the 16 teams in the playoffs, I know some people are clamoring for Kuminga to play more. Do you know, I couldn't find one team on first string or second string on the depth chart that had a player that was 20 years or younger. Okay, so we want Kuminga to play Guru because of his athletic ability. He's fast and young. But look at all the teams. Nobody has any 20-year-olds starting or in the second lineup, maybe even on the third lineup. And then another thing, the Warriors got 4 20-year-olds on their roster, 4 of them. So just that jump in competition, I just think it's just obvious. And we kind of say it jokingly, or you hear it on the radio. Kuminga's look lost. I wouldn't put him out there. He's just not ready yet. And I don't think that's an indictment on his talent at this time. He's just not ready. And for us to talk about it, it's cool to talk about it, but don't make it seem like he's underachieving, because I don't think that he is. And one more quick thing. I heard Draymond Green talk about basketball a lot. And if you listen to the terminology and stuff, I mean, Kuminga started playing basketball so late, it's a lot of things, Draymond talked about on the left elbow with the defensive players up, you got to drop. Kuminga, you can just tell he probably doesn't know those terms right now. So we got to be patient. So just look at all 16 teams and find me, and I'm just talking about the teams in the playoff that has a player that's 20 years old.
What about Anthony Edwards in Minnesota? I'm just saying.
I mean, he's like 22 probably. Thanks for the call. I mean, I think he's saying 20. I don't know how old's Kuminga. Is he 21 now? I don't know. He's basically.
Go ahead.
I mean, he's right. If Anthony Edwards is 21 years old, then the caller's right.
Kuminga is 20, but
Edwards 21.
Yeah, well.
But the caller's making it seem like
by the letter of the law, the caller's right.
Yeah, but you know what I meant.
Look at a 20-year-old.
No, that was if we were in a courtroom, he's defending Kuminga. But I'll say a lot of Warrior fans know what the kid can do, Kuminga, and they just thought he would get it or process it sooner to where he would be, he would have a role on a playoff team. And right now, this series is not for him, and I don't think we've seen the last of him, Steiny.
Not in this series.
No.
I mean, if they get into another series, he'll have another crack at it. I don't think there's any doubt about it. All right. That's half the show in the books. Warriors, they win yesterday afternoon, 126-125. Series tied 2-2 Wednesday, 7 o'clock. Golden One Center, Game 5. A lot of fun. 888-957-9570 to get in and talk hoops on 95.7.
ball to Monk. Monk, full head of steam, down the lane, gets around Curry, goes a block by Wiggins, says, get that out of my kitchen, and Kuminga takes it on the far wing.
Back to Wiggins.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Shay Green. He always sit next to the other Green. Draymond.
You brought something up that I just got a kick out of. I think it's a hoot. That you saw, I didn't see it. That you saw Iguodala calling for a timeout.
I watched it again.
Oh, that's funny.
And I want to feel like Curry he ain't throwing nobody under the bus. He just said, he was out there with the sign. It wasn't with the mouth. Right. He had the T's. You get that little T. But yeah, he had the big T out there.
I'll be there when I be there.
Love, you got to love that Steve Kerr took the bullet. And this is why Steph Curry's such a team player. I was joking with my buddy Dana.
Gotcha.
After I'm like, boy, they're going to get asked about this after the game. And he said, I said something like, if I'm Steph Curry, and I get asked, did Steve Kerr tell you had no timeouts? No. In fact, he told us we had 2. I'd have thrown Kerr under the bus. No, he said we came out. He said we had 2 timeouts, not just one.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I always come down Dre's road, Steiny, because I miss him. But I will tell you this. I don't know if you guys
caught it. You not always come down Draymond Green's road.
No, I'm talking about
oh, you did it again.
Yeah, Iguodala.
Okay. We'll see now.
The guy on my shirt.
Sure.
I don't want to use, because it's going to be strong. You're not going to care because you don't even got a heart. But he was saying some things to Kuminga, like, keep your head up. Because you could tell Kuminga it's about the team. Was probably disappointed or hurt that he only got 3 minutes, Donnie. And I saw Andre when the cameras went over there.
By the way, Iggy's. I'm sorry, I blurted out and interrupted you. My bad.
You know who you work with, so you're fine.
Well, I couldn't help but notice Iguodala's trending back.
Yeah, they get past this.
Wow,
it's going to be Memphis. Oh, I got to slow down. Game 5, Donnie. That's what it's about. It could be Memphis or LA.
Yeah,
blockbuster for both.
It's going to be either one of those teams. Marvin's in San Francisco. Hey, Marvin, how you doing, man?
I'm doing fine.
Good. What do you got?
Did I lose you guys?
No, you're right there.
Okay. I just wanted to say this. I hear all these people going about yesterday's game. I'll just say this. If the Warriors weren't going to go to their goal, that shot would have gone in. Between Curry's legacy and the team's legacy and management or the coach blowing, forgetting to tell him about the timeout and all that stuff, that ball would have gone in, and then we'd be looking at a different world because it went in.
Right.
You now have a young team thinking they got gypped or whatever, even though that technical foul, I've never seen anything like that almost decide a game in NBA history. But that aside, you had a young team thinking they got gypped and so on and so forth. But this veteran team says, Oklahoma City down 3-1. We go back there and we get 6-game Clay. We got Curry in Game 4 last year. We had games in Memphis in the past where we were down. Houston in the past when we were down. We're down 3-1 to them also. So I think that because it didn't go in, I'm looking at a destiny situation. And I think that destiny would have changed if it was going to be a good shot. It didn't go in, and it didn't go in for a reason. I'm a big believer in this. That's why you get these guys you never heard of making hero moves in championship games and stuff, and you never hear from them again. Remember this, Joe Montana on the game of the catch had 6 turnovers, 4 interceptions, he had 3 fumbles, something like that, so 2 fumbles, 3 fumbles. In the Super Bowl where he threw to John Taylor, the play before the pass to John Taylor, he hit a Cincinnati Bengal defensive back between the numbers at the goal line, and the guy dropped the ball. Mm-hmm. So when you're going to win, you've got to have those things kind of go right, and that's what I saw yesterday. That's my take on yesterday.
So who's winning the series, Marvin?
Please ask.
The Warriors are gonna strangle them like an anaconda on Wednesday night. And the whole secret to the Kings, if you look at the games, the last 2 or 3 games, when you slow the game down, those guys don't get to shoot every 10 seconds and get their rhythm. And if I was Kerr, I would forego this run the ball up the court and get going at the Kings' pace. I would slow the game down like I did in Game 3. They only scored 97 points for a reason. They missed a whole bunch of shots because they weren't in their rhythm. And so if the Warriors just remain poised, our turnover number is way down. We're making fewer mistakes in spite of the glaring ones like Poole made yesterday. But the other thing is, the last thing is, Klay Thompson is back on track, and I'm waiting for Klay to have a huge game because he's shooting the ball well now. And I put it all together, and I think that if we were going to lose, that shot would have gone in. It didn't go in. I think that's big. And this veteran team's going to win Game 5. The pressure's on Sacramento, man. You get deep in that game, and we're up by a few points. They've got
Thanks,
to
Marvin. See, you do. Go ahead.
No.
One of the things that we need to work on is I'll tell you at the break.
No, please. We're the show where we air it all out.
A lot of times, so we'll have a caller, okay?
Yeah.
And some callers are really good at making it tough to jump in there.
Right.
Marvin Marvin got off.
Yeah.
He got a lot of time.
He let loose.
So one thing, I tend to not want to follow up with a guy like that. Or even, God love him, a guy, Khaled, for example. Like Khaled
They're not in here doing the segment. And if you ask him, it's going to be another 5.
Exactly. Because Khaled is thorough. Yeah. He's thoughtful. He's precise, and he knows the game. Yeah. He comes in, boom, 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 90 seconds to 2 minutes, and he gives great knowledge. And so that's why when you then go, we'll follow up.
Yeah.
But
I
today
didn't do
was the first time I've ever said, let's get
for Khaled.
For Khaled,
yeah. But to Marvin's point, Stoney, he was talking not your language because you're not into the basketball gods. You're not into karma. What would he have said about the series when Wiggins missed that jumper in the corner to win it? Would that have been enough for him? So what goes around comes around. And I got to say something. I'm surprised yesterday. Tell me if you disagree. I text JD. I'm still in your line. That's my guy. I felt like the game was at the Kings' pace. It wasn't what we saw Thursday night. So it was right there to be had. And the Kings, Stoney, again, they are shooting 30% from 3, but the Warriors are only shooting 33%. So, I mean, man, yesterday again, a 3-pointer could determine the outcome of the game, and Harrison Barnes, they could go on and win the chip. The Kings, Harrison will remember that shot. He could have really stuck it to his former team.
Oh, you mean if the Warriors win it all?
No, if the Kings win it all, I don't believe that would be sweeter than Harrison Barnes hitting that shot yesterday. That's how big of a shot on a personal level it was for me, for him. And he's doing it right. Oh, hey, Stoney, it was a regular shot. I take them, bunch of them. I've been there, done that. We're playing good, Stu, headed home. But, man, please, I would have been in fetal position all night had I missed that dagger to put the champs and that dynasty that got rid of my ass, and y'all down 3-1, coming down to 80. Oh, my God. I might have even called there ain't going to make the next game because I'm cool right now. Just let that be my last shot. Get me up out of here for Durant. How you like me now? Yeah, it didn't happen.
Did I tell you I'm working on a Woj impression?
Now that is as random.
Adrian Wojnarowski.
How long is it going to take you first? And what made you say I'm going to do it?
Because I've just been listening to him, and he's very unique.
Steiny, I've been talking to the Lakers, and news coming out of L.A. is that LeBron James may be 2 weeks. That's my dad. He's
not bad.
Greeny.
Well, hey, Evan,
Greeny. Sources in Los Angeles are saying that LeBron James, of course, the 4-time MVP, is listed as questionable for tonight's game against the Memphis Grizzlies. Greeny, as you know, LeBron James had some tightness in that hamstring the latter part of the season, and he's going to be a game time decision on on Wednesday.
Oh, you got his cadence down a little bit.
Number 4.
You got to speak like it's a press release.
Dude, that's how he does it.
But you know what? No, I do. Well, I know of him and vice versa. He's just so careful. Like, he really takes...
No doubt about it.
He does not... He wants to be so precise.
No doubt. Boy. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, big smoothie. Victor Alexander in the house. What's up, Vic?
Hey, look, Vic wish he was me. But listen, let me tell you this. Hey, I don't know if y'all checked this out, but, man, if Fox would have made that pass to the right, Malik Monk was wide open.
I saw that.
He has he has a laser. I think it would have been a different outcome if Malik Monk would have had that last shot. If you notice, after Harrison missed that shot, he slams the ball down. I saw that.
Yeah.
But HB, you know what? You gotta love HB, man. I have love for the Black Falcon.
I do too.
I don't care. I don't care if they miss. But here's another thing. Let me ask you guys this: why go for a 3? You only down 1.
It's the new. No, tell him, Stoney. It's the new NBA, and the Warriors did the same thing, down 1, going for the 3 when Wiggins threw it out to Clay. I mean, Clay threw it out to Wiggins.
Man, go for it. Go to the hole and get fouled, man.
Thank you.
I get it, but I don't get it, man. They down 1.
Yeah,
man, that's incredible, Steiny. And ain't no foul on a 3, Steiny. You gonna shoot it way out there? Ain't no foul. Go to the rack and give yourself a chance to. You might get fouled.
But in fairness, a lot of times you drive to the basket and the refs are going to swallow their wood. Like, they're not going to make a call if you get fouled.
But what if you make the bucket? You know what I mean? Like, if you go to the rack with everything reckless abandon, okay, let's say you don't make it.
What I'm saying is, to me, maybe you're more likely to get fouled without a call there. Maybe I'm wrong.
And I'll say this to him.
Depends, obviously.
About why Monk didn't get the ball in my eyes. That was a clunker of a play, and I'm going to go White House on you. That was a bailout. Harrison, like, that wasn't that the play was not designed for him to kick it out to Harrison. He fumbled the ball a little bit, got lost, and then saw the elevated doors closing on him with Curry and Dre, Steiny, and him being left-handed. It was like, thank the Lord you're over there, as opposed to him picking and choosing which side he wanted to do. But there was no doubt. I thought Fox could get to the rim, Stoney, and to Draymond's credit and Curry, and you talked about Curry's body strength, not just letting him go by the first time. That was by default, but, man, it was still a good look, and Barnes couldn't hit it, and they rejoiced, and the Warriors know they got away with one, Stoney.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump in, talk some Warriors basketball. They even up the series 2 games apiece. That's also the number for the Comcast Business text line. We usually try to reset here and there, and maybe we'll use this Steve Kerr sound to reset Guru's apology.
Well, his defense was great. He hadn't come off the bench in 10 years since before I was coaching. But he came to me immediately after game 3. He drove back to the arena. I was in my office, and he walked in, and he said, "What do you think about me coming off the bench?" And I had been thinking about it already because of the way Sacramento was guarding us and, just getting another shooter on the floor. And so we always collaborate. The decisions we make are collaborative with our key players, and so that was a collaboration. But Draymond offered it, and this is how we've approached a lot of playoff games. Steph has come off the bench. I think 4 games against Denver last year. Wiggs came off the bench game 1. You do whatever you have to do, and I thought Draymond had a great second half, really got himself going. Defensively, he was fantastic, and only had 1 turnover. Again, huge key for us, taking care of the ball, and we did that. We eventually got back to that 2 big lineup with Draymond and Loon, and they did a great job together.
I thought snitches get stitches.
Not when it's bad, when you're telling on somebody.
My understanding, Steve Kerr, is that when you have a player suspended, he may not be at the arena at any point during the day of the game.
Oh, this was after.
I know it was after, but was it still Thursday night?
Well, now I would say.
So Draymond's driving back. How's he get into the arena?
20 minutes after the game's over, it's over. It's a new work day.
It better be.
But I think people would call you nosy because you don't know for sure, but you're inquiring minds. People would say, what's the energy behind wanting to know if he violated or not, Stoney?
I'm just, Kerr mentioned it. I'm just observant.
How much do you think the coaching staff had discussed that possibility before Draymond brought it up?
Oh, they've been discussing it.
And that's what I don't like about this series, Evan and Steiny, is the fact that the Warriors can openly admit, and again, this is real talk, they don't like something they see with the two big lineup. I came in and told you guys when we argued about, hey, has it ran its course? Are they easier to defend? But I need you and Evan and Spadoni or somebody, a caller, tell me what the Warriors see from the Kings that, the Kings are worried about. Because I'm not hearing that, and that concerns me because the bottom line is Dre's going to be on the court with Looney more often than not. Moving forward, what's the Achilles heels for the Kings that the Warriors can take advantage of? Because I'm not hearing that out of Sacramento, something they don't like about their personnel. So I would say in a crazy way, Steiny and Evan, Kings up 1-0 strategically because the Warriors have to deal with, well, what are we going to do? We're going with the two bigs or are we going to go with the one big?
Let's not forget.
Because they've identified something they don't like. The Warriors have you know what I mean?
No, why would you say that? Why wouldn't you say?
Because they made a change.
Why would you say they've identified something they like?
Oh, no, I'm saying they don't like.
Keep in mind.
I know, they don't like.
No, but keep in mind this didn't come out of the blue.
No doubt.
Draymond Green got suspended. If he doesn't get suspended,
even though they were thinking
about it. No, not if they would have won Game 3 with Draymond.
Now, what if they would have lost with Draymond?
Doesn't matter anyway. At that point, they're down 3-0.
Yeah, it's just something I keep thinking about.
You know what I want you to keep thinking about is how you thought Draymond Green was a selfish player.
Where's Gianna?
God, I wish we had some of my sound from Friday.
Dude, you said it.
Everything came through.
But you felt it. And that's what I can appreciate. And Draymond.
I'm 1-for-1 against Draymond Green in basketball knowledge.
Dude, he said what you said. The podcast killed me. Nobody cares about how I feel.
I'm going to take it a step further.
Well, now you got the sneakers on now. Clear the track.
Take it a step further. We talk about Warriors a little bit. Might be a little bit scared of Draymond. Let me tell you what. They're more scared of Clay when it comes to having to make a decision about the starting lineup.
You pointed out it's never happened.
To me,
Clay ain't sacrificing. You know what?
Hey, Draymond, come on in here and we'll talk to you about something. Hey, what's up, Coach? Let me guess what you want to talk to me about. Me going to the bench to get another score in there. Yeah, that's what. You know what, Coach? I'm a step ahead of you. If you want to do that, go ahead. Wow. Thanks, Dre. Clay, come on in here.
Wow.
Hey, Clay. Yeah. We're thinking of making a little change. We're thinking about maybe bringing you off the bench. Oh my God!
They should have played some sound.
Oh my God! Yeah. Hide the silverware.
Yeah. I believe he's a winner, Steiner.
He's a winner. Oh, he's a winner, no doubt about it. Of all the players on the team,
man.
Exactly.
No matter what happens, and I know y'all, come on, Guru, you're just talking, but I really will not forget this chapter of the tenure of the Big Three, and mainly Draymond Green, man. And he said it was inevitable, but the part that got me with the goosebumps was let's say they would have chose to sit Looney. He didn't want Looney to have to sit after grabbing 20 rebounds. And he was saying, what does that look like? And nobody cares how I feel. I'm like, damn, Dre, I had you wrong. And I had using the word brand. So, hey, you got an apology for me, Dre.
That was like what do they call those? Sombrero? When you go for 4 with 4 strikeouts? Or
the
golden sombrero.
Yeah, golden sombrero.
Yeah.
You had Golden Sombrero show.
Well, no, there was
Friday.
only one subject matter I was wrong about.
Right, but you had about 6 takes within that subject matter.
I think it was 8. Hey, real quick from Turk 707, Guru, Ray Charles could see the Warriors are better with a one big lineup. It's not about seeing or identifying. It's about give me the kryptonite for the Kings right now. What do they feel they can? Now, it could be Sabonis, but that's too big of a rat. He ain't going anywhere.
You think the Kings are outplaying the Warriors?
Oh, man. That's a great one, Stoney. And I'm trying to be – it's 2-2. It's 50-50. Now, I cannot sit up here and lie to you guys and the people and say the Kings outplayed them yesterday. They didn't. That game was over, technically. But it's 2-2, so I'm going to say it. Talk to me Thursday, Stoney.
I will. You going to be here?
Yeah.
It's a Thursday after all.
I gotta say something.
Oh, go ahead. What's going on, buddy?
They'll rename anonymous. They'll remain anonymous. Pulled me to the side.
Oh.
And said some stuff to me, and I went Incredible Hulk. I almost grabbed their like Top Gun and Maverick. Oh, why did you fire? Remember he did that to the brother, Tom Cruise. They go, hey, don't let it get to you. I go, what? He goes, the time off. I go, dude, do you know who I am? I said, first off, I earned it, and I'm tending to my pops or a root canal. Sure. I ain't never got no complex, but the person, they were looking out for me, but I flipped the lid on them, and they were looking like,
all you got to do, Guru.
Come on, man.
Listen, here's all you got to do.
We bust our ass. I bust my ass. I got your back at every turn. Yeah. Now, I'm always be there for my dad and my family. You already know
Dude,
that.
all you got to do is put one good week together. Just work 5 days this week. And everybody will forget about it. So
you are great.
I'll see you in here tomorrow.
No, it's Thursday. Remember,
what do you mean?
Because you use Thursday as the day after the game. That was pretty funny because if you do a total, Thursday seemed to be the day that I'm out.
But it's not going to be this week.
Yeah, well, it's tomorrow.
What do you mean?
I'm with Norm, so JD will be in with you.
Oh.
Yeah. You knew that.
Well, this is a radio.
Yeah, well,
it's theater of the mind.
No, dude.
And here's where I go.
That's so powerful.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're not going to be here tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you are.
God bless Norm. God bless Norm.
What happened?
Sacramento Kings guard De'Aaron Fox has suffered a fractured index finger in his left hand. Sources tell The Athletic and the Stadium. Fox is expected to be listed as doubtful for Wednesday.
Wow, man.
Sham Sharani.
You got to be kidding me.
Greeny, the Kings are saying that De'Aaron Fox, who won the NBA's Clutch Player of the Year award this year and one of the Kings' bright young stars, he will likely be listed as doubtful, Greeny, for Wednesday's game.
I mean, this is
kidding me.
Dude,
See, that bothers me.
Dude, this is wild, Steiny. This is incredible.
Really a shame.
We just talked about the next series possible matchups, and your boy has a broken hand or finger digit.
I mean, look, let's just put rats on the team.
Yeah,
This sucks. And I'm not just saying that because it's the Warriors and da-da-da. Giannis Antetokounmpo, hurt. Embiid, hurt. Let's see, who else?
Kawhi Leonard. PG, Paul George.
Tyler Hero, hurt. Denver Nuggets have anybody hurt?
No.
How about Memphis? Ja Morant was hurt.
Yeah.
Sacramento. Now, De'Aaron Fox, hurt. Phoenix. They've been healthy for the postseason.
This is a game changer, man.
LA Clippers. What's that? Oh, we got a break?
No.
Oh, something I want to bring up with Guru on the other side. Hold on. The Quest for Five. It's brought to you by Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today.
start on Draymond. Takes a three off the dribble. It's up and good. It's a 1-point game.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Get in, Steiny.
Hell of a game, JP. Way to be, buddy. Somebody on the text line, JP, and I'll tell you this, and he or she was right. They said, can you imagine if Jordan Poole would have called the timeout they didn't have? Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Wow. By the way, Greeny, Ramona Shelburne and I have been told that Kings guard De'Aaron Fox suffered a fractured index finger. It happened halfway through the fourth quarter, and it looks like Greeny will be listed as doubtful for Wednesday's game 5 against the Golden State Warriors. Now, you'll remember.
Yeah, look, I'm going to give you it's good, 3. I remember Kobe having all kind of issues with his digit, but I think it was on the non-shooting hand. I heard left hand. I was like, okay, he probably still can go because you want to see the team.
Did you get the text from Spadoni?
No.
Spadoni has just texted us a photo of Kobe Bryant pointing during a game with his index finger on his right hand.
Oh, my God. Well, there's the bar set then. Fox, you got to play.
He was a little selfish, though. Like Kobe
was a goat.
A little selfish, but.
Yeah. Dude, I can't believe you just read that.
Read what?
Because
it's the playoffs. Warriors are going to lose a guy here and there, probably.
But not this is the best player in the series. I don't think he's ruled out until we got JD coming up at 1.
He hasn't been ruled out.
Well, all the doctors on the YouTube. Oh, he's on for the series.
Who said that?
I
made it up.
Stay off of Twitter.
No, I'm actually on YouTube.
Nice job, Goof.
Seriously.
Dude, what a breaking news!
Steinmetz is a little too much Christopher Walken. I'm gonna go back and study the film.
But the cadence is there. I know where you're going. You got to give it to Willard and Dibbs.
For what?
You got to let them hear it.
Oh, I thought you meant give it to them like lambaste them.
So I know it's a
what's up, buddy? Talk to me.
I want to talk about the cameo by Dibbs. So you and I have been hot at the tables. We just call them the crap tables.
You made a
right. Can
we talk about your bet?
Yeah,
I'm serious.
11-team parlay.
Guru had an. This is no. Can I do it?
Yeah,
I'm serious. I got to do this.
Yeah.
Get this. Guru
11-teamer.
He got an 11-team parlay. He got them all right. 11 for 11. Can I say the money?
Yeah.
He bet $3 and he won
$900.
Close to $1,000.
That's big.
And I'll tell you what, here's the best part. Here's the best part, Goo, and I'm so proud of you because I feel like you're learning. You didn't send that till you needed just one more game. He sends us the 10 out of 10, and he's like, what was it, the Warriors or the Lakers? Needed the Lakers.
Who were up, and this Spadoni text me, and he got them within 16-13. Yeah. I was like, oh, my God. And I know you didn't watch boxing, Javante Davis.
I saw it.
Oh, dude, that was a great.
Garcia's gutless.
Dude, that was a body shot.
Oh, when's the last? Come on.
Starty.
Guy's soft.
You ever been hitting the liver?
Hell no.
Okay, well, there you go. Dude, the great boxing is awesome.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding about Garcia. I'm kidding. Although, you know what? The funny thing is I did see some social media, and there are people, he quit. You can't say that.
And thank you, partner. Hey, real quick, Stoney.
Couldn't even breathe.
Why do I got to say real quick? We got time.
Well, we're getting there.
Per Woj, they still think Fox has a good chance to play in Game 5, Stoney.
Let's go to Nico. Nico's in Sacramento.
Nico.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Mr. Consistency over here. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. You know what? You're no Antonio.
Yeah.
You come to play game in and game
man,
out.
I'm trying to be like Antonio, man.
Oh, no, he only calls when the Warriors
Thank
win.
You. I appreciate that, Sonny.
No, but he only calls when the Warriors win. You're tried and true.
I'm tried and true. Thank you, Sonny. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
But the Warriors last night, they looked like the more inexperienced team. Like they weren't ready for the big moment in the fourth quarter. I mean, the whole game, how many times did the Warriors score and the Kings got an easy, basically fast break on the other end because they weren't getting back on defense? You have Curry shooting the ball when he was supposed to be wasting time.
Oh, man.
And then the timeout. Like, he calls the timeout,
like because he didn't know there wasn't any timeouts left. I was sitting there barking at the chef like the kitchen was backed up. Like, what are you doing right now? He let them back in the game, and if they only lost by a missed jump shot, they would want that shot again 100 times in a row, and they would make a bunch of them. They just missed it. Big deal. They lost by 1, and that fire right there is going to be amazing for them going forward. But with this Fox news, I don't see anything else happening. I feel bad for them. I really wish Fox was able to run it out. I mean, I'm like you guys said, we don't know if he's going to be done for the series or not. But if he misses any time, it's not looking good for the Kings. And I really wish it was full strength going back and forth, because this series looks like the West Finals in the next few years. Love the show, guys. You guys have a good one.
Wow. Appreciate it, Nico. Wow.
He said the next few years.
Think the Warriors can stay here?
If they got Steph Curry, and if Drake comes back, and you got Jordan Poole a year older and the rest of the game, let's just De'Aaron Fox for a minute, Steiny. In this series, is averaging 31.5 points a game, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and shooting 34% from 3 and 45% from the field. I mean, man, 31 shot attempts yesterday. Now, I bring up the GOAT, rest in peace, Kobe Bryant. Steiny, if Spadoni's tweet is factual, which it is, that's why I halfway remembered it. I mean, there are guys that have gone out there with that thing taped up and balled.
Yeah, he's going to play.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, but he's not going to make any shots.
And you can do what is the little shot they give you in the butt before when you're hurting, but they want you to.
It's taped though. It's going to have to be taped.
But don't you get the Toradol shot?
I guess you don't. You were never really much of a shooter, but if you have a piece of tape on your index finger,
all right,
it affects your shot.
But just him. Oh. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was going to say, per our Warriors insider Anthony Slater, it looks like he injured it about the 4:30 mark when he went up for a layup, got hit by Looney after the whistle, trying to block a shot. And that's the first time he clutched at it. So he did make that 3 to bring it within 1 after breaking his finger.
That's true.
Yeah.
But he didn't have tape on it.
And maybe that's why he fumbled the ball a little bit.
Good call.
Wow, Evan.
Good call. Maybe. It might have had something to do with it.
Because something wasn't right. It was wonky.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors have tied this thing up 2 games apiece. Game 5, Golden One Center on Wednesday.
Yeah, baby. I'm going to be in the house, Donnie.
Are you?
The second time. I was at game 1. No, game 2.
Maybe I'll go.
Slide down. We got, man. Get out your comfort zone. Get out to town.
Let's see if I'm going to call Vivek.
It's only
some tickets.
I do it not. People think you're half playing, but like.
That's about what I am. I'm half playing.
You know him?
Yes. I mean, he was a minority owner of the Warriors.
He looked disappointed after that game was over under the basket as he sat.
Yeah. I don't see it, Bob.
And Harrison, you know who we shot it in front of? Lake Up. Everybody was standing.
What do you want to hear? Some Clay?
Give me Clay, Steph.
I'll give you Clay on. Yeah. Hey, Clay. What are you thinking when Harrison's going up for that shot?
I was nervous. I'm really happy Harrison missed it. You know, still my guy, but I was hoping he missed it really badly. And sometimes you need a break like that this point in the year, and just a gutsy win and a big defensive stop.
Well, I love Clay.
I love him. You know what? I love him when he's going good.
Well, I could say that about you or any of my friends. Exactly. They could probably say it about. Well, no,
he's
I'm the same person.
Runner, like I am.
Oh, please.
That's true.
Well, we seen you when your golf game's bad. You're a different guy.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a character flaw. We don't know that about Clay.
Clay's a different guy when he's not playing well. What's the difference?
Himself. He still was on the boat as
he's selfish. He gets a little selfish.
I got your back, Clay.
Clay, what do you think about Draymond coming off the bench?
He's a selfless player. Draymond's a winner, and he realized that last game we got great flow offensively with the 4-guard lineup, and to stagger him and Loon's minutes, I think benefited us a lot because they play very similarly as far as running the offense, you know, with handoffs and screens, and just a big-time adjustment by the coaching staff and complete unselfishness by Draymond that allows us to, try and reach our goal. That's why he's the champion he is.
Wow.
Like I said.
Couldn't have said it better, Clay.
The good Clay's really good.
I mean, man, I just wonder, Stoney, again, how this is going to affect De'Aaron Fox, what version we see of him. And, again, the question mark of will we even see him Wednesday? I mean, everything's up in the air, but this is definitely big news going the Warriors' way.
Yep. If you haven't heard, I'll reset. Sacramento Kings star De'Aaron Fox has suffered a fractured index finger in his left shooting hand, sources tell The Athletic and Stadium. Fox is expected to be listed as doubtful for Game 5.
Well, Klay Thompson was talking about how you got to catch breaks, like Harrison Barnes missing that shot. Wouldn't this fall under this category?
That's a 4, Evan.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if you heard Xavier, the X-Man, Daniel on with Bonte Shasky last week, Stoney, but he's the type of player, they didn't ask him this, but I know if De'Aaron Fox does step on that court, we're going to see how that finger's doing. Wink, wink. You go to the rack, I'm coming down like I'm trying to kill a fly. You know what I mean? Let's test that bad boy.
It's so funny. This is the same guy.
You don't like that.
This is the same guy that when it was brought out that maybe when Purdy had that little injury with the shoulder, maybe they could go after the shoulder, the Eagles. Oh, it's dirty. That's dirty. When the Eagles do it to our team, when somebody does that to our team, they're dirty. But Draymond, he's got to go after it, Steiny. He's got to go after it, Steiny.
Let that bad boy out. You know that's going to happen.
Steve Kerr, more on Draymond Green.
Didn't surprise me because I know at his core, Draymond just wants to win. And, for all of his emotion and passion and, the things that he gets into with the league or with the opponent or with the officials, it's all coming from a place of competitive desire. He's one of the great competitors I've ever been around. He's one of the smartest players I've ever been around. So didn't surprise me because he recognized the same thing that I did.
Steve Kerr on Draymond Green. Brian, let me see what it is. Brian Alberts has tweeted us, Goo.
Okay.
Warriors have the Kings shook after the Kings not closing out. No, they don't.
Talk to us Thursday.
Stop it.
Yeah. Winner Game 5 is in Janet Jackson mode. Control.
Nobody's shook. It's 2-2. Well, nobody's shook. Please. Yeah. You know what? Yesterday, driving over to my friend's Dana's house, listening to Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert.
Give it to me.
And Tim Roy opens a show. And first thing Tom Tolbert said, first of all, I don't believe in momentum in a series, he says. I only believe in momentum during games. And I was like, yeah, Tommy.
I like that.
Nobody's shook. Ain't nobody shook.
Well, there's Kings lost by 1.
You know what happened yesterday? Means nothing. Means nothing now. They got the tie, 2-2, but that game, when they tip off 7 o'clock and sack, that game means nothing.
Well, let me tell you.
Let me repeat myself.
And I got a rebuttal.
Let me repeat myself.
Yeah.
When they tip off at the Golden One Center at 7 p.m., and you can listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game,
nice.
There will be no momentum coming in by any team.
Well, okay.
It's a wash.
I'm going.
It's a wash.
Warriors got 2 games. Had they lost that game, they would only have 1 life left.
Woo! Yeah.
Now they got 2, Stoney. 1 to play with.
That's right.
What if De'Aaron Fox doesn't play in Game 5?
That's not really momentum. That's an injury.
I mean, you talk about just. Here I go, pro sports, and I always say this to you, Stoney, when things like this happen. Brock Purdy, for instance, who was at the Giant game, got a standing O the other night.
Why?
What do you mean? Why? I mean, the dude went undefeated. He got you to the NFC Championship game, went through surgery, this season up in the air, and you say, why?
Yeah,
that hurts. And then,
I don't know.
He wasn't worthy?
I would have done. I wouldn't have stayed. Nice player.
But you would have been the guy like you would have been the yokel dokel saying why he don't deserve that, Tony. See, you're that guy.
No, I don't like.
He earned that. That was a city saying we.
Not everybody gets a standing ovation just because you get him a standing ovation.
Well, Mr. Irrelevant to the NFC Championship game.
That's
plus surgery.
That's a clap.
Everybody feeling rooting for him.
That's a clap in your seat.
That's Evan. Where's the metric
you want
chart
to put Joe Montana there? That's a different story. You want to put Steve Young there? Yeah. That's a different story.
All right, I get that. Yeah. But my point is, De'Aaron Fox is having a coming out series. He's showing the world just how good, or reminding. And then at 12:32 on a Monday morning after a great game, you play the breaking news sounder, and he's got a broken digit. It can be cruel, man.
Is a fracture a break?
I want to say no.
Yeah.
I broke my son's leg. I fractured it.
What did you do?
We were watching the Cowboys-Saints game. He was 4 years old, and he was underneath me. We were playing, and his leg got stuck under, and I hurt it, and then the wife just went ballistic. So we ran to emergency. But to this day, and then it was a fracture. It was not snapped.
And let me tell you what I know happened.
Dude, I cried
at the
that
hospital.
night. Oh,
they asked you, how'd it happen? And then they asked your son, how'd it happen?
Oh, he was screaming.
Because the first thing is always, did you?
No, please.
Was there violence?
No, please, my kids love me.
The doctor's got to ask those questions.
Right. I don't remember, dude. It was a rough dude. And the mother-in-law, they were all in the corners down here on one side of the hospital. He did it. Dude, they didn't like me then.
Fracture is a break, by the way.
Steiny, would it? Thank you, Steiny. Would it mean nothing if the Warriors lost yesterday? No, it would have meant the Warriors down 3-1. But once
on the brink,
once tip-off comes at 7:00, it means nothing.
You don't think when whoever's down 3-2 after Wednesday, just me, when you take that shot, you're taking that shot from a place of like, boy, like we got to be perfect to get out of here, because if we don't, it's a wrap, as opposed to like the Kings were playing yesterday. Oh, we can jack them up all day. I felt like they were playing that way. We lose.
Really?
What is it? 2-2, we're going back home.
Yeah.
Before the fracture.
Again, I'm not saying that the approach won't necessarily be different. But what I'm saying is the fact that the Warriors, if you disagree, you disagree. Warriors are taking no momentum into Wednesday's game. In fact,
after winning 2 in a row,
so what? What did that 2 in a row mean to the Warriors?
Well, to you.
I mean, what did it mean to the Kings when they were going? I mean, the bottom line is the Warriors, if they win on Wednesday, it has nothing to do with momentum. It'll have to do with they finally played a winning game on the road against a good team.
It's amazing. And we're talking about not 41 games, Donnie. This will be their 44th road game of the season. 3 in the playoffs and 41 in the regular season. And my heart's been broken at every juncture. And that's why I'm going to feel confident, but I ain't predicting, they're going to go. Show me. Just go get her done, Donnie.
Hey, what's up, Galindo Juan 1.
I saw that.
Steiny and Guru. Sup from Arizona. Where in Arizona? Big
Probably
state.
Glendale.
It's a big state. I really hope. Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of with you there. And here it is. And I got to do it because it's always one of my things that I get a kick out of.
Grab the mic.
Well, I'll tell you what. Now it's 2-2. The pressure's on the Kings. And, okay, pressure's on the Kings. Again, okay? So what? Professional athletes, to my way of thinking, are more likely to rise to the occasion than to not rise to the occasion. Mm-hmm. That's just me.
What would you... Here I go. Why do you think no team's ever come back from 0-3?
Because they're not... First of all, thank you for bringing this up.
Go ahead.
Thank you for bringing this up.
We're just standing
Get
up.
this. People are going to hate this, but I don't care. In the history of the NBA, okay?
Yeah.
No team has ever come back from 3-0. Ever.
Right.
It's never happened.
Ever.
In the history of the NBA, 95% of the time, when it's 3-1, the team with 3 wins. Okay? So in other words, one thing's never happened, and one thing's happened 4% of the time.
All right.
Why do we have 7-game series? It's stupid. They should be 5-game series.
Well, they used to.
I know.
Yeah, it used to be 3.
Like, think about it.
Well, money now, Steiny. I get it, but
Well, my point is so 90. If a series is 3-1 or 3-0, that team that's leading wins 98.9% of the time. What? Why are we playing 7-game series? Let's play 5. Mm-hmm. Yeah. God, see,
I had a point why I brought that up.
See, that's the kind of thing where I'm just a little different. I think a little different.
No, but my whole point in bringing
Zandy, Kings are done. No, they're not. No, they're not.
But they're going off the new information today, Steiny.
There is no. It's 2-2. The Kings still have home court.
Yeah, I'm with you, but your boy is nursing a digit.
What kind of idiot says the Kings are done?
Well, nobody's saying
Pansy Dandy or whatever your name is. Please, we're better than that.
We don't even know if he's available now as a Fox, and if he is, he's compromised. Man, I'd be out there, Steiny. Kobe did it.
Yeah, because you don't care about hurting your team.
No, I'm trying to help my team.
But you won't, because you ain't making a shot with the broken finger.
Well, let's be honest.
Your defense stinks.
He hit a 3 yesterday after this happened. That probably was adrenaline.
Without tape
No,
on his
I got
finger.
you. Damn it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Just dropped 31 yesterday, too.
Who, Foxy?
Yeah.
Foxy.
4 of 11 from deep. No free. 0 of 4 from, 6 of 8 from the line. He got to the line.
Yeah.
I thought it happened when him and Draymond got tangled up early. I thought that's what they're going to say. Remember, they start barking? I love Dre. Dre said, I ain't going to act different for you, Steiny, because I missed a game or they threw me out. That's what they need.
Help me here, Overstick. Guru just destroyed your whole argument with one line, Steiny, and you proceed to get loud. Where'd you get me? What's he talking about?
I didn't write that. I'm not the author, so I wouldn't have. All I said was...
Guru just destroyed your argument. Go ahead.
About momentum.
Okay.
I got to believe he's going off of my... no, geez. You know what? I got the point. I don't know how, but I'm going to take it. Less is more.
What's bad is our whole defense is letting Fox shoot. Mr. Steinmetz, if Steph was listed with the same injury, the Warriors would be done in your eyes?
No, Steph would play.
Absolutely not,
Steph would
Marcus.
play. First is playing, Evan. Just put this in the cap.
I'm not making a judgment about who would play or wouldn't play with an injury I don't know about. Why did you do that?
Because Kobe set the bar.
Right, but why did you know Steph would play? Like, if Fox doesn't
Allen
play,
Iverson would play.
Right, because he...
And no, I'm not saying that Fox doesn't play. It's serious, but he knows what's at stake. This is their first time. And him barking, dude, I loved him standing up for his teammates. I just find it hard now. Here I am, Dr. Durrell. I just honestly believe he'll be out there. Now, will he be compromised? Probably so, but he's going to be out there. Because let me tell you something.
Well, you don't know that.
If he's not, and then everything will
We're
be...
just guessing.
You know what bothers me?
No.
Wiggins missed a game winner. Could have been a game winner.
Right.
We saw Barnes miss a game winner. Warriors play without one of their dogs. Kings staring that possibility in the face.
Yeah.
Even Steven.
I like that summary, to tell you the truth. We got John Dickinson coming up. John Dickinson. He's been to all 4 games.
And he's got the scoop on this. Well, we got 2 Wojs.
It's Steiny and Guru, and we're giving you a chance of a lifetime on Wednesday. One of our great listeners is going to win a pair of tickets to Game 6, which is Friday. All you have to do is listen on Wednesday between 1 and 1:30, and that's when we have Bob Myers on. And that's how you can be going to Game 6. That's Wednesday between 1 and 1:30. As always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 6 is brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future, it starts now.
Down by 4. Fox in the front court. Wiggins there. Off the screen. Fox. Jumper over Looney. Swish. 21-point half for De'Aaron Fox.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Stein, Matt Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. And let's bring in our main man, John Dickinson. He's been at all 4 games.
JD.
He's our 95.7 The Game reporter. And obviously, we'll talk about last night's game, but I think we got to start with the news, which is De'Aaron Fox fractured index finger on his shooting hand, and he's listed as doubtful for Wednesday. Anything else or anything more you can bring to the table, JD?
Well, first of all, it just sucks.
Yes.
I mean,
Man.
You just want these teams to be healthy and battle it out, and the series has been so terrific, and it's one of those series where both teams could probably say, hey, we should be up 3-1. Well, you're not, and that's why it's 2-2, and that's why it's been an amazing series to this point. And really, one of the big reasons that I think the nation benefits from the fact, really, that Harrison Barnes missed that shot is because we all know we're going to get 2 more games of what we've had here through the first 4 at least, if not 3. And it's just a bummer if he does have to miss or is significantly impacted by this injury. I will say this, guys, because I did think it was interesting, and how things get reported, I think, is interesting. So here's kind of my big takeaway beyond it sucks. You have Shams Charania, who had the original report, and you guys read it. And it's fracture, expected to be listed as doubtful. He went on to note what Fox had done, basically after sustaining the injury. Shams is a clutch guy, and he's an exceptional reporter. He's the best or number 2 in the business, but he's also kind of noted as being a clutch guy. So De'Aaron Fox switched to clutch, and so. I wonder if the way Shams is reporting it is in some way to make it out like, hey, Fox is really up against it. Kind of to give a clutch guy, in some ways maybe an excuse or to set up a narrative if he is able to play, and I hope he is able to play, that he'd be maybe doing something heroic. And so, that's a cynical way of looking at it, but it did pop into my mind. And then I saw Woj, who tweeted about it in his reporting about it, and his reporting was different. There's hope he will try to play in Game 5. Sources tell him he would need to have a protective covering and the like. So to me, we got 2.5 days before Game 5. A lot can happen in 2.5 days. He may be doubtful now, but by the time they get to practice tomorrow afternoon, he's questionable because he's feeling better, and it sounds like this is more of a pain tolerance kind of a thing that certainly would hamper him. But I don't know. In some ways, I'm feeling like he's going to be out there, and the Warriors sure as hell should be looking at this thing like he's going to be out there and he's going to be able to be as effective as he's been in this series, which has been just tremendous.
Yeah, JD, that tremendous is 31, 6, and 7. Oh, by the way, if I can give you 2 steals, he's been phenomenal. So I don't know why. I got the news. I panicked because of, all these other stars out, but I'm thinking, you know what? Not comparing them to the late, great Kobe Bryant, but I'm like, maybe he will be out there with something protecting that digit. But you were in the house yesterday, Jay, and I got to ask you, all the years since you've been covering the Warriors, after that timeout and the Fox 3 and Curry going before with 10 seconds left on the clock, I still can't get over that. But yet the Warriors won. But Jay, can you walk us through what went through your mind as the Kings had that ball with the chance to kind of pull off one of the most, stunners since Steve Kerr's been head coach?
What was going through my mind were all the times I've watched the Kings this season steal a game in the most incredible, I can't believe how they did it way possible. Whether it be Russell Westbrook throwing a ball away when the Clippers had a game 1. I think the Rockets screwed up 2 straight inbounds passes, and De'Aaron Fox ended up getting fouled and made some free throws. Fox himself hit 2 pull-up 3 game winners from deep. I actually thought that was the shot that I thought he was just going to maybe take a pull-up 3 if he couldn't maybe get by the initial defender when he brought the ball up the court. Great job by Steph, I thought, and Draymond, although he did leave himself vulnerable with the pass to Barnes, but the Warriors did it right in not allowing Fox be the guy to take the shot, because Fox has made those shots as much or more than any player in the NBA this season. And so it would have been an absolute catastrophe. I know I heard you guys talking about momentum, and I agree 95% of the time momentum is nothing in a series. But if the Kings had won that game the way they would have won it, if Barnes hits the 3, and the way the Warriors would have lost it with Curry taking the timeout and what would have been the 5-point lead and the ball with 45 seconds to go, that would have been the end of the series. That you're not overcoming that. I don't care who you are. And so the momentum would have been, that's one small area where I do think momentum does matter, because it would have been the difference between 3-1 and 2-2, where I think both teams, Fox injury aside, I think both teams have to really like where they're at going into Game 5. Now, the Fox thing is a huge gut punch for Sacramento. We'll see how effective or if he's unable to play. But I think the Kings coming off of Game 4, and this has been a little under-talked about maybe, but they finally played their game against the Warriors in Game 4. And I think the thing they could hang their hat on moving forward is the fact that they were able to get the pace going and get to their 125 type of a game. And the Warriors had some tremendous shot making to stay with them. But I think the Kings would almost look at Game 4 and say, if we can keep the pressure on the Warriors in the same way and keep the game like those regular season games for the duration here, 2 of these last 3, that they'd love their chances regardless of where the game's being played, because they showed to themselves they could finally play their game in the Warriors building. So I know the Warriors surviving and everything they had to do to survive was impressive, and that gives the Warriors a chance, obviously, to win the series now that it's 2-2, only having to get 1 for now in Sacramento. But I think the Kings, Fox injury aside now, came out of Game 4 probably feeling like their confidence had increased in this series.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. JD, and I'm just going to throw this out there as a conversation starter, and this is because I was a beat writer covering a team for 10, 15 years. I look at that game like a storyteller, and you start thinking about the ramifications that game or that shot could have had. And it really is staggering in a way. You have Harrison Barnes, who, I don't know if he's persona non grata here, but there are a lot of fans that aren't big Barnes fans after the 16 finals, etc. You have a guy that a lot of fans here disrespect. He makes that shot. You could make, and depending on what happens after, the dynasty's over. I mean, you could make a case that Harrison Barnes could have ended the dynasty, but that's still only half the story. The other half of the story would have been Curry being Chris Webber and then taking a he made 2 awful decisions Did that cross your mind at all?
Well, yeah. I mean, it crossed my mind.
The one little, like this game, everything could. Forget 3-1 versus 2-2. It's almost like it could have been the start of the end.
Well, I think it would have been the end of the end.
Might have.
I mean, for it to happen that way, there's no doubt. And for Harrison Barnes to be the guy that never made the big shot in a lot of Warrior fans' eyes,
exactly,
to be the guy that made the big shot, I mean, that would have been the ultimate. To have Curry, the player who never makes the big mistake, make the big mistake and undeniably make the big mistake. Like, there's nothing that, and sure, it was on Kerr and all that too, but Curry's still the one that called the timeout. Like, Curry would have to wear that for the rest of his career in the big moment when you've basically just won a game. So, no, I definitely think that it would have been a major story and a staggering one. And, you know, for all the things where the Warriors have had some good fortune over the years. And look, they still got the stop. I mean, they forced Fox to pass the ball, and they took their chances with Harrison Barnes. I'll take my chances with Harrison Barnes taking that shot than De'Aaron Fox doing anything in the clutch with the year that he's had that I laid out a little bit earlier here. So the Warriors played it right. Sometimes you play the percentages and get beat. Sometimes you don't. I think the Warriors played it right, but there's no doubt. I mean, this whole series to me has kind of felt like that with the Draymond suspension, and could that lead to them going down 0-3 and then being done, and then the end of Draymond or the end of the dynasty in that way? I still think, you know, all of those different things are on the table here, but the process may have been sped up. I mean, I still think, guys, and this is even with the Fox news, because I got a feeling he's going to end up playing, and it could be one of those things where maybe it's just a pain tolerance issue and it gets better for Game 6 than Game 5 and better for Game 7 than Game 6. So we'll have to see how it shakes out. But I still think every single scenario is on the table for this series. Warriors in 6. I think Kings in 6 is still on the table. I think Warriors in 7 is on the table. I think Kings in 7 is on the table. All possible outcomes to me are still right there for this series.
Jay, talk to me about, well, first let me take you back to Friday's show. Steiny brought up the possibility of Dre, who was coming off suspension, going to the coaches and saying, you know what, I saw what you guys were doing. Let's do one big. I'll come off the bench. And Jay, I chuckled and laughed. And I know what Dre means and stands for, but I just thought, you know, the wrong reasons about ego, he wouldn't go for that. And he did. And he talked about it after the game, but the game, that was the best 3 for 14 I've seen. He was clutch, guarded Fox. I'm not saying stopped or shut Fox down, but Jay, speak to what you saw from Draymond, who I've since apologized and let Steiny take his victory lap. He was phenomenal to me yesterday.
Made life difficult on Fox down the stretch, made life difficult on Sabonis at times as well. And it didn't surprise me that it all played out the way that it did. I know Steiny mentioned it on the show Friday before I hopped on with you guys, but if he hadn't mentioned it, I was going to mention it, and definitely echoed what Steiny had alluded to with the fact that it wouldn't surprise me at all if Draymond went in and kind of volunteered, or at least allowed for the door to be open for him to come off the bench, just because it's been so ingrained in the way the Warriors have handled things in the playoffs. They've handled things a lot, if I can use the baseball comparison, to the way the Giants, when they were winning championships, handled things. Nobody was off limits as far as their role or position in the batting order, or Cy Young going to the bullpen, or like all guys pitching out of order. Your ace is coming in as the closer in Game 7. Like, teams that are able to check the egos and the normal roles and just do everything possible to give yourself the best chance to win in those do-or-die pivot points of big series, I think are the teams that get it done. And I think it really is synonymous in some ways with the way that the Giants had done things. And I think the success that the Warriors have had, there's something in it, I think, as far as, not being afraid to do the right thing for the team no matter what it is. And that's a credit to Draymond in this instance. It's a credit to Steve Kerr. It's a credit to Steph, who's done it in the past, and Bogut before that, and all of these different players who've had their roles shifted around to allow the Warriors their best shot to come back in some series where they really have been in a little bit of trouble.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. All right, I'll go with you on that analogy, the Giants and the Warriors. Will you meet me halfway, though, and say a couple exceptions, one on each team? One, Barry Zito. They could never ask him to come out of the bullpen because he had this routine. And so he always had to start. They never brought him out of the bullpen. Similarly, of all the players that have gone to the bench, Clay's the only one who hasn't.
Clay'd have the biggest problem with it. I mean, and I think Clay would have such a big problem with it, they probably wouldn't ask him to do it.
I think so, too.
If there was an injury type deal where he was coming back from an injury in a playoff, I think maybe they would ask at that point, and maybe he'd be more willing to do it. That's probably the only way. I'll say this for Zito, not to get in the baseball conversation, but yeah, the Giants knew they couldn't ask Zito to come out of the bullpen, so they just kept him off the playoff roster entirely. So that was their and until they could put him back in the. Now the next year he just didn't pitch at all until they needed him to make the start in 2012, and then he made the start, as we've talked about, guys, for Bumgarner.
Yep.
Ironically enough, who'd been ineffective in that Cardinal series. But as far as Zito, yeah, they couldn't use him. Well, if we can't use you out of the pen, well, you're not starting. That means you're off the roster. So they weren't afraid to do that with the guy that they had paid all the money to. But I'm with you on Clay. I think Clay would be the most difficult star or even player probably on the roster to have that conversation about changing a role even in the big moment.
Jay, I got to run this by you. This is why I love sports and what we do. Seriously, man. All season long, at every turn, the Warriors on the road have broken my heart. Steiny, this JD, this is the day. It hadn't happened. I was with you game 2 in Sac. You hooked me up. I'm in there. I'm watching what transpires, a winnable game. Warriors come home down 0-2. Has anything transpired in these 2 games here in the Bay that leads you to believe, you know what, Goo? The Warriors are going to get one of these next 2 in Sac because, Jay, if in order for them to advance, they got to get one on the road.
Yeah, I think the Warriors are figuring out who they have to play and how they have to play. You know, steady beats Sacramento. Steady players beat Sacramento. Steady pace beats Sacramento. I think that's where you look at the Warriors' top 6 yesterday just handling their business, really. And I got to give Klay Thompson a big nod because, and I don't think many have spoken about it, and it's too bad. I mean, one thing that does kind of drive me nuts, and I feel like we all have to quit doing this, is like Klay had a really good game. Like, game ends, Warriors win. Klay overall had a really good game. And I feel like people start hunting for who was critical of Klay in Game 2? Well, Klay stunk in Game 2. So you know what? It's okay to be critical of Klay in Game 2. Like, because he had a good Game 4 doesn't mean people who were critical of him in Game 2 or Game 3 were wrong about what they said in Game 2. And I feel like we do that all the time now with Klay in particular. It's like when he has a bad game, you can say he's bad. When he has a good game, you can say he was pretty good. I thought Klay yesterday was really good after a bad start. He got off to a bad start yesterday, and I thought, early second quarter, it was kind of, like, if he doesn't start playing better, the Warriors are going to be in major trouble as the Kings are building that 9-point lead. The Warriors were able to hit some shots and get back into that game quickly before it got dicey for them. But I thought Klay in game yesterday made the adjustment and stayed patient and played better defense. I thought his defense was really bad early, and then he stayed steady, and he played pretty good defense for about 2.5 quarters. And that was a subtle difference between winning and losing. So hat tip to Klay, but it's not all or nothing. It's not when he has a good game, then it's like it's all good, and then when he has a bad game, it's all bad. There's going to be good and bad games for him and others in this series. That's how it works.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
All right, JD, I'm glad we have you on the line. The Green Bay Packers and the Jets have agreed to a trade sending Aaron Rodgers to the Jets for major compensation. The deal includes a second-rounder this year, a first-round pick swap this year, and a conditional first-rounder in 2024. That's Adam Schefter. I know Aaron Rodgers is one of your favorite players.
This is great.
He's no longer a Green Bay Packer. You can go with the flow as well as anyone. We just talked about the Giants. What do you think of the trade?
I mean, the Jets are going in. They didn't have a quarterback. They're giving up what looks like a hell of a lot of compensation to get him. But, I mean, I know it's official now, and we were waiting when it was going to be, but this was really a story from like 2 months ago, right? Like, this is
we
all knew. What?
3 months ago. It just feels like the baby's finally here. Damn.
No, and it's the thing and I'm going to go off the beaten path a little bit, and this is not necessarily new, but my first thought now that this thing is official is how eerily similar Aaron Rodgers' career has been to Brett Favre's career, even though, like from the fact that they kind of pushed Favre out the door for Rodgers, and then and Favre was prickly to Rodgers when they were on the team together, and then Rodgers became kind of this prickly guy as time went on in his career. He won the one Super Bowl early with Green Bay. All of the talk was, boy, Favre's going to win 1,000,000 Super Bowls, 4, 5, 6. LeBron only won the one. Rodgers won the one early, only won the one, and now he winds up on the freaking New York Jets. That's pretty.
And they got
incredible.
talent. I ain't got to tell you, JD. They got talent on both sides. So I'll say this. Go ahead.
No, just real quick. It's going to be interesting because I think, there's been something off to me about Aaron Rodgers throughout his career that's been more a part of why his teams haven't won it. And I feel like he's always had the convenient excuse of this part of the team wasn't good enough, or that part of the team messed up, or the coach did this. I feel like it's never truly ever been his fault, when more of it probably should have gone on him. So I think now that he's no longer with Green Bay, like, we're going to find out. Does he still have weird playoff losses, or now all of a sudden is he going to get over the hump and win himself another Super Bowl?
I got to give you this tidbit. I'll never forget Tom Brady's last pass in the Patriot uniform was a pick six in a playoff game, and I thought physically, JD, he was done. When he went to Tampa Bay and won, I know he's a multiple Super Bowl winner. Aaron Rodgers is not, but physically, I think with that Jet defense and the weaponry he has, like they should be a major player in the AFC.
Yeah, there's just a lot of other quarterbacks too. I mean, that's the only you could make the case in the NFC. The path should have been easier, but now it's all right. You're going up against Mahomes, and you're going up against Burrow, and you're going up against Allen and others. So we'll see how all that shakes out. But yeah, that's a big one. I had a feeling it was going to happen between now and Thursday, obviously with the draft, and we'll see what happens with Trey Lance. Is Trey Lance going to be on the move in the next 72 hours?
Well, John Lynch is on record as saying that the Trey Lance trade, that was all smoke, JD. So there you go. Yeah. That was doing that tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, all smoke. Yeah, it's always all smoke with the Niners, and then they dropped the bombshell right in the middle of a show one day that he's headed somewhere else. So I'll believe it when I see it. The Niners are great at saying everything's smoke, and then exactly what they said was smoke winds up happening at some point down the line.
All right, JD. Keep in touch.
Hey, Jay, what was your Warrior prediction
for this series?
Yeah.
Warriors in 6.
All right. We still got action.
Yeah. We'll leave. Yep. I still got action.
All right, Jay.
Appreciate it.
You know I don't like those looks.
Oh, I can hear.
Oh, okay.
Little mix. So, hey, it's Steiny and Guru. We're giving you a chance of a lifetime on Wednesday. One of our great listeners, you're going to win a pair of tickets to Game 6. All you have to do is listen Wednesday between 1 and 1:30 when Bob Myers is on, and you could be going to Game 6. That's Wednesday between 1 and 1:30. And as always, get your playoff tickets at Warriors.com, the only place to get tickets that are 100% guaranteed not to be fraudulent. Your chance to go to Game 6 is brought to you by the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Draymond's got a history, so do we. So we know how to bounce back.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's Steph Curry from about 4 weeks ago.
Well, it was just last game. That was a line for that ass. That's why he played this time. Of course,
he had it scripted.
You think that?
Oh, it
that was
scripted.
That was off the top, Snotty.
No chance.
That was too
No
good.
chance. He was waiting.
What if they would have lost? Then it was get scrapped.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it was off the top. We see him again, Wes.
888-957-9570, the number. And we got the changeover coming up in about 10, 15 minutes with Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. What are you laughing at?
Nothing. I'm saving it for them two dudes because when you brought them up, I'll debut it for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Aaron Rodgers, Steiny, and breaking broken fingers. Damn.
Yep. If you wonder what Goo's talking about, Aaron Rodgers has been traded to the Jets. Finally.
It is gone.
But gone. And then De'Aaron Fox, fractured left index finger. He's listed as doubtful for Wednesday, but that's being met by some doubt.
Yeah.
Many people feel. People are saying that he's probably going to play.
And guys like you and I, connoisseurs of the game, you want everybody healthy. Like Giannis coming back tonight. There's too many injuries. Dude, in an era of load management, guys still getting hurt, Sonny. Go figure.
Yeah, good call. Good call. Somebody said here about the whole thing. Like, can we? You know what bothers me? Well,
I would say a lot of stuff if I was taking the Steiny quiz. What?
But when people say, Warriors, Kings are lucky. Warriors aren't up 3-1. Warriors are lucky. Kings aren't. It's 2-2. That's what it is.
No doubt.
It's 2-2.
So everything's all even.
Wiggins makes a shot, it's 3-1. Barnes makes a shot, it's 3-1. They both missed, it's 2-2. This has been this series is a coin flip.
Yeah.
It's a coin flip.
I didn't think that going in, obviously, with me having Warriors in 5, but that's what it looks like now. But we'll see how that coin flips, Steiny, with this Fox injury. Because if you're telling me he's not available, then the Warriors are getting ready for their next round opponent, either Memphis or the Los Angeles Lakers. Could you imagine Bron and Kirk? I got to slow down.
Rich in Fremont.
Rich.
What's up, Rich? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, Steiny. What's up, Guru?
You got it, baby. What's happening?
Hey, man, look, I'll tell you something. That game was a game that you look at it and you think, okay, you guys played 3 great quarters. And then the end of the game, the Warriors did everything they could to serve that game up to the Kings. And the only reason why the Kings didn't win that game was because HB couldn't hit the shot.
Right.
That's the reason why he's not a Golden State Warrior to this day. Okay, that's the reason why they got rid of him. Because he's been in that situation many times and he can't deliver. But man, the Warriors did not deserve to win that game. Thanks, fellas.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah,
Rich.
I love a Rich. That's a little stuff far from me, Steiny. Because they had it in the bag.
I mean, here's what I will say. When you talk about luck first of all, I just think it's 50-50. It's a coin flip. Who's going to win this series? But if you really, you could look at it any way you want. Barnes makes that shot. It's 3-1. Right. Warriors, top 6 players. Their top 6 players were all very, very good yesterday. And you needed help. You needed Harrison Barnes to miss a shot. Otherwise, you lose. What are we saying if he makes that shot? And we're looking at, obviously we're going to.
This would be monumental.
We're going to focus on the Curry timeout and bad shot. But when we look at the numbers, we're going to say, man, they shot pretty well from 3. They scored 125
Only
points.
11 turnovers.
They didn't turn it over. Like, what would we have? And see, that's where I think I'm a little different. Because to me, if Barnes makes that shot or misses that shot, it changes nothing about what happened in the first 47 minutes and 55 seconds of that game. And what the first 47 minutes and 55 seconds shows is these teams are very evenly matched. And it's who's going to make the big plays. Wiggins had a big shot, he missed it. Barnes had a big shot, he missed it. We're 2-2. And that's just kind of the way it is.
Now, before you get to the call, Stoney, I'm not saying this, but if I were listening in the car, I would feel like, you know what? Steiny's kind of glossing over the no time, the penalty for the time having no timeout or thinking you had one. That cost the Warriors 4 points. I don't want to speak for Rich, but do you think there's a sector of fans that think any NBA team, especially a team that's won 4 chips and been there much as the Golden State Warriors, like just committing that penalty should result in an L.
Why?
Because it was that egregious, though. And that's why I think Rich was saying they didn't deserve to win it, because I'm speaking for him, because there's no other.
It's not hard.
Yeah, there's no other part of the game that you could have that energy, but just be so turned off about the 4 points that resulted with the technical foul, you getting possession, and Fox draining that 3. They escaped.
No
Yeah, the great escape.
They absolutely did. It could have been a nightmare.
Curry. But like you said, he needs to know the point guard.
He does. Miguel in Daly City. Hey, Miguel, how you doing, man?
Good. How about yourself, guys?
Hey.
Doing well.
I had one thing that I was curious about during the game before that time up under. So there was a jump ball that like the refs called in midcourt because they got together and the replay showed that the bonus kicked the ball. I want to get your opinion on that was also a turning point too, because the Kings got the ball when it shouldn't have been a jump ball, and then they made a 3. I'll take your response off there, guys. Thanks.
Doris Burke was livid.
Couple
missed calls, but he did.
There's a surprise.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's basketball. Refs were good. Refs were good last night. Yesterday afternoon, rather.
Warriors went to the free throw line 24 times to the Kings 18.
Warriors got no complaints with the officiating in games 3 and 4.
They were letting them play.
They don't.
Yeah. Especially
Neither do the
game
Kings.
3.
Neither do the Kings. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. Hey, Matt, what's going on?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Really too bad about Fox, and I think he will play. Probably going to hurt him a little bit. And then on the momentum and all that other stuff. I mean, you're right. It's easily been the other way. People aren't taking.
Nah, Matt, you're breaking up.
Yeah.
I'll squeeze you in if you call back. I will squeeze you in if you call back. Game 3 is on Wednesday. Off day today.
Game 5.
But I say 3.
Yeah, no, I could have just let that go.
No,
because it was from a place of love.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I need to be checked on that. Game 5. Best of 3.
There we go.
Right now.
And the Warriors are on the road for 2 of them.
Yes, they are.
Possibly.
Yes, they are. Bud's in Oakland. Hey, Bud, what's going on, man? How you doing?
What's good? Feeling good, just like y'all, man. How y'all feeling?
All right, Matt.
Doing well.
That's right. Listen, great win for the Bay Area. We're just going to leave it at that. Great win for the entire Bay Area. Great win for the Warriors. For any of those fans who's out there saying, we knew Harrison was going to miss the shot. We've won games from him hitting those shots before. We've won a championship from him hitting those shots before. So for them to say, we knew he could miss it, no. But at the same time, it can be assessed to a reason why he's not with the Warriors no more, because, that second ring that we could have won against the Cavaliers over the 2016 year, he started jacking up a bunch of shots like he was the Splash Brothers. He stopped taking guys to the rack. He had a mismatch the whole series. Kyrie Irving couldn't hold him. Dellavedova, anybody that they put on him was a mismatch. He was driving to the rack that first ring we won. And like I said, that second round, he just started jacking up shots. He thought he was the Splash Brothers. So we actually thank him for old habits coming into play, and we thank him for him not remembering that, hey, this is not really your game. But at the same time, with the seconds coming down to the wire, if you don't take the shot, you'll be a buffoon. So every shot you miss is the ones you don't take. So, everybody, let's just bask in it, and let's move on to the next. Thanks for taking the call.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's squeeze Matt back in. Matt in Oakland real quick.
Yeah, hi, fellas. All I wanted to say was that we're not doing the math properly here. I mean, it's not a free throw. Even the greatest three-point shooter of all time is Steve Kerr, and he missed more than he made. Barnes and Wiggins are both about 37% career. Barnes is 25% in the series. So, I mean, that wasn't, to me, like that much of a big deal, although it almost gave me a heart attack. And then the other point I wanted to make was, it has nothing to do with the Warriors, and that is, I don't want to ever hear about LeBron James and Michael Jordan in the same breath. Because I watched that play with Brooks, at least 20 times, and he did not come anywhere near his nether region.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate the call. I'm not cutting you off I'm cutting you off because we're out of break. But, yeah, we can talk about LeBron's toughness. I mean, this guy is a beast, Goo, right? He's a beast, LeBron. Change over next. still think they can win it all?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Wow.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Change overtime. Matt Stein, Matt Style, the Guru Johnson. We are now joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley, who'll be taking you to 6. What's up, guys? How you doing?
Man, we're going to be here all the way till 6.
Selflessness
Beautiful.
of Draymond Green, Steph's blunders, Barnes' missed last shot. What do you want to start
Jordan Poole's recklessness? I mean, up 5? That pass down court.
He can't be my quarterback. Mark, he can't be my quarterback.
Dude, I mean, he had to. That was
Vinny
good
Testaverde.
Right idea.
You know what
Poor
happened,
execution.
Festus? You know what happened 20
execution.
seconds later, Festus?
They took him out of the game.
You're coming out.
Jameis Winston on that one.
Man.
Wiggins gave up.
Dude, this is not November against
like-
Orlando, bro. Oh,
That was
my God.
Was it Fred Warner who had the picks on or Greenlaw who had the picks on Tom Brady?
Yeah, okay.
That was like that. That looked like that.
Has to get the
it was like
jersey
an obvious
signed.
wide open pass, and he's just like, damn, that guy timed that lead perfectly. No, listen.
Man.
That was
God, what a game.
A couple sliding doors moments for me already in this series.
Meaning?
Well, for those who haven't seen the old Sliding Doors movie, it's a reference to, gosh, life is going to go one way or the other based on this moment.
Okay.
It's an old movie where
Yeah.
it turns into 2 movies, right? Where the actress is, I think it's Gwyneth Paltrow. She's running.
love her.
She's running for Underground Train, and in one, as it turns out, one story she makes the train, and on the next one she doesn't. The doors close before she gets there, and her life goes in a completely different direction.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Harrison Barnes and Andrew Wiggins. Can you imagine the stories if either of those shots go in? For Wiggins,
That's 2-2.
right? But I'm not talking about that. For just the story, for Wiggins in his return from being talked about for 2 months in this great mystery, almost has a game-winning shot opportunity in Game 1. Harrison Barnes, the former Warrior who even referenced 2016 in the post-game media conference, that ball's in the air. But when that ball's in the air, this time it was different because when Harrison lets that go, it felt like it was in slow motion immediately. And I'm sitting there going,
It looked like it was going in.
I mean, let's be honest. What happens if it goes in? They're going to lose the series. And that's it.
And the dynasty is
over.
On life support.
That literally, and it may still happen anyway. But that's what when that ball left his hand, I felt buried under the gravity of that moment.
I jumped up.
And oh my God.
I had to walk away.
Yeah. Christy looked at me right when the ball goes out. She looks at me and she goes, "You did not handle that well.
Wow.
You did not handle the last 5 minutes.
Warriors, though.
You did not handle the last 5 minutes of that game
Summer
well."
said to me, she's like, "Where are you going?" And I said, "I'm going in the living room because I need to walk that off."
I'm leaving.
In full in full transparency, I didn't start the game until the game was basically over. My son came to see me. My son Quest came from Cal.
Right on.
He's like, "Hey, Dad, I'm nearby. Can I come see you?" And it's like 12:10. And it's like he knows nothing about he knows nothing about the Warriors. So am I going to say no? You can't come over. He comes over. We have a nice visit. Baby goes down. It's 2:15. I have not started the game. And so I'm like, okay, I'm still dark. And my lovely supper, my wife, has seen on social media a halftime score.
Oh, God.
And then by the end of the game, she's seen the final score.
Oh, God.
But I got to tip my cap to the lovely supper. Did not. Her
Poker face.
Oh, she didn't
her
rob
poker
you.
face was amazing.
Oh, my God.
She's like, "Oh, my God. I saw the score at halftime." And I said, "Don't say anything." And she's like, "Why? It's close." And I'm like, You've already said too much. You've already said too much. And so I knew going into halftime that it was quote unquote close. And so, I got to halftime and I'm like, oh my God, I'm already ready to throw up. And it was like 3:30 at this point. I knew the game was over. I had my phone turned down. Fourth quarter, I looked at my phone and there was a text from you. And I didn't look at it yet because I knew that you.
If I had known, I wouldn't have sent you.
I saw. You know how you look.
I didn't give you a result.
No. But you look at your home screen and you can see that there's a message that came in. And I'm like, I'm not looking. I'm not looking at Guru on Instagram. I'm not looking at Steiny and nothing. And so by the time we got to the end of that game, and for me, I was like 4 o'clock or 4:15. I had to walk that thing off. Man,
that was a lot. That was a lot.
God.
I will. You mentioned this on your list though, Steiny, and I Dibs and I only had about a 10-second conversation about this in the other room. I don't feel the way I normally might, our team got a break when I hear about this De'Aaron Fox thing. I honestly think it's a bummer. It's a
a total, but I still think he's playing, Mark. But go ahead.
Well, but
he'll be fine.
But will he play as well?
Kobe had the same thing on his shooting hand.
Right.
I know we're talking about the Mamba.
Hey, we're talking about
this
Kobe
is non-shooting hand, right?
No,
this is shooting hand.
I thought it was his left hand.
He's left-handed.
Nah, my fault. What game am I watching?
Hey, Div, I did it too.
This is where some people go,
in that case, never mind.
left-handed. It's like, shut up.
Yeah, we do.
He's just made a typo. It's a typo. That's all it is.
Typo.
Give me that little.
Stay off of Twitter.
But I mean, it's funny. Like when you get late in a series, I think we're trained as fans. By now, we hate the star players on the other team. You hate the refs, and you hate the stars on the other team.
Wow.
Think Houston Rockets by the time you get to Game 5. The idea of Chris Paul or James Harden makes you want to vomit. I'm kind of there on Sabonis. I'm not there on Fox. This guy is just
breathtaking, man.
He's the real deal.
Right.
I love the way he carries himself.
Right.
I love the way he plays the game. I am addicted to this series.
Yeah, no doubt.
And oh man,
he didn't tear anything. No Achilles.
I know, but
lower extremity. So he still could be out there.
But if he doesn't play or if he doesn't shoot the same way, it's going to be another brick on the wall of everyone going, God, the best player gets hurt on the other team every time. The Warriors during this dynasty, I just want fine. I know it's a footnote. I would have loved to see 3 more games of this. I'd have loved it. Sign me up.
And you may see it.
Sign me up.
Right. But at the same time, we know that the NBA playoffs is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Mm-hmm. And we know that part of the key to winning the whole thing is being healthy. And you said it yourself. When the Warriors weren't healthy, when Steph, Clay, and Dre don't all play, they don't win the series. But it's okay because one of them was out. So that's the nature of all this. Clay got hurt. They lose to Toronto. Draymond punched LeBron in the balls. They lose the finals. We all look at all these things. You got to be healthy. We know that it's a 2-month journey. And if De'Aaron Fox is out because he broke his finger, that sucks. But it doesn't mean that the Warriors have to apologize for it.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay.
I'm not saying that at all. You're right. 2 years, if they win this series, wherever it goes, another year from now, that's a footnote that most people don't even know.
And Kings fan, you can say all you want. You can light the beam and you can, light the fracture and you can do whatever you want to do. But bottom line, one of these teams will win, one will lose, and we can all look at whatever we want to look at. Well, if Draymond would have been in Game 3, the Warriors would have won that game. Oh, wait, they did win that game. Mm-hmm. Or if GP2 didn't have a tummy ache, they would have won Game 4. Oh, wait, they won Game 4. So we can all lean on whatever we want to lean on. So stupid.
To me, what is fascinating, and I don't know how you dismiss it, because one of the things that makes a great game is a great game are the circumstances of that game and then the ramifications. And to me, if he makes that shot,
Harrison Barnes,
correct, it is a monumental story. Really.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is it's not hating to say Curry would have been compared to Weber. It's not hating to say it would have been just kind of like J.R. Smith.
So it would have been super fascinating dynamic had that ball gone in because, and I wonder if you've all gone through this exercise. Let's say the shot goes in.
Okay.
And let's say the person who called the timeout was any other Warrior. Do it with each one of them.
Oh, a great call.
They would have gotten
we know it.
Dragged.
Yeah.
Yep.
They'd have been torched. This would have been
more
the
than
longest.
Steph, but Steph would have been dragged.
No doubt about it,
Steph would have been dragged.
No doubt about it.
But sort of in a way that you're like,
he's never been dragged the way it would have gone down had they lost that game.
He would have been on Mount Dragmore with RuPaul.
But I agree wholeheartedly.
That's a 4.
But he's a made dude.
He doesn't get the reference.
He's a made dude. I get your reference.
He is made.
He's a made. I just disagree.
I
don't know because he's Steph.
What about the behind the back pass in the finals in 16 and they got the meme of the trophy?
Right.
I mean, it's cute because hey, you're still the shit. But this one would have been.
But it's Steph.
This one would have been on the dock.
Untouchable.
Well, I think there's two different things.
He gets touched.
I think he gets touched nationally.
His legacy doesn't get.
Nationally. Who cares about
his
that?
legacy
They've been doing that all along.
It doesn't cost him his statue at Chase Center. But it becomes a part of the story.
No doubt. It absolutely
if they do that one shining moment, it's in the clip.
Okay, so you guys are saying that today's shows, 95-7 the game, it would have been a line of phone calls ripping Steph Curry.
No, Kerr first, and then Curry would have got his.
I disagree. I could not disagree.
In a
with
way you never would have heard him
this
get his
fan
before.
base, it would be like it'd be like somebody they couldn't find the words.
People's emotions were involved in that.
Can't find the words.
The fact that Steve took on most of the weight of it would have helped Steph, but Steph would have been dragged regardless. And I disagree with what you guys were saying earlier about the way that played out. They're up 5. And the reason why Steph called timeout is because he was going to have to turn the ball over. So whether or not he knew that there was a timeout or not, the fact that he lollygagged his way into a double team, that's the real offense. Because even if he doesn't call timeout there, what do you do, Steph? You're double teamed with no help, with 2 seconds to clear half court. That's a turnover. So that was not a 4-point play. That was a 1-point infraction.
That's fine, but
it gave him the ball.
But they gave him the ball, and they got
But they would
3
have given him the ball anyway because he would have turned the ball over.
Maybe.
But you don't know if they don't get.
He wasn't going to break half court on that.
They wouldn't have went and got 4 points.
There was no one even near him.
That's where your math is wrong there, Dibs.
And people are going to say that. But listen, Barnes makes that shot. You could make a case that Steph Curry had one of the worst 30-second stretches in the history of clutch basketball.
And the miss when he went too early.
The miss. Where did that come from?
Why did you shoot it?
So he's got a 3-second differential.
Oh my God!
So now to me it's a little tricky. Because I almost
you
got
want a
foul
good shot.
there. I almost got a foul
I
there.
know.
But
you want to bleed the clock.
But if they can use that 24-second clock as a game clock and shoot it like a buzzer beater, and Curry can hit the rim on a 3-point, it's over. Then the game's over.
Yep.
So
why did
once
he shoot
you saw
it?
they weren't going to foul, what do you do?
He lost himself.
He
lost himself.
Old school.
That's not what he said.
What are you doing?
He said he liked it because Fox went for the steal, and he liked the little teardrop, the little mid-range. He loved it.
Well,
Steph mentioned it. Those are his words, not mine.
He liked the shot, but you can't like the timing of it.
No.
You literally can't.
And that's why
even if it makes it, you're up 3.
You still got a one-possession game.
No
now,
doubt.
you could probably foul Sacramento. You could play that game and all that, but that's dangerous, man. I mean, I didn't understand.
And the fact that it wasn't even close, it was almost like a blender. Another one like, y'all about to feel this, the basketball guys.
Dude.
Warrior fans on line 1, y'all about to feel this. And that shot left Barnes. I said, oh, my God.
I thought it was in.
And I said Quentin Tarantino couldn't have drew up a better script for Barnes to stick it to the dynasty that got rid of him. And he couldn't hit it.
If we're gonna go line by line though on Steph, then you do have the defense on that last play.
Steiny talked
you have
about
got to give him credit because that is supposedly his career Achilles heel. And he got the ball out of Fox's hand.
He got the ball out of his hands.
He did.
It took a double team.
With a broken finger, though.
Why did
they had
we
to
didn't
send
know.
Draymond Green over?
But
Draymond
Barnes
Green had to
brought
come
Dre over, though. What are you doing?
I mean, the idea that he got the ball out of Fox's hands is a little bit of a leap.
He was.
Without
he was the lead
Draymond
defender.
Green, Fox does not give up the ball.
He tried to go by Steph, and Steph
I don't know why you're trying.
I
don't know why you're trying to take something away from
I'm
the
not.
player.
I'm just saying that the fact is that they double teamed him. That's why Fox gave him the ball.
It was a good defensive play.
But to say that he got the ball out of his hands it's a giant Bob Beeman-esque leap.
You're listening.
It's
to 95.7 the game.
Give the guy credit.
HD1
he
San
gets
Francisco
credit.
on Odyssey Station. One thing I noticed
Keep talking like this. I'm going to bring up what you said and then change over on Friday.
You already said in the green room you're going to bring it up, so
Foot
bring it
in
up,
mouth
Mark.
syndrome.
Well,
Bring
it
it
wasn't
up.
worse than mine, though. I issued a full-out apology. Dibs, I went in before you did.
I don't do apologies. It's sports talk radio.
Steiny took a victory lap.
Let me
That's false. I've apologized to you multiple times.
That's true, too.
Thank you.
Getting back to Curry's defense on Fox, the one thing I noticed
He got the ball out of his hands.
If Fox can get by him, there's no doubt, but he's got to do it in a hurry.
Yeah.
And he's got to do it in a kind of a straight line. Once Fox starts to put his back into him just a little bit, Curry's too strong for him.
Well, he lost the ball a little bit. He lost the ball for a second.
I wonder if maybe the digit had something to do with him losing the ball.
Curry's very good at that, where you're almost trying to back him down a little. Fox trying to back him, and then that's Curry's good at that. That's where his strength comes in.
Yeah, I give one of my sons credit for an observation too. Like in that final minute, he goes, "Fox is hurt." He goes, "His finger is hurt."
Oh,
like
I
he
didn't
saw
even
him.
notice that.
No, he did.
Yeah.
He went over to the bench at one point and was kind of pointing to his finger. But we're just so conditioned, like. He's fine.
You're out there.
Yeah, you're good. Like, here, look, my finger. Okay, get back out there, right? Little dirt on it. Go play. So to see this news today, it made me think back to that. And yeah, maybe it does change what Fox was doing on that last play. He lost control of the ball and he gave it up. I mean, here's another thing. If we want to do that exercise with Steph, what if that were another player? If that were Jordan Poole, we'd be trading him today.
We've already talked more about the Poole turnover earlier than that mistake late.
Let's do this with Fox. What if that were LeBron?
It was the right basketball play.
And he passed the ball.
No, but he's done that
to
over
a lesser player.
He's taken.
I've got the ball.
Yeah, but he made that was the right basketball
and I lose
play.
the ball. And then, but LeBron, remember, the right basketball plays often are penetrate and kick to open man.
Right.
De'Aaron's was like, here, dude, you take it.
It was default. He
You
was
take
lucky
it.
to
Like,
get
I
to
can't
have
get a
dude.
shot off. You can. Here you go.
You're right,
If
man.
LeBron or Steph does that, we are on them.
You know what, though?
We are on them.
I felt like that play. Okay, he brings it up. Curry's on him. Tries to go by him initially. Gets hung up a little bit.
Great defense
Now here
by
comes
Curry.
Draymond. Now the ball's a little bit lost. At that point, I was thinking they're not even going to get a shot.
I know.
Oh, that's what I
When he
thought.
lost the ball, yeah.
So I get
And
everything
Monk is
you're
on the
saying.
right side, just.
And where was Keegan Murray? Oh, that's right. He was on the bench. So you had Harrison Barnes in, a guy who has been
that should have
known to
been
miss
Murray, who was
three-pointers.
on
So
fire.
if you want to
Yes.
blame, if you want to play the blame game on Sacramento in that last possession, Mike Brown gets more blame to me than Harrison Barnes or De'Aaron Fox.
And I asked Steiny, can I make a point? Here I go, Monday morning quarterback. Should he have even called the timeout to where the speed would have took over? Give it to Speedy Gonzalez. They're already panicked. They can't get back. And you just go in there and try to get fouled.
Maybe.
As opposed to.
Then they call. Then they don't call the timeout.
Because Fox's thing is
And
speed.
then they're too young.
He went
It's a
got the
young
ball in the
team.
backcourt and just fiddled for that. Like, it was almost over. You need to be coming like Speedy
I'll
Gonzalez
say
on
this.
their ass.
I mean,
downhill.
we've all got 1,000 thoughts going through our heads still. Like, I go back to when they threw the ball to him, and this isn't just Fox. I feel this way 9 times out of 10 when it's a last shot situation. I'm always like, go.
Exactly.
They get the ball with 10 seconds, and he just kind of does
Dude,
all right,
my
like,
gosh.
we're good for 3 seconds.
Exactly.
And I'm like, no, you're not. Like, go, because what
It
if
happens
you
all
do
throughout the
lose the
league.
handle for a second?
Yeah.
Now you're in a desperation situation, right? Like,
That's a buck.
Almost.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a near
Kawhi
buck.
did this a few weeks ago. It's like, why? Why with
Edwards.
7 seconds do you all think I only need
It
2?
ain't like it's 14.
It's like, go, dude, go. So yeah, Fox. I thought Fox was a little
That was a
lackadaisical.
great. I don't smoke, but I needed a cigarette. That
Good
was a
Lord.
great game.
If the game is tied at 3 games apiece, they should just forget Game 7 and have a Andrew Wiggins, Harrison Barnes 3-point shootout.
Whoever missed their first
Exactly.
money ball, they both go 0 for
Think they'll
26.
finish it by the next series?
But Harrison, I heard him after. He was such a pro, man.
Of course.
He talked about 16, but you brought up the Wiggins. The Wiggins thing was you were gone from the farm. Nobody knew where you were. But this
they're
was
totally different.
This was, Harrison,
but they're both like those shots.
Redemption
if those
shots.
Did my
exactly.
career end on that shot?
Those
I hit?
shots are both worth feature stories. Just the shot, if they go in, both of them.
Harrison,
They're both
man.
feature story shots. They
doubt.
both barely missed. Both of them. That thing did not miss by much. That thing was right on line. It's
said
about
slow.
an inch too
See,
far.
650. I agree. Steiny, that was a legacy shot. For Barnes, it was.
Well, you might.
Wow.
I went Kevin Costner
I heard
revenge.
on
It
the-
was his revenge shot on him.
On the roast this morning, I heard one call, and I thought this was a little heavy-handed for me, even though I get it. He was just like, the second I saw Barnes,
I know.
Do you think they felt
He's
that
like-
way, though?
he's
Because
like-
that's going around.
he's like, I started celebrating right away. As soon as I saw him
Yeah,
release,
okay.
I knew we were going to win. I'm like, okay, don't act like the guy like kicked your dog. Like he's a champion in this uniform. Like, don't do that.
Did any
Don't
of
do
us have
Harrison
7
Barnes like
games?
that.
Did any of us predict 7? I know I did.
No, we all.
I was
I had
six.
6.
We were 6.
Okay.
Yeah,
6 here.
all 6. You had like Warriors in 3, I
Me and
think,
Shaq.
right?
Me and Shaq. Now, why is that so funny? We had 7, but right.
I'm a little concerned
Because,
about you though, Goo, because he asked you earlier, and we played it on the way in when Steiny said, "You still think he'll win the title?" And you were like, "Eh." You did a lightweight
No,
Steiny.
I'm growing up. Hold on. I'm growing up. You
New
gotta
information,
you gotta
yeah.
win a road game. No matter what goes down, you
True.
got to win a road
True.
game.
Still
And that's
do.
been the story of the season where my heart has been broken. 100 times. So I'm going to sit this one out and watch because you got to win one on the road. And you should have won the first two where I was in the house, but you fiddle-faddle. I was like, okay, that's 43 road games. You got to get one.
Did you watch with Pops in Game 4?
No, we had some people over.
Okay, nice.
In the lab.
Yeah, we were going to call you.
Oh, you?
No, Dana. Dana. I was
you guys
over
were
at
together?
Dana's. No.
Oh,
I
okay.
was at Dana's.
No, yeah. I mean, there's no chance.
I mean, at one point, it was about 5 minutes to tip. Dana goes, where's Dibs?
Would you have been able to make it or not?
I picked up my phone, and I was like,
yeah.
You didn't want to hurt him if he couldn't do it.
No. I was like,
I got friends like that. They ain't going to be able to go.
Honestly, right now, I'm in a minimum, I would say,
security prison?
96-hour notice. If I can give a 96-hour notice, I can actually do things.
That's almost I ain't coming. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if I can give a 4-day notice, that way we can, because we got, trust me, we got so much going on. I mean, it's,
I got you.
Yeah, I need to get my ducks in a row.
Y'all think he's playing on Wednesday
I
night?
do believe.
Well, did you hear JD?
I did not. What did he say?
JD brought something up about, so there were two different reports, Shams Charania and Woj. Shams, Dickinson points out, is a clutch client, meaning clutch.
Okay.
So
they represent players and media.
Yeah.
And Fox is a clutch guy.
Okay.
So...
Well, wait, I haven't seen the
there's
Woj tweet. I've only seen what's the difference between the two tweets?
The difference is that Shams is kind of making it out, he's going to be listed as doubtful. And so he's kind of setting up
for Willis Reed type of thing.
Right, where Woj is saying, he's going to try to play Wednesday. Kind of like
there's still hope he'll try to play. Fox would need to play with a protective covering on
Woj,
the finger.
Right?
That's Woj?
Correct. That's Woj.
That's Woj.
Shams is like, he's going to be listed as doubtful
it's more
for
dire.
Game 5. Right.
Well, let me ask you, as a former baller, shout out D3, if you have an index issue on your shooting hand, what does that do to your ability to still shoot the ball? Because you were a shooter. You were a knockdown shooter, whatever. I wasn't trying to prompt the D3. I'll play it again before this is over. But how are you able to play through that sort of an index issue on your shooting hand?
To me, I think there's two different things. One is you have the old, like if you have to use the old popsicle stick, if you know what I mean, to keep it straight, forget about it. You're done. Like you can't. But if you can just tape it up with adhesive, it's a little.
But Fox
better.
has floaters. He's mastered that.
Yeah,
but he ain't JJ Redick, so it ain't all that. Dibs, he can do the focus. And I know it's precedent with Kobe Bryant. He played with a broken digit.
Kobe, De'Aaron Fox. Mark is trying to tell me all these lies about his shooting percentage in the series. I have it at 97% from the floor. Is that? Have you seen him miss a shot?
Doesn't miss.
My God,
I haven't seen him hit the rim. That's the other thing. The thing
that three on the one after the technical.
That's what I'm saying.
I said it went in.
Like there's certain players who have an ability to sort of rise above the emotion of a series to where if you're a fan of the other team, all you can feel is either jealousy or just respect.
Or fear.
I'll give you a baseball example. Mookie Betts for me is like De'Aaron Fox is like Mookie Betts.
Shortstop.
Max Muncy, you're Sabonis. I'm going to punch you in the face. But Mookie, when I watch him play, I'm just like, I'm just mad because you're so damn good. That's all I've got. I don't like. There's nothing to dislike about the way you carry yourself.
And he was barking at Draymond, trying to be a leader. He was the leader. I love that.
It's just salute, man. Like De'Aaron Fox is just. He's that dude.
I'm gonna go John Starks against the Bulls in a series to where knock anybody home. Can you give me a comp for what Sabonis is the zero he's been in this series?
He's been more than a zero. I mean, that's offensive.
Dude, there were like...
John Starks was like a role player.
Okay, so yeah.
And John Starks had one bad game where he was 1 for 17.
Well, I'll tell you...
I think that was against
give me
Houston,
somebody...
Right?
Yeah.
He had three. Draymond goes, boo! I mean, in clutch time, because the Kings messed up some fast breaks they had. One hit Green in the head. Fox threw one out of bounds.
How many layups did your boy Day-Day, Brownie Blinds' client,
3
miss?
or 14, but it was a lot.
Thank you.
But he made up other
Who
ways.
missed more layups? Who missed more layups? Sabonis or Draymond Green?
He's not a scorer, though.
One more time?
Who missed more layups in Game 4? Sabonis or Day-Day?
Exactly.
Exactly.
But he made up for it other ways.
No, he sure did. He sure did.
You know when the Warriors won that game and Draymond was a huge part of it? It's the free throw line.
When did he just start making everyone?
92% as a team. Yeah. And he went 6 of 6 from the free throw stripe, and they won by 1 point. So
but Sabonis has been an F.
I guess the only comp that pops to my head in like the recent, last 7, 8, 9 years in the NBA, I feel like James Harden has had playoffs like this.
Harden.
Right? Where they were a favorite or they had home court, and he just, you know what I mean?
Something's going on upstairs.
Yeah.
Who?
With
Sabonis.
I just think he's getting exposed a little bit. He's not athletic.
Yeah, he travels.
He can't shoot.
That boy travels.
Exactly.
He's thinking.
He hit a little 15-footer last night. They gave it to him, and he's like,
one time.
Oh my God.
It didn't even feel good because I take an hour.
He's like, I'm open. I'm supposed to shoot.
Seriously.
Where's the rim?
What happened is he gets the ball from 15 feet. He turns into Shaq at the free throw line.
That's what he does.
Or Charles Barkley swinging a golf club. Like all of a sudden, he's like, all right, let's line it up.
Totally.
There, my hand is wobbling. What happened to you, dude?
So
what happened? Used to be the man in high school, homie.
Sabonis is lingering 18 feet away on the elbow.
Yeah.
Should I shoot it? Hold it. Okay, I'll shoot it. Everybody's just standing around.
Standing there.
He shoots it. It goes in. And Jordan Poole then beats everybody down the floor for a layup.
It's because they're celebrating.
How does that happen?
He let Dre block his shot. He had Looney and Dre on him. Do a pump. He just boo, and he's losing the ball. Like it ain't even. But boo. Dre picked him on one. Remember, Dre just put the left hand.
Draymond Green's hands. Andre Iguodala's on the sideline, quiet. Because Andre's hands, and I've been very anti Andre Iguodala for.
Who was calling for a timeout for Steph? Anyway, he had to tee up to the
Iguodala did. Oh, I didn't see that.
I did.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, Dre.
Okay, and that's. I love the fact that Steve Kerr took the blame because you do as a coach the last thing out of the. Hey, you guys, we know we have no timeouts.
Said the point guard should know too, though.
He absolutely should. Absolutely,
but he gets that from the coach.
Should.
Right.
I mean, how many coaches do the Warriors have?
Exactly.
14, right? And I'm not trying to blame Jama Malalela, friend of the program.
No, he was on with the roast this morning.
Of course he was.
He cheated on us.
Oh,
that was tough.
But
tough
could
moment.
any one of the coaches have been like, "Hey, chef, you got no apron"?
I heard you guys Friday. That's pretty good.
It's so funny because every time I'm watching the game and I watch it on delay, and Doris Burke, who is maybe the best in the business,
good.
How many times did she drop the chef? And every time she said the chef, I'm like, she's a Guru fan.
We got to get out of here.
Dude,
listen, I was on restriction from the cafeteria Friday, so I was driving home, going through the tunnel.
Oh, yeah.
That was funny bit with you guys.
Dude, it's so funny.
But it comes from a warm place. But then listen,
of course it does.
I said, I got to go hear it again. And I need somebody in my life that when they walk in the room, pops. I don't do it for anybody but the chef.
Oh my God,
dude. The chef. And he told me about it, but until I heard you guys, the chef. Where's that coming from?
I love that Curry didn't even break stride. Because he's like, he knows what it's like to be Elvis, man. Like people are kissing his ankles as he's walking down the street.
I gotta go
so
here.
He's just like, we're gonna play hard.
And then when he said he knows everything, and Stoney goes, who told you that? I'm still yelling the chef again. You didn't do the intros, Goose. You didn't do the intros.
It's so funny. And this all comes, Steiny, from your guys' interview with Steph Curry, where you were trying to, like, Walter Cronkite him. Steph, Matt Steinmetz here from the Reading Times-Picayune.
Odyssey International.
Dude, exactly. And, Guru from the third row. The chef. And so I'm watching yesterday, and he does something great.
She was doing it. I felt her.
Mark Jones is like, oh, man. King's down 4.
Right.
And Doris is like, the chef!
Steiny, she been dropping the chef.
Oh, my God, dude.
We've had some comments about Mark Jones. You can tell he was the King's announcer.
I love Mark.
He just had one line that I agreed with.
I tell you what,
I stopped laughing.
No, which one didn't you like?
He was in his face like acne.
All right.
Took Steiny back to his childhood, Mark. He didn't like it.
Mark's a very good announcer.
Great.
Here's what I'd say. Here's what's getting people.
De'Aaron with the midi.
He took his cornbread.
It's not. I think that this is almost subconscious, but 3 times a game, whenever the Kings have had a good 3-minute run, you'll be going to break, and Mark will insinuate something about like, if you don't know, now you know.
Oh, boy.
This has been going on in Sacramento all year, and none of you know, and now you know. And it's like, you're right, but you like that's what Kings fans sound like.
Right.
So when you do that, you sound like a Kings fan. I don't think he knows he's doing it. I'm not even saying it's wrong, but
I love what he said. He smoked a layup. I'm like, Mark, I don't know if half the audience got that one, but yeah, he did blow it.
We had him on the show, and he understands that he's coming across a little bit, on both
There's nothing
sides.
you can do about that.
Exactly.
Joe Buck for years. You can't announce a Cardinal home run without sounding like his dad. And
Mike Breen.
Anyway, yeah.
Doing the Knicks.
Yeah.
All right, guys, have fun today. It should be a lot of fun. And go Warriors.
Yeah, Steiny.
You still think they can win it all?
I do. Yeah.
I mean, could you imagine if that happened at a wedding? Sir, do you take
the groom?
Yeah, do you take give me a female's name. Josephine. Sir, do you take Josephine to be your lawfully wedded wife? Can you imagine if you said I do the way Goose says I do?
I do.
Can you imagine? That's the end of that wedding. Everybody head over to your crock pots and take them back to Costco because this marriage is off.
What if you would have answered like Steiny answers with, I don't have a strong opinion?
Yeah.
I mean, you might be in a similar spot.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, I thought you were going to go with the chef.
The chef?
Like, as the bride is walking down the aisle, and the wedding march is playing, and as she's getting ready to, kiss her father, the chef, the bride, just throwing that out there.
I mean, did you do that exercise? Because I did that exercise. What if the timeout had been called by Poole? What's the commentary?
Pack your things.
Mm-hmm. What if it had been called by Clay?
Well, Clay. I mean, that's just Clay being Clay.
Yeah, but would we say that? I mean, remember, this is someone who, when he wasn't shooting well, half the fan base wanted him on the bench.
If anybody
4
gets
months ago.
more of a pass than Steph, or an equal pass, it's Clay. Because you could say, well, Clay might have hit the lettuce pregame. That's
Clay's
just
on the
Clay.
boat. All right. Here's the better one.
Don't do it.
What if Draymond calls that time?
He's got to be suspended. He's suspended for Game 5.
That's your answer for everything.
No, he's got to be suspended, Mark.
Hey, quick aside on the suspension.
The other one is Kevon Looney. What if Kevon calls time?
Well, I don't know.
Shucks.
Yeah, you're just like
hug him.
Gap tooth,
Bring
20
it in.
rebounds. Are you kidding me?
Right.
Can't be mad at you. I don't know how the hell Looney would have had the ball in the backcourt, so I guess it's hard to even imagine a scenario. We would have had other questions.
He's our press breaker.
If he called a time, they'd been like, yes, call timeout. I'd be like, take the technical.
Please.
That's better than you dribbling the ball around the backcourt. But I don't know. I thought about that because I really do believe that Steph Curry, you guys are not wrong. If that shot goes in, we're all sitting here trying to figure out how we can say what we want to say, even though we know we can't say it. That would have been, I don't know, the worst minute of Steph Curry's career.
I was just actually thinking about that, Mark. Like right now, if you play a highlight package of Steph's whole career, and if you want to play like his worst plays ever, right now his worst play ever is when Kevin Love crossed him, or when Kyrie crossed him over and hit that three. And other than that, he doesn't have a lot of...
No, I mean, there's plenty of misses,
Sure.
I mean, in crunch, there was that time in his career where it's like, oh, he's not clutch down the stretch of of playoff games. He's the best player on the team, and Iguodala ends up winning NBA Finals MVP. There was that time. It's no different than early in Barry Bonds' career, where it's like, right? When you're in the playoffs, suddenly he gets worse. But there's no gaffe like that. And this is a layered gaffe. It's like you said, you're taking the ball slow, then you call a timeout that's not there, then you get the ball back, and you head for the hoop too early, then you miss the shot. We're going to the other end, and the ball is in the air out of the hands of Harrison Barnes, and I'm like, you got 3 days till your next game.
Oh, Mark.
3 rounds of radio shows, okay? 72 hours of sitting with that 3-1 deficit when you were up 5 with the ball.
Illegal timeout.
With 40 seconds to go.
Missed teardrop. Open 3, dagger by your former teammate. Think about that. And what if the Kings then won Game 5, and that's the way
that's a wrap.
The dynasty ends? The dynasty ends with a Chris Webber, followed by an Allen Iverson, followed by an open 3 by a former teammate. That troika of moments, that would dog Steph Curry. Now, that would not cost Steph Curry a damn thing. Steph Curry's a made man. He's one of the greatest of all time. He's won 4 titles. He's getting a statue, all the rest of it. That is all cemented.
Of course.
However, when you think about how this thing ends, and we've all thought about the fact that it's going to end at some point. Steph Curry is going to end his career, hopefully as a Warrior. This run will end at some point, but it can't end with a Chris Webber, Allen Iverson, open 3 troika. It just can't, Mark.
Oh, my gosh.
Against Sacramento.
Against the Sacramento Kings. But in the end, none of that happened. And the big takeaway for me was that we're not as maybe far down the road of getting rid of this big 3 with the Warriors as we thought. And I don't just mean that because of the Warriors-Kings series. If you look around the league, there's a very clear message that is being put out there, which we'll get to coming up next. We want all of your phone calls today, okay? We're wide open for you. JTA is going to join us on the show. I think maybe Festus. Today could be a good, real nice meditative reboot for you. We're going to just address Festus.
Oh, I love Festus.
Festus for the rest of us. Just go straight to him, right? We can address all of the Draymond stuff from Friday. We just do all of it.
And he needs to sit down more on set. He's making Bonte look like me.
He's tall. I would imagine sitting down if you're Festus Ezeli is not as easy of an act.
He makes Bonte look 5'11", though. My God. Bonte's a legit 6'4".
No, he more than that. Yeah,
he and Mullen are side by side.
He's north of 6'4".
Yeah.
For sure. Anyway, Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Twitch, YouTube, what's good? Get on the video stream. Let's rock all afternoon long. Get on the phone lines, 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
I do.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea?
Kicks it out, guarded by Simonis. They spread the floor for Steph. Double team coming. Bounce pass to Wiggins. Above the break, 3 left side. Good! He rounded that. It's good. Oh, it was right there. Rolling around the cylinder. Teasing me with all that. Not good for my heart. 87-83.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That was Wiggins, right? That was Wiggins.
You and me both, Tim.
Moody had a nice toilet bowl early in the game. Wiggins had, what was that? Was that 5 rings around the Rosie?
Oh, my God.
He looked like Pat Mahomes in a huddle out there with that ball. Good Lord, what the hell's going on? That thing was crazy. We're like, yeah, it's in order. Yeah. Oh, I celebrated 3 times on one shot. Oh, my gosh.
You know, that shot in Australia actually goes around the rim the other direction. It's a fact.
That's very good.
I'm playing off here.
Take 3 points off the board if you're in Australia.
Number 4.
Oh, my gosh.
Seriously.
That game, can we all take a moment for that? That game, they've all been close. The series has been great. Game 3 wasn't close, but you get what I'm saying.
That motherfucker game.
That game.
Oh, my God, that game.
Messed with people's hearts. Like, that game, I think, was it Steve Kerr's wife who tweeted out? I
saw that today.
Right? She tweeted out, she's like, does anybody know the life expectancy for NBA coaches' wives? That game was just, it was hard to get through.
Boy, that's a great question.
It was hard. It was hard to get through and still have, I told you, no joke, the way I handled the last 2 minutes of this game, there were moments where the refs, and then there was Steph, and then there were the Kings, and then there was the weight, and then the shot, and the Barnes, and the everything. And I was just like you. I was across the room by the time this thing ended. And that's all she said to me. Christy just looks at me and goes, you did not handle that well. My 2 sons are sitting there just like, okay, Dad, they won. I'm like,
are we getting pizza?
Oh, my gosh.
Right?
I'm like, we're not doing anything. We're all going to bed.
Totally.
Good night. It's 3 o'clock.
Exactly.
Go to bed. I got nothing.
I've got nothing for any of you. And it's so funny because my wife, the lovely Supper, she knew the result. And so with like 6 minutes to go, and she's on her computer, and she doesn't really have that level of investment.
Sure.
So I look at her, and I'm trying to like gauge something from her. And 4 minutes to go, I look at her again. Nothing. 2 minutes to go, I look at her again, and she looks up at the screen, and she goes, oh, I don't think I had the right final score. And I said, what?
What?
And she goes, no, this is not the score that I had. And I was like, okay. So now
what do you have?
Right. Because at that point, it was like 121, 116 or whatever.
Okay.
So she must have seen a score that was like 117. Whatever she saw was not the final.
Well, they did change the score twice in the game. Did everybody catch that?
Yeah, the Steph 3 was a 2.
And Draymond in the first quarter. I don't know if you caught that one.
I missed that one, yeah.
See, I got the little guy is like Rain Man.
He's a savant.
He was like, he wanted the game to stop. He's like, the Warriors had 11. No, I think it was 29. He goes, his scoreboard said 29, and they came back from break and they had 28. And I didn't hear an announcement. I go, well, buddy, one of them must have, something was a 2 and not a 3.
Get my car keys,
He's
Dad.
like, Dad, I saw it. It said 29. I go, I know, buddy. That's just a TV. Like, I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, twice in the game, the Warriors had a point that got taken away.
Your son, too, and I learned this at the Super Bowl. He's 9. I think he was 8 at the time.
Correct.
He's on the carpet with the dog and a slice of pizza in his hand. Didn't miss a snap. I could have asked your son, hey, Jude, what happened? That was a 3-yard carry,
That's
Uncle
right.
Dibs, off tackle. It's like, dude, you're petting the dog, eating pizza on your belly.
Facing the other direction.
Doesn't miss a
It's
thing,
like
that
the wide
kid.
9 was really working on that play. Did you see Warner fly right through the gap? I'm like, I
That
don't
kid
know.
is ridiculous. Your son.
It's absurd. So anyway, that game was just too much. It's just too much. And so there's a healthy fear still for me for 2 reasons. I'll give you 2 reasons because I know
the
today
series hasn't even started yet,
well,
so what's the big deal?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if you're looking at what's coming and you're a Warrior fan today, I know you're feeling like, okay, got back to even, and so now the championship DNA takes over again. Well, you still have to win a game on the road. You have still not been able to do that all damn year long, okay? So there's 2 pieces of this that I think are a little bit of a concern. That being one of them. Here's the other one. Once you get to Wednesday, the 2-day off thing is over. It'll go Wednesday, Friday, Sunday if necessary. Game, day, game, day, game. That's going to be the cadence. That's very, very different. And if anybody noticed yesterday, the Warriors, whether you want to say they were forced to or not, the Warriors essentially went with a 6-man rotation yesterday. Okay? GP2, not much. Moses Moody, not much. DiVincenzo, not a lot. And Kuminga, dude, you're not even invited anymore.
He was a -8 mark in 2 minutes.
Can I give actually props to the boss for a second? Did you see the video that Nahigian put out? He put out a video.
I'll say yes because I don't want to be in hot water.
You didn't, did you?
I might have missed it.
That's because you got him on mute.
He totally.
Kuminga is on. This is on offense.
I saw this play.
He's on the left corner, right? Like he's set up for, is the ball going to come to me for a corner 3? It ends up in the other corner for a corner shot. I think Wiggins took it. And the shot misses, but it bounces in the direction of Kuminga. Like shot in the air, bang. I mean, perfect setup for at least an offensive board, if not a flying Kuminga offensive rebound dunk. He's still standing there.
Yeah.
He never even moved toward the rim. Ball comes right where he should have been standing. Kings pick it up for an easy rebound. They're heading the other way. And then Kuminga's heading for the bench. And he never came back in.
Right.
So I guess my concern would be these guys, if they're going to have to, Steph played 43 minutes yesterday. If you're going to have to up the minutes to that level in order to hold off these Kings, you're going to have to do it on the road. That's even harder work. And you don't have solid minutes coming from those 4, DiVincenzo, Kuminga, GP2, and Moody. This is a lot of work that the Warriors are going to have between Wednesday and Sunday. Sure, Fox could be out. Maybe they win 2 in a row and it's over. That's a possibility, but that has to be registering right now as a concern with the Warriors in terms of the readiness physically. If you're going to shorten the bench that much, can they get through this?
It's a minor concern because they can shorten the bench and they can get through this. I mean, the difference between Steph playing 38 and 43, I know it's 5 minutes. It's really not that much. Although I will say this, Steph Curry in the fourth quarter looked a little bit tired in yesterday's ball game. I mean,
physically and mentally.
Well, mentally, I put that on Steve Kerr, as Steve Kerr has put that on Steve Kerr. And yes, it's on Steph Curry as well. The fact that Steph didn't know that they were out of timeouts is on both of them. But the part that I think is on Steph's fitness is the fact that he got the ball up 5 and he was languidly dribbling, not even thinking about the fact that, maybe the Kings would want to double team you. Maybe they'd want to foul you. Maybe they'd want to, get the ball back down 5 with 45 ticks to go.
Right. And the missed shot was what? Short.
It was a little fatigued.
Short.
Yes.
So, listen,
but then the solid defense where he got the ball out of De'Aaron Fox's hands.
It was. Look, give him his credit. It was very good defensive play.
He gets his props, yeah.
Yeah. Again, we're spotlighting 1 minute. I don't want to make too big of a thing out of that and be like, oh, Steph's out of shape. He's the best in shape player in the whole league. We know this. This has been the Warriors' calling card. Steph and Clay run more than anyone in the league, and they run people ragged, and they win because of it. So I'm not worried about the shape they're in, but this is a mental and physical grind, and now you're shortening the time and shortening the bench. And let me remind everybody, this is only round 1. We're only in the first round.
Little Sally Struthers in there.
Holy hell. I mean.
For just 1 round. A little quiver in there.
Oh, man. So it's a lot.
It is.
It's worth our attention, and I'm sure the Warriors' attention. If you get less on the road from your role players than you do at home, well, then what do we get in Game 5? Because you got nothing. You got nothing from that group yesterday.
Yeah, basically.
Moody hit a 3.
You had 8 points from your bench, not including Draymond Green.
Moody hit a 3. Not a one of them got to the free throw line.
3 of 7 from your bench, and I'm counting Draymond Green as the 6th starter. Yeah. So your bench, 3 of 7, 8 points, and they were a collective minus 35.
They were not good.
3 rebounds and 4 assists, all from Dante DiVincenzo. And, Dante played the best of that group, but even Dante, it was like a little bit shaky from Dante DiVincenzo.
Yeah, no, it's not his best game at all.
GP2 is either sick or
Who knows?
not sharp. Jonathan Kuminga, maybe I see you next year? I mean, or next series.
Next series, if it happens. If
he
it
played
happens.
251, and he was a -8 with 1 rebound.
I mean, yeah. And he's getting consoled on the bench by Iguodala, which is great. Like, cool. I'm glad Andre is still over there engaged, trying to do something, whatever he can to help the team out. But, yeah, it's really disappointing and maybe sort of underscores something else. Look, the Kings have shown themselves to be very worthy adversaries. We know this, right?
Big time.
Big time. But if you look around the league, there is a message that I think many of us already knew, but let's get the reminder. What works in the playoffs? Experience, continuity, players who have been there before. I know that you could argue continuity with the Suns, but take a look at the way, and look, we're too early to have this conversation in some respects, but if the Western Conference first round spits out Denver, and it will, Phoenix, and it will, Lakers, it probably will.
Look at you coming around.
And Warriors, it might. If it spits those 4 teams out, look at the message.
Look.
Those are major load management teams. Those are older teams with stars who have largely been there before. I know they haven't been necessarily the finals.
Denver would be the one anomaly.
Yeah, but you got Jokic. This is somebody who's been through the wars.
Sure.
Chris Paul, Kevin Durant, been through the wars. Booker to a degree. Lakers, LeBron, AD, Warriors, Steph, Clay, Dre, Loon. You get what I'm saying.
I do.
Right?
I do, yeah.
The other side of this, which is what I think has been a big talking point in the whole Western Conference this year, because the Kings are like, we're here. The Grizzlies are like, we've been here.
Yeah.
And if you get the first round reminder, hey, y'all aren't here. You're not here yet. That's
and Minnesota's the other team that, like, we're young and it's our time.
And we're brash. Yeah. Like in some respects. I mean,
they are. They're good and they're talented, but they're not ready.
And not ready.
And to your point about Memphis, I mean, Memphis, they should be ready, but they're not ready. And just a quick 30-second aside, the fact that the league did not suspend Dylan Brooks is an absolute joke. And I'm going to say this with my words, and you know me, I'm not a Draymond Green apologist. I've been more critical of Draymond Green than anyone at this station and anyone in this market. Draymond should have been ejected. He shouldn't have been suspended. But the fact that he was suspended and Brooks wasn't and Embiid wasn't and Harden was ejected, what are we doing, NBA?
I think it tells you exactly what the NBA was doing, and I'm with all of your sentiments. However, I found it interesting because I think it was a tell. We now know why Draymond was suspended. He was not suspended for the stomp.
Shout out, William.
And he was not suspended for his history. He was suspended for standing on the bench and screaming profanities at the fans while Adam Silver, as you detailed last week, was sitting in attendance watching. And I think that the NBA felt we are one bad decision from a Kings fan away from,
I guess,
what rhymes with Golden One. This ain't no fun at Golden One.
Fun?
Yeah, I don't know what you want to call it, but that is the recipe for malice at the palace. That's the recipe. Draymond is standing on the bench. He's calling people the P word. Some drunk fan hucks a beer at him. If it connects to Draymond's head, where are we going next? And I think that
to the third row, Mark.
That's why they suspended him.
You're not wrong.
I don't agree with it, but it's
a
tell.
Right.
It's a tell on what actually upset the league. Because if Embiid to the you know what's doesn't make you mad, and Brooks to the you know what's doesn't make you mad.
Oh, I know what.
Then you can't tell me that the stomp made you mad. And if Draymond's history is what makes you mad, well then how about Dylan Brooks? What made you mad is him standing on the bench and screaming at the fans.
And Embiid's history, by the way, is far more checkered than Draymond's in terms of flagrants per game, FPG. If you want to look at who's got more FPG, Embiid is almost double Draymond Green. I take offense.
Fewer technical fouls, though.
More flagrants.
Yes.
Flagrants per game, FPG. It's a stat that I just made up. And I went back and watched the Draymond Green, and he was actually asking the Sacramento crowd if they wanted brunches. Do you guys want to have brunches? And if you do, I'll bring flowers. I'll bring posies. Have you seen? I don't know if you saw my tweet. He was talking about brunches and posies.
Brunches and posies.
He was going to bring flowers to brunch. He wanted to invite the Sacramento crowd to all of you. I want you all to have some brunches.
Brunch with the posies sounds actually delightful.
Not too many kids for me.
I mean, there are a few. Have you seen Have you seen those Instagram posts where they do the fake lip reading?
Yes.
With all the
Is that John Boy? Or?
Oh, it's not John Boy, but it's something like that where they just take all of these sports figures. It's mostly NFL. And, they've got the sound off, and they just make up stuff that looks like it would fit what they're. It's hysterical.
Yeah.
It's essentially what you just did.
Yeah.
Brunch with the posies.
Yeah. He was talking about brunches. I want you all to have brunches, and I'll bring some posies for you at our brunches.
Hey.
Brunches and posies.
We want some.
Hey, we want some posies.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
They're in season right now.
That's why he got suspended.
It's true. But for the league to come out and say, well, it's for his past transgressions, that was a precedent-setting problem,
I agree.
which is why I had to blast Joe Dumars on Twitter. And finally yesterday, I had to put a stop because the comments were like unbelievable.
Yeah, there was a lot of action.
And I had to say, can we focus on Game 4 now? Because I'm here for the games. I love the drama, as we all do, but the games, last night's game, yesterday's game, that's why we're all sports fans. That was as good as it gets, Mark.
Yep, that was the whole series has been. This is the good stuff. We don't usually get this in round one in the NBA. You don't get this kind of drama in round one.
And I was asking if this isn't the most entertaining series the Warriors have ever played in the playoffs. Most entertaining. I know the OKC series down 3-1. People will look at that was entertaining, but in terms of like the Durant years. None of those series were that entertaining. The one year they were 16-1 in the playoffs. That to me is not the same level of entertainment as this. Now, when they beat the Rockets in 7, and that was, I guess, that might have been the first year of KD or the second year of KD. I'm not sure. They had to come back against Houston. They had to win Game 7 on the road.
Yeah, I think
that was the 2018 playoffs.
Thank you.
They had to win Game 6 and Game 7 to win that series.
So, I mean, that was an entertaining series.
Yes,
but
I guess I can only answer that as a Warrior fan. I can only say I got to wait and see how it ends.
Right,
because it's not entertaining if they end up losing. That's not an entertaining series to me if they end up losing.
I guess
it's not a memorable. It's not a good memory.
If they lose in 7 in a game, like if Harrison Barnes hits a 3,
I can acknowledge great series, but I
can say it's entertaining.
It's entertaining, but
I would say it's more entertaining than great. It's only great if they win, but it's entertaining.
Well, it's already been a great series because again, it's already going at least.
Thank you, Grandy.
It's already going at least 6 games.
Right.
You do have a new characteristic to it if the Warriors were to win because they've never been down 0-2 before. You come back from that. We already detailed the numbers last week. Only 7% of series where that happens come back. So you're talking about something that's very, very rare. And now the Warriors have the opportunity in front of them to do it. But I tell you what, man, it's been a lot already. I think all of us feel. And have you noticed the change? Here's another thing that yesterday's game did, and then we're going to go to the phones. Yesterday's game
made you sick.
Well, it officially, all of this discourse, the trash talk that happened between fans, media, Sacramento, Bay Area. Sacramento takes the 2-0 lead, and they turn into peacocks. And now Golden State gets it back to even. And so Sacramento has been humbled, but the Warriors have also been a little humbled. Everybody's got a healthy fear. And it all sort of calms down because no one wants to peacock anymore. Because no one's actually really confident anymore that this thing is going to go their way. And what ends up happening is you start to respect your opponent a little bit more. I have heard this a ton from Warriors fans today. You won the game, but I don't hear Warriors fans being like, yeah, we sunned you, Kings. It was like, dog, the ball was in the air, and you might have lost. You didn't. But I just start to hear a lot of fans in this series going, man, these two teams they're right there with each other.
Yeah.
This is really good. I don't know how it's going to go. Sign me up for more of this. That sort of is suddenly the tone.
Yeah, it's the tone for the most part, but I don't know if you saw the video from the watch party at Golden One.
Well, that's a different animal. Yeah. That's just people. That's drunk people making bad decisions.
Straight out fracas.
Yeah.
It was a melee. It was a hootenanny.
I can't stand it, man. Can we have games anymore where people aren't punching each other?
Right.
The hell are y'all
Mark,
doing?
This is a watch party. I mean, can we watch the game on TV? And you know me, I'm down to throw hands if the occasion calls for it. I run a little bit hot, but you're at a watch party. You're watching the game on a screen with each other, and we need to have a 14-person all-out brawl. What are you doing?
I just
Willard and Dibbs want to know.
What are you doing?
Thank you, dude.
I mean, we've had all these conversations recently about punches, right? And Jock Peterson and Chris Rock and all of these things that Draymond to Jordan Poole, all of the conversations we've had this year.
Right.
And I always end up asking the same thing, which is, I understand scratching your itch when you're angry, but what's the net result? What do you get out of said punch? I mean, these people that end up viral on the internet.
Sweet feeling of fist going to face.
Y'all end up in jail.
Yeah.
Or you end up never being invited back, like you're not allowed back in the arena anymore. Like, how stupid is that? Y'all feel good now? Because I showed him. Great.
He got served.
Yeah, he got served. I Stephen ate him.
I kept it real.
You're an idiot.
I kept
You're
it
an
real.
idiot who's now got a picture on every security guard's phone at Golden One Center.
You better be careful.
And it's game 4 of round 1. And you're in the hole or wherever you're an idiot. You're just an idiot. That's all. You're not hard. You're not a real one.
Freaking idiot.
You're an idiot. That's all you are.
He's an idiot.
Thank you. Thanks,
you,
Boach. No more beer. All right, let's get to the phones. Hey, is JTA at 3:15? Is that our deal? Is JTA at 3:15? 3:30. Okay. JTA coming up at 3:30. I promise nothing but your phone calls here. Coming up next, 888-957-9570. Here we go. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity.
buzzer. Clay backs up on one leg, hopping back to the bench. 7-point quarter for Clay, 19 for the game. And the Warriors have the first double-digit lead of the affair.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
And it lasted for like a minute and a half, right? Like double-digit lead going to the fourth. You're like, oh, I'm going to try just for a second. I'm going to put my feet up. Gone.
Totally.
10-minute mark, fourth quarter. Kings up by 1. I'm like, what? Hello? What just happened?
Hello?
No lead is safe with these two offenses, man. No lead is safe. Hell of a series. Glad you're with us, man. YouTube, Twitch, everybody. Get in on the party. We're having fun. It's Willard and Dibbs. JTA is joining us in a half hour. We're going to go to the phones. There's funny little note on one of our callers, which we'll get to in a sec, but let's start with Nick in Berkeley. Hey, Nick, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
I'm getting ready to go to practice, Willard, but I got a hot take for you because Dibbs, Frank the Tank, said to say what's up to you, and he said you're too short to play basketball and that your real nickname is Sharky. I just want to know what's going on with that.
Well, tell Frank the Tank that I carried him through Pirate basketball camp, as he well knows. And yes, Sharky was my nickname in basketball camp because we had a worst dive competition that I would routinely be on the podium for. So they called me Sharky back in the day before I became Rooster, before I became Dibbs.
Good Lord.
Got you, man.
How many nicknames you have?
A handful, yeah. And a few that will not be mentioned here on the air.
A handful.
Including Red Snapper.
I heard that was one of your nicknames, too.
And Frappus
A
is
handful.
another one, yeah. But go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, you got anything else, Nick?
Yeah, man. We're battling for second place right now in our league, and we lost to Pinole, who's actually 19-0 last week, 3-2 and 7-6. But I just want everybody to know that we're coming to get him for the championship.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it. And assuming you're at Berkeley High, you've got no business losing to Pinole. You've got 3,400 students at Berkeley High. There's no reason why you should ever be losing to Pinole.
I love that Warriors Kings trash talk has turned into Berkeley Pinole trash talk. That's cool too.
And nickname shout-outs, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
From way
thank
back.
Thank you, Nick. All right, let's go to John. This one's a whole lot of fun. John, just so you know, this is not your fault at all. John is in L.A. The way a call screen works at a radio station, right? We got John in the other room, not the caller John, our John. He's in the other room, and he's doing what's called
John.
Yeah, that John, and he's screening the calls. And so what we see is John in L.A. and then a quick comment about what they want to talk about.
Right.
Well, under the comments for this caller, it says, "Call is about the Warriors. How will Fox News affect Game 5?
Wait, what?
Right. I read it as, how is Fox News going to affect Game 5? What, the Warriors signed Kaepernick? Like, why is Fox News coming to Game 5? I know Tucker Carlson is out. Is he now doing play-by-play for the Kings? What the hell is going on? And it's all about how you read it. How will the Fox, the De'Aaron Fox News affect Game 5? Unless, of course, John, you actually think Fox News is going to affect Game 5. Let's find out. Let's go to John in L.A. What are you doing, John?
Sorry, that was funny. No, I just found out that had happened to him yesterday during the game, and I hadn't seen anything on it. Now, the only thing I wanted to ask you guys, do you know another player that has played with an injury like that to his shooting hand and actually done well?
Well, the first name that comes to mind is Kobe Bryant. He did, wrap up a finger and do it back in the day. I can't tell you the stats off the top of my head how he did. And we also know that Kobe Bryant was cut from a certain cloth. Although I'm not going to say that De'Aaron Fox is not cut from a certain cloth. Correct me if I'm wrong. De'Aaron Fox broke the record for the most points through 4 games of a playoff series through these first 4 games. And might I add, they're his first 4 playoff games.
Wow.
So this guy is incredible. And, John, I'm not going to put anything past him, you know?
Fair enough. I'll take that answer. You guys have a great day.
All right, John, and say hi to all of our friends over at Fox News or CNN or whatever you choose to watch for your cable news viewing pleasure. All right, there it is. 888-957-9570. I don't know how to even answer that right now in terms of whether or not he's going to even play. I mean, he's being listed as doubtful, but it's interesting what we were talking about earlier, the difference in the tweets from Shams versus Woj. Shams kind of has, I guess, the inside news on where the injury is, but Woj seemed to be talking about it almost in the next sort of revolution of the news cycle, which is that, yeah, he's being listed as doubtful. However, they may try to put this brace on him and he may try to play. When I see that, I'm like, doubtful schmoutful. He's going to be out there.
Oh, he's going to play.
Yeah.
I have no doubt that he's going to play. And, you think about what it's going to mean in terms of his shooting hand. Well, he can shoot layups right-handed, I'm sure. And if it's his index finger on his left hand, you can buddy tape it or you can put a brace on it. Whatever it is, he's going to play. De'Aaron Fox is not going to sit out with a finger fracture of this nature. And I just punched up Kobe Bryant in the 2010 finals, which is when he had his avulsion fracture on his shooting hand. He averaged 28.6 a game, and they beat Boston in 7. So I'm not saying that Fox is Kobe.
But remember, they beat Boston in 7, and remember, ain't nobody able to make a shot in Game 7 of that basketball game.
It was a high-scoring affair. What are you talking about, Mark?
Yeah, what was it, 80-78 or something like that?
83-79, Mark. I don't know what your problem is.
And Kobe, if I'm not mistaken, 6 for 24 in that game?
Your memory is incredible.
6 for 24.
6 for 24. All those years in L.A.
I might have been working for the home of the Lakers at that time. I might have hosted the postgame show right across the street from Staples Center as the championship was being celebrated across the street.
6 from 3. Yeah. Meta, 7 of 18 from the floor. And the Boston Big Four, all 5 starters in double figures, but Glenn Big Baby Davis with 6 points off the bench. You want to talk about only playing 6 players. Big Baby played 21 minutes off the bench. Tony Allen, 5 minutes. Nate Robinson, shout out Union City, 3.5 minutes. Brian Scalabrine, he played 1 minute.
Not restaurant quality.
No, but former
Fast
Warrior.
food.
He's family.
Yeah, okay.
He's family.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they played just the 6, but you're right, 83-79. Wow, ugly.
There are 2 games I can remember in my basketball viewing career where it just felt like they got to the end of a game and nobody had anything left. And it was that game between the Lakers and Celtics and the Kemba Walker NCAA championship where I feel like did the winner score like 45 points in that basketball game? Something like that. And then a lightweight version of it was Cavs-Warriors Game 7. Where Kyrie finally hit a shot, but like it went back and brick and brick and brick and brick back forth, until someone finally hit a shot. Sometimes it gets like that, like these moments, and we might be heading to one of those moments in this series.
Yeah.
Like
your memory is crazy because Kemba Walker, UConn over Butler. You and I were both there.
Yep.
53-41.
There you go.
Your final.
There you go.
53-41. And that same NBA Finals, by the way, before we get back to the Warriors and back to the phones. Game 6, Lakers 89, Boston 67.
Dude.
I mean, that's a half nowadays.
A bad one.
Right?
For the Warriors and Kings, like, they only had 67 in the first half. That's too bad. Must be off a little bit.
89-67.
Oh, man. Yeah, the game is different. And that's why, by the way, let's take a moment. And this is not meant to be some sort of a rip job. But stop with this is Kings' greatest offense in the history of the... No, it's not. It's good. You guys are good. The Kings are good. The Warriors are good. These are good offenses. They got a lot of shooters. But the metrics are being completely blown up because something is different in the league this year. Something's different.
It's pace, Mark.
Yeah.
It's pace. If you look at the pace this year versus last year, the Warriors were number 1 in pace. And there are, I think, 12 or 13 teams in the regular year that had a faster pace, possessions per 100, than last year's leader. So the pace this year has been crazy. More threes, more pace, more possessions, more points.
Let's go real quick to Jay with Plants. Jay, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
Hey, hello, boys. I'm working on my bonsais. It's good to be in the backyard on a beautiful day.
Out of bed.
Trim those things.
So you guys Yeah, you guys kind of talked about the fights at a watch party, and that is sad. That is sad. So I have 2 points. The first one is the reason why there are fights at a watch party is because a lot of dudes in their 20s are bottled up, not being able to be the men that they want to be, the providers, the protectors of their lives. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they have a playoff team, and they get a little beer in them.
Yep.
And then that bottle cap pops off in that moment. That's how you get all those fights.
I'll say this, Jay. I think, Jay, you're spot on, number one. I'll add
too deep, Jay.
Maybe a little bit too deep, in too deep. But I'll say this real quick. All sports fans at one time or another need to be reminded, you are not on the team. You're not on the team. Like, if you get into one of those things.
Well, I would have been if it wasn't for my ankle issue, Mark.
Would have been a contender.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? You got to be reminded, if you get into a fight at a game, you're not on the team. So if you get into a fight because you haven't even seen Sabonis, you don't even know, you better put some respect on it. You're not Sabonis. You're not on the team. Sabonis doesn't know you, and he doesn't need your help. Like, that's at the core of all of this stuff. We'll keep going with your calls. 888-957-9570. Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD. Now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. JTA is also 15 minutes away on Willard and Dibbs.
U.S. Bank is ranked number 1 in customer.
Sabonis in the front court. Bounce pass to Barnes. Drives in. Bad shot over Draymond. No good. Rebound Sabonis. Blocked by Draymond. Blocked away. Wiggins got it. Wow. Curry with a Warriors still lead 124-121. Curry bounce past Draymond. He attacks. Hands off to Wiggins. Shovels it up with the right hand. Good! Golden State leads by 5.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Got to hand it to Draymond for the leadership, huh? Got to hand it to Draymond for, going in and actually suggesting.
Yeah. As I said he would.
That he'd come off the bench.
Just stop slow playing it.
What? Do you want to say anything?
Just blast away.
I don't need to blast. I don't mean to blast.
Instead of this passive-aggressive approach,
it's
just
not passive.
come on out and put it out there.
It's not passive.
I said that Draymond Green
you don't need
would
to tell
never...
People. You don't need to tell people what you said.
No, I'm tired of you dancing around it, Fred
We have
Astaire.
it right here. I'm not dancing. I'm hitting this button.
Draymond, Steve, you know what? I feel like I should be coming off the bench. You guys look so good in game 3. You know what, Steve? I think that I should come off the bench.
Well, let's
get out of here with that.
You're not. That's not a realistic conversation.
Please address.
I nailed it. From a role play standpoint, I nailed it.
From a role play
standpoint. Play that again, button pusher.
You're not really going to go with role player. You're not really going to go with role playing. You're not really.
Draymond, Steve, you know what? I feel like I should be coming off the bench. You guys look so good in game 3. You know what, Steve? I think that I should come off the bench.
Well, let's
get out of here with that.
You're not. That's not a realistic conversation.
Get out of here with that, please.
I'm talking to Steiny about Steiny interrupting me as I'm trying to.
Don't do this. Don't do this. It's unbecoming.
Come on.
And it's not going to go well with your conversation with Festus if you're not going to play fair.
Wait.
You're not going to play fair.
We're going to have Festus on?
Do we have Festus on?
I got to give a shout out to Willard and Dibs.
I don't even know if we're going to. Oh, yes, 4:45.
Can't wait.
Me neither.
I role-played it exactly how it went.
I'll ask the stupid questions this time, okay?
You did last time.
Stupidest question ever.
Put your own name on it this time instead of throwing me under the bus.
No, keep this up, and I'm going to do the exact same thing again. So my co-host over here won't admit that he thought it was ridiculous that Draymond Green, Mr. Attitude himself,
get out of here with that,
would have the humility to walk into the building and suggest that he come off the bench rather than Jordan Poole.
Who would have thought that other than Matt Steinmetz himself? Nobody. Not a person would have thought that Draymond Green would have come back to the arena at the end of Game 3 because that's what happened. Game 3 ends. He's not allowed to be there for Game 3. The horn sounds, and I would imagine Draymond was somewhere in Dogpatch, and the game ends, and Draymond immediately bursts over and goes into Steve Kerr's office and says, Steve, what do you think about me coming off the bench for Game 3?
I certainly didn't predict it, but I do remember my response in that conversation that day, which was that
we didn't play it, so there was no response.
We can because
we should.
Yeah, but it wouldn't put my foot in my mouth, so why would we? Because all I said was, I don't know. I don't know what Draymond's going to do.
I don't know.
I do believe that he has that kind of, I don't know if you want to call it humility, but intelligence within him. I do remember saying, because Guru was right there with you, he thought this was an absurd idea.
Absurd!
And my response was,
preposterous.
If that's off the table, if what we're saying is Draymond Green, simply because of attitude, because of ego, wouldn't come off the bench, my statement was, then he's not the leader that we think he is. And so I wasn't predicting that he was going to do that by any stretch. It's an eyebrow raiser for sure.
Yeah.
But by the same token, I do think this is an example of the misunderstood portion of Draymond Green. I'm not going to tell. Draymond Green is kind of an open book sometimes. So some of the things that if Draymond bothers you, some of the things that bother you about him are real. I didn't like him screaming at the crowd the other night like he did.
Asking him to brunch?
I don't like that part. I don't think it's worth suspension, but that's not like, in my opinion, the best way to handle the situation. But he's allowed to be his own guy. And so
Of course.
He's going to handle that the way he's going to handle that. But what I do think gets misunderstood is we take that kind of bravado and we transfer it to other parts of the Warriors story. Draymond absolutely is a thinker. He is intelligent. He is strategic.
He's a competitor.
He's a team player.
And he wants to win more than any other athlete maybe I've ever seen in my entire life.
Team player.
He is. And I just didn't think that, and maybe I was overplaying the ego part of it, but I didn't think that Draymond Green would have thought, gee, having two bigs on the floor at the same time would be bad, and therefore I want to step out. And I know that he made comments on his podcast, The Draymond Green Show, which, and he talked about what kind of a person I would be if I wouldn't have had that perspective, because Kevon Looney had 20 rebounds in Game 3.
Right. Draymond, by the way, yes, he addressed it on the podcast. He also addressed it right there on the podium after the game. He was asked if this was a hard thing for him to do, to put the ego away a little bit.
No. When I watch basketball, I'm studying, and I studied the game. I saw what was working, and we won, so I'm a firm believer in if something isn't broke, you don't fix it. Our offense was rolling. We played good defensively, really good defensively, so I didn't want to come back and just shake things up because I'm back. That's not right. Jordan went out there. He played well. We played well. He earned it. Our team earned that. You don't. There's a lot of guys who, 11 years in, you start to feel a sense of entitlement. That spot's yours and starting is yours. And I never want to reach that point in my career where I feel entitled to something. Those guys don't fare well in the end. So just wanted to do what I thought was best for this team, and it was good for us.
I love that. Yeah. Although, fair question that we can ask also, did it work? Because Steve Kerr, coming out of halftime, went right back to Draymond into the quote-unquote starting lineup and said right there on the court, we had to go back to Draymond to start the half because what we tried in the first quarter, yes, we scored a lot of points, but if you notice, the Kings scored even more, and De'Aaron Fox went off, so we needed Draymond on the floor. There's a building narrative right now that in this series, the Warriors are better with only one big and 4 scoring options. In doses, I agree, but not always. To me, that's not Sharpie. Some people are putting that in ink, either Looney or Draymond, but not both. Well, for the final 3 minutes of that game yesterday, Kerr decided to take Poole off the floor and get Draymond back in with Looney.
Poole wasn't on the floor for the final 3 minutes?
That's correct.
Save that for Festus at 4:45.
That was that game.
Well, that was all games.
Not all games. Sometimes he closes.
The notion was a stupid notion, according to Bonte, according to Festus.
But I've already told you that it's automatically not a stupid notion, or else they'd be stupid.
But I've already told you that when you get called out in that fashion, and you know me, Mark, I am a grudge holder, at the highest of levels.
Yeah, but you were proven right.
Yes, which is why I will continue to beat that drum.
No, it's better to just
until
let
there's a capitulation sensation.
Just let everybody see it.
That's not the way I work, Mark. I don't wait for everyone to see it.
Everybody see it.
Jordan, when Draymond Green came onto the floor in the first quarter, they were down 15-14. So to that point, the offense was pretty good. They had scored 14 points in about 5.5 minutes, but they'd given up 15 points. And so, yes, I was wrong about Draymond Green. And Draymond, I want to apologize to you face-to-face or microphone to telephone if you want to call in. And I know he won't because Draymond doesn't do media like that. But, I was wrong. I was impressed that Draymond had the wherewithal to step back and do what was right for the team.
If you even think about who he is as a player, it's actually kind of obvious that he's a team player. He's not.
No, of course.
Right? Like, this is somebody who does the dirty work. He's a dirty work guy. He's not a score 30-point guy, obviously.
But at times, his own sense of, I think, I don't know if it's sense of self or his lack of self-control, it affects the team in ways that are not conducive to him being a true leader.
Sure, I get that. I'm glad you used self-control rather than self-awareness. I think that Draymond is a very self-aware person. I don't think he always has self-control, but I think he's aware that he doesn't always have self-control.
Right.
I think, he comes off of suspension and gets a tech 1 minute in. 1 minute in.
Well, I was just trying to look at the game log to see how far into the game it was.
It was a minute to a minute and a half in.
Yeah. And it was a double tech, right?
Double tech and Fox.
He and De'Aaron Fox.
And by the way, after the game, unapologetic.
In the first half of the first game after you're suspended, you get a technical foul.
Beautiful, huh?
It's very on brand.
Absolutely.
What message were you trying to?
I'm still here. And don't change. Still here. And ain't no tech moving me off my square. So, Fox felt the need to stand up for his guy. I respect it. Respect that 100%. But I'm still here. And don't nothing change me. Been this way for 33 years. I pray I can be this way for 33 more. And it won't just be basketball, right? Like that comes to an end. But I am who I am. And everything else just is what it is. If you don't like it, sorry. Not really. But
exactly.
Sorry. I like people to feel good. That's one thing in my life I really appreciate is people feeling good. So if this one makes you not feel so good, I apologize. But I am who I am.
Yeah, sorry, not sorry is the tone there.
Then don't say sorry because you're not sorry. But I at least appreciate the fact that he immediately said, but I'm not sorry.
But this is sarcastic
The correct answer, by the way, is 55 seconds.
55 seconds in.
Onto the floor. And he commits a foul. And then I thought it was a little bit of a weak double tech because it's the NBA playoffs. They were not jaw to jaw. They were not pushing. There was no sternum stomping. It was a big nothing burger. In fact, later in the game, Malik Monk is screaming at the official. He doesn't get a tech. And Jordan Poole does the classic, F out of here gesture, and he gets a tech.
I thought that was a weak tech. Weaker, actually, than the Draymond one. The reason I'll back the officials on the double tech is because no one had any previous technical fouls. So it's not like anybody's going to get tossed out of the game because of this. And instead of, as you just detailed, Jordan to the refs and Malik Monk to the refs, this was player to player. And I think the officials are looking at that going, listen, we better set the tone right now. We're not letting this emotion get out of hand because if you let that stuff go, it keeps going, and then that's how you get a fist fight in the fourth quarter. So, yes, this was the first quarter, and they said, okay, everybody get your barking out. Now we're done.
Right.
And we're going to give you two a T, which kind of prevents the two of them from doing it again, or else they risk getting tossed out of the game.
But what's funny is that it only emboldens Draymond Green to talk more because he knows the way the system works.
Yes,
and the system works.
You're right.
You get a tech, and they know, and he knows that they know, that he's not getting a second tech unless he does something totally crazy. So by giving him the early tech, all you're doing is saying, go ahead, Draymond, you got free license the rest of the game.
Yeah, no, he does know that. That's fair. Although he didn't, I don't think he did plenty of stuff.
There was the usual Draymond barking.
He didn't go off the handle. He got in Sabonis' face a couple times, but that was delicious.
But that would have been and could have been and likely should have been. That was more aggressive.
Think?
That was more aggressive than what he did with De'Aaron Fox.
No, but Fox and him
when
were
he
joined.
swatted Sabonis and he
that's just a celebration.
And he screams and growls at him in his face.
No, but that's
taunting, bro.
But there's no words being exchanged with him and Fox. There's actually words being like a celebration yell. I mean, how's that different than Mutombo's finger? Do you know what I mean?
That's now illegal.
Yeah, that's just part of
because of what he would do to people.
Yeah, it's a little in the face. I get it. JTA is going to be calling in any minute, and we look forward to that conversation. And Festus next hour as well. We look forward to that conversation. We're also looking forward to talking to you, Jonathan in San Francisco, on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Well, just thinking about our younger years, it was wild and free, and listening to 95.7 the game as usual. I just want to share a moment, when Harrison Barnes lifted off the ground, pulled back his arms to take a shot. That was a wild moment in my head. It's kind of like, the flashing of everything right before your eyes moment. Because let's face it, man, that shot was a major crossroad. If that shot would have went in, it wasn't just a 3-1 series deficit. It's not just going to be maybe a defeat in the series. That shot could have ended it all. So the whole thing flashed before my eyes before the shot was attempted, and I'm glad it didn't go in. So that means, hey, party on, Wayne. The train continues. We got Sacramento Kings where we want him. Warriors in 6. Go Dubs.
Jonathan, thanks. I'm with him. I really am. It felt frozen in time. He lets that ball go, and this is just my opinion, but Warrior fans, I want you to hear this. If that shot goes in, they're losing this series. I know what everyone says, but the championship DNA, Mark. The Warriors, they're not done until they're done. I even heard Tolbert say it pregame right here on 95.7 The Game yesterday when he said Tim Roy and him were getting into it a little bit about whether or not this was a must-win yesterday. And I know we get into the semantic side of the argument, but Tom really thought, no, they can lose this one and still win the series. I totally disagree, especially in the fashion that it would have been, which was a 5-point lead on the ball with 40 seconds to go, and you find a way to cough that up on your home floor, and now you've got to win 3 in a row, 2 of them at Golden 1. I'm sorry, you're not doing that. You're not doing that. Unless De'Aaron Fox is literally going to miss all of them, then maybe. But that shot in the air, for me, was this is either over or the Warriors are probably going to move into round 2. All wrapped into one jump shot. That was about as nerve-wracking as it gets.
It was pretty nerve-wracking, and I had the feeling of dread, not so much about the series, but about that game, because you're up 5 with the greatest player in franchise history, one of the best 10, 20, whatever players in the history of the association. He calls timeout when you don't have a timeout. You lose the ball. They hit a free throw. They hit a 3. You're going to lose the game with a 5-point lead and the ball under a minute at home. That to me was what I was feeling. I wasn't feeling about the series because down 3-1, it's grim. You got to win at Sacramento twice and win at home. It's not likely, it's possible, and all the rest of it. I get that. I was thinking more in terms of just that game. How are you going to lose that game in that fashion? You're up 10 after 3, and I'm thinking, okay, you're up 10 after 3. Can 10 become 14? Can 14 become 18? Can we pull the starters and get some PBJ up in this piece? Can we make this game a laugher? And then boom, like that, we got a ball game again. Then they fall behind. It's back and forth. It's nip and tuck. And oh my God, my stomach. And then they're up 5. It's like, okay, up 5 with the ball. Steph Curry. Yes, we get a rebound. This game it's not over. But at that point, and I'll do the ESPN research, up 5 with 45 seconds left and the ball. At 95%.
Oh, I got to feel it's higher.
Right?
I got to feel it's higher.
You're
talking about the analytics, like what was the win percentage at that time?
Exactly.
Yeah, I got to think higher. I'll take north of 95%.
So high.
I'll take the over on that one. Yeah.
So I was thinking more in terms of just the game. Thank you. The individual game, like, oh my God, really? Well, you're going to lose this game that way?
Right. So that's why those emotions go there. I felt all along, and I told you this on Friday, I felt all along, Game 4 is going to be a lot harder than Game 3. The Kings are going to play. The Kings were going to hit some shots, and they finally did. Although I know when you're the opponent, it feels like they hit all of their shots. Do you know that the Warriors and Kings almost had the exact same stats from three-point range? Almost to the number. I want to say that the Warriors were 14 of 34 and the Kings were 14 of 35. It was something like that.
Yeah, you nailed it.
With regard to three-point shooting. Yeah, so, but that was a much better. Everyone's been waiting for the Kings to have this really hot shooting game from 3. I don't know if I'd call that really hot shooting, but it was good. It was north of 40% or 40% on the button, whatever it is. And so that's they were able to withstand that. But I knew yesterday was going to be a lot harder, and they had it. They did it. And then they almost lost it anyway. And so to me, like that shot, I agree with Jonathan. It was unrecoverable if that ball goes in. I really feel that way. Buzzer's off while the ball's in the air. There's no coming back from that.
Right.
So that was as heavy as it gets. Let's go to Thomas on the 4. Hey, Thomas, what are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Headed home.
Already? Lucky duck.
Early day. Hey, I wanted to add one point before I get to my question that was typed up by y'all's guy. I'm optimistic, right? Because I feel like the team is calibrated at this point on Game 4 going into 5, right? Dre's not going to sit here and go 3 for 14 again, right? I think Dante and GP2, their minutes were lackluster, right? I mean, it was negative, but they didn't look horrible. And now that we've got Dre kind of locked in on Fox, I feel like it's, Game 5 is going to be good, which is why I was going to ask you guys, where should I buy my tickets? I'm going to surprise my fiance with some tickets, and I was thinking about buying them around. You guys remember Game 2 when when Dre was taunting those older gentlemen? I think that's where I want to go. What do y'all think about that?
Oh, you're
in the
talking
taunt
about,
seats.
Okay, when you said where do you want to buy your tickets, I thought you meant like what app do you want to use? You're talking about what kind of seats?
Yeah. He wants to be taunted.
I want those mid-range tickets, maybe $750 to $1,000, something like that. I don't know.
You mean per ticket, right? I mean, man.
I mean,
gosh.
yeah. I mean, if your fiance has got a sniffle, I know a guy who knows a guy. I mean, I'm not as much of a looker as your fiance, but
that's only the love that comes when you're one another's fiance. I can tell you that. Yeah, these are going to be expensive. But who wouldn't love to be there? Man, that is going to be an environment on Wednesday night. There's no two ways about that.
Yeah. By the way, 93.9% was the win probability.
That's it?
When Looney gets that rebound. Yeah, there's still 47 seconds left.
I know, but you get the ball, and it's already a 2-score game, which means at a minimum what you should be able to get out of that possession
is a 24-second clock, nothingness.
Is a 5-point lead down to about 20 seconds to go.
No. It'd be 33. No, it'd be 23. You're right. 47 minus 24.
Right.
And then they hit a 3, and then you get in the foul game. But
right. Like, I mean, I get that 93.7 is a lot. To me, that feels like 98.5ville, if you're asking me. Like, you don't win games down 5 without the ball with 40 seconds to go. You don't win basketball games that way. Warriors have found a way to cough up a few of those this year.
Yeah.
But this is the playoffs, man.
If you want to get taunted, tickets from $628 a seat.
That's the starting
Golden
point.
One, yeah. And that's in section 119. That's in the taunt realm.
Oh, okay. So that's not the top of the gym.
No. Top of the gym, you can get in for like $218 a ticket.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That's good.
But he's trying to impress his fiance.
Yeah.
If it was a wife, standing room only.
Depends on how many years they've been married.
Totally.
Come on. Be nice.
Come on, people. Thank you.
It's all presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. We're going to keep going with your calls. And JTA expected to call in at any point. And then, of course, Festus Ezeli next hour as well. This is Willard and Dibs.
Come on, people.
Curry in the backcourt. Called timeout. He called timeout. It's a technical foul. He didn't know they were out of timeouts. Can this game get any crazier?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm thinking the answer to that is yes, if the Barnes shot goes in, but it didn't. And so, therefore, it did not get any crazier. But
no.
Oof. That game is in the dictionary next to dodged bullet. That one. Honestly, like I've thought about it a lot today, how this would have felt if it had gone the other way.
Right.
And how you recover from that.
Well, game 2, same thing the other way, though, with the Wiggins 3.
Well, that was game 1.
Game 1, yeah.
Yeah, except for that one, I mean, the Warriors led for a lot of that game.
Sure.
So, anyway, you want to know who was in attendance at game 3 and game 4? And no, I'm not talking about E40. I'm talking about somebody who's actually worn the uniform, Oakland's own. And still, let's be honest, the Warriors' own. Juan Toscano Anderson, JTA, joins us right now here on Willard and Dibs. JTA, how you doing, man? It's great to hear your voice.
What's going on? I'm doing very well, man. Enjoying my off season so far. Got to catch some good games up at home, so all good things so far. How you guys doing?
Man, we're doing so good, and I like this is the first question I have for you. Now, as a member of a different NBA team, what brings you still to the Warrior games in this situation?
Well, there's two parts. I mean, obviously, I'm from there, so I was back home, caught some games. I mean, I'm a lifelong Warrior fan, so even though I'm not on the team, their competition, I'm still a fan. But secondly, and probably most importantly, just the environment that they create. It's like once a Warrior, always a Warrior. So, I mean, they welcomed me back with open arms. Just come and they hosted me very well. I have a lot of great things to say about my visit back home. So it was a lot of fun.
What was your pulse like and your heart? Because all of us watching on TV, those of us who couldn't be there, that game got crazy. Steph calls timeout. They don't have any. The Kings on a 4-0 run on one possession. What were you thinking watching that whole thing unfold?
I mean, it was an exciting game. That's what playoff basketball is. I was very surprised by, the mistake, but they pulled it out, and that's what good teams do. And so Sacramento Kings are a really good team as well. But, after watching game 1, I did the post game with Festus, Bonta, and Mully, and I said, this team is capable of running 4 off in a row. Now, is that going to happen? No, but they are very well capable of. And so they kind of making me look good, with my remarks, winning 2 at home. So, they just got to go on the road and handle business. But they're very capable of doing that. They're a championship caliber team, well coached, and amongst many other things.
JTA, I'd be very interested in your X's and O's analysis here. Not so much, can they win 4 in a row, championship DNA. We know those things. But now that you've watched 4 games and you're someone who played against these teams this year, break down what you see that's happening in this series and therefore what you might think is going to happen next.
Well, they're putting together, the Warriors, they're putting together some really good defensive, segments. And I think that's what you have to do when playing against the Kings. Obviously, they score at a very, high clip. So that's what I've seen when I was back at home. I'm really impressed with, Dante DiVincenzo. With Draymond being out, I think he really stepped up to the plate. I'm not talking numerically. He made a lot of big plays that don't really show up in the stat sheet. Like I said, with Draymond and GP being out. So I have to commend him for that. And obviously, Loon, I've just been looking at the box score, and it's Loon's 12-plus rebounds, 10-plus rebounds. He's been dominating. That's become a regular thing for him. But 20 rebounds in a playoff game, is big time. So they're just dominating certain facets of the game, making it tough for D-Fox, but still, eliminating some other guys. They eliminated Keegan Murray from one game. I can't remember what game that was. He had 1 point. He's a really big part of what they do. The Kings do offensively, knocking down open threes, amongst many other things. So, there's so many different parts of the game that I saw, but those are some key things that stand out. D-Fox is going to get his numbers, but if you can make it tough for, all the supporting cast around him, then you have a really good chance of beating the Sacramento Kings.
Let's go back to Loon for just a moment. And only 14 rebounds yesterday, which, I mean, what a big disappointment.
Only.
I know he's only averaging 17, JT, over his last two. But what is Loon like in terms of the way he approaches the game? And maybe tell our listeners a little something about Loon that you know as his teammate that the fans don't really appreciate.
I mean, it's like Groundhog Day, for Loon. Every day is the same. He's never too high, too low. He's just like that. I mean, I've seen some interviews that Steve has done and, spoken, very highly of Loon. And I have to, piggyback on that. Loon is the ultimate teammate. Like I said, never too high, never too low. He's somebody you can kind of count on when you need some balance in your life, when you need to, settle down, emotionally, on the court, off the court. He's a really great friend. He brings so many things to the table outside of, just basketball. So, like I said before, I'm very glad that he's getting his flowers because he definitely deserves it. And, he's been a very vital part of, this championship success that the Warriors have had. I don't think it would be too crazy to, one day possibly see Loon's number be retired, up there in the Raptors. How many championships does Loon have? 3, 4 maybe?
Yeah.
So
3.
I mean, 3, that's still a lot. And to be a part of this dynasty. So it is great to see, man. Loon's a great guy. He's the ultimate teammate. I think the Warriors have really gotten a steal, with Loon because he deserves so much more. So I'm really happy for him.
Juan Toscano Anderson is here with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. JTA, you mentioned a bit ago how surprised you were with the mistake the Warriors made there in that final minute. I'd love the players' perspective because Steve Kerr said, no, my fault. I forgot to remind them. But what responsibility is on a player in that situation to know what the timeout situation is?
I mean, I think the responsibility is on everybody. That's why you have communication with the team. Sometimes as players, and I can't speak for Steph, I don't know, but sometimes we get lost in the moment. Sometimes we get so excited, we forget to look at how many timeouts are left or, shot clock or where we're standing, et cetera. I mean, there's so much happening on the floor. So I think collectively it's everybody's fault. And, they still pull the game out, so big deal, whatever, it's come and gone. But I think that's on everybody. Everybody has to, take some accountability in that part, even whether you're on the bench or whether you're playing. Everybody should be communicating those things, but sometimes it happens, and it is what it is. Like I said, they still pulled the game out and got the win. So whether it's an ugly win or a pretty win, a win is a win.
It starts with W and it ends with N, and it just is so good. You're right, Juan, depending on how you want to look at it. So 2 games for the Kings at home, 2 games for the Warriors at home, everyone holding serve. What do you think of the final 3 games, most particularly Game 5 in Sacramento? Do the Warriors have any momentum, or does it not exist in a series like this?
I think they do have momentum, but also, the Kings are a really good team. They were the what seed were they? Number 2, number 3?
3, yeah. 3 seed.
Yeah. They've been in the top of the standings all season long, and, that's for a reason, because they've been winning games, but more importantly, they've been handling business at home. You can't be one of the higher seeds if you don't win games at home. And so it's really hard to say because I feel like speaking so highly of the Dubs, I would be, dismissive of, what the Kings have done and what Mike Brown has done and what they're capable of as well. However, I just saw today that D. Fox may not, be playing. So, I mean, with that type of blow to their offense and their team and, the momentum the Warriors have right now, the experience, most importantly, that they have, Game 3 is very winnable. And, once you win Game 3, you go back home, and we all know what the Warriors look like at home. So, I mean, a lot of these games have been must-win for the Warriors. I think Game 3, no matter what happens, is a must-win for either team. Whoever wins this next game, I think, is going to win the series.
Interesting. That's an interesting comment. Juan, I wonder this. You're a guy who certainly is not afraid to mix it up down low with everything going on in an NBA game. We've seen Draymond get suspended. We've had talk about Dylan Brooks, Joel Embiid, everything. There's so many eyeballs on this one subject. What are your thoughts on it and the way that it's being handled?
I mean, I don't know how to approach that question because I don't want to end up with a fine or something.
Right.
But I don't know if Draymond should have been suspended. Maybe I don't even think he should have been ejected. Honestly, I think if I'm a ref, I'm looking at the instigator who started it and okay, how's the response? How it could be perceived amongst many other things. So I probably would have just gave him a flagrant one and warning and let them continue to play. I mean, everybody knows playoff basketball is chippy. Everybody's trying to win. So some plays are dirty. I'm not too into like non-basketball plays, but sometimes it's there's a saying, don't start no stuff, won't be no stuff. So I feel like sometimes guys end up on the wrong end of the stick when they are trying to aggravate somebody or doing certain things. But there have been some plays on both sides of the ball from both teams that have been like, that's a hard foul or this, that, and the third. So I mean, it is what it is. You got to play hard, to win. I just don't respect the fouls that could potentially injure a player. We want to keep it clean, keep it tough, but keep it basketball most importantly.
Yeah, how do I know you're talking about Dylan Brooks without you mentioning the name Dylan Brooks? It's kind of I'll go ahead and take that one for you, JT. Hey, Juan Toscano Anderson here on 95.7 The Game. You played with Steph. You spent some time with LeBron this year. What do those two super megastars have in common, and how are they maybe a little bit different?
They both in common their approach to the game. I mean, just from a mental standpoint, most importantly, their preparation, the way they take care of their bodies, and the way they work out as well is just different. These guys, they're the best in the world, some of the best to ever play this game for a reason. They're very great leaders. I commend them both for how much they take on, from just the weight of the world, a media standpoint, expectations of them. That's hard to do, to be so good at something, arguably the best at something for so long. So it's been a pleasure, to share experiences with both those guys, to call both those guys a friend. I have a lot of admiration for them as basketball players and as businessmen and as black men. So, like I said, it's been a delightful experience, to share the court with those guys.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And we're talking with JTA, Juan Toscano Anderson. Okay, so within the last calendar year, you've played on both those teams. If they play each other in the next round, who you got?
Come on, man. You really asking me that question?
Yeah, I'm really asking you that question.
Well, that's an easy answer for me. I mean, I'm a Warriors fan, man. I'm from Oakland. The Warriors are my team. I got a lot of great relationships with a lot of people in that organization. Not that I don't have great relationships, with people at the Lakers, but I was able to spend much more time within the Warriors organization. I spent 3 seasons up top, 2 seasons in Santa Cruz. So, a lot of people that I spent time with in Santa Cruz are now up top with the Warriors. So it's a different bond, and then, being at home, it's just much different. So I think I've pretty much answered your question with that
one. No doubt, Juan.
Yes, sir.
And that's not surprising to me. I remember covering your games at Castro Valley High. I actually did play-by-play when you took on San Leandro. And so for me, proud to see how far you've come. But I looked at your bio. You're 30, JTA, 30 years old. I mean, have you had a chance to really take a moment to reflect on just your journey from 95th all the way to Castro Valley and Montero Middle and now into the NBA?
You know what? As of lately, I've been doing that because now it's kind of like I'm on the outside looking in, and when I say outside looking in, I'm not in the playoffs, and I'm watching all the teams, compete. And so it's giving me time to reflect and giving me time to just slow my life down and just, be thankful for, everything that's transpired over the last 5 years. Everything happened so quick for me. So I wasn't, going home, playing at home, it was a big whirlwind of emotions from myself, from my family, friends. Every time I was able to see somebody, it was like it was the first day all over again because everybody was so excited for me and I was excited for myself. So as of lately, I have been able to do that. I'm actually going to take a vacation in the next few days, and then I'll see how I feel after that, after, giving it some thought, no phone, no interaction with people, and just enjoying the off time that I have.
Couple things on that, JTA. So you're reflecting on, it almost sounds like making a decision. What are your thoughts? I know you're free agent. What are your thoughts on what's next?
Well, I don't really know yet. Free agency starts in July. I'm open to great situations, healthy situations, situations I enjoy. Like you said, I'm 30 now. I'm getting a little older, so I just want to enjoy my journey. You never know when your career will come to an end, whether that's by, injury or just by, not getting a contract. So, I would be open to, a lot of different things without being too specific. But, I'm just going to remain optimistic, stay in shape, and, be ready when, the opportunity presents itself from another team or Utah, if Utah decides to retain me.
And then the Oakland roots that you always speak of, and we noticed the hat that was on your head during Game 3, an Oakland A's hat. What are your thoughts on what is currently taking place with that franchise?
It sucks. I look at it from two different perspectives. I look at it from a perspective, from an Oakland native, and, I still have residency in Oakland. All my family still lives in Oakland. The Oakland A's, the Raiders, and the Warriors have been everything to us, as I'm sure, other sports teams are for people in other cities. So it sucks. The teams being there provide a lot of, entertainment, jobs. It helps the economy in Oakland. It keeps kids, having something to look forward to do, go to games, try to stay out of trouble, some positive role models in the city. So that part sucks, seeing them leave. However, being in the business, around the business, understanding that we live in a capitalist world, that pretty much everything is about business and about money. So I understand. If I was the owner of a sports team or a CEO, I would look for the best opportunity for my business to thrive. Unfortunately, the A's, the Raiders have not felt like that's been in the Bay Area, or Oakland. So it's unfortunate, but I get it. There's two sides to the coin, so I'm upset about it. But like I said, I understand. I get it.
Yeah, and I am kind of in the same boat, having lived in Oakland for 20 plus. But if the A's do wind up in Vegas, do you still ride with the A's, or do you become a fan free agent at that point?
You know what, man? I said that about the Raiders. After they left to Vegas, I didn't watch one NFL game for a whole year, but I couldn't see myself rooting for another team. So I gave in. I'm a Raider fan at heart, so it doesn't really matter to me anymore. So to answer your question, no, I would never root for another baseball team. I'm Oakland A's and Warriors till I die.
Love it.
Yeah, so Garoppolo, right? You know what I'm saying?
Am I right?
Hopefully, he can do some good things for us. I'm excited about it. Hopefully everyone else is. I think, the Raiders are a dope-ass organization, black and silver. Get to play in Vegas. Got the best fans in the world. New stadium, so a new arena. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully he can do some great things for us.
JTA, man, so much fun to catch up with you. By the way, your teammate Lauri Markkanen was just literally moments ago was named the NBA's most improved player. What do you think about that?
Oh, man, I'm so excited for him. He deserves it. Like I told him when I got to Utah, it's crazy, the narratives that people, make of you. And sometimes kids don't, get a chance. I think that young man is 25. When he was in Cleveland and in Chicago, people were saying he was a bust. And now he's killing, all-star. So he's well-deserving of it. He's a great guy, has a lot of talent. I think he can really, take the Utah organization to new heights. And so I'm really excited to be playing alongside of he as well. I've been very lucky to, share the court with some great talent. So, congrats to Lauri. I'll have to shoot him a text and say congratulations.
JTA, nice. Man, I can just tell you, we have our YouTube feed has a little chat window, And my gosh, the people listening to this show right now are sending you so much love. They love hearing your voice. You're always one of us. And so I just want to speak for all of them and pass that along to you as well. And thank you for coming on and talking to us.
Oh, man, well, send my regards to them, everybody in the Bay, Warriors fans. When I was a part of Dub Nation, well, I won't even say those words because I am still a part of Dub Nation as a fan. But, when I played there, it was amazing. And so thank you to all of them for all the love and support. I appreciate it.
Warriors for life is what they're saying, JTA, and that's the sentiment from all of us.
For sure.
Hey, man, thank you so much, JTA.
All right, I appreciate y'all for having me.
Anytime. You're always welcome here. Juan Toscano Anderson joining us right here on 95.7 The Game. That was all kind of feel good.
Yeah.
And also, I'll mention this. Like, we started to get into, like, I feel like he brought us there after, some of the things you were asking. He brought us to this spot of like, so I'm being a little reflective right now.
Exactly, right?
You see him on NBC Sports Bay Area not too long ago. He's 30. He's saying, look, I'm a free agent. Yeah, if there's an NBA offer, right, we're going there. But to hear him talk the way he just did about how connected he is still with this organization, I don't know if it'll be this year, but it feels like there's a lot on the bone there with regard to a future between the Warriors and JTA in some form.
Absolutely. Whether it's media, he could certainly do media, or coaching. He could absolutely be a coach or a scout or in the front office. But something struck me when you were mentioning that he's a free agent after I asked him about, all the feels about being with the Warriors and all that. And the guy's coming back to watch these playoff games. He's not going to Laker games, Mark.
No.
And I know it's because he's from here and he's back home.
He might be next week when they come here, but anyway.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Those will be Warrior-Laker games. But just hearing him talk about that and you mentioning he's a free agent and knowing what the Warriors are going to be looking at going into next year where Dante DiVincenzo, the restaurant quality, he's likely going to be, getting a Michelin star.
DiVincenzo.
Pretty much, right? And Jamichael's going to be gone, and you start to look at the roster, they might need a veteran minimum kind of guy. And if, you're looking for a guy to come in and be your 10th, 11th man, why not JTA?
Well, the word veteran has got some gravitas to it right now. You look at what's happening. We were talking about it earlier. I know so many people wanted to talk about 2 timelines at the beginning of this year. I mean, my gosh, has there ever been a firmer statement that there's only one timeline? A lot of these guys who are considered the future of the Warriors, they're doing plenty of good things. But to think that the Warriors have a core in place post Steph, Clay, Dre, I think now at this point looks laughable. Sure, Andrew Wiggins is still pretty young. Jordan Poole does a lot of important, good things for this basketball team, and I'm certainly not giving up on Jonathan Kuminga. But to look at where they're at right now, look at a game like yesterday where the team basically said, we're going to have to do this with 6 people.
Right.
We're doing this with Steph, Clay, Dre, Kevon Looney, and then Wiggins and
Andrew
Poole.
and Jordan,
And that's it. And they got to win. They grind it out. They win it by 1. But, man, veteran presence, the Warriors tried to lose their veteran presence this year in the favor of names like Moody, Wiseman, Kuminga, and let's be real, like, for the most part, it didn't work. They're keeping it together with duct tape right now. I don't know how far it's going to go, but now the chips are down, and what are they doing? They're giving more minutes to their core.
Right, their veteran core. And Kuminga could be a part of the core, but he's not. And Moses Moody could be a part of the core, but he's not. And if you look at the roster and you go down in terms of birth date, they've got not 1, not 2, not 3. They've got 4 players who were born in the year of 2002, none of whom has reached his 21st birthday. Wow. It's Moody, Rollins, Kuminga, and Baldwin Jr. And of the 4, Moody is the one who's got the most experience, and even Moses right now is feeling like kind of the 8th man, 9th man on a 7-man rotation.
Right. He didn't know. I don't know that he would have even gotten in there that much if it hadn't been for GP2 and Draymond being out. in game number 3. All right, Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. More of your phone calls coming up. We're a half hour away from Festus Ezeli on Willard and Dibbs.
Complete your dream out.
Juan spins it to Porter, deflected. Porter gets it. A lot of bodies on the floor. Juan comes down the lane and jammed it right over the top of JaVale McGee. Right down Broadway.
Wow. Cocked that thing back and threw it down hard.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, gosh, it was a JTA highlight. Like, I was putting the headsets on, and I'm hearing JaVale McGee, and I'm like, wait a minute. All right, a second. What? JaVale McGee just gets signed by the Kings? That doesn't sound like something they do.
Seems a little late for that.
Oh, man. All the memories. Yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed that. We really enjoyed that here in this room. Just hearing that voice, and he's someone who not only is he talkative, I think he's a colorful speaker, like he's just got a lot to say. He doesn't necessarily hold back, but he is, to so many Warrior fans right now, he's like a modern version of that old Slipper. Like, that's just a comfortable voice. It's a comfortable opinion. He's done such a good job, and I don't mean that he's done this in any way outside the norm. He's just being authentic. He is so about here. It's almost odd to still bring him on. Okay, member of the Utah Jazz.
Totally.
No, he's not. And you can even hear it from him. He's like, you can put whatever uniform on me you want. I'm a Warrior. I'm a Warrior. This is my town. This is my team.
But at the same time, he was appropriately happy for Lauri Markkanen for getting comeback player of the year. And I'm sure he appreciates his time in Utah. Although it was always weird because he signs with the Lakers. It's like, good for JTA. And I think I might have mentioned it to you or somebody like a month ago. I'm like, yeah, he's in the Jazz. And you're like, wait, what?
Right.
Because, he's not the guy who really makes the highlights or pops in the box score, so you might have missed it. I certainly missed it.
Well, on the Laker trade deadline move, the only headline was Russell Westbrook. So as soon as you get by Westbrook, I don't think a lot of people even remember everything that went down with all of those deals and the moving and everything, and that's where he went. He was a part of that deal, and obviously, I'm sure it was difficult for him to watch the way this season has played out. Look, he's JTA. All he's been wanting for years was a shot, so he got that. But to be a Warrior and be a part of everything that has been the Golden State Warriors, and then you sign a free agent deal with the damn Lakers and LeBron James. And then by the end of the year, you're out of the playoffs, and you're watching both of these teams as road teams in the first round make noise. He's probably, I think you brought up the word nostalgic. It probably is hitting him a certain way as he's watching what's unfolded over the last year and his attachment to two teams that he's currently not on.
Right. And I'm sure if you asked him, truth serum, would you like to be still, even if you're, getting PBJ minutes, Patrick Baldwin Jr., if you're getting JaMychal Green minutes, he would much rather be here doing what he's doing. But he was in a spot where the Warriors didn't have any money for really anybody. So they had money for Dante DiVincenzo, and JaMychal Green got about what JTA is getting. And so you needed a bigger guy. And so Juan Toscano-Anderson didn't have really a shot to even latch on as a veteran minimum guy here. But now, and that's why I asked, and then you followed up very appropriately in terms of what comes next. And I can't help but think that maybe JTA comes back next year in the JaMychal Green mold where,
maybe,
hey, can you give us 1,000 minutes, which is 12 minutes a game over 82 games? Now, you're not going to play all 82, but can you be a guy who can just be a guy? Can you be our 10th man, our 11th man? We'll get you the veteran minimum salary, which is kind of the Iguodala slot, although you'd actually be expected to play. What, was that a cheap shot?
You were waiting for that one.
Kind of. I kind of loaded up for it.
Sounds like
Iguodala.
Sounds like JTA is about to go on the Aaron Rodgers darkness retreat. Did you hear that? He's like, I'm going to go on vacation. And
no phones.
I'm going to think about it, and I'm going to come back with my decision.
Yeah.
He's going on the Judge Wapner trip. He's out. He's going to head into the back room, and he'll come back with his decision. But I don't know what the decision is. It almost sounded like maybe it's basketball, maybe it's not. And maybe that's not even going to be driven by him. Maybe that's going to be we wait for July and we find out who's calling. But he is 30, which means maybe he won't get a call. Well, he's not even eligible to be on the Memphis Grizzlies because he's
too old.
Yeah, he's had his 30th birthday, so you can't go there. Because also, the other reason you can't go there is JTA has experience in late rounds.
I gotcha.
He's got a head on his shoulders. He's intelligent. All of those things mean you're not allowed to play for the Memphis Grizzlies.
Sure.
So sorry for him. That
I think
takes
Memphis has one guy over 30, and I'm trying to remember who that is.
They don't. Steven Adams is still 29.
I thought they had one guy who was rostered who was over 30, but you don't have to Google it.
I'll confirm.
I know that Steven Adams is like the senior statesman, and I know that he's not 30.
You got to Google
even though it seems like he's closer to 40 than he is closer to 30.
We're going Grizzlies roster right now, and I'm looking at. I'll just read the
Jason
numbers.
Momoa, by the way, for Steven Adams.
This is the Grizzlies roster with no names. 22, 21, 24, 22, 23, 20, 21, 27, 26, 26, 23, 24, 26, 27, 24, 22, 29.
So that's it.
And that's Steven Adams at 29. They don't even have anybody else who's had their 28th birthday.
Jeez.
Let alone their 30th.
So JTA at 30, and he just turned in April. So
what a head scratcher that they all act like a bunch of morons.
Who could have seen that coming?
I mean, my God, is anyone?
Well, and Steven Adams does not, and you see him a lot of times like pulling guys aside, even though he's in street clothes.
But he's street clothes. Plus, he's like Steven Adams from a different country. Like I wonder what his ability is to really have his voice be heard in that locker room. Because that locker room is in dire need of Draymond Green, honestly.
Or Iguodala.
They all need to be punched in the face. I know.
Wow.
No, I mean, look.
You don't normally look to incite violence like that.
I'm kidding with the idea of how to handle it, but they need a veteran presence who will shake them. Honestly, if I'm Memphis, this is as much on the GM as anything else. How did they not know that this team walking around for 3 years being like, we're him, we're here, we're title contenders. You're going to get beat with home court advantage out of the 2 seed for the second year in a row without even advancing anywhere that matters. This is about to happen again. You allow Dylan Brooks, who is your, 7th best player, 6th best player? You allow this guy to walk around with chains and just openly rip maybe the greatest player who's ever played, certainly the second best, for no good reason in the middle of a playoff series that you're losing. Like, the behavior is so moronic, and it's so obvious to everybody. The fact that nothing gets done about it tells you that John Morant doesn't have the voice that he needs. The head coach doesn't have the voice that he needs. The general manager never went and got an enforcer, a locker room enforcer that he needs. The whole thing is miscast, and it's going to be outcast again in another 4 or 5 days. It's incredible, the waste of talent that's going on right now with that team. No problem for me. I love it. But my gosh, what a waste. I've never seen a sports team in the professional level tell us more about what they're going to do before they've done anything than the Memphis Grizzlies.
John Morant with 45 in Game 3.
Great.
And to your point about wasted talent, he's been unbelievable. Game 4.
Oh, he's incredible.
Game 4 is tonight in Los Angeles. Milwaukee trying to stay afloat in a 1-8 against Miami.
Giannis is back.
He is back.
It's been a crazy news day, by the way. Like, Giannis is in.
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox with the injury.
With the broken finger or fractured finger?
Fracture in the index finger on the shooting hand.
Yep.
Aaron Rodgers officially to the New York Jets, for anybody who may have missed that earlier. And I feel like I'm missing a couple other things, too.
Ime Udoka, new coach of the Rockets.
Thank you. Udoka goes to the Rockets. A lot of people thought he was going to the Raptors.
Yeah.
So he's going to be the head coach of the Rockets. And then, the Lakers and Grizzlies with their 4th installment coming up here in a few hours as well.
Udoka may be hoping for the Wembanyama sweepstakes in terms of why you would take the Houston job, because that team is largely a wasteland. That team's a couple of years away from being a couple of years away.
Although the Raptors are not headed in an upward direction. They're actually heading in a downward direction from where they were. So, I mean, Houston does have some young talent. I don't know. That guy needs a gig. He obviously needs to do something since the last time his name was in the news. And so any job right now, I would imagine, is better than what he's been doing, you know?
Yeah, and the last time his name was in the news was not good. It was front office philandering, to put it as gently as possible, and it may be worse than just that.
By the way, the team that he left, are they low-key, quietly, if we all try to, for a second, just be totally neutral and honest, who's a favorite right now, today? It's 4:29 on Monday, April 24th. Who's a favorite to win the NBA championship? I don't mean Vegas, just like I'm asking Dan Dibley. Who's a favorite to win the NBA title?
It's Philadelphia.
You think so?
Yeah.
See, I kind of think
said it months ago.
I'll take Boston. I would take Boston right now.
I just think about Philadelphia and the team that they've become with the new James Harden and Joel Embiid. Maxi's been legit. I think Philadelphia, they can beat you in a number of different ways. Boston is right there. Those two teams, that's quite a 2-3, assuming that Boston gets by Atlanta. And, Milwaukee is not to be trifled with, but the Giannis injury is certainly something to keep an eye on.
Oh, and they're in trouble. They're down 2-1. I mean, if they win the next 3 games in a row, maybe they get reinserted as the favorite. But, in theory, if they also win, they're going to get what looks like the Knicks rather than...
Knicks have been fun.
They've been fun, but Boston and Philly, if they play in the next round, that's one hell of a series.
Yes.
I'll grant you that. They're right there, but just because of we've been saying it all year, the muck that is the West, it's all sort of muddled and you don't know who's going to beat who.
Right.
I got to think the favorite is, right now at least, coming out of the East.
Perhaps, yeah, but then again, Philadelphia is the only team that will get a sweep in the first round. And normally in the NBA playoffs, it feels like of the 8 series, we have 3 or 4 sweeps per year. And I'll check on the actual math, but to have only 1 sweep in the first round, to me, speaks to just how wide open this is going to be the rest of the way.
Yeah, I agree with that. Although, the fact that Boston did not sweep Atlanta, game 3 energy gets you sometimes.
Yeah.
Boston has been the clear class of that series. So, yeah, it's probably one of those two. Willard and Dibbs still talking about what was maybe the most breathtaking game of the season. So many aspects. Draymond returning, De'Aaron Fox's brilliance, Steph Curry's mistakes down the stretch, Steve Kerr saying that he should get the blame, but then Draymond and Steph, the defense on Fox in the end, former Warrior Harrison Barnes with the shot that could have changed the arc of a dynasty, and then here we are. Here we are, having changed the whole thing with all this energy, simply changed it into a 3-game series. That's essentially all that's happened, and that I would expect to be a breathtaking one as well. And as comfortable as it is to be a Warrior fan in this moment, to have gotten back to even, you still have the biggest of questions to answer. Can you win a freaking road game for once in your life?
Well, you do it every year in the playoffs.
But
every series, every year you do it.
But this year is different.
It's true.
Because of what they did in the regular season. I mean, this is I do think this, and I said it to you guys right after game 3, which is we all wanted to go, okay, here's why they won. They played better. Draymond was out. They did this. There was this tweak. There was this adjustment. And I'm like, we're all missing the most obvious adjustment. They were at Chase.
Yeah.
This is what they've been unbeatable there all year. And for whatever reason, whether it's close or far, they can't seem to score more points than the other team when they're in another gym. And they're going to have to do it here this week. To me, that's
just once.
Yes, but that to me,
in theory, yeah,
that's the headline of this week. You have got to go win a game in the other gym.
Well, you got to win this game in the other gym because his finger, De'Aaron Fox's finger, would likely be better on Sunday.
Would it?
Presumably.
I mean, it's a broken finger. It's not going to be
fracture,
healed. It's not going to be healed this week.
Well, Doc Pandia will join us. Was that tomorrow? We'll have the good doc on. So
that's question 1 for sure.
We'll ask him about the fractured finger and.
I want to ask him about Brock Purdy waving to the Giants crowd
and shaking hands with his right hand,
his right arm,
without issue at all.
Yeah.
By the way, Vegas is telling you that the Warriors should win Game 5. They are 4-point favorites.
4?
Favored by 4. And this is according to the line posted on ESPN.
That feels
and I wonder
heavy.
if that's reflective of the De'Aaron Fox injury designation.
That's a good point. I felt going into yesterday, I think the number was 7.5. I'm like, I would predict Warriors win but not cover.
That's a big number.
That's a big number. And 4 on the road When you've won 11 times away from home all year?
Yeah, 11 and 32 now, right? And if you count the playoff games in there as well.
Yeah.
But without De'Aaron Fox being at 100%, if you think about this series right now from a Warriors standpoint, what has been the problem? Well, De'Aaron Fox has been problem one, without a doubt. And now he's limited with the fractured finger. Problem two has been either the turnovers by the Warriors or the lack of rebounding by the Warriors, whichever way you want to look at it. And then you might get to Malik Monk, game one, but he hasn't really been a consistent problem. Sabonis has been largely neutralized. What have been the other problems for the Warriors outside of the fact that you have not been able to stop De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah, no, they've come in small doses. Keegan Murray was a problem yesterday.
Yeah.
Malik Monk was a problem in the 2 games in Sacramento for sure. But nothing has been consistent across 4 games like De'Aaron Fox. And by the way, courtesy Mark Grandy and our team, they just told me the number in this game was Kings -1.
Oh, it opened
before the Fox News.
Wow, okay.
Switched 5 points off of the Fox News. And we don't even know for sure that he's not playing, but that's how big of a swing it was. Look, I'll caution everybody, because even when we give them credit for 11 road wins, one of them was in Sacramento, and they didn't play any of their good players.
Right.
And by the way, they hung in that game for 3 quarters anyway. The Kings put the fear into the Warriors just a week and a half ago with no Fox and no Sabonis. And who was the other one? Someone else
Barnes
sat out.
played, but
Barnes played.
Pretty much nobody
Someone else
played.
I thought sat out that game. One of their other big-time players sat out as well.
Was it Herder or...
Herder, Murray, Monk. Someone else sat out that game. But anyway, I'll look it up here in a sec. But you know, we're giving the Warriors credit for 2 road wins to end the season that were against G League teams.
Exactly.
So,
and the only road win they had all year against a quality opponent, was they beat Cleveland, and the Warriors didn't play any of their top 5.
Right.
That was the baby dubs.
Game.
Yeah, the only team that they beat that was a playoff team, other than Sacramento, who played nobody, was that game over Cleveland. So that, I think, is a big factor. But the other piece to this, Mark, is Davion Mitchell is going to play, and he is giving Steph Curry some problems.
He can play some defense. By the way, yes, both Monk and Herder also sat out that last regular season game. Murray was in, Barnes was in, Mitchell was in, Lyles played, but no Fox, no Sabonis, no Monk, and no Herder. Although Herder, man, you want to talk about a milk carton. That dude.
1 for 4 yesterday.
He has been
missing,
a non-factor. Keegan Murray finally showed up. I mean, he was a non-factor for 3, and then yesterday was really good. But Kevin Herter has been absolutely non-existent.
And he will continue to be non-existent because you need to play Davion Mitchell more than you need to play Kevin Herter, because Herter is a great 3-point shooter, but that's about it. And if he's not going to be knocking down his threes, and the only bucket he had yesterday was on a dunk, but other than that, Kevin Herter's not going to help you. Davion Mitchell has to play if you're Sacramento, because he's given Steph Curry some problems.
Yeah, and he's knocking down his 3 at least as well as Herter right now.
Yeah.
He was 32% during the year, Davion Mitchell. He's not a great 3-point shooter, but he can knock it down. He can knock it down. Hell, he's shooting the same percentage that Jordan Poole did this year from 3. So he's got the ability to knock it down, and you're right. His defense, he's clearly the best defensive player on that team. All right, back to the phone. Sophomore, Pacifica, what are you doing? Go on. Town Biz in Oaktown. Hey, Town Biz, what are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Willard and Gibbs, man. This is my favorite show ever since Joe Lowe and Gibbs, man. Since they cut that off, man.
Thank you, Town Biz.
I think y'all deserve connection. Can you hear me?
We got you, brother.
Biz.
Okay, cool. Can I just make 3 little quick points, and then I'll listen to y'all off the air?
Yeah.
First of all, I want to give y'all props. I think that y'all need to have like some kind of nationwide spot or a satellite thing just to translate the game that's going on out here. But first, I got to say one thing. I think Steph Weber and Dre Stomp Green ought to send a shout out to Harrison Barnes for missing that shot. And Willard, when you said that the arch of a dynasty with Barnes' shot, I mean, just think he changed the Warriors with all the misses in 16, and he could have really 86'd them if he made that shot last night. You know, and Gibbs, let me ask you this. I know you're familiar with the Loonies, right?
Yeah.
You know that, right?
I got 5 on it.
Okay. But do you remember when they had the Oakland Raiders, so when they was in the Super Bowl, and then he said from the Bay to L.A. to Las Vegas. Now, who would have thought 20 years ago the Raiders would be in Las Vegas? So now is he a prophet like Tupac or something? Tell me about it, man. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, Town Biz. Yes, that's what we call one verse prophecy. And the Loonies absolutely nailed it from L.A. to the Bay to Las Vegas, and there they go. Now, Hattie predicted the A's similarly, including lyrics about getting laughed at Laney College and denied in San Jose, to the Bay, denied in San Jose, Laney's no way. Then maybe I would have tipped the cap. But Dre Stomp Green, you got a 4 for Dre Stomp Green.
That's pretty good.
It's a 4. Steph Weber.
Steph Weber was about to be trending on Twitter, so that was all over the place.
As Chef Weber.
Yeah, whatever you want. Yeah. You can say that any way you want.
Yeah.
But that was going to be. I'm
and
telling you,
speaking
man.
of that, you're going to enjoy the closer of the week, courtesy of RNS Garage Doors. When you hear it, it'll populate by tomorrow. It's a little bit of an homage to Chris Webber.
A population sensation, maybe.
That's $1, and I'll take it.
And I'll pay it. That's fine. I believe that. In fact, the more we sit here and talk about this Harrison Barnes shot, when you think about what was happening when that ball was in the air, I don't know if you could argue a situation similar to this in the past where one shot had this much on the line while it was in the air. Even the Wiggins one that we talk about. Remember, if that goes in, there's time on the clock. Kings might have gone down and scored on the other end.
And it's game 1. Would have been a nice road steal.
Right. Like
they stole it from me.
This was an exorcism shot.
Man.
By Harrison Barnes. This is him.
Were you projectile vomiting when it was in the air?
Pretty much.
We all were.
I mean, I can't even really remember. I kind of went out of my body for a second. I don't even remember exactly where I was standing. This ball's in the air, and you're like, it's a 3-1 lead. The dynasty's probably over.
Night.
Harrison Barnes gets the last laugh.
Of all people.
Do you know what I mean? John Doe has the upper hand. It was like the end of the movie 7. Don't go in there. Harrison Barnes got the upper hand. Harrison Barnes got the upper hand. I mean, there was so much as that ball was in the air, not to mention just the stain on Steph Curry's week.
Oh, God, Steph.
Right?
The stench.
Like it would have been, it would have been tough. It would have been tough. People would have.
Thank God he's got 4 titles already. I would have run him out of town.
I'm not saying that it means anything long term, but people who don't want to say anything bad about Steph, you would have sort of had to been forced to say something about Steph in the last minute of that basketball game. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Not done with your calls at all, but also, the moment Dan Dibley's been waiting for.
I can't wait.
Here comes Festus next.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari.
stupidest question ever. I got to give a shout out to Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I'm going to demand something right now in this conversation that's about to happen.
Okay.
I'm going to demand it.
And you don't usually do a lot of demanding. You're pretty easygoing cat.
I'm just going to say, and this is for everybody. It's not just for you, Mr. Festus Ezeli. Thank you for coming on. This is for everybody now. If anybody thinks what the other person said was stupid, just call it out right there. So if we ask a stupid question, Festus, don't be afraid, man. Just right then and there. Be like, it's a stupid question, Mark or Dibs. Okay, is that a deal? Can we do that?
Will and Dibs. What's going on, fellas?
Hey, man.
Well, Festus, you know what's going on. I'm not going to say that's a stupid question, but we're doing a radio show. And thanks for coming on, Festus. And we appreciate
For sure. I will always come hang out with y'all because it's always good to talk basketball with you. By the way, to answer your question right there, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to think about a question and really process it for it to really hit you. Like, yo, why would they ask me a question like if Jordan Poole should play in the fourth quarter? Because you need a guy like that. You need points. According to Chris Mullin, you always need points, especially if you want to win games. So I think that it was blown out of proportion the way I said it, but it's always funny, man. It's always fun to go back and forth with you guys.
Well, as Mark likes to say, do us a favor and please keep our name in your mouth.
That's right.
Yeah, it's good for business.
That's right.
God.
Yeah. So Festus, if we get to the end of this and we haven't asked a question yet that you're going to talk about on the next TV broadcast, just say so, and then we'll say something even stupider so that you can.
Exactly.
All right.
Just give me some feedback. Give me something we can run with, and I got you.
Okay. All right, fine. Let me try right now.
I got a couple too.
Hey, Festus, this Steph dude's overrated, huh? I mean, did you see this crap in the last minute yesterday? What are we going to do with this guy?
If you say that Steph is overrated, I don't even have to get to you. I think the Warriors fans will probably get to you before you get to your Cardinals fans. So I'm staying out of that one.
All right, okay. I'll ask you a real one then. I'll ask you a real one. Who's got and take the Fox thing out for a second because I don't know how that's actually going to play out. But I think Warrior fans all feel like okay, they're back even. They've got the advantage, and I'm over here going. I understand you, but they also have won like no good road games all year. And so we're just assuming they're going to do that this week. Who has the advantage right now?
Dude, first off, as a basketball fan, I love this series. For one, I'm from Sacramento, so these are my guys. I almost took a coaching job over there. So I love Mike Brown, what he's done for this team. They're not coming into this series thinking, well, we're just happy to be here. De'Aaron Fox is a leader for that team, is really putting on and showing the world that he is the clutch player of the year. Like, I've never seen someone so consistent, especially with those floaters. Those floaters could go either way, but he is like a layup for him, and he's just so precise with his attacks and his ball movement, especially there at the end of the game. You can see, and I mean, everybody was thinking in their minds, as soon as they threw the ball to De'Aaron Fox at the end of the game, like last game, and Draymond was staring at the top of the three-point line, I was like, I don't really know what's about to happen right now because this is a full head of steam to De'Aaron Fox, who was the clutch player of the year for the game, and I was very nervous. So both teams feel like they could be up 3-1 right now. The fact that the Golden State Warriors felt like game one they could have had with Andrew Wiggins missing the last shot. And the Kings felt like they could have had that last game with Harrison Barnes missing the last shot. So it's been a very well-played series, both coaches going back and forth. Obviously, Mike Brown is sticking with his starting lineup, and he's saying, I have to adjust my guys and tell them to adjust their game to this. And then Steve Kerr has a bunch of different tools that he can start, not start, plays different matchups to guarding De'Aaron Fox. Sabonis has been having a little bit of a tough time. He's put up some good numbers. He's always going to put up numbers. He's an all-star. But he hasn't dominated the game like he has all year long. And so they have to put a lot of De'Aaron Fox's shoulders. But this team is well coached, and they're playing well. And both teams feel like they're still in it. And as we always say, the old adage, it's not a series until somebody wins the road game. So this next game is really pivotal.
Yeah, I was telling Mark that, and he was trying to tell me that the series then wouldn't have already started, even though we've enjoyed 4 games. So I'm kind of with you on that, Fest, as Mark and I have gone back and forth on that age-old adage. You mentioned Sabonis. If you were coaching Sacramento, what would you tell him in terms of counteracting what the Warriors have done? Because laying off Sabonis has been an effective strategy.
He's got to stay aggressive like that. When he has the ball at the free throw line and Kevon Looney is all the way in the paint, I feel like those are the plays, kind of like with Draymond. Draymond's being aggressive himself because he understands that I have to keep the defense honest. And so those possessions where it turns out to be empty possession, you're playing to the Warriors' hand. So you either shoot the ball, you drive, or you go dribble handoff where it's like a really good screen on the man. If your man is underneath the basket, then that's a disadvantage to him in those plays. And so, Draymond's doing a great job of handling it. And yeah, last night he was 3 for 14. I think that's what it was, or 3 for 15 maybe. But still, his activity level made them honest, and that opened things up for other guys on the backside because now he's getting dunks, and so now you have to respect that. Then he starts dishing to Kevon Looney for dunks and other guys. So those are the kind of things I think Sabonis should be doing because, he's a guy that they ran a lot of the offense through during the regular season. So now it's a lot more ball screens for Sacramento Kings. And like I said, putting a lot more on Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox's shoulders.
So, Festus, this will sound like an obvious question with maybe an obvious answer, but I want to hear yours specifically. Like, we know the Kings will not be as good if De'Aaron Fox is not in there. But in your words, how does that affect Game 5, and how does that change the matchup?
What was your question?
It was, how would it change the matchup if De'Aaron Fox is not there?
Well, what he's been doing, he has been responding to everything the Golden State Warriors have done, right? Every time you see a big play by the Warriors, I feel like on the other hand, you have De'Aaron Fox leading the charge. His speed, his quickness, and transition has been one of the big factors in this playoff series so far. And then also on the back end of that, he's also, when he gets down to the paint, because nobody can stay in front of him. At the end of the day, we have guys like Jonathan Kuminga, Andrew Wiggins, we got Draymond, who was on him last game, and Gary Payton, and then Moses Moody as well. But the truth is, the speed of this guy, it's unbelievable how quick he is. Fox is actually a very, very good last name for a guy like him because he's really quick, he gets into the paint, and then he can kick out the shooters. Now, that changes their whole offense. I think they got to go back to Sabonis as the guy who's playmaking for guys, and Malik Monk. If De'Aaron Fox is not there, Malik Monk has to be the guy, kind of like Jordan Poole has been for the Warriors team as he's been inserted in the starting lineup.
Davion Mitchell's been such a lockdown defender on Steph Curry. Would you anticipate that Mike Brown maybe makes a shift to try to match him up more with Steph Curry and maybe inserts him into the starting lineup?
Lockdown, like how?
Like he's really harassed him and he's made it very difficult on Steph Curry. And I appreciate you following up and not just waving that off as a stupid question. You got me nervous, Festus, I'll be honest.
So here's my thing, is that Steph Curry is a great player. He's always going to do what Steph Curry does. Your job as a defense is to make it hard. And Davion Mitchell has been doing a great job. He goes out there and he is really he's being physical. He's making him drive and really run him up the three-point line. But Steph is going to make those shots. Like, Steph makes tough shots. That's part of his deal. Those shots that people think are bad shots, Steph makes it at a 42 or more higher rate. And so that's great for even a good shot. So I think that his job is to continue to hound Steph, yes. And you can see some of that with Kevin Huerter, because Kevin Huerter is a great shooter, but he has to chase these guys off the screen so much that you lose your legs. You can't make those shots anymore. So maybe more of them on him, more of Damian Mitchell on him, so that those guys can get their rhythm. Kyler Murray got going last game. It's a guy who's another guy who could be an X factor for that team. So you just can't let those shooters get going. And Davion Mitchell has been a good guy for them to put on him. And then when he's making shots on the other end, he's also making the Warriors respect him on the offensive end. So he's working on both ends.
Festus, we talk a lot about those role players, and while yesterday was a win, it was not a great day for the Warrior role players. Let's focus in on Jonathan Kuminga, who I don't know if they can get him on the floor in this series. What are you seeing with him right now?
The tough thing about having such a deep team is that you have a plethora of weapons, and it's kind of like just select whatever weapon you have for this battle. Like if you have Draymond Green going to the bench, That takes away from minutes from guys like Jonathan Kuminga, Gary Payton, Moses Moody. These guys can all help the Warriors win. It's not about if they can change the tide of the game. Everybody can in this series. You saw JaMychal Green come into the game last game and change the temperature. You've seen Moses Moody come and change the temperature. So it's not about if they can help the series. It's just about what style of play Steve Kerr wants to go with. And so I thought that he did a great job of being aggressive the game Draymond was out, right? Game 3, Jonathan Kuminga comes in the game, and you have to remember, I got to give people context. The game before that, Alex Len, the big man for the Sacramento Kings, the backup big, comes in the game, and while Sabonis is out, he really sets the tone with aggressiveness. He gets the ball. He dunks on people. As a matter of fact, he dunked on Jonathan Kuminga. What does Jonathan Kuminga do when he gets in the game? First time he gets the ball, he takes it down the middle of the lane at the big man and wants to break his neck, because that's just the aggression that you have to play with when you're in the playoffs. This is not a young guy. The way he plays is not like a rookie, right? He doesn't play like a second-year player. He plays like a guy who's very mature for his age. I think part of what you're seeing with him is development is that he's starting to understand that I get on the floor with defense. And that aggression led to the rest of the team and bled into the rest of the team. So I think Jonathan Kuminga can play in any series. He's one of our most athletic people, one of the most athletic people in the NBA. And when you talk about young, quick athletes in the Sacramento Kings, a guy like Jonathan Kuminga can definitely affect the series. But with the game plan that this team has, you can't go away from what Steve Kerr is really trying to do right now.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And we're hanging with Festus Ezeli.
Klay Thompson, Festus, and his performance yesterday, it seemed like he hit the hugest of buckets late in that second half when they needed a three. Klay was there with a three, and defensively, he's really stepped up as opposed to late in the regular season. What do you make of Klay Thompson and kind of a quiet 26 yesterday?
You said he's stepped up now as opposed to late in the regular season?
Defensively, yeah.
Oh, defensively, okay.
I thought you had me again, Festus.
Oh, boy, that scared me.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, my gosh, y'all are... Can we clear the air, please?
Festus, it's cleared, but I'm on the edge of my seat here. I'm it's like eggshell radio over here.
I actually really love you guys, and that's part of the reason why I came off. So thanks for having me. Klay Thompson, defensively, I mean, I think that this is the competitive Klay that we've all known, right? The reason why he became such an amazing defensive player in the first place and part of his career is that he just has always wanted to do the little things to help the team win. And I love to see the fact that he's getting his legs underneath him. And you just see him. He's always had that will. At the start of the season, when he wasn't shooting the ball that well, he said, just give me time. And he ends up being the guy who leads the NBA in three-point makes. This season, had one of the best months of February, one of the best months in his whole career in February this year. So, this guy's going to keep getting better. And the foot speed, all the things, you just continue to adapt to the game. Which is actually one of the reasons why it's so ridiculous that Andrew Wiggins jumped right back into the game after missing 2 months and is able to defend and score at the rate that he is. This team is really deep. It's really loaded. And at the end of the day, playing small is the style that they've chosen to play, and it's been really effective for them, and it'll keep being effective. But Klay Thompson is doing a great job, and I'm really happy with that competitive fire he's showing.
Festus, you know that we're big fans, right? You know that we're big fans.
I know this. That's
okay.
why I'm here.
All right. Okay. And you know that we're expecting you to talk about us again on Wednesday night, right?
What do you want me to say?
What are you inspired to say? I mean, I
have to sleep on it like I did last time.
Yeah.
Because last time you said, should Jordan Poole start or play in the fourth quarter? And here's the reason why I get upset about questions like this, because I feel like a lot of people go game to game. They're like, well, this person had a good game this game.
That's
this
true.
Person had a bad game. And
That's true.
And sometimes people look at it as, what have you done for me lately? I think Jordan Poole this season, he is really still trying to find his niche. But you have a guy who's averaging 20 points a game. And so the guy is really, this is him learning how to grow. He played all the games, all 82 games this season. You got to give him credit for that. And he keeps showing up in whatever different roles that Steve Kerr has in play. Are you playing when Steph is out and having to fill those shoes? Or playing when Klay is out, having to fill those shoes? Or are you coming off the bench? There's a lot of different roles that he has to play. And he's a guy that can really score the ball. but I have to give a lot of credit for him and his development as he's turned into a playmaker as well. So I just see him growing. And you got to also remember that I saw Steph through his maturation process. I didn't just see him as the finished product that everybody sees now. And it's crazy that Steph at year 14 is still getting better, because I think that he's better now than he was when he was in MVP season. So it's just I understand the processes that people have to go through to become the player that they're going to be. I think Jordan Poole's a future all-star in the NBA.
And that's, that's hopefully going to happen with the Warriors. But Festus, respectfully, it was just the notion of him finishing games. And I couldn't help but notice in Game 4 yesterday, after that reckless turnover, Steve Kerr took him out of the basketball game. So that's just where the, Mr. Azili, that's just kind of where the point had come from originally. Sir.
Oh, I mean, but you've seen him finish games as well, right? We had I think the game where I said that he had 18 points in the fourth quarter. So Steve Kerr's substitution makeup, it has nothing to do, like, just in the moment, what are we going to do with the guys that are playing right now? Who is playing well? How can we get them on the floor? Who is not playing as well as these guys? It's a test match, right? That's what the coaches do. And so you can't really base that off the fact that if he can do this as a career, because he's going to have to finish games for this Golden State Warriors team in this playoffs if they have championship aspirations.
Festus, I've been trying to get him to let it go.
Man,
I really have. I really have. Yeah, man. You are always welcome here.
Always.
And I'll just remind you one more time. You're always welcome to talk about us as well.
I appreciate y'all very much, man. I was expecting y'all to put me through the ringer today, man. You guys are very nice. I appreciate that.
If they were down 3-1, Festus, it would be all Steph all the time. And have you ever called timeout in your career when you didn't have one? What is Curry thinking, Festus?
I have. Hey, man, leave my guy alone. I have always known Steph to be someone who's very aware of time and score and everything. So that was very uncharacteristic of Steph, especially after that challenge. What happens? They challenged it. He didn't know that we were unsuccessful or whatever it was. That he didn't know that it was the last time out. But Draymond came out and said he should have been the release guy when guys double Steph, and he wasn't there in his position, and so Steph called a timeout so he doesn't turn the ball over. But it was just an uncharacteristic play, and I'm happy that the Warriors won that game.
Yeah,
despite that, because that would have been a hard pill to swallow.
Man,
no doubt, yeah. And Steve Kerr put it on him, and I understand that, and we'll ask you that next time if you think Steve Kerr has been a good coach, and if you think that this has been a good run for the Warriors, or if it's been overrated.
He's coddling Curry.
Yeah.
I guess my question for you, though, is how many championships do you think he should have won instead of the 40 he has so far?
6.
He should have won 6. That would make him a good coach then.
7, I think, would put him over the hump for me, Festus. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's fair.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. Good. Common ground. Festus, thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
The best. All right. There. Yeah. That's Festus Azili. And I can't wait for now. I really can't wait for Wednesday night. I was already excited for Wednesday night. Now I can't wait for what happens after the game on Wednesday night.
Yeah,
it's going to be exciting.
I can't wait to look at Bonte's face as he waits to pounce on us in the afternoon. But tell him, Festus, that was a stupid question.
Yeah.
I do too. And man, he's right though about Steph, and we've talked about this as well. If they lose that game, if you're down 3-1. That becomes the headline moment. And this is not a legacy-changing moment, and they still might lose to the Kings, et cetera, but to have that moment up 5 with the ball, 48 seconds to go, that would be...
It would have been a terrible finish. It would have been a terrible development. Here's kind of how I look at it, though, just to extend the conversation we're having earlier about this, because I really do believe this. Steph Curry's untouchable. Now, that does not mean that you couldn't come in here today and be like, my gosh, Steph really, he messed that whole last minute up in every way that you can. That's true. Where I would have stopped, though, and some wouldn't, is people will take the emotion, the anger of the day. The feeling would be, oh my gosh, the dynasty ended with its best player completely tripping and falling in the middle of the street. And people would have taken that to what I feel is too far of a critical space of Steph Curry. I look at Steph Curry this way. Like, if the school calls and your kid is misbehaving, what's the first thought for most parents? It doesn't mean that we can't address what the kid did.
Adoption. Put him up. Put him up, Mark.
It doesn't mean that you can't be a disciplinarian. But the first thing you're going to do is, in a tough moment, you're going to be like, hold on a second. I'm going to be there for my kid. I'm going to potentially defend my kid. I want to hear from my kid. We're not jumping to conclusions. That's kind of the same way I would look at it if Steph Curry just completely gaffed a playoff game away. I'd be like, you know what? Like, that's Steph Curry. And I just don't, with everything he has provided through 10 years, I don't have it in me to make it bigger than it is in that moment. If he gaffes the game, he gaffes the game, and we'll say he gaffes the game. But I'm not coming in here and ripping him sideways, which people would do if it were another player.
I would have brought a shovel to work.
I know you would have.
And he would have gotten buried. To play with your analogy of your kid. So your kid is at school, and Steph Curry is a sophomore in high school. And through his first 11 years of school, he's never really gotten a B. He's straight A's. He's never been in trouble once. He's in the Glee Club, and he's in the Honor Club.
Won every award.
Everybody loves him.
Yeah.
He's one of the greatest kids of all time. He's the GOAT. He's the greatest kid of all time. You're welcome.
I was just texting with him yesterday.
All
Anyway,
of a sudden now, the principal calls and says, your son, Stefan, brought a bomb to school, an M80, and put it in the bathroom, in the toilet, set it off, and now the bathroom is flooded. We got to close the bathroom. We got to close school.
He's the GOAT.
He's the GOAT.
Right.
School is closed for a long weekend because we don't have bathrooms to use because your son brought a bomb to school and he blew up the toilet and he flooded the bathroom. School is canceled. We're going to have to make up these days in the summer.
Are you expelling him?
No, he's not being expelled.
Okay.
But he's being suspended.
Yeah.
And his year is over.
Oh,
because
suspended for the rest of the year?
Yes. Because
Yeah, see, no, I'm not doing that.
No, the school's going to suspend him because
they're not.
this run is over.
No.
To play with your analogy.
Yeah, no, see, that's too heavy-handed.
No, what's heavy-handed is you're now down 3-1,
Right.
and the dynasty's ending.
Right, but the dynasty...
Because of Steph.
Right, but the dynasty doesn't even exist in any tiny way, shape, or form without him.
It's ancient history.
No, brother, you got it. Like, people build...
Chief. I love it when you brother me, because then I chief you, then you dog me, and I pal you, and then, let's just get back to the conversation.
Yeah, I just, he's got to have enough goodwill built up to handle something like that is my point.
Yeah, we're keeping him out of juvenile hall.
Well,
he's not going to juvie,
right? But no,
and I'm not gonna paddle him. I'll be disappointed. I'm taking away his video games for a week.
That's fine.
No TV.
That's fine. See, that's surface stuff. That's what I'm talking about. I would honestly, on my list of thoughts that went through my head in that frozen moment, I'm like, I don't know if I can come in here and do this tomorrow if that shot goes in. Honestly, because I would have been so turned off by so many of the things that people called in to say. Steph Curry is Steph freaking Curry. That's it.
Chris Webber was Chris freaking Webber.
No, he wasn't. And what does that mean?
Well, that means they should have won 2 national championships.
But they didn't.
Ask look.
But they didn't.
Who's a big-time Michigan fan.
Yeah, but they didn't.
No, Steph's got 4.
Right.
Thanks to Draymond and Iguodala and Clay. Without those 3, Steph's got nothing, dude.
We have sat in this room and had conversations about whether or not Steph Curry is the best thing to ever happen to Bay Area sports. And it's getting hard to argue against that. So if you're going to say that, hasn't he built up the goodwill to where even if he gaffes away a first-round playoff series...
You can use the C word.
Even if he does...
Chokes it away.
Fine. Even if he does. Can't you just be like, well... Oh, well.
Not today.
Yeah, see, I would have.
Not today.
It's Steph Curry.
I get that, Mark.
What are you going to do? We're
going to react to Game 4, and he called a timeout you didn't have. He shot a teardrop you didn't need to shoot, and you lost a game.
All right, wild card weekend, January 14th. 1991.
I remember it well.
Right? Montana goes to Young. They drop back. They're down by 4. There's 30 seconds to go. Throw the bomb down the left sideline. There's Rice. It's over the shoulder. Drops the ball. What are we doing? We're getting rid of Jerry? We're going to spend a week ripping Jerry because he dropped one ball even though he's the freaking GOAT?
This is bigger than a drop. This is Jerry catching the ball and pimping it at the 20 and showboating at the 15 and Cadillacing at the 10 and coughing it up at the 5. That's what this would be.
You can soft me to death all you want. I don't have it in me to torch Steph Curry. Period.
Well, thankfully, we won't have to find out because I do have it in me.
Well, the series, who knows what's going to happen next? Maybe you call timeout again on Wednesday night? I don't know.
I would imagine going forward, he's going to know how many timeouts they have.
I'm telling you right now, I do not have it in me to torch Steph Curry. There is too much that's been built.
I'm not torching him. I would have just kept it real. You're welcome. I would have kept it 100. I would have kept it a buck.
Yeah, well, for me, this
and you know what? He would not have been the only reason why they lost. But
to me, this is keeping it real.
You're authentic, and you've always been authentic.
Yeah. Like Steph Curry.
Like a soft serve. Cream's going.
Yep.
Like a vanilla chocolate
frozen yogurt on a Monday night. Yeah.
Shout out IKEA where you can get a soft serve for a buck.
You come down his road, I'm coming down yours.
Come on down.
Yeah. You're like, man, who
I
cares?
still got a whole slate of timeouts. I haven't even used one.
Terrifying. Mark Willard's coming at me. Oh, no.
Actually, you got more teeth than people would let on.
Oh, yeah.
Quietly. You can be...
I have my moments.
You sure do. You could be sneaky tough now, boss.
I ain't no Jock Peterson. I know that.
Thank you.
By the way, speaking of which, the Giants are at full strength, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. Tonight's the night. You got a left-hander throwing, and I'd like to be the first to let you know, if you don't already, ladies and gentlemen, Mitch Haniger and Austin Slates are both activated. It's an activation sensation. They are both on the roster, and I would assume in the lineup tonight for your 2-game winning streak, San Francisco Giants. Here we go. The 52-game win streak starts. Well, I guess it would have started on Saturday.
Yeah, they got 2, right?
Yeah, got 2. Got a couple.
They took 2 or 3 from the Mets.
Yeah, except for it wasn't a 3-game series. But
Wait.
Yeah, 2 or 4.
Slater is DHing and leading off. Haniger playing left and batting third.
Hey.
Hanny.
They're like, we activated 2 of the first 3 hitters in our lineup. You knew they were going to be like, hell, maybe we just bat Haniger second. They're itching to get somebody in there so bad that is not one of the people who's been in there so far. All right, so Slates.
Stacking righties. I love it.
Slates is leading off. Haniger is batting third in his debut. He had a bunch of bombs in the rehab assignment. A lot of home runs from Mr. Haniger.
Was he in Sacramento? Or
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And you know, those bombs are dropping in Sacramento.
Oh, boy.
Right?
This time of year, I give you more credit than like a July bomb in Sacramento where it's so hot. It's so damn hot.
Yeah.
Those things fly out no matter what.
Do they light the beam over there with the River Cats when Haniger hits a home run? They get a little light that comes on or flashes? Or
it was a consideration.
Does everybody rush the streets? Is it free hot dogs for everybody? A Haniger hot dog? What happened?
This question
what campy little toy does everybody get when somebody hits a home run for the River Cats?
This may be filed under the Festus Ezeli file of that's a stupid question, the stupidest question I've ever heard. But when the Kings went on the road, do they light the beam?
I don't think so.
I thought they did.
Do they?
I thought they beamed.
They do.
They beamed it up. So if you're in the
that's weird. Like
if you're in the Sacramento area. Well, at least then you'll know.
Yeah.
Like if you're going about town, you're going to the laundromat.
Coming out of the movies.
Yeah, something. It's like,
look, the Kings won.
Oh, shoot. I didn't even know they had a game.
I would imagine someone would get ticked off. They're like, damn it, I taped the game. Turn the beam off. I didn't want you to tell me the score.
That's so funny.
I was on my way home to watch a game, you stupid beam.
That is so funny. I would have gotten beaten by the beam on Sunday.
Ah, crap. I think they won. All right. Let's go to Fox in Oakland on
Willard.
That's
really funny.
Hey, Fox, what are you doing?
Hey, gents. Just trying to not think too much about the fact that yesterday's game gave me a few extra gray hairs. But anyhow, real quick, before I get to my question, I just wanted to echo what you guys were saying earlier about De'Aaron Fox. He's legit, just an amazing player and seems to be, a good role model. And bottom line, that boy good. Shout out coming to America. But anyhow, my question for you both, and I apologize if you guys discussed this in the past or already showed the reasons or possible rationale around this, but why doesn't the NBA take a page from the NFL with regards to challenges and timeouts? In other words, if a team challenges a play and that play is actually reversed or overturned, then the team that challenged, retains their timeout and only loses the timeout if the play stands. So I'll take your guys' thoughts off the air. Thanks as always, gents. Happy Monday.
Thanks, Fox. I appreciate it. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the question because the challenge was unsuccessful, which is why they lost the timeout, right? Or am I misunderstanding the question there that Fox just asked?
Well, he's saying that if the timeout or if the challenge is upheld or if it's overturned, you would get your timeout back. I don't think that happens in the NBA. You just get your challenge back.
Yeah. I got you. I understand what you're saying.
They called timeout and then they challenged it. So you don't have to call timeout to challenge it. You can just challenge it on the spot. But they called timeout.
Sometimes they call timeout because they want to take another look at it before they decide if they want to challenge.
And the one they challenged was, it was curious to me because it's one of those calls that you're probably not going to ever get back. It was a Kevon Looney moving screen. And if you look at every screen set away from the basket in the NBA, 90% of them are illegal.
Did you see, and this is I thought very interesting, if you want to know the way Draymond Green watches a basketball game. Draymond Green was at the scorer's table when that foul was called.
Yeah.
If you were watching closely on the TV broadcast, Steve Kerr's thinking about challenging. He calls the timeout. They clearly are upset about the call, and they want to challenge it. Draymond walks right over to Steve Kerr, and you could read his lips so easily. He goes, he was moving. Draymond told Steve, I am 100% sure. He's like trying to talk Steve out of challenging it. And Steve's probably sitting here going, dude, we always challenge yours when you come ask me. I'm challenging this one for Loon because I ride with Loon. And Draymond was like, he was moving. So you challenge it if you want. You're going to lose that challenge. And he was damn right. And I was like, gosh, Draymond knew that. And he wasn't even in the game when it happened. So once again, Draymond Green can frustrate you. His emotions get the better of him. It drives everybody nuts sometimes. But this whole he's a savant thing is also true. It is also true. I don't think anybody watches the game with the detail and the speed with which Draymond does in his eye.
And with he should be a referee, quite frankly, because he's that good in... Well, he would be ideal.
Draymond teeing up somebody else?
Seriously. I would wonder how Draymond would be, and I would imagine that he would have the quickest tee whistle in the history of the association. Oh, yeah. I think it would be like the Hippocratic Oath. Shout out doctors everywhere, where, you can't talk to me that way. Tees for everyone, even though he gets quite a bit of license. I would love to see a lot of these guys just do it once or do it twice. Gain an appreciation for what goes on from the zebra side.
You know what? I think they do have more of an appreciation than maybe we realize. I know that everybody thinks officiating is bad, and I actually agree. It doesn't mean they're necessarily doing a bad job. If they're the best in the world at it and it looks like this, maybe it's not that doable of a job. Sometimes I think about it that way. Or officiating, maybe sort of like shooting three-pointers. Even the good ones miss more than half of their shots. There's no way to have the emotion wrapped up in series like this and have us come out liking what the officials do. It's impossible as a fan, and I think it's impossible as a player. But if you ask the players, a day after the game, when the emotion has calmed down, I think that there's probably more respect on the court than we realize. I'll put it that way. I think there are some relationships that don't work. I bet Draymond's got 2 or 3 refs where he's like, bleep that guy. Bleep that dude. But the rest of them, listen, to go over there and talk to them, you have to have a rapport. You have to have some respect built through the years and through the games. I bet there's more of that there than it looks like because we only see it when they're yelling at each other.
Right. And after the game, you're right, after the fact in terms of, the respect. And I think Draymond Green would be an elite official if he ever wanted to decide to go out there and do it because he knows the game.
He sees it, yeah.
And like you're saying, he's at the scorer's table telling Steve Kerr, This one's not getting overturned. He was moving, and that play happened all the way across the court and down the way.
Yep, and he was right. Heartbreak Dizzy is next up here in Hayward on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Dizzy, what are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How's you guys doing today?
What's up, Dizzy?
We're cooking.
What's up, man? Long time, Diz. How you been, baby?
I've been great. How you doing? And more importantly, what are you doing for Game 5? You going out to Sacramento?
No, we were at, I was at the last one, which is why I'm calling, because, you know, with Dope Era, Fabby, we in the building every time. And, you know, before I go on, shout out to Juan Toscano, man. That guy's a class act, man. He'll always have my respect, man.
Yep.
I love that guy.
No doubt.
But one of the reasons I was calling is I actually went to the last 2 home games, and I know some people are like, well, it's never going to be the same, but one thing I'm disappointed about is the crowd. It's so quiet in there sometimes, and I don't know if people noticed. There was a couple of times when Curry would try to pump the crowd up, and I'm looking around, I'm looking at people around me, like, they're not even watching the game. Like, I know it's different because there's a lot of tech people there, and it'll never be Oracle, but I just feel like the crowd's got to step it up a little bit. I know we almost lost the last game, but I know if we get a little bit of crowd participation in it, that makes a huge difference, man. So shout out to all the fans, man, but whoever has the ability to go to the game, you got to step your game up and make some noise when you're in the house.
Was Sunday better, Diz, in terms of better than Game 3, or was it mostly the same? It sounded louder to me at home.
Yeah, it was a little bit louder, but like I said, it was a lot of people there that weren't even really paying attention to the game. It was kind of pissing me off.
Yeah.
Well,
Thanks, Diz.
Yeah, Diz, good to hear from you.
Send our best to Mr. Fab, too. He's family.
Yeah, this is just, to me, a very familiar story and a tough nut to crack. Like, this is the way it is with A, very successful franchises,
sure,
and B, the prices being what they are.
Cheaper, though, than the Sacramento crowd. So I think your first point is more on point. I think it's more the
price thing is everywhere. I don't even mean that for Chase Center. I just mean in general. Like, going to sporting events is becoming a higher class affair. And whether this is painting with a broad brush, maybe it is. But the bottom line is that's not, someone's like, I'm going to spend, $1,500 for me and my friend, or me and my spouse, or me and my girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever to go to a game. Like, are you painting your face and losing your voice? Or are you someone who's probably much more likely to have your hands folded on your lap and probably take too long to get a drink before you get back to your seat? It's just kind of, I don't know how to fix this. I don't know if there is one.
The only fix would be to ensure that a certain number of people who can afford to be there are able to be there. But that's not the way this works, because owners will get as much as they can for every ticket. And basically, what you're saying is something that I've said for years, which is poor people are louder than rich people. It's a fact. And I don't mean like poor people, but people who have more means are less likely to even put the T-shirt on because I've got my perfectly ironed $500 button-up shirt and I'm so great. And, people who are just happy to be there are more likely to go crazy.
Well, and people who are just happy to be there also coincides not just with money, but how long has it been since you've been to a playoff game?
True.
Again, so I think it's both.
Joe Lacob, by the way, is the exception, because I don't know if you saw him on the side, and he goes bananas, that guy.
Crazy, yeah. Not Steve Ballmer-esque, but next level down.
He's pretty close.
He's pretty close. No, it's great. This is that. Yeah, Joe Lacob is in the A group of owners in sports. There's no question about that. But there's no way to change this dynamic that is so front and center in this series, which is that if you are a 21-year-old and you're a college crazy, you were 5 the last time the Kings went to the playoffs. You didn't know that the Kings were even in the playoffs because you were 5. Warriors fans are privileged. We're privileged. We're sitting here. This is normalcy to us. The angst that comes with April, May, and June. It's just what we do. And so to ask people to be on their ear every year, annually, it just doesn't work.
Right.
We've been there before. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work. The only way to make it work would be to, have a certain amount of tickets available for people who don't have the means to spend as much as other people who are able to go, but that's not the way supply side economics works.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be what it's going to be, unfortunately, and Steph Curry's going to have to tire out his arms telling people to stand up.
I guess I'd also be angrier at it if the Warriors didn't win all their home games, but they do. So it's not like, oh gosh, we need a better home court advantage, or else what? They win all their home games. So what are we actually worried about? I know you'd like it to sound better on TV for the national audience. I know that when it was Oracle, we often were brought up as the loudest fan base in the sport. Those days are over.
Yeah.
They're gone.
Gone for good.
Not coming back.
Well, they'll come back if there's another dreadful 20-year drought. Yeah.
I don't even know if that's true. I mean, think about it. The 20 years from now, what are the tickets going to cost? You have to literally remove an arm and hand it to the security on your way in?
If they go 20 years without the playoffs, we're going to get back to the days of the Kobe Bryant pack. Click and roll at Warriors.com.
That's right. Someone else is in town, and they're really good at basketball. Pablo in Castro Valley, you're next up on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Pablo?
Hey, how are you guys? I am a little worried because I haven't heard this said by anyone yet, and Steph's 2 blunders on the last minute. And I'm going to go back a little more, and the 3-pointer, the dagger that he always makes and goes 9-9 when we were 5 points up. All of those are mistakes and decisions wrong. When he jumped and took the jumper, he's making those decisions wrong because he didn't have any rest. He's fatigued. He's tired. And I haven't heard anybody say that. And it just kind of worries me that we're thinking about, we're playing with 6, we're only playing with 7. If we're going to keep going with the same rotations.
Pablo, we actually did have this conversation a couple hours ago, and I agree with you that you're on to a potential point, which is to say we're only 4 playoff games in. We're only 4 playoff games in. So where is this going to go next if Steph Curry is going to have to go north of 40 minutes, or if Steve Kerr feels like he can only go 6 deep, and you've got to take that act on the road, and series are going to be going 6 and 7 games. It's a lot to ask.
Yeah.
Did that directly lead to Curry's actions in the final minute? I don't know, but it doesn't help.
No.
The shot came up short. I do know that.
Well, it's the fact that he took the shot, and that's where I think Pablo's point, like you didn't remember how many timeouts there were. Were you so fatigued that you were so exhausted you didn't have the mental wherewithal to be aware that you had no timeouts? And you mentioned it too, Mark. There was a 3.5 second differential on that the final possession. So, and I've been watching the play over and over. Steph gets by De'Aaron Fox, and Fox goes for the steal and doesn't get it. And that happens with a ton of time still left. By the time Fox tries to pick him behind, there's 16 on the game, 13, 12 on the shot. Steph could dribble in and dribble back out. You didn't have to go in there and take a shot that would only put you up 3. Now, did he make those mental mistakes because he was physically tired? God, I hope not.
Well, and of course, we don't say these things about that shot if it goes in. And I think the way Steph and great players think is they're always thinking it's going to go in.
Right.
I think he liked the shot he got.
It was wide open.
I think it goes in 80% of the time. And if it goes in, even though the Kings would have the ball down 3, that game's probably going to end in your favor. And everyone will say, look, Steph made a great shot and made up for his gaffe with the timeout. But he missed a shot. And so that's the risk you take. If you're going to take a shot like that, you've got to make it. And if you miss it, it's a horrible shot. And that's what it ended up being. Like everyone with that organization and every fan, you got to be so thankful that Harrison Barnes missed that shot. I'm telling you, man, this would have been a rough one. Billy in Berkeley, you're next up. Hey, Billy, what are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Hey, you made me think about this stuff when you talk about Steph with that timeout. I mean, hey, let me ask y'all this question, man. I think Steph been in the O for too long. Because tell me this, don't he just seem like so cool? Like even when he messed up, like even going back to like 16 when he threw that behind the back pass, he like just looks so smooth doing it. Like even if he messes up and like you just don't think he's gonna come back and do something again. But I want to ask you this question, like, okay, let's say if that would have happened and he, to say his head behind the back pass cost us the finals and he would have, this timeout would have cost us this series, do you think that would have lowered him in the rank? It's like looking like Roger Craig and that fumble. Now, you can't tell me if he didn't have that fumble that he wouldn't be in the Hall of Fame or something more. Or y'all forget about what Jerry Rice fumbled when they had instant replay right before T.O. scored that touchdown, where people be talking like Jerry Rice saying all that.
Oh, I remember that play. I remember.
Or Eggersby with the home run, you know? That's what I'm trying to ask.
I hear you. Yeah, Billy. It's
in the Hall of Fame.
It's an interesting question. In this moment, my answer is no. I might be wrong, though. But I would want my answer to be no, that if this had cost the Warriors the series, that I want to say no, that would not change the way people view him in a historical sense.
Absolutely not.
I mean, again, an extension of what I said earlier, there's enough goodwill and greatness that has been built up to where there's room for a few mistakes.
Yes, but I'll say this, as he's got a big but. The big but is if they lose the game and they lose the series in 5 and the dynasty ends, Draymond leaves, and that's it. Dynasty over. Yep. That does become the final punctuation mark on the end of the dynasty. So to that point, that becomes a bigger part of his legacy than even if, okay, that happens, you lose, and then you go on and you beat the Kings. You recover from 3-1, and then the Lakers beat you in 6, whatever. We don't even remember about it. Or you go on and you lose the series in 7 in a different fashion. If they would have lost that game and then lost in Sacramento on Wednesday, that would have been a punctuation mark.
I will say this, too. The fact that if it had happened, at least there would still be another visual. In other words, maybe the Warriors would have gone to Sacramento Wednesday and won Game 5.
Right.
And maybe they would have won game and lost in 7, or who knows. If that had been an elimination game and it had gone that way, then I think it becomes even bigger.
True.
If that were to happen in a Game 7 and it ended up being the final game that Steph, Clay, and Dre play together, then I think maybe we're having a little bit of a different conversation. But the other side of this is, if you take away Michael Jordan and the fact that he was 6-0 in the finals, every major star has had major failings in the playoffs. And actually, Jordan has even had more than we realize, because for some reason, we seem to only count the 6 years that he won. He lost in the playoffs. He just didn't get to the finals. When Michael got to the finals, he won. What happened all the other years? He lost. He lost somewhere along the road. Now,
well, before he won titles, they just couldn't get over.
They couldn't get over.
They could not get by Detroit. There weren't any, like, Titanic moments of...
Right, there's that. There's no timeout, technical foul, that whole thing. But yeah, everybody, if we spotlight a great champ, can you not think of an unsavory moment? I mean, LeBron James came to the Lakers. They don't even make the playoffs. That's not a moment, but that's kind of a bigger gaffe than calling one timeout at the wrong time, isn't it? To, like, miss the playoffs entirely?
But there's no signature moment.
Yeah.
And, anytime that anybody calls timeout that they don't have, we hearken back to Chris Webber. And I'm just looking at some of the highlights from that game right now. Mark, do you realize it was 30 years ago? 1993.
I didn't realize it until Bonte and Joe mentioned it this morning.
30 years, my brother.
I was like, why you got to do that?
Grandy was not alive.
Are there people cruising around who are
JT Lucan, not alive.
There's people today who are like,
easy.
Why does everybody keep talking about Chris Webber? What happened? Do you guys, right? Do you know what happened with Chris Webber?
Well, they're students of the game, so of course they know.
I mean, plus there was, the 30 for 30 on it, so.
Yeah, okay.
But if I told you that wasn't even his biggest mistake in that game, if you watch the highlights on the possession before that, he flat out travels with the basketball.
It's not the possession for it. It's literally the exact same play. He travels.
He's in the backcourt, and then dribble.
And then calls timeout.
Oh, you're right. It's the same. Give up the rock.
The beautiful thing about that is the officials could have saved that whole thing from even happening. It was actually a travel. He never would have gotten an opportunity to call timeout. Just call the travel. He took 3 steps.
Yeah.
As clear as day. Looked like Sabonis out there with all those steps.
That was a crazy one.
Dude.
That was a jump stop and then 2 more, no call. And also Michigan was down 2 in that game.
Yeah, exactly.
They needed a bucket. It wasn't like they were up 5,
People
Steph.
do that all the time where, like, you miss an opportunity to draw a game even, and then everyone's like, oh, my gosh, they would have won. Steph Curry the other night with the 3-pointer at the buzzer. Oh, they would have won. They would have gone to overtime. They would have gone to overtime. I don't know what would have happened next when Steph shot that 3 and they lost in the end. The one where Wiggins missed.
Yeah.
Steph had a shot to tie, not to win. Remember the Rams and Titans Super Bowl? Who was the receiver? Was it Dyson? Who was the receiver?
Oh, of course it was Dyson.
Who came up a yard short.
Oh man, I used to rub this in Low Neal's face all the time.
The Titans are always like, we were this close to winning. No, you weren't. You were that close to tying the game. In fact, your kicker still needed to come out and kick an extra point. He might have missed it.
Al Del Greco.
Right?
Don't get any. We got to get Low Neal back on because that whole situation. It gets to him a little bit.
I would imagine
Well, because they got the Music City...
Miracle, yeah.
I mean, Miracle. Talk about a botch call.
Well,
I think it was a forward pass.
I still think that thing was closer than people give it credit for.
And you know that all started with Low Neal.
Yeah.
He receives the kick.
I know.
Hands it off, and then throws one of the great blocks in special teams history. He has a great story about that play. We need to get him on again.
I would love to hear it.
Such a beauty.
Go
to Hail Dibs.
They are gold-blooded.
I got you.
The 2023 playoffs presented by Kaiser Permanente are happening now. Single-game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives are standing by, just like you callers, and we're coming to you next on Willard and Dibs.
No. Attention facility professionals, property managers, and builders.
Get 20% off your in-store purchase when you buy any travel service.
Finish to this game. Win or lose, it'll be talked about for a long time. Barnes will throw it in. Slaps the ball. Fox goes to the backcourt to get it. He's not in a hurry. Dribbles it up. They're going to try to get the ball out of his hands. Fox dribbles at the logo. Spins on. Runs into Draymond. Pass over to Barnes. Barnes for three. No good. Buzzer sound. The Warriors escape with a win. Final score, Golden State 126, Sacramento 125.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
We tried to get Tim Roy on the show today, but he is still passed out. So we'll try again tomorrow. God, that game. I don't even know what else left to say. That basketball game yesterday. That was something, and I'm glad they've got the full 2 days off because I feel like we're going to need we need some time here to kind of reset and reboot as we head into a 3-game series. And I know there's a lot of Warrior optimism today, and there should be, but I do have one but, and only one, Dibs.
Okay.
I have one but, but for
got
me,
a big but?
yeah, it's a big but. It is a big but, and that is. The Golden State Warriors, for whatever reason, whether it's a good one or a bad one, this year's version does not win basketball games when they're not at Chase Center. And I just want to keep pounding that this week because I feel like the championship DNA thing overwhelms that point for a lot of people, and that's fair. I'm not saying they can't do it. They were right in both of those games in Sacramento the other nights. But they've been in a lot of games on the road this year. They don't win them. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what's in the dinner. I don't know what's in the ointment. I got no clue. But they have got to figure this out, obviously, either Wednesday or Sunday, or the deliciousness of yesterday doesn't matter.
It's meaningless, yeah. And I would look more at what they've done historically in the playoffs in terms of winning at least one road game in every series that Steph, Clay, and Dre have done with Steve Kerr at the helm. They've always won at least one road game. That to me is more, I guess, weighted. It's more of a heavy stat than their regular season road record because this regular season, they didn't play with the same intensity. They didn't play with the same minutes allocation. They didn't play with the same passion that they have played these 4 games against Sacramento. And I know they're 0-2 on the road against Sacramento, which is in keeping with the theme of the regular season where they have been bad on the road throughout the regular season. 11 wins out of 40 games. 2 of them came at the tail end of the year against, your words, G League teams. You're not wrong. On the other 9 wins this year, 8 of them were against non-playoff teams. The other one was against a playoff team, and that was kind of an anomaly because you played all of the young baby dubs, and you stole one in Cleveland. So it's been a big sample size of road woes, but I look at the playoffs and the heaviness of a Game 5, a pivotal Game 5. When the series is tied at 2 apiece, I think that they're going to win Game 5.
And they are as healthy as they've been, and they might be healthier than any other team in the NBA. Let's not forget that the Kings, when we see them next, might be a very different basketball team. They might be down their best player. And in fact, he is going to be listed, according to reports, as doubtful. If you're just tuning in for the first time today, De'Aaron Fox has a broken bone. He's got a fracture in the index finger on his shooting hand. Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Drew Down in Tracy here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Drew, what are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, Willard? What's going on, Dibbs? Glad
What's
to
up,
have you
Drew
back,
Down?
man. You were out for a little while. I just want to say, man, hey, you held your own against Fezzi, bro. He's got some size on you, but your only weapon is your mouth, and you use it well. So.
Thank you, Drew Down. I was nervous. Fezzi's a heavy hitter now on TV.
No, I know, but yeah, just want to let you know, yeah, that you held your own, dude. I had it as a draw myself, so yeah, don't be so quick to dismiss yourself. But anyways, the game was intense. It was back and forth. It was body blow after for blow. Steph was obviously amazing, except for those last two possessions, but we won, so we won't talk about that. I was actually. I'm in Tracy, so I pulled up to the 1320 party over there behind enemy lines in El Grove at the Sky River. Got to meet D'Lo and KC. So I was there. It was about 90% Kings, 10% Dubs, but it was good. Clay was hitting some tough shots, and even the Kings fans were like, they just threw their hands up because some of those shots, those fadeaways on the baseline, you can't do anything about it. So. His shots were just felt like his shots were huge. And then I thought his defense was pretty good. I saw some stats about when he was the primary defender, on certain Kings players that, he held them to either of shooting or a very low percentage. So, that's good to see. Poole getting to the line. He can blow by anybody. And when he's, somewhat under control, there's not many guys, who can stay in front of him. So I thought, his free throws and, his ability to get to the bucket was huge. And then, I know those guys up there in Sacramento that they like to call Chase the dental office. But I actually, I know it's white, it's a little sterile, but to me, I saw a meme, and it's not a dental office, it's padded, but it's a psych ward. It's the loony bin.
Ooh,
nice. We had Sabonis in a straitjacket there a little bit, so be careful up there. Come to the loony bin, get put in a straitjacket. But
you could have walked off with that, Drew Down. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that would have been a good walk-off, Drew. It would have.
Well, I'm still here. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you are. That's why we said it would have been a good walk-off. Yeah, anyway.
Would have been.
Yeah.
But I thought Sabonis obviously wanted to lift the pass, and Looney was laying off him, and you could tell he wasn't comfortable. He hit that elbow jumper a couple times, and I don't know why people were screaming, shoot it. So I don't know why he didn't shoot it, but it's obvious he's looking to pass, and when they take away those passing lanes, you could tell that he doesn't want to shoot. So. I thought that was great defense, and then that last shot, it felt like the ball was in the air for about 20 seconds, and I'm just glad he missed. Missed league. Shout out Mark Jackson, he missed. We win, so we'll see what happens in Game 5.
Yeah, there it is, Drew. Sabonis has shrunk in the series. There's no two ways about it. Again,
he's no longer 7'1".
Well, I don't know, maybe 6'9". He's a good player. I've
he's
said
an all-star.
He's a very good player, but he has not been up to the billing. He has not been up to the moment. The Warriors have figured a thing or two out about how to defend him, and you will not convince me that they have not gotten into his head. Whether it's because the officials are looking at him a little bit more, whether it's because the crowd is reacting when he gets the ball, or just because they're looking at his 15-foot jumper and they're like,
please
take it, dog. Yeah. Go ahead.
That's why they've gotten in his head. I think
some people,
Mark.
And he hit one. He rattled one in yesterday, but he can't hit it. And I know that he can, but not in this series.
Well, I don't know if he knows he can,
or he won't. Most of the time, he's just choosing not to even try.
And because they're not guarding him out there, they've taken away his ability off the dribble handoff. So when he gets the ball at the foul line or between 18 feet away from the basket, he's basically been muted because the Warriors want him to shoot. He doesn't want to shoot. He wants to be guarded so he can dribble handoff and screen somebody, but Kevon Looney's just sagging all the way off him.
Real quick, I want to go to Chef Amy in Marin. Chef Amy, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing? Chef, what are you doing?
Yo, what's up? Oh, well, I'm making some food for my clients. We're doing a lot of Ethiopian stuff tonight.
Whoa, all right.
Chef!
So, yeah, that's me.
Okay.
So, anyway, I tell Steph everything he knows. So, I just wanted to comment on how loud the arena was yesterday. I was there, and of course I was using earplugs for most of the game, and it was so loud that, well, I'll call her Aunt Tilly. She was this nice elderly lady who inadvertently kept her butt in my face while I was trying to eat my delicious lobster roll. Wow. But even she was yelling towards the end. And the only place it was quiet, guys, was when I got back on Muni. There was dead silence on the T train.
Yeah.
The train! As I realized they were in shock. They were like, oh my effing God.
Yeah, there's a lot.
And then it's kind of everybody, kind of settled in. And then everybody started screaming, Warriors, Warriors. So I don't know. My experience of the arena was that it was really flipping loud.
Chef, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Language.
I will say this. Gosh, the dichotomy of her comments. It was so loud. There was the one time where I sat down. I was trying to enjoy my lobster roll.
Totally.
And I couldn't even do it because it was so loud. It's like people trying to enjoy their lobster roll is kind of part of the issue that we're talking about here. But nothing against good eats.
Yes, and the
Especially
Muni
for a chef.
train, I get that because that was like my household. There was about 90 seconds of me just walking around like, okay.
Yeah.
Got to double check the score, too, to make sure that I saw it right.
Catch your breath,
My
man.
God.
Catch
The
your
breath! Sorry. Yeah, I had one more.
Why don't we go catch our breath?
Okay.
And we'll do this again
Lay
tomorrow,
off.
okay? Thank you to everybody for your participation. Grandy, JT, Lucas, Dan Dibley, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for the whole team. Mark Willard. What is coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Next, it's the best of the game, a full hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day, hosted by our own Mark Grandy. Everybody, deep exhale. It's 2-2. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
If new, Heineken Silver was an old-timey radio drama.
Well, Dottie, this is the end of our song.
Don't go, Johnny boy. Dance with me one last time.
I'd love to cut a rug like jitterbugs, but I've changed my tune. So long, Angel Face. A new Heineken Silver? You know what? Let's shake a leg, because I'm staying.
You mean it?
You better believe it. If I don't stay, then I'm a monkey's uncle.
Get all the taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver. Only 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy.